pound, you need to have like 30,000 of those. Yeah, so I'm just a heavy makeup user, you know. I cake it on my face.
A K-cup user. Okay, well, maybe not a pound. I don't know how much. See, guys, look, I don't even know how much a pound of Coke would even be. But I just think about these things in my mind, like as a game. Sorry, I'm weird. But I don't know.
I need to compress it properly.
I'll show you what you're talking about.
I just walked right past everybody.
Because I feel like if you put it in like a baby powder, that'd be sass. And you would need a baby, so that's too hard.
This is straight off the ship. And that's how you want it.
For that.
You see what I posted there in the live stream? That's
Yep.
straight off the ship, and that's how you want it.
Yep. I went to bloody Mexico, bro.
Oh my gosh! Wow.
Flatman. I went to Mexico and came back all the way here.
Did you have a lot of fun?
While I was in Mexico, it was interesting.
Hey, that's the point. You just get 1,000 people, each with like a couple of grams on them. They won't search them. Just play the numbers game. Simple.
If you're a celebrity, though, like a Kardashian, you could actually do my makeup idea, because then they wouldn't be judging if you had 20 of them in your bag. Like, oh, she's a movie star.
You probably
okay.
get away with that as well. You just go, I'm an Insta whatever. Easy.
I'm an Insta baddie.
I guess. That's
what they're called.
I don't speak Tardation, so I'll take your
Oh,
word.
well, I don't even have Instagram, so I can't even qualify.
Yeah, but they won't know. Until they ask you for your DMs.
Tell them you're Kim Kardashian if they say, but that's not what your passport say. No, that's my proper name. That's my screen name.
Right, station.
And they say, but you don't look anything alike. You just say, well, that's what I look like when I put all that makeup on.
Yeah, it's photo magic, right? Photoshop. it's Photoshop because it has to be.
It has to be.
My last name could have almost been very close to Kardashian. I don't want to say what it exactly was, but it was like so similar. One dude I met had it was almost the same last name, but just slightly different. I was like, oh, that'd be kind of funny. Get what is this picture you posted of the elevator? Oh, he's not even in here.
What the?
It says lift access.
I think you already smuggled in what you needed to. What is this?
Vaccinaire anti-COVID-19. I don't know what that means. Do you have to have the vaccine to get on the elevator?
By the looks of it, yeah. That's a meme.
So if you don't have the Fauci take the stairs? Is that what you're getting at?
I don't know. He didn't give any context. He was just saying it takes only one elevator ride now.
That's an elevator that gives the shot to you.
Already? No.
Automatically. When you push the button, it just shuts you.
Really?
Yeah.
You're
It's a
kidding
robot
me.
inside. Yeah,
Oh my god.
Dude.
What? Are you what?
What the fuck?
yeah. Automated.
So you get
Shoot the
in,
robot.
you get in the
Yeah.
elevator,
Yeah.
and there's a
And you
little
get the
robot
shot.
in
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so you get the
Oh
point
my
of this.
God.
So nobody's liable.
This is why you don't. This is why you
So-
don't accept candy
so you
from
can't-
strangers.
Now nobody is virtually liable.
Yeah.
That is so
Joke,
freaky.
but yeah.
Who would want to get in the elevator with the robot alone? Like, let alone to give you a shot.
So it's an elevator too. What happens if you go onto like the 13th floor? You get like 13 shots, or if you go to the first floor, it's just one.
Yeah. Actually, it's not a robot inside. It takes you down to the center, you know,
The-
where they give it to you. Yeah.
To a dungeon.
But it's only one space. It leads, that elevator leads to only one room, special room for that thing. Yeah.
It's a dungeon.
It's,
Wow.
yeah.
You
You know,
teaser.
The dudes with the wizard hats, they're down there.
Come out the same.
Yeah. Yeah.
I should have known. I was like, there's no way Romania is that like
yeah.
technologically advanced.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
they tell you,
soon
come
they can
inside.
have it in. Soon they can have it like a robot in the elevator, you know, with a laser scanner. It's very quick and easy. Yeah.
Yeah,
Easy
the lie
peasy.
to the people. Come here,
Yeah.
new technology, come for a ride. You won't feel nothing.
Yeah.
Elevator starts going down, you see all the, you know.
Remember those phone booths? Yeah, they must make something like that on the streets now.
You went from
I
Get
have to
Smart,
run. I have to run
from
a
Get
little
Smart.
now. Big right, everyone. Yeah.
All right,
Gotta
bro.
get an elevator.
I think he's talking about the Get Smart elevators. Picks up his telephone shoe.
I was thinking for those weird looking dog like weird fucking robot thingies, the one that slips on the hardwood floors coming around the corner. Like having like pits or something that they fall into and can't get. I don't know. Fuck. How the hell? Those things are pretty freak. You could make a pretty crazy horror movie with those things in.
Yeah, we got to start brainstorming how to do those.
Well,
Fire? Probably can't burn them.
listen, if you guys actually kept up your end of the deal in the US, the right to bear arms, you guys should have like rocket launchers in your front yards. Come on. Kind of
Yeah.
robot men running around. And you guys have a gun.
I don't have one of those.
As far as the misnomer of Canadians being unarmed, that is a misnomer. Well, Canadians have a lot of firearms, actually. We just don't advertise them.
Yeah, I know, bro. I just have to take it out on the Yankees. So I like to brag the most.
I'm gonna find this meme I got. It's this Yankee guy. He goes, "What happens if the government comes and takes away 10 of my guns? How many guns do I have left?" He's 19, because I lied to them commie bastards.
What a dick. He just knocked himself.
Like he turned over the 10 that he bought on the books, but he's got 19 stash from Grandpa.
And he just told him that he had 19 more.
Well, no, it's a meme and it just says
Yeah, I know.
Americans. at the bottom, you know.
He's got one of those rifles that you have to put the gunpowder in. You get that long stick, push the powder in, put them spit inside them, blow the pellets in, then push the pellets inside.
Light the wick, and then
This is how my pappy used to do it back in them fighting days.
like me, I don't fuck around. I just assume you're packing, and if it comes down to that action of violence between the two of us, I'm not playing games. I'm gonna end it as fast as possible because I'm gonna assume you're trying to take my life. So, you know, I might look like a soft target, but I'm not your average boo boo bear. So
He's okay, boo boo.
we'll get some picnic baskets.
We'll go get some picnic baskets. What a fun show.
Did somebody mention picnic baskets?
Yep.
Only bears. Wait a minute, sorry. Only bears know how to put out forest fires.
Yeah, I know. True.
I'm telling you, when I was a kid and I saw that only you can prevent forest fires, I don't know if I was the only kid that thought this way, but I was like, fuck, that's a lot of responsibility. I'm the only one that can stop them? Like, what about everybody else?
You are the only one. May the force be with you.
Well, you got to come to California. That's why we apparently can't stop the fires. That and the state government can't help themselves by keeping state in a perpetual state of emergency.
Is it really stopping the fires when everything's burnt down?
Well, everything's not burnt down. Just the cars and the metal stovetops and the granite counters, but not the trees.
Yep. And you know, the Ferraris and the Lambos, but everybody else's cars are good and burnt.
Mm-hmm.
Lucky we stopped the fire. If we didn't let it burn down, wouldn't have stopped.
That's the thing that's so funny to me. It's like people think, oh, the government wouldn't possibly lie about the shape of the earth. They literally put poison in the water and they literally use lasers to cause these fires. They do not give a fuck about you.
No,
like dew, right? That's what we call dew or something.
They're trying to burn it down. They're trying to burn like humanity down, just like terrorize everybody.
Oh, that's what the definition of terrorism is: when the government inflicts harm on its people. The literal textbook definition.
Yeah, we got a big problem here with that.
Yeah. They go, "Ooh, terrorists are
but
dead."
What can we do? That's like the main question. Like, what can we do against this?
Well, now that it's showed its ugly face, like almost full frontal, right? Like it just came up and said, "This is who I am and what I am, and this is what I intend on doing." So I don't know. I mean, we've never seen this before like this, but. So I think they need to step out of the fucking darkness and stand up like a fucking man. We ain't putting up with it anymore. We're not going to put up with it. I'm telling you. Today, we'll put our foot down. No tyranny. No tyranny. Numpties.
Well, the freakiest part is like we can't stop it. That's like the thing that is. We're supposed to be on this roller coaster ride.
No.
Yeah. It's literally been the plan whole time for shit to
Yeah.
hit them. We can't control it.
Yeah, so it needs to be dealt with a different way than what you would normally think. It's not going to be your typical taking back. But I think there is other ways. So I think we're part of this.
Yeah, this is where I remind you all of the line in Red Dawn where it says even the smallest flea can annoy the biggest dog.
Yeah.
I'll just give a little example. There's 340 million in America?
I'm sorry.
People?
340
million, 330?
Something right around that.
All right.
Yeah, 350.
Okay. So half of them are male. So you'd have 175. Just say from those males, half of them have some brains and some balls. So we'll go down to 80 million. Just say
you got to take out you have to take off children off of that.
Yeah, we'll take out another half for children, another half for the idiots. You're left with 40 million. If 40 million Americans just left their houses with a toothpick, you could prod those guys all to death. 40 million.
Yeah, I know.
Even with 1 million.
Yeah, with 1 million. You know what? Listen, Iggs, you probably know about this. Only 3% of the population fought in the revolution here in America. 3%, 3 to 7% fight every revolution like that. 3%.
Yeah.
We need to hit that critical mark of 3 to 7%. That's it.
As I said, 1 million, so you're 3%. So
yep.
You're like 13.5 million. You just walk up to them, grab them by the ears, like your dad used to do to me and you in the old days. Grab them by the ear and throw them in the lockup.
Yeah, you don't have control of this house anymore.
Yeah.
So the problem is the cucks in the military and the cucks in the law enforcement. All the cucks, they're all a bunch of minions.
Yeah, they can't do shit though. Were you going to turn against your own people?
But I'm thinking there's enough people. Listen, I think there's enough people in every level in the whole entire structure.
Yes.
That know what we know. There is.
Yes.
I know there is. There has to be. So they're watching. So they have another way, another method. They know what's going on. So I have kind of faith in that.
There just needs to be some action from the other side. I know that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this was like a worldwide coup. Obviously.
Yep.
And you see how all the libtards just lined up like a bunch of freaking ferrets or whatever, lemmings. With all the stupidity. It just got really insane really fast, man. They just all going along with it. I'm like, what? You people are literally retarded.
Mm-hmm.
Retarded. I'm sorry. Am I being too harsh?
No. And they can't even control it. That's the thing. It's like that makes us feel like it's like we can't even revolt because it's like,
come on.
This is how it's supposed to be. Like until
what?
Whatever happens. Like
until gravity comes and saves us?
No, I'm saying like God down and it's like
here we go.
like that literally like
the
that's
mystical
what I mean.
For the rescue.
But see, if God is either everything or he is nothing. So I'm choosing myself that God is everything and everywhere. So every part of this place, there's part of God or the Creator here with us. So all of that, Mm-hmm.
Have you guys noticed that 3 sitting African leaders and now a 4th one in Haiti, they all died in office in a very short space of time? And I mean, that is unprecedented. And then somebody said the CIA has got a little gun that shoots a little pellet that gives a guy a heart attack. And it's so tiny that, like, you're going to have to do a really thorough autopsy to find it. And these people in Haiti who've been apprehended, they are from Colombia. They are ex-Haitian.
It's that guy was from Florida.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Living in Florida, but he was born in Haiti. And the Haitian president, he wasn't doing the testing, and he had bought no. There was no Fauci ouchies going on there. And the ones in Africa, it was the one who swabbed his the bonnet of his BMW, a goat,
the pawpaws.
Yeah. So think about that. They will just go and take the leaders of countries out.
Yes and no, but at the end of the day, he wanted to be there. He put his hand up, do the right thing, and now the people should be furious.
I thought
I'd be angry.
Haiti was such a poor shithole, but I read an article today. They've got quite a lot of natural resources. I never knew that.
Yep, and the U.S. government, the American government, attacked them twice, 2 big wars, and they lost twice against Haiti. It's the only place they get lost against. Like they got battered.
So I just come to the conclusion that we are like absolutely nothing to them.
Yeah, they say so themselves.
That's because the conductor of the evil is not human.
Oh.
They can't really care. Whatever that means. No, I'm not saying it's alien or whatever, but it's not a human.
It doesn't seem to be. So isn't it interesting that all of these things had these plans beforehand, people? Agenda 21. What year is it again?
These guys make their plans, like I told you guys, like 4 to up to 600 years in advance.
Yeah, they told
us. What do you guys want more?
They've been telling us. Event 201 told us exactly. And then the David Martin documents, I don't know if everybody got those. If you didn't, I think I sent it to about 20 people here at least. About the 2003 patents on the unnamed subject. And so that's quite astonishing. It's 18 years ago that they named it and patented it illegally. Did you get those documents, Mrs. Musk?
No.
No? Let me send them to you.
Is it about the J?
Yeah, I did send it. Yeah, it's in your DM. I sent it to you, and yeah, it says BOTW notes. It's a PDF.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's so crazy though. Like, even though they tell us, it's like people.
Nobody's doing anything.
Can't stop it. It's like really out of our control.
Wow.
We are all in some level to blame because, you know, even though we know it's wrong, like, and there's things that I've tried to do There's a lot more things I could do. Like I still shop at Target. You know, I still like
Wow.
Iggs,
That was
I'm
the
sure
funniest.
Iggs, you also have a hand in this too. You're using the internet right now. You probably use Google still. You probably have an iPhone. Like we still, even the people that are awake, we're still to
Okay,
some extent like feeding the fire.
I
I
know
will
what he's
just give a little thing. A little
Sorry, go
thing,
ahead.
yeah? Has anybody that you know of that's in the public or in the private ever put up charges against a president or a prime minister for treason?
No, I don't know of anybody who's done that.
I know
Now
here
you
in
do,
Canada.
so we'll leave it at that.
I know in Canada somebody is trying, but they now have cops that protect the politicians from citizens' arrest.
There was a special constable in the UK who went to the police station. He filmed himself. He had compiled this huge document, and he spoke to another special constable. And our special he's supposed to investigate that now. It's all over the internet.
Stuff's being done.
And then that guy
Trust me.
was in his car like a week ago, and he was saying other whistleblowers, other people. And there's a doctor here as well who put her neck out and put her face on the internet, and she also said the whistleblowers and the people who don't agree with this must come forward. So, yeah, there's apparently the case that's gone to Brussels has got 1,000 solicitors backing it and 10,000 doctors.
Mm-hmm.
So
I know.
I don't know how slow the wheels will turn, but there are things going on.
If you see people disappearing, don't think of
Yeah.
it as a bad thing. I'll just put it like that. But this, we can't do. It's when people
They've
fail
been.
to act.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, go ahead. Finish.
I was going to say, it's when people fail to act is when shit gets like really, really, really bad. There's only a handful of people can do, you know? I did
Not
what I
even
did. And
fail to act, so can't even get, no matter what you did.
Oh, you roboting, Kai. Yeah, you roboted out. Sorry, girlfriend.
mask out.
She must have rotated out of her orbit.
Mm.
Stand by, everybody. Anyway, I was just gonna say, there's people been disappearing for the last few years, like before this all started, right? All these 1,900 CEOs in 1 year. They're like bankers, investment people, like all that kind of stuff, all disappearing.
I know. I keep on telling you people, you can't give this, it's all this, and we're going to wait for gravity to save us, and...
So is it all? Yeah, you were a robot. So is it all? What was I gonna say? So is it all kind of like Atlas Shrugged? Like, do we know all those people actually died? Did they really die? How many of them can we confirm that actually are passed away? And how many are there ones that have just skipped along somewhere else? Like,
well, they can be locked up somewhere where nobody can see them.
Yeah, they would have to be if they were against the flow, you know, of this evil empire.
So put it this way: the stuff that they scare you with, that can be used against them. Do people not realize that? Oh, they're building underground bunkers, this, that, and they've got these jails underneath. Yeah, that's where they can go.
Yeah, they probably have miles and miles and miles of bunkers. Can you imagine? They built whole cities under there right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure of it.
Let them all pound each other in their sphincter and die like that.
Okay, what? You guys hear me now?
Yeah, it's better. It's better so far.
Yep.
Okay, what I was trying to say is, no matter what, though, even if there are good things that can be done, every day with our life, we're still fueling the evil that's like slowly growing bigger and bigger. Like, whether, like, even if you're the most woke person, you're still like inadvertently.
Yeah, we
supporting
still
those people.
we still rely on it because it's been set up that way. That's true.
Yeah.
But think about this: we are in the system, but we are not part of the system. Like, so, I mean, we are in that extent, as you were talking about, because it's been set up that we really have no choice. So we have to do
Yeah.
what we can while we're here inside, because I don't think that's an accident. That us, in particular, each individual here is here for a really important reason. So if you think about what you know and what you're able to do, your influence that you're able to put forth, or, you know, even just the influence of being like stable within yourself and a solid foundation that you yourself can rely on, this, I think, can eventually change Earth. I really have great hopes for it.
Well, I'm
I
just going to
hope
go
you're
on to
right.
the point.
I really hope you're
What
right.
you said about the internet, that is a public utility that is yours, mine, Sunny's, everybody's. It's not nobody's. It's not theirs.
Yeah,
They
and
make you believe it's somebody's.
yeah, see, all this land is ours. It's actually it's our land.
Yeah.
Like, we are the inheritors of it.
Yeah. Once you get to the realization of that you've paid for it, or your family's contributed in the past or now or whatever, it's come out of all the people working together, and it's come to this level.
Yeah, so check it out. So, wait a second, let me gather my thoughts.
You cannot deny somebody a public utility. You cannot deny something to anybody that's in the public. You can't be denied.
Yeah. Okay, so what I was going to talk about is this. So, in 1933, when they started changing the gold standard, right? Think about that. Oh, that's in 33 too. Okay, so right around that time, even before that, the human capital, which is kind of governed under the Department of Agriculture.
Yes.
All these humans that are here, let's say in the U.S., have all been capitalized and monetized, and the debt was repaid to the bankers with human capital. So
Yes.
that's why the capital letters, that's why the fictitious corporations that they tried to make us all that we are not.
Yep.
You know?
So
it's been mortgaged. So the point I'm trying to make, I know I'm kind of long-winded. So the point I'm trying to make is we've been mortgaged off and everything has been paid for. It's already been paid for. Everything's been paid for. It's all paid for. And in 1933 also, in House Joint Resolution 192, hold on, let me make sure I got it.
You have to remember those laws aren't for you, they're for them. They make you think those laws are for you. They can only create laws for themselves. As they are in the public, you're private. Why do people accept laws that people make for themselves? So this group of people, your government, whatever you want to call them, that law only applies to them. But people think that applies to...
Right. So here we go. Here we go. What is HJR 192? Before HJR 192 was passed, Executive Order 6102 was signed into effect by President Roosevelt. This executive order required all gold and gold certificates to be surrendered to the federal government by May 1st, 1933. House Joint Resolution 192 was then passed by Congress on June 5th of that year. The law was passed to do away with the gold clause in the Constitution and in all public and private contracts. So check it out. So listen. So 1933 was also the year the U.S. went bankrupt, which was not the first time, and that it went bankrupt. In fact, the United States was so far in debt that it went bankrupt 2 additional times previous, one in 1789, forming the Constitution so the states could sign on as security for the Fed's debts. Then in 1861, when the southern states said no more, we wanted to succeed rather than sign on to another pledging of assets to pay the federal government's debt. Then in 33, with H.R. 192, they took all the gold, all the true money, all the property, instituted eminent domain, property taxes, divided the titles, and instituted the income tax to control the labor of people. In addition, with H.R. 192, is when they instituted the birth certificate to control people. You have the future of America, people becoming the collateral for the federal government's debt. Yes, that's right. Your birth certificate is the title to your body. It has been pledged as an asset. The holder has the right to taxes, fines, fees, etc. that you pay to the government through judgments, court cases, payroll, income tax, property tax, etc., etc. From the very beginning, the government was indebted to the European bankers as a result of the revolution. How ironic that we had to borrow money from England to pay for the war we fought against them. So,
but you really didn't.
Yeah. So listen, so fast forward, this is a good article. So fast forward to the year 1900s and you'll come across several key events that make it quite obvious there was a master plan at work to enslave the people. If you read a book named The Creature from Jekyll Island, you'll become intimately acquainted with the happenings in the year 1910 when 6 men who were either elite bankers and or politicians met in secret in a place called Jekyll Island. It's off the coast of Georgia, actually. And the purpose of this meeting was to formulate plans for economics reform for the United States. This is where the banking cartel began in this country. The idea of a central bank had always been rejected, and some men who met on Jekyll Island need to come up a way to trick the people into allowing a central bank to be instituted. 3 years later, in 1913, President Wilson signed the Federal Reserve Act into effect, which is the current central bank in the United States, even though it is actually not governed by any agency of the federal government. 8 years later, in 1921, the Maternity Act was passed, which required all birth certificates to be registered with the state. So now all key pieces were in place for the upcoming bankruptcy, default, and restructure. They made us slaves, but they couldn't technically make us slaves because that would be illegal, so they had to give us a remedy. So what H.R. 192, the remedy, is that the government has the obligation to discharge and settle any debts we may incur in our daily lives. Yes, this includes mortgages, car loans, utilities, etc. But wait, wasn't H.R. 192 repealed? Technically it was, but the provisions that brought us into having no money of substance still exist and apply. In other words, we didn't go back to using real money, gold and silver again, and therefore the maxim of whoever brings the obligation must bring the remedy still applies. So the government still has the fiduciary duty to discharge and settle your debts because we still don't have any access to money of real substance, and because the USA is still in bankruptcy mode. So the Secretary of Treasury is still the receiver in a bankruptcy, your birth certificate is still a bond, and your debts are still repaid by your future labor, property, and taxes that they are assuming. And administration of as the office of the executor of the estate and all caps John Doe name. They still hypothecate the birth certificate and made billions of the birth or naturalization of every citizen. In fact, in every court case over $7,000, there are new bonds created and traded off your BC estate. So now that we know this information about HJR 192, can we write something like discharging according to HJR 192 on a bill and call it a day? The shorter answer is no. We cannot just simply scribble some words at a 45-degree angle like gurus are teaching across the bill and think that we are done. We never have to pay FRNs for our bills ever again. That's why those who are not fully informed called this the HJR 192 scam, because it isn't easy breezy. Wham bam, thank you, ma'am. The fact of the matter is just the tip of the iceberg, and the rabbit hole goes far deeper than any of us have ever imagined. If we really want to change our lives, it will be a mess. It will take massive amounts of studying and a healthy dose of trial and error. We need to educate ourselves not only on the history of how this all came about, but also stay in the forefront of new technologies that can be used to change our status and obtain a remedy as close to 100% of the time as possible. So everybody needs to read up on what it is. HJR 192 in America, that is. I tried to do this, and I actually discharged a debt myself using a banker's note in red letter at a 45-degree angle. That was considered a banker's note, and you can discharge debt yourself, and I did it. But some people wouldn't recognize it at all.
Of course not.
So read up on HJR 192. It's man, I've been studying this stuff for like 20 years, you guys. Watch the documentary, Creature from Jekyll Island. You gotta watch that. Watch it over and over again.
See how that's funny that only applies to America, but everybody else is bankrupt, but nobody else can discharge debt.
Yeah, it's a totally in the rest of the plane, like.
Yeah.
See, there was actually a remedy. This after they passed this phony baloney Social Security Act and all that stuff.
Well,
like
I'll
it was rammed through. It was rammed through Congress on Christmas when everybody was on vacation. Like the houses were empty.
Well, I'll tell you a little secret.
Yep.
After the third bankruptcy, that's it. Finished. You can't go bankrupt 4 times. So from that year till then, they just wrote in a newspaper that didn't obtain to you that law was for them because they fucked up on 3 bankruptcies in Washington, as I kept on saying. Those laws are not for you, they're for them. So the US government, are you guys the US government? No. But you guys think you are, so those guys fucked up. They needed to pay it back. That was for them. They had to do that. And they wrote down every person must do this and that, blah, 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 give in their gold. Every person, I don't know. Are you a person? I don't know, I'm not a person. And I'm not a part of the American government. Neither are you, neither am all the people here. Some people might think they are persons, but they're not. So again, if it's not by TV, it was done by the newspaper. People read it and they go, all right, let me willingly go in there and give in my valuable stuff.
Yeah, so watch G. Edward Griffin or buy his book. I suggest everybody needs to read that, man. I'm serious. Watch it. Yeah, watch it. There's a couple documentaries about the Federal Reserve. But you see, you got to go way back. So like you were talking about, so there's this whole system that's out there that we don't even know about. I never learned about this till very late in the game, right? So about how things are really run out there is that the Vatican owns everything. All the real property on Earth is owned by the Vatican. They're the richest entity on Earth, people. On Earth.
They actually own the future prospects of women's children in advance.
So yeah, they own everything. They own all the property. They own England through a contract, and I think it was 1209 or something around that period. Pretty close, probably. And then so they owned it as real property, and then when this Age of Conquest went out, and then all those findings or whatever, that these sailors were. These explorers were finding out there, all these lands became property of, let's say, Britain or Holland or France or Spain, right? So they're all, all this property is still owned by the Vatican. So North America is still owned by Britain. So people don't understand how the financial system works. In America, well, basically on Earth, I would say this is how it works. Everything is monetized, and everything you sign that has your name attached to it goes and is monetized and is put, is sent through the financial centers through the City of London, then to the Vatican. Then Washington, D.C. is the strong arm, the military branch of the world government. And London is the financial center, along with Wall Street and the other financial, like even the ones in whatever, Hong Kong or Singapore or wherever the financial centers are, or Tokyo, right?
Yeah.
So everything gets funneled. Check it out. This is amazing. People don't know this. So everything gets funneled. All that information gets funneled through these financial centers to the International Bank of Settlement in Basel, Switzerland. Everything you've ever attached your name to or signed has been monetized and sent there, and all of that is funneled in the Vatican, which is the holder of all the documents and all the financial and all the money. And it's the whole thing.
Why are they a neutral country out of...
Think about that.
They're the only country that knows how to say no to a war.
That's why.
Why do you think that?
Why do you think they have Swiss Guard in the Vatican?
It's right there in their flag. It's just the Knights of Malta.
So that's what I get into talking about, because that's people aren't privy to this information of how this whole thing is set up. That has nothing to do with what you think it is at all. Nothing. It's not. It's a different animal than what you see out your front door. It totally is. It's run back. It's behind the curtain. There literally is something going on behind the curtain. Creepy, freaking grabbling going on.
That's just scratching the top, bro.
So yeah, it's controversial, but I'm fresh out of fucks about now anyway. So yeah, carry on. Sorry, I didn't mean to divert the conversation into this, but I thought it was very interesting, and this topic is super interesting to me. It's how all this was set up is just you can't write a story like this. How the hell is any of this possible? So I know the creator's involved in all of it somehow, and so
many are called, a few will answer.
What I think is most important about this is that how a lot of the globalists will like to pretend flat earthers are the religious people. And no, that's not really the case at all. The globe is deeply religious. Vatican, Catholic Church, United States federal government, in God we trust. Nixon thanking God, or said God picked, America to win the space race. The last thing that went to Mars, supposedly, they said they owe it to God. They read from the Bible when they went to the moon, if you believe their story. But somehow the globalists will flip that and pretend no, it's all secular. None of it is religious.
Yeah,
that's an esoteric thing.
That's like the biggest lie ever, like one of the biggest lies ever told. It's amazing. And so what we have is then all the way back around, everything circulates back around to this globe lie. They're the same group of people. So if you want to know why, you're going to have to go to the source of who's controlling all of this stuff. Go investigate yourself. Who's got control of all the information from the very beginning? Think about it. Who was the banker, the army, the rulers, the landowners? Who did you pay your taxes to? It was all the same people that it ever was here on Earth.
Yep.
Yeah, it always was. So the point is, so those people that somehow just believed, or I don't know how that happened. So think about this. How was there this group of people? Where did this people come from that said, we're going to rule over other people? We're going to be the ones to rule over everybody else, control everything. Think about that mentality. That's what we're dealing with.
It's been like that for ages, bro.
Yeah. No, it's been that way forever, as far as we know. Yeah. So that to me is the most interesting topic that I can think of. Who are these people? How did they decide that? Like, where did that come from?
Well, they stick together and they tell you to be whatever, capitalist, communist, socialist, individual, stay away from everybody, whatever. But they all work together. It's simple. Yeah, as Elijah said about those scientists that made something that, that apparently couldn't be made. That's the whole thing. There's always somebody that can do something good, but they like to instill fear in you, tell you that you can't do this or can't do that, whatever. Or something is, you can't, whatever the thing might be. Doesn't matter what it is. It's irrelevant. Most of the stuff comes from the people. Those guys couldn't light a fire with what's it called? A lighter, wood and some piece of paper. They struggle to light a fire. That's how dumb they are.
So, man, you drinkers, what the hell? Shit. That.
What I wanted to say before.
Alcohol bad for cognitive ability.
Shit, I'd freaking die. I can't touch it even if I wanted to. It's like
Oh yeah, Sonny, this is what I wanted to tell you before. With the HR blah 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 blah, that thing that you were saying, yeah?
Yeah.
All right. This is what I wanted to say to you. It's a contradiction in what they're saying and in what they're doing. So they're saying that they're bankrupt, that they owe money. You are, bonded slave, you pay taxes, stock market, you give in your gold or whatever, blah, 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 blah. So they can pay off but the discharge what's it called? You know, your utilities and your house and whatnot. They still need services. They still need to pay for stuff. It cannot be done. That's the lie. The other lie is that the banks are so-called separate. That's the other lie.
Yeah, you're caught up in man's deception. People hate the Bible because it exposes their lust, pride of life.
Yeah.
Eggs. You're in Australia, correct? Hello?
Yep. Yep.
How has it been for you to like get remedy or avoid being monkey stomped by the road pirates or the martial law that they're imposing on you guys, or is it unavoidable? Are they just kind of just, it doesn't matter what you say, do, remedy, none of that matters? They just kind of pushing forward?
Well, everything's an offer. I don't accept their offers. It depends how much you're gonna stick up for yourself.
Right.
What you're gonna stand up for. I've been in a few situations where I've had to stick up for myself, physically against police, and they didn't do nothing because you have to tell them not to touch you. If you don't tell them, then they'll do it. There's like silent acquiescence to them. So it's just little things like that people don't know. But yeah, they've gone pretty ravaged here because we don't have those types of things like in the US, remedies and discharge and all the rest of it. What was it in 1974? I think, oh no, it's before those. 1954 started. So in 66, when it changed the currency here to $1 instead of the pound, we were under the occupation of the US government instead of the British government, which is what same but different.
Right.
So you lose, currency value, and then Australia got actually they registered it in Washington DC instead of in London. So the US had control of it, and in 1966 was the first time they actually started doing cloud seeding anywhere and experimenting on people was here in Victoria, and apparently that's still in force. That's why we're so fucked up here.
It's bizarre to me. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, go.
No, so in my mind, every land was a conquered land, right? Like the United States, they took that by force, right? I mean, they murdered all these natives and just kind of took the land. But Australia, isn't it the same thing? I mean, isn't every land essentially a conquered land by the Vatican or by Britain?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I guess I don't understand why there's like these nuances, where
So
Australia is a different system than the United States.
So, okay. So what they say that everything's America and everything's England and everything's they're main players because the people with the most money usually like to hang around with the people with the most money, and then they sit around and they talk amongst each other because they're all backstabbers. But every single place Doesn't matter if it's America, and I've got documents to back this up. America, Europe, Australia, China, they're still right an elder or a wise man or whatever from back in the days that people have put their trust in them. So like a clan member or a chieftain, whatever you want to name this person.
Okay.
And these people make decisions on behalf of the groups. So they'll sell out their people, and what they'll do is just say, oh, like the chieftains will have their, little goons that do their thing. They'll send their goons over to one country, and those guys will send their goons into the other country. So it's like, oh, somebody else is attacking, whatever, but it's really the people that are there that are selling out their own people.
Yeah.
And they've been doing it from day dot, and they're making me, you, and everybody else think it's about, because you look like this or you dress like that, or you believe in this or you believe in that.
Oh, sure, yeah.
So these guys have had the monopoly on it. Like I said this last time, I'm not sure if you heard, but the whole thing in Israel is their lease is up. So the state of Israel, Palestine never lost their land. It's going to go back to them. It's a 99-year lease. Just like, do you remember when they said Hong Kong's lease was up from England in like the year 2000?
Hey guys, what's up? We have a few members in the room, a few VC verified people. Welcome, Arwine. Dandelion. Dandelion, you are VC verified. How are you doing? We also have Jameson. Jameson, what's up?
Hey, I didn't
Jameson?
really call up, but how are you?
Jameson, are you there?
Am I not transmitting?
Oh, yeah. How are you doing, man?
Good. I didn't expect to get called up. It was just, I kind of knew that was where I was going to find Elijah. So that's why I tagged him there.
Okay. Are you friends with him?
No. Do you not remember me? I was on your stream like a couple days ago.
On my stream?
Well, I was on this stream, the
Okay.
7 Flat Earth. I talked to Bong.
Okay.
And Crit were in the room.
Hey. Yeah, I remember. I had known him or had talked to him on a couple other servers. He was confused about some of the stuff flat earthers have said and just started adding in his own preconceptions instead of just asking. Did you look up the mud floods and the summer gate in Hyboria and what's supposed to be beyond the ice wall now? Do you get that? Or are you still thinking that when flat earthers say infinite plane, that just means you just keep wrapping around the ball until you get tired?
Well, I think infinite plane could be interpreted in different ways, but I'm really kind of trying to have charitable conversations. So if this is the direction it's going to go, I'll just mic out. That's cool.
No, that's what I'm doing.
Okay, so the one that I did look up into is the Soros equations or whatever, and I didn't find it very compelling. A lot of the link that Bong posted actually had globes to describe it. So
the what equation?
The way that you predict orbital patterns.
Yeah, the Soros cycle, you mean?
Yeah.
So that's an 18-year repeating cycle, right? That has been devised by ancient civilizations long before the globe lie was invented, right? This has been used ever since. Even NASA uses the Sarah cycle. So why wouldn't it make sense?
Oh, I just didn't find it to be like compelling evidence for the world being flat. But like,
Why? Yeah, the Earth being flat would be, it measures flat, right? That would be the most. But the point is, Globers will claim that the heliocentric model makes predictions, and that is not true, right? Everything we've ever observed is.
Why is it like colder in places and warmer?
Musk, you're hot mining.
Yeah, okay, sorry.
yeah, I actually I agree that we experience the world as flat. Like I'm not here to argue with you guys.
Yeah, no, but you saying that it is not a compelling evidence. So these cycles going over and over again, and they build this Sarah cycle, right? So these are not predictions; there are postdictions. So whenever the globe model tells you they make predictions, it's not a prediction; it's a postdiction, right? They wrote down the effect long enough to make a recurring pattern out of it. So these are not predictions.
Right.
But go ahead.
Well, okay, like we can talk about this for a second. It's not like why I chimed in, but like the app on my phone that predicts where the ISS is going to show up for like the next 3 times, it'll tell me like on this day it'll be available for this many seconds. Like if that's postdiction, then how are they saying that on Tuesday I'm going to be able to see the ISS fly by?
Yeah, so what?
Yeah, and like we don't even have to talk about it. The question that I had was really about this idea of like defining flat Earth. Like I had this preconception of what flat earthers believed, and I was trying to use like a real inclusive definition, and I got some pushback on that. So I was just thinking about like with simulation model, like if I believe that I'm in a simulation and it's flat, would that make me a flat earther?
So you think it's a simulation? We're somewhere a jar, a brain in a jar.
I think simulation theory is like one of the best models for reality.
Why? Do you have any proof for this? Do you have any proof for this?
I'm not saying I believe it. I'm saying it just makes sense.
You mentioned the ISS. Like, what did you do to validate any of that?
Well, like really, I'm just talking about the light in the sky, right? There's like a light that
Can I give an example? So when I drive and I've got the navman on, the thing seems to know where I'm going for some reason. I don't know why. Just saying.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so the whole entire thing is that there's no historical, official, direct physical measurement of Earth's curvature at the given rate that they told us the size. So it doesn't exist here on Earth. It would have to be measured to show that. It's easy to do. You could go to a beach. I always say this, 5 miles, 16 feet. At 20 miles is 266 feet of drop.
I agree. We experience the world as flat. Like we don't disagree. I also think that the space station is up there.
Yeah, but where is it? See, like 17,000 miles an hour. Well, for one, okay, you're saying you're seeing it. So the whole thing about seeing it is you have to look at, they told us that what its size was also. So it's only slightly bigger than like a 747, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's big enough for light for me to see.
So you can't see a 747 at 6 miles. They disappear from your vision at 6 miles because the angular resolution of that size of an object disappearing into your vanishing point, no matter what kind of magnification you use, determines the size of something at a certain distance. It would not be visible at 250 miles.
Okay. Like I feel like I see planes pretty far away if like they have lights on them.
You don't see them at 5 or 6 miles. You don't see it, whether it's got a light on or not.
Yeah, I don't know what the figure is there. Like I could say like this is the reported cruising altitude, and
I mean, do you know how many planes fly into Los Angeles? How many lights you would see in the sky if you could see them that far? You can't. And somebody did. Wait a minute. Somebody did this thing where they if you take the speed that object is supposed to be traveling at, that it would only take 8 seconds for it to traverse the entire sky from horizon to horizon. 8 seconds. So, no, it looks more like to me, like I've seen those images myself. Stills from them, and it looks like a balloon. It looks like there's something out there, just you'd never see it.
I was gonna say, when he's talking about the app and that him showing stuff on the app, do you remember how they briefly gave an insight about what happened on the so-called, day that shook the world? How they were, doing what's it called, anti-terrorist, this and that, and they were making, sort of a planes appear on the even the mission control's dashboard, and they didn't know which ones were real and which ones were fake, and they had to try to figure it out. And so apparently they didn't know what to do, and da. So if these people apparently can do it to a government, what do you think that you have any sort of, having the correct information about a digital footprint that they can just, manipulate however they want?
yeah. So the incident, I have no idea what you're talking about, but it does kind of tap into the idea of what I'm talking about with simulation theory, because like,
you're talking about simulation theory, but you have no proof, so it's just an idea, right? So, do you think there's no objective reality? Is that what you think?
No, I pretty much accept reality as it presents itself.
So, okay, so why would you then think that there is a simulation? Then there is no objective reality. Then everything is simulated in front of your eyes. It's a double position.
Yeah, and I'm not saying I accept simulation theory. I'm saying it's an idea that I find myself entertaining.
It's only just entertaining in your mind, bro. It doesn't have any correlation to where you actually live in your daily life. You experience no curvature. You never have, neither have any of the rest of us earthlings. You don't detect any motion yourself, which you definitely would, since you're able to detect motion now in any direction. That's ridiculous to think that you're spinning around at up to a terminal speed of 1.5 million miles per hour through the solar system, a galaxy or whatever. It's just a
you don't experience space. Yeah, you don't experience space, only on your television, right?
Yeah, exactly. So things are much more real than you're giving them credit. They are very real. There's things that are happening here. The second law of thermodynamics happening here because we have gas pressure. So therefore, the vacuum of space cannot exist in reality. The second law of thermodynamics is one of the most fundamental axioms. That's something that just is. It's not even questioned because it does it every time, without fail, always, forever and ever and ever. No one has ever violated the second law of thermodynamics, so there's no such thing as a gas pressure system next to a vacuum without a container. It cannot exist. It does not exist. So space, the infinite back into space doesn't exist. It's all. Hold on, who's
Says
hot
who
mic?
you're hot micing. Says who you're hot micing. Can you mute yourself, says who?
I wanted to. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem. If you wanted to add something, that's fine. But your mic is
Really noisy, like
it's
now.
rattling against your shirt or something.
Oh, I'm
So
sorry. How's that?
a bit better.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, if you want to
I
add,
want-
that's fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to jump in here and play devil's advocate for a little bit. So, version really not much. So, if we agree that there is a creator, and we all agree that at some point we will actually this body that we live in will die, will we agree that the spirit is eternal, or does it die when the body dies? What's the
We weren't even on that. We weren't even on that topic at all. We weren't talking
I
about
know that
anything
was.
like that. So
Hold
we were
hold
talking
on.
about the actual. Not everybody. Listen. Not everybody
Let me
agrees
set
that
for-
there is. Listen. Not everybody agrees that there's a creator. So we're not even there yet. So we're talking about fundamental things: curvature, measurable curvature here on Earth, rotation, axial rotation, or any other rotation of this body that they're saying Earth is. Which Earth is not an object, so people have this illusion. It's actually a delusion that they think Earth has to be an object because that's been planted in their mind that Earth is this ball out in space. So they have this object-oriented idea, and Earth is not an object.
Yeah, I'm with
So-
you on all that. So, like I was saying, as far as let's just say simulation theory, right? This reality that we live in. Everybody, I think, has this misnomer that it's like a video game. But ultimately, if there is a creator, then he definitely put this particular reality into motion and set parameters for it. Now, of course, it measures flat. No one's refuting that except for the religious zealots that think it's a globe. They have no proof for this. So they want to live in a total other paradigm that has no foundation or basis in the reality that we live in. What I'm saying is that we live essentially in, this is my personal point of view, a created simulation. What we call reality is no more material as far as I'm concerned than anything else. That's all.
Okay, yeah, I get. Thanks for the clarification. Actually, yeah, no, I can kind of agree with
It
that.
makes a good point.
Yeah, like it's a created place we are, and we're created ourselves, and we also know we are electrical as well, like in our bodies, right? We're part electrical. We have this electrical field inside of us, so there's a lot of things going on. Our spirit, or whatever that is, our soul, whatever people want to call it. Yeah, we are living in this created thing. So I believe we're like these beings that are spiritual beings that we are. And we're in the middle between Earth, the physical plane of, let's say, what's above Earth, everything we know as Earth on the surface, that's all we know. And that we're in between the spiritual, the sky, and Earth. That we're given this chance for whatever reason to be here in the middle and to experience the physical as a spiritual being.
Totally.
So
yeah. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I realize this is like a super like meta claim, but like if God is kind of required to, if the rules that God has decided to play by are like to conceal himself or to make it believable that he doesn't exist so that it doesn't have to be a faith-based position, then he could like instill images into telescopes, right? So like I kind of feel like whatever like your framework for reality is like what you see, right? And the it's like a video game thing is like really compelling to me because like there appears to be like loading screens when you change paradigms.
Yeah, as long as you don't forget about that, you have a free choice, and there is a right and wrong here. Like whether you want to believe there's a right or wrong or not, there is written in your heart, in all of our hearts. Like we know instinctively know right and wrong. If we don't use our choice correctly, then there is consequences, and that's going to cause this whatever we're in to react in negative ways. And you know.
We
I think it's
don't even
interesting
need
that you
that.
mentioned that you said that the creator chooses to hide himself. Why would you make that assertion? It's pretty obvious this place is created. I mean, can you recreate anything that you even perceive out your window? Could you make a tree?
I think that goes back to like the point of perception, right? Like if you believe in God, then you see creation all around you, and if you don't, then you don't.
Yeah, but really, you don't need that, because the people who present to you everything you've seen in a telescope, you know, like Galileo, Copernicus, Newton, they all said it only works if a God made it. They gave no hypothesis, no it validated through experimentation. In fact, they drove the conversation away from that. Newton said, "I feign no hypothesis. Hypothesis non fango." He's not even going to pretend he has a hypothesis. If anything, he said that it only works. There's no way of experimenting, because only this, like, if you go look up the direct quote, it's beautiful. It's something along the gist of the majesty and power of what I'm looking at could only be done by a god. That's it. It's not possible any other way. And then Copernicus said virtually the same thing. He, with his original 16 models, had perfect spheres because he thought that God would make the perfect sphere to show you that perfect spheres don't exist unless they're made by someone who can do it. Something beyond nature, supernatural.
Yep.
Then you got
brother.
the Big Bang Theory. It's an ordained Catholic priest, George Clement. He basically said this is the mechanism in which God created everything. So this is why it's breathtaking when people like go and they lay down with atheists, which St. Peter said not to, right? When you lay down with the dogs, you get the fleas. You come back with these anti-ideas that the scientists told you the exact opposite. So like the scientists are telling you that each time they look at nature, they see God. The guy who invented germ theory, Louis Pasteur, said the first sip of science might point you away from God, but when you get to the bottom of the glass, you're closer to God.
Well done, brother. You're the first one, bar from me, to say
That
what
was-
you have just said about these people, because I say it
No,
all the time.
that was awesome, Crit. I wanted to say that was
Very nice.
Well done, bro.
Bravo, Crit.
Yeah, I didn't want to jump on a soapbox or anything, but it's kind of important to say that they make it seem, they try to make it about people. Like, hey, flat earthers are just a bunch of religious fanatics. It's not even close to reality. It's complete fabrication.
Yeah, and it must be shocking to them because they're actually the ones in a religion. We're sitting here going, look, empirically, we can show this. Look at this, look at this, look at this. We're like, it's piling on top all these things of reality, and they don't like it. They're pissed because their fairy tale fantasy is going to go away. It's all a big freaking dream of space. It's like a love affair with space. They're in romance.
Even their guys.
Romance. Yeah, they're in romance with space. They think they're losing their lover.
And
Yeah,
and
the guys.
that's where it is. Sorry, Iggs.
I
That's
was just
where
gonna
this whole
quickly say.
simulation. Yeah, go ahead, Iggs.
Sorry, bro. Just gonna say quickly that those guys even wrote down that their theory or hypothesis, whatever you want to call it, was wrong. Copernicus, Galileo, in their own writing, they said this can't work like this. Just read their stuff. That's I'll keep on saying to everybody, read their stuff. These guys, if you actually read their stuff, you'll find out that those people might have not been that bad. Don't cast stones until you know the whole story.
They all believed in a higher power.
Yeah.
Like
Sorry,
everyone.
go ahead.
Oh, yeah. So I was looking up the piece for crit so we can clip it, but yeah, that's where this whole simulation thing comes from, right? If there is an infinite space where we can find infinite other things, then why not have a brain in a jar or a computer being your reality, right? It's
wow.
Going outside of actual reality and then imagining and having feelings about it.
Yeah, like being freaking emotionally attached to this idea. It's really is. Said it yesterday. It's really Santa Stage 2. That's what it is. Santa Stage. It's the second stage of second tier Santa fantasy coming right up.
Well, this was already planned in advance as soon as they made the computer, like over, 70, 80 years ago. They've had AI running for like 40, 50 years. They think like people, it's running now. They already had this idea for the people, this stimulation theory to sell to people who believe in space because they're gonna catch on after 100 and something years of lying that they're gonna go somewhere when they haven't left anywhere. Oh, now we've realized that the world is made up of ones and zeros and it's the matrix and da 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 da. So then you have these people that come to you like salesmen or like a priest or whatever you want to call them, and they post to you an idea. Now it's up to you if you accept the whatever thing they have to sell. Simulation theory, God, wind, whatever. I don't care. They've got heaps of them. This is like 500,000 religions. There's another, I don't know, same amount of, theologies and of ideologies.
Yeah,
You think they're
exactly.
hard up for this stuff?
Does anybody else here have any questions? Anyone new on the live stream? There was someone here with no roles, but now they're gone. Oh, wait a minute. Props, are you there? No roles.
Yeah, we can unmute him. 1 second. Props, you're unmuted. What's up? How you doing? Props, you have control of your mic. You wanna ask a question or? Props? Yeah, I'm gonna mute him again. Yeah.
Any globe claims? A review of what the burden of proof means, or is that too too complicated? So the one with the positive claim has a burden of proof, right? Would you all agree with that?
I agree, Sonny.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Everything seems to be positive now.
And so
we have to account for their positivity and another idea that's bullshit.
Yeah, because it wasn't us that said that the Earth was a ball, for one.
With
Why
a
would
specific
we lie?
radius.
Yeah,
Yeah,
with a
why would
specific
we want to lie?
radius. With a specific radius. That's the whole point. Yeah, with that specific radius. So they told us the size, so don't say it's too big. If you come in here and don't know what the size is, it looks absolutely ridiculous. So figure out what your radius is supposed to be. That would be a quick tip for Globers coming in. or
maybe
what a
we can.
radius is. Maybe a little review on what a sphere is, what a circle is, the difference. Some basic shapes and things like that. So they told us size, so that means certain drop over a certain distance, correct?
The sphere is something flat, which you can play soccer with it and volleyball.
No flat volleyballs.
Something flat that you can play
A
volleyball with.
disc volleyball, a volleyball that's a
Yeah.
disc. That would be interesting.
Yeah, it's a flat beach ball. Yeah,
That's the only time you're gonna see a freaking spaceship,
sphere.
man.
Yeah, it's a round hockey puck.
Yeah.
It's a round hockey puck.
Yeah.
Look, it's an anti-gravity disc. How does that frisbee fly like that? Really, think about it.
Temperature is anti-gravity.
You can't even fly a frisbee on a freaking spinning ball. None of that works. None of it.
I reckon if we all come together right now, we can come together. We can make for them a new god, a new thing, and we can cash in on this moment.
Hey, you know what? Even reducing gas pressure is anti-gravity.
What? I missed that.
Yeah, releasing gas pressure is anti-gravity.
Yeah, farts.
There you go. Right? Sure,
Yeah.
why not?
Oh, I remember the first time I said that to somebody on here. What about gravity?
By the claim that gravity is this container between the vacuum of space and the air we breathe. That's like saying when you release gases standing at a table, they don't rise above the table level.
If you're really quiet, they won't rise, bro. You just have to be quiet and not look at anybody.
They don't rise above the table because it's the food on the table, and
You want to keep it.
That's what you call gas pressure leaving a container.
Yeah.
They would call the table a container or something.
Would they?
Yeah.
You can't win.
They'll say the table is a container.
Yeah.
And
And that 23.6 degree tilt is actually, before the gas releases, you need to tilt a little bit in the chair.
Yeah, to make the release it.
Change your trajectory or something? What?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's funny because it's true. It's funny because it's true.
So you should be able to fart yourself to the store. You should be able to just fart your way to the store. I mean, put it to use or something, at least, like, let it be useful. Like,
Farting at the table would make the plate spin.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Orbit. They will orbit.
It's a spinning dinner plate simulation theory.
It depends.
I mean, that's kind of fun. In space, you get to make up any kind of theory you want. It doesn't have to match with anybody. Throw all the experts under the bus. Go with your own thing, man. Pretend like you're the star of Globe Fantasy.
Hey, it's not a fantasy. It's a full story,
It's too funny.
It's the bedtime story. Yeah.
I know. I got some of it from Battlestar Galactica.
I have a question. I have a question though, right? Like, what simulates the simulation that simulates simulation that simulates the simulation that simulates?
Oh,
you know what I'm saying?
That's just a regression fallacy, bro.
Oh my god.
Right.
Regression
Because
fallacy.
eventually you're gonna have to reach some place that's not simulated. The
Oh, like
uncaused
what's the
cause.
hardware?
Right.
What's the hardware you mean?
Right. The unsimulated simulation.
Yeah. What is simulation?
Stop using my words, bro.
It's kind of the same thing, right? As I say,
Yeah, that's
what's the cause of the cause that caused the cause that caused the cause that caused the cause? The uncaused cause. Yeah, that's God, pretty much, right? Crazy.
Who started the cause? How did this cause start? Hello?
When you get there, you'll know. That's what I tell people.
Stoner.
Yeah, it's like a Russian doll, right? You open it up. What? You open that one up. When you open it up, it's like, what's inside this? I don't know. Keep opening it up. Like fractals, right?
Because it's fantastic.
That's just
people love fantastic. It's fantastic. It's out there in outer space.
Right. I mean, when the coach calls a play, right? All right, come here, everybody, huddle, come here. All right, this is what's gonna happen, right? You're gonna do this, and this guy's gonna do that. He's gonna react to this. That's a simulation, right there. That's a simulation, right? Because you've got data. What's not a simulation?
Yeah, break.
Fine simulation.
Break.
They use the term data in a very deceitful manner. They use it instead of, they use it for collection of facts. That's the term they mean when they say the word data. Our data shows this and that. Like they have a collection of facts, but data actually is information which can be true, false, either, any of it. It's all data. Yeah.
Yep.
So
we have to have somebody from Romania to explain.
They are saying that they can have, they can make up any numbers they like. They choose the numbers they like, their favorite numbers, and they call it data. And they want you to understand that those are a collection of facts. It's weird.
Yeah.
Well said, brother. I love it when he just comes on. He's from Romania.
Thank you.
Love you, brother.
I love you all.
Yeah, Biget is a legend.
I'm proudly inventor of the word family with capital F-E from Flat Earth. It's not much of a thing, but yeah.
That's good. That's pretty
like
good, man. I like it.
Thank you.
Yeah, get beget. You're the bomb. Get beget.
No, you guys are doing every day hard work, intellectual work. It's not something easy. It's not something which the wicked do. Only good people do such things. Pull someone's hand, hey, look there, look here, this is this is that, pointing them the reality, the truth. Only a good man will do that. The clowns, the scammers, the wicked, they will never do such things. They want you to be a fool so they can fool you.
Yeah.
They want you to believe their stories.
Well, it's like the same. It goes back to the old thing: misery loves company, right? So they want to drag you down into their lower vibration.
Yeah.
So fuck that, right? I'm not.
Yeah, exactly, bro.
That's not
That's why
happening.
I'm against this Well, we're all gonna go down and wait for the gravity to come save us, or some dude on a.
Wait for gravity to save us. Hail, almighty gravity, hear ye, gravity's our savior.
Gravity is all powerless God force.
Go look
God
in the
force.
doctrine. Sorry.
Yeah, which took the life of the heavens. It makes the heavens lifeless. Gravity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when you accept gravity, you accept that the heavens have no chance of any life to be there. They officially tell us they never found
Oh.
any trace of life, but they say, oh, there might be, but we don't know. We never encountered one.
Yeah, what a wild deception, man. Remember like in the 90s? Remember in the 90s where they were like trying to remember. I think it was around the time that the fake thing hit Jupiter. Was it Jupiter? Yeah.
Ah, yeah,
Oh,
And then there was this stuff
comet.
about these tubes in space, these weird things,
yeah.
tubes in space and
Yeah.
stuff, and then all those fleeting images around Earth. Like, what the hell was all that? That was
That
part
was
of the
just bullshit.
deception,
You
huh?
was, yeah, we're sending. What was it? A fucking an atomic. Was it a?
Yeah, that thing
Oh,
happened in the 90s, I know.
90s, yeah.
Back in the days, Jupiter did not have that.
Yeah, and they landed the first
Yeah.
right around that time too. They landed the first thing on Mars, and they were showing like images from back then, right? The first one,
Yeah.
like sure. And then they just like piled it on, man. They just like kept going full on.
They landed what on a light?
And then wait a minute, the numpties with the freaking ancient mummies on the moon, and that what they really
Oh,
found
yeah.
all 17 was these
Pyramids and
freaking aliens, whole
man face.
cities,
Yeah, yeah.
like all this shit going on, like that was all part of that too. And then yeah, the
Everything exploded. Yeah.
then we have
Even
ancient
this,
aliens, and
you,
then
right.
even
I've just got
these
one thing.
UFO churches. Yeah, they started.
and Sitchin, right? Sitchin with
Yeah.
that was all that
Zachariah.
whole scam, the Anunnaki scam with the aliens, like the freaking twists and turns of this alien deception. Twists and
Yeah.
turns, all of it. Like what a weirdos. Oh my god, psychotic. When you see it, you just go, holy shit. I don't know. Yeah, wild. Very early on, computers were fairly new still, you know, you started getting better graphics and stuff like that. Like I saw the whole transition, man. What a weird
Yeah,
thing.
me too.
Bizarre. All those CRTs people used to use. Shoot, I had dozens of different ones. It's
I
bizarre.
want to see if I can find that old. It's an old video. These guys are talking about the computers and da da da. It was in like 1980 or 70 or something. And the guy was.
Which one? I'm sorry, which one, Iggs? Which one?
It was a bunch of academic people. One couple of lots of few religious people. And evolutionists, like intelligent people, whatever. One dude was like a computer dude, and he was saying in like 1980 something, you guys were close to completing the computer for it to work independently and of itself and to be able to do stuff and blah 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 blah. This is like in the early 80s. And they said this on TV. So they had those things a lot earlier than they presented those things to us. We're like, what, 100 years behind on technology. To just keep on giving you the same phone and telling you it's new. Yeah, but it's the new iPhone or the new this or the new that. What's new about it?
Does Dandelion have a question? Or did you already go outside? You have a question about Earth, flat Earth? You want to ask us a question, Dandelion? That's okay. You can. Okay. Do you want to type a question in the text chat? In the voice text? Oh, okay. Okay. No problem. All right. Well, here we are. We got Bong Sao. Flat Earth Solar is around somewhere. Flatman Can. Platypus is here, but deafened, so he can't hear us. Thank you, Platypus, for being here but not listening to us. Thanks. Get. Iggs. Incray. I don't know if I've talked to you before. Incray, are you there? Silver. John. Why did I say John? Jay Doherty. What's up, bro? Martoth.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, Martoth. Reckonor. I think Reckonor's coming along, actually. He's sounding a lot more intelligent than when I first remember, so stay with it, Reckonor. Roger, as usual, great. Ryan, says who, nice to hear you earlier. Myself will be flat. All right. Good to see everyone. And the indomitable Dandelion. I have globe Tourette's too. It's not a globe. It's not a globe. It's not a globe. Sorry. I couldn't resist.
Hey, Sonny, do you remember that Friday morning riff? Do you know if there are any chords? It's just one chord, right? It's just A minor.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
I'm chopping it up.
Yeah, check it out. Ought to be fun. I like to hear what you could do with it because I know some stuff could be done. I started producing some stuff like just recording little blips like that, 2-minute sections, and I sent one to Elijah for a collaboration I think we're gonna do, and I think it'll turn out great. So I think once I just start getting my stuff out there to you guys, and then we can just continue creating.
Yep. It's awesome, man. I think I'll make 2 or 3 beats out of it. I don't know.
Yeah,
One
that's
raw.
good. That's what it needs. Yeah, that's what it needs. But I think you could use it in a lot of different ways. That's the thing. That's
Yeah.
what I like about it, you know. And so, like, I see what you think. Like, I'm in along the lines of thinking musically a lot lately is this idea of movie soundtrack type, because I found that
Yeah.
I can do the guitar is so expressive. Like the way I play it now is so expressive. I mean, I can do from whale sounds to like little like
You do horror?
chimey sounds, like warbling sounds, like
what about
mood music, like different
yeah,
moods, like yeah.
like horror slash you know cause space like space fiction, like those spacey
Yeah, like
sounds, but
anything.
horror is cool. Yeah. You know how to do what I mean by horror? Like
cool.
It's so simple though. Like all you need is like an 8-bar loop. I like how you did it.
Mm-hmm.
Variations, but yeah, just 8-bar loops. Those will do.
Okay.
For horror, all you need is a crazy person, bro.
Yeah, if you can line those things up and make loops out of it, that would be perfect. Because yeah, once that first section, like so that section you have is pretty long. It's what, like 3 minutes?
Yeah, it's 32 bars. I already chopped it up. It's perfect now.
Outrageous.
I was like,
That's
like,
awesome, man.
all right, there's stuff in here I want to use here. Oh, there's stuff. You know what? I'm just gonna fix it all. I'm just gonna use it all.
Wow, I don't
Bong,
even remember what it sounds like. Oh, that's a Friday morning riff. Let me.
Yeah, Friday
Bong, you keep on saying chopping it up. Are you having a? Are you making
chopping it up, bro. Yeah. Chop up the coat.
I
Yeah.
knew it.
Punch cones. Yeah, man.
He's making a doobie.
A fat one, eh?
Oh, it's only a minute 46 seconds, so that's good then. Yeah, it's not bad. All right.
Yep. The other one's a bit off tempo. But I'll chop it up. I'll chop it up too. Good. Yeah. Yeah, that's the one.
It's kind of my timing's impeccable though, man. I mean, it's probably not perfect, but how's my timing? It's pretty good.
That? Did you do that by ear?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck! It was almost perfect, man. I was like, "Holy shit! Did he do this by ear?" Because it's not perfect, but it's almost perfect. I was like, "Oh man!"
Yeah, my timing is pretty good because I played with a band for quite a long time, consistently. So my timing got better and better. So, but my timing, I could actually blend in with the timing of the band. So.
Yeah, if you use the metronome, if you use
I
a metronome,
don't use a metronome. No, I found my timing is pretty darn good by itself. I don't know how.
It is. Yeah, it is.
Especially
you have to move a little bit. Move things a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
When you stopped, that's when I was like, oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, it's perfect. Yeah, your timing is. Yeah, I was like, if you didn't use the metronome, damn. So I was like,
no. So if I can pop off things like that, I sent this other one to Vlad. I don't know what it sounds like. Hold on, I better.
Yeah, I got that one too.
I don't want to bore you.
Oh man, no, I've been listening to that all day yesterday.
Yeah.
On loop. Yeah. Yeah, I know, right? You just listen to it all day.
I could be using little sections like that.
Right. Just trying to pick up.
Wow, wow, wow. I don't think Vlad knew what to do with that whole stream, that 4 minutes. But maybe you should use that 4 minute stream of that jam.
Bro, I'm gonna chop. Yes, I am. You know, like music producers like myself. You know, like when I get samples like that from you, it's like
So-
you know what I mean. It's like gold. It's like all right.
Okay, cool. I'm happy to hear that. That's good because that's what I need. I need someone to be able to produce that shit because I don't know how to do it. You know. Like
Yeah, I'll share it. I'll definitely. Yeah, of course, it's awesome. That's what I mean. But you can make packs like of these loops. You know, like these 8-bar loops. Make a pack.
Mhm.
If you put it up in the right place where producers are looking for stuff, it's gonna like hotcakes, bro.
Whoa, right
One
on.
pack. Yeah,
I think
one pack.
my instrument has a good sound. I'm really proud of like this shit sounds fucking good. You know,
It's like Hendrix, man.
No, and I'm in a concrete room. Like 3 sides are concrete. My floor and ceiling concrete, and most of the walls on the south side are all concrete. Big old concrete building. Yep.
Gives you that reverb.
So it has a good sound, and now my mic's on a tripod, so it's not touching my computer like it used to be on the table. And my computer, the fan, you know, I couldn't do it.
Oh.
Now it just has some AC sound in the background, but that's not too bad.
You record into a mic from your app, right?
Yeah, from my amp to my mic, yeah. My amp's back about 6 to 8 feet away from the mic.
Have you tried the virtual
The
amps?
what?
The virtual instruments, the VSTs.
Yeah, but I have no way to play. I have no way to play them though. That's the only problem.
You mean to plug it into the computer, right?
Yeah, like I don't have. I would need an interface. Yeah, I don't have an interface. So that would be something I'd probably get soon. You know, but this blue ice ball mic is really great though. I'm really super stoked. It's phenomenal. It was only $50. It's made by Blue Ice, the same people that make the Yeti, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think once I put it out it's on my rug, you know, my rug on the floor, and so it's nice and solid, which is cool. Sit in my living room and use my flat screen TV as a monitor, but I actually look at the smaller screen. Unless I'm just looking at the live stream to see like all the memes and stuff going by on the live stream.
Yep.
So I can see it on my big screen. So when like somebody puts something up like Salar del Uyuni in the salt flat in Bolivian highlands. It looks really great. Let me see. Hold on. Let me look that up. You know what I'm talking about, I'm sure.
Yep. The thing about these virtual instruments is you record the dry sound of your guitar, and then you can just audition all the different kinds of
effects and stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
all the different sounds, different combinations, and you're
Yeah, I
not
could do
locked
that.
into that.
Yeah, so minimum I would need the interface, and I think I could do it. Yeah.
No, but I think your setup is good as is. I mean,
I kind of like that it's analog here, which is pretty amazing. To find
yeah,
a room that sounds decent is not easy, you know?
yeah, yeah.
And so the natural sound of this room, it has a natural reverb to it. That sounds pretty cool.
I mean, it's good, yeah.
Oh, wait a second. Oh, yeah, like this one.
Because everyone in the box, you know, they try to recreate the analog sound. So I mean, you've got it straight out of the box. So I mean, it's going in like that. So that's good.
I like that. It's a clean enough sound that it really sounds pretty decent. I could put the mic closer. I have done that too. Yeah.
Yeah,
So if
that Vlad sample was a bit far. It's a bit far back sounding, but distortion guitar. You know, so it's hard. I mean,
yeah, I probably have another one. I did like a soundtrack for one of my videos I did about Gutenberg, which is more like, it ended up being more like a comedy about Gutenberg, but oh well.
Yep. What about Spanish guitars? You mess around with those?
Yeah, I know how to play you mean a nylon string guitar? Yeah, I've played those too. Classical guitar? Yeah, I've played those too. I had a girlfriend that had one that I ended up marrying, and so that was cool. And I had started learning classical for years because I got so bored after about 5 years of playing blues and rock and roll and modern rock and stuff. You know, I was so freaking bored. I'm like, I got to do something else. So I learned some Baroque music. It's like harpsichord transposed for the guitar.
Nice. Yep.
I still know some of those tunes because I sat and practiced them over and over and over again. I would play like each one 4 times, like about 6 songs maybe.
You like Santana, right?
What's that?
You like Santana?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah. The Spanish sound, you know that sound. That sound is in demand right now in the hip hop. You know, in all the rap producer world. Yeah.
Reminds me of a West Side Story.
Trace.
I love that song.
That yeah. Dum, 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 dum.
You can't, I don't think you can eat daisies. You can't eat daisies, right? Daisies aren't good for you, right? You can't eat those. Well, I don't know. You know, that's true. Anyone know? I know you can eat dandelions.
Yeah, dandelions. Yeah. So daisies. What is it? Yeah, dandelions tea. What's it? Daisies.
I got this tree now that's like growing out in the wild that I go to, and it's such a peaceful place. It's amazing. And this tree is producing. Like, I started looking up and I go, holy mackerel! This tree is like going up 50 feet almost, and it has this huge, big bunches of fruit on it. I'm like, I could almost have fruit if I could figure a way to get to those higher ones.
Just call gravity up.
Or wait until they fall off. They'll probably just fall off.
Just call gravity up. Tell them you need a.
Just get a long stick, put a hook at the end, and raise it up, and
yeah, I've gotten some that way already. Yeah.
There we go. The Islander tricks. Get a big long stick and knock it off.
I was gonna say throw a rock, but
I'm tempted to go climb this tree, man, and I haven't climbed a tree in a really long time. You know, last time I got too high up and I almost fucking killed myself.
Hey, man.
I almost could have fallen off. If I had fallen off, I would have broke something for sure. I'm glad I didn't.
Yeah.
So I used to climb trees all the time. Now this tree is kind of thin, and I started scoping it out, and I'm like, which branch goes to where? I'm like, there's a good branch. I looked, and it was completely a dead one. When I went all the way to the end to go, this whole branch that I was thinking of standing on could break off. So I'm like, The little tree climbing mind goes into action. That's funny.
Yep.
I saw a freaking animal that looked like a wolf in this area. That's like, people walk their dogs and ride mountain bikes through there. I ride through there all the time. But one time I was walking through this canyon, and it was just after sunset. So over in the western hills, the sun had already gone over past these western hills. So this area was kind of like dusky. It was like not. It wasn't. It was twilight, I guess you call it. So it wasn't dark. It was just early evening, you know. And this thing looked like a dog, and at first I thought it was a German Shepherd. And I looked at it and I go, that's no German Shepherd. And that sucker was huge, but skinny as a rail. But a large animal, and looked at me. And I had a big water bottle in my hand, and I'm like, I basically said out loud, don't fuck with me, and I won't fuck with you. And then we kind of like went our separate ways. And I looked back, and this thing was looking up. It went up higher from me, the path I had just come down, and was looking down at me, and I thought to myself, this thing could like charge me from up there. What would I freaking do if this animal? I'm like, so that's bizarre to see a big animal it's close to the city, but it's wilderness. I mean, it's like a forest out there, you know? It's a huge park.
Yeah, it sounds like a wolf.
But like, what's a freaking wolf doing? Like a large coyote, I think is what it actually was.
Oh yeah, or probably that.
I think it was a large coyote. So I don't know. I know there's like places they can get. Maybe they can go through concrete drainage tunnels and stuff like that that go under the freeway and eventually go all the way down to the harbor, no doubt. Anyway.
Yeah, you can almost look an animal in the eye, right, and kind of like speak to it, and it knows what you're saying.
Especially dogs, I think, are like that. Those dog type animals. I think that animal heard me and said, "Okay, that means don't fuck with this one." So I guess I won't then. Okay.
Yeah.
And I wasn't afraid because it's like that. Like I traveled through these areas because I love being outdoors, you know. So That's
Yeah.
interesting. I
You
actually
got dingoes there.
You got what?
Dingoes.
Dingoes. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And possums. Fucking scary motherfuckers.
Possums.
Those things are scary. Fucking ugly
Possums are
things, man.
weird. They have possums here too.
Dude, I've got a possum that keeps coming into my ceiling, and then it'll go to the neighbor's
Yes.
ceiling, and it'll come back into it. It's like, what the hell is
Yes.
this
Yeah,
thing?
they are
It's a
really
possum.
nasty. Yeah, they're really nasty. One time I had these boxes where I used to live, and I looked in the box, and this freaking, I don't know if it was a baby one or the mama, but
She just looks like a massive rat.
bared its freaking teeth at me, and you're like, those big claws and stuff. Whoa.
You must have scared it.
Yeah, scared it, and it was it had gone in this box, so it couldn't. It was confined, you know. So I just let it out. When I lived in Washington, I had, what was it that came up to? The raccoons were so curious, they would come right up as if they were like a pet, and that kind of scared the shit out of me because they're a force to be reckoned with. A raccoon, you know.
Oh yeah.
Like they're gnarly. If they were confronted, they can fight.
If people did not exist, I think raccoons would be ruling the world.
King of the jungle.
World takeover.
There'd be whole family. Like I'd wake up real early to go to work when I lived up there, so there'd be these like whole family of raccoons traveling along the top of like 12-foot fences, like just moving right along the top of the fence.
Yeah.
The whole family.
Raccoon world order.
Raccoon world order.
Raccoon world.
Raccoon world order.
They always wear their masks.
Over their eyes. Even they know not to cover their nose and mouth. Not even. Not even.
Gridiron.
Not even pretend. Yeah, sorry. Go.
I was just saying they play gridiron. That's why.
They what? I didn't even catch that.
They play gridiron, American football, whatever you call it.
Gridiron. Oh.
That's what they call it here.
Yes.
You know, American foosball.
Yeah.
You mean football? Okay, football. Yes.
It's funny. Americans have got football. Australians have got football. But there's the original football. What they call football everywhere around the world.
Yeah, in America they call it
soccer.
Soccer.
Yes, soccer. Soccer.
Yeah, America thinks they're so special. Drive on the wrong side of the road, make up their own sports. It's like Americans live in a bubble.
Bad. We're playing the what is it, the World Championships, and it's only America in the World Championships in baseball.
Yeah. Welcome to the World Series. You mean the Americans?
Yeah.
The World Series of baseball.
Bro, that used to be so funny to me. I'm like, these guys delirious? Do they not realize that only like Americans are playing this?
Well, I think
like
it's
the world.
I think it's a special. I think America is a special kind of, like you know how we talk about
kind of
New World Order, right? Yeah, they develop sports for men to trap you as a man. Yeah. But America, the American man, I think is a special kind of brainwashed person, versus the world. Everybody's just normal brainwashed. America, I think it's like more, specific. I don't know.
Yeah. No, I get you.
Yeah, I mean, look at what America is. It's the police of the world.
Yeah.
So, yeah, man. Even my dad can't let go of sports, man. And He's a Bible man. He's a pastor. Talk to him about sports, and he's like, "See, just let me have my sports, son." It's like, hey,
he needs
what
some
you asking
downtime,
me?
bro.
You're
Yeah,
asking me, bro. It's like, that's me, man. Like,
bro. I played like pro soccer here and cricket. And I can't. I don't watch. I can't watch sports. I can't do
I
it.
don't watch sports. Yeah, I was gonna be a ball player, man, but I asked myself, look, what's gonna be your skill? Like, what's your skill again? What are you contributing to the world? Oh, I'm really
Kicking a
good
ball, throwing the ball.
playing with the ball. Like that. That's what makes you a man. Yeah, I'm really good playing with balls. Bro, you're a boy. You're like a little kid playing with balls. Like, what the fuck is that? Oh, you know, they make millions of dollars and they're role models. Yeah, boys looking up to boys. Yeah, nice. That turned it all off for me. I was like 16, bro, and everybody kept coming to my house. You know, everybody loves the basketball. You know, I'm already like, nah, I'm not playing sports when I graduate. Like, nah, I got a lot of shit for that too. You know, everybody was looking forward to it. You know, small village.
Yeah. Tell
And
me
I
about it,
fuck
bro.
off into whatever. Yeah.
A big village here, but still only a few people. That but yeah, I actually got um, injured my leg. I was meant to go England that year, Premier League.
Yeah.
That was kind of shit.
I ran away to the Navy. Try to, you know. Yeah, I broke my knee.
Oh, there we go.
It's like, well, at least I broke it doing something productive and not playing with balls.
Oh, bro, I was spewing for a while because, yeah, it was just like it was in a pre-season game too. I was just helping out like one of the teams. Just kept fit. And just dude just from behind us. But that was it.
Yeah. One moment in time.
I was watching after that. I watched for a bit more after that. And I was seeing like people like making, especially in soccer, like fucking 100 million euros for a player, 150 million euros for one player. Like that's like most like fucking small little countries don't even. That's their budget. You know what I mean? To run to run the nation. And you got one dude. He's contributes to the world by kicking a ball.
Yep.
And even back then, like even though I loved doing that, I was good at other things, whatever. But it was the thing that I loved doing. It used to get me thinking, oh, what the fuck is wrong with these people? Why are so-called back in the days? It was like 14, didn't think they were that bad, but you know, doctors not getting paid more, or people that do better jobs get paid more. I'm thinking, you know, fair enough. People watch them and whatnot, but this was just ridiculous amounts, bro.
I thought about the Coliseum, man. Like in the Coliseum, you know, the gladiators were treated like celebrities. You know, they even sold their sweat. So when you look at the celebrities today, sports stars, the Coliseums today, that's what they call them, right? Coliseums.
Yeah.
It's the same thing without the blood. You know, it's like people worshiping these, you know, the gods.
Yes, take off the tops. Here you go. Take the top, sweaty top. Have it, and the guy's like, "Yay!"
Yeah.
You just like sweated in that top, bro. Like
exactly, yeah. Just like the gladiators, man. It's crazy.
I'd be like, "Give me some tongs, bro," and then I'll pick the top up, and then I'll wash it, and then maybe, you know, I'm literally, you know, who cares second-hand clothes? But fuck, bro, wash it, then give it over. But yeah, it's fuck.
Sell it with the sweat. Sweat still intact for $100,000. You know, like put it
Pubic
up
hair
for auction.
still in the underwear.
Shit stain still on underwear.
Skid marks still on.
Yeah,
Grab
skid
them while
marks
they're hot.
included.
Auction it off, get $1 million. Crazy ass fucking world.
Bro, there's whacked out nut jobs out there. They'll probably end up like sniffing or licking that shit.
It's eggs. I swear, my stepbrother, like I adopted him as my little brother in Windsor. He told me he sold some to some guy like with a load in them boxers. I'm like, dude, let me sell a pair. I need money too. Some guy, he did it 2 or 3 times. He's like, should I do it again? I'm like, I don't know. That's up to you.
Bro, let me know hit me up in the DMs. Let me know where this guy is. I'm surrounded by water. I don't even exist, so I'll just send him some stuff from here. Oh god. Yeah, there's whack jobs out there.
I'm not sure if I talked him out of it, but I was like, I don't know, dude. That guy's got your DNA and stuff. Like,
Did you give it to him in person or by mail?
oh yeah, no, he met the guy. So this was like my adopted little brother in Windsor. He would meet him in the alley, like, here, bud, $50, and toss him a shoebox with dirty boxers in it. Here you go, bud.
You need to be careful, bro. Those people, they might get possessive and shit.
Daisy. Okay, Daisy, where do you ever experience curvature of Earth? Can you tell? You're saying you observe it. That is obviously a sphere. So where do you observe Earth to be a sphere? Where do you observe that? Could you explain, please?
Oh, where's my popcorn? Because when I go outside, right, when I go outside my door, I experience a flat, level, non-rotating Earth. And you, Sonny?
Yeah, I experience just as it looks to be and is measured to be, flat, stationary.
Right. Oh.
So I'm just wondering,
Well,
where is
she's
that
in detention.
where is that location at? If it's obvious to you, that means you're able to look at it. So where is that location where you see it? And
She
why is
gets the
there
server.
that? Oh, good.
No.
Well, that
I don't know. No, she has detention. Man.
Oh, detention.
Oh, she has detention.
Yeah. Being a bad girl or whatever.
I don't know.
We can't verify that statement.
Said it's a he, apparently.
It's probably a he. Probably he, yeah. Okay. Very good.
Awesome.
So that was globe proof, I guess. That's
Yeah, I've unmuted her. Or him. So Isoles, can we talk about that?
curvature measurement, Isolus?
Well, I wanna, yeah. Are you able to talk? Right. I'm not going to do this in chat. That's unfortunately, but this is a voice call.
Come on, Isolus. Flower power.
So the chat is just for supporting the voice call. So
We're not having a debate. There's no debate. We're just asking to have a conversation. That's all.
So if you wouldn't mind coming on the mic and just talk to us, right?
What is the fundamental? Like, what is it? What do you mean? That's
Funds you
fundamental.
mentally. It funds you mentally.
Ah, you're drunk. Okay. Good job.
At least he or she was honest.
Nice excuse, though. Yeah. I made all my alcohol. Yeah. That's fundamental. What does that mean? Hey, that's fundamental. What's the fundamental? What does that mean?
Sound like a mandate. Men that go on dates. Date men. I don't know.
Yeah. I thought it was flat. I thought that was
I
the
think
fundamental.
it's the root word of like fund or found, like foundational, and then mental. So it's like a foundational mental aspect.
Yeah. But it's not, though, right? I mean,
Or it could be that you're a fundy and you're mental.
fundamental.
It depends what you fund your mental
currency.
Yeah, with
Well, that's wrong. The fundamental is that it is flat, but you have to believe that it is a ball. So you start with it's flat, see? But it's a ball.
Nah, then you're just mental.
Right. You can tell it's a
Without the
ball.
funding.
Yeah, you can tell it's a ball because it looks so flat.
So flat. Yeah, it looks so flat.
It's got to be curved because it looks so flat.
Right. It's spherical. It's spherical. Like, what?
Yeah, that's still no excuse, Isolus. We're not buying that, man.
Oh, by the way, I'm drunk, so.
So you got to slip by and put text in there and be a, what's it called? Chat skank.
Some sweaty jokes, is that if you want?
Intentionally spelled sorry to make it look like I really am. Maybe if I add an E to my sorry. Yeah. Text cuck. No idea what that means. Yeah.
What? What the fuck does cuck mean? Oh, F up. Fuck up.
Cuck,
Fuck up,
yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cuck means you're gonna do nothing about it, I think. Cuck means submissive, I think.
Does? Oh, I wouldn't have a clue.
Yeah. You know those weird people that like to get dominated? Yeah, that shit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, just punch them real hard in the face. It'll turn them on. Trust me.
Actually, I think cuck means coupled, like coupled porn.
No, what does it really mean? I don't even know.
Means you like to watch your wife have sex with somebody else.
It means you're a beta.
Right.
While hiding in the
okay.
closet having a pull.
Yeah, weird people. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you know, how there's people that like stare at feet. I think and they get turned on. Like, I don't know. That's weird, but you know what? That's not as
Well,
weird as.
you guys remember that movie, The Other Guys, with Will Ferrell and what the hell, Mark Wahlberg?
Yeah.
And he's they go over to his ex's Christineth or whatever, and he's like, "No, you will have sex with my wife."
That's a weird movie, man. I have that movie.
That's a cuck. Okay.
If you were a tuna and I were a lion, I would swim out into the middle of the ocean and effing eat you. Like, first of all, do you know how big a tuna is? Second, cats hate swimming.
Isolus. If I were you and I were drunk, I would come into the voice.
Always
It's okay,
the other classic.
We'll be kind. Just speak like a normal person.
If I were
3 a.m. where
Anyway,
he's
and
at?
if I were you and I were drunk, I would not go on The Voice. Not.
Would not go on. Got confused there a little bit.
Okay, needs to tinkle.
I saw a pregnant lady when I was out earlier today, so we know she didn't social distance.
Must mean you're pregnant too as well. What's going on here? I see a pattern emerging, bro. Oh boy.
These words today. What is social distancing? Oh, in the year 2019.
Right?
It's like the dumbest thing. How can you be social at a distance?
Yeah, isn't that oxymoron?
Yeah.
Like, what's going on? What do you? She went back to say 1960s and taught, and took these terms back with you. You know what social distancing is? Like, man, what are you smoking, man? Let me see. What you
Right?
got?
Right?
Man, what you smoking, man? I hate it.
Stop holding out. Stop holding out on us, man. What the heck?
Just tell those
Jeez,
people in
bro.
the 60s, it's like, you guys are the reason why we go through these oxymorons in the future.
No.
The counterculture.
Yeah.
That's funny as hell. Yeah, if you took that stuff back so even just a short while ago, you'd be like, "Are you
Yeah.
nuts? You must
10
be
years
out of
ago.
your mind."
Yeah. Like, look, bro, we're trying to sort out 9/11, man. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Social what? Like, in 9 years, I mean, this will happen. Talk about it's 2010, bro.
In a world where people believe what they see on television.
In a world where
2000.
people believe what they read in the newspaper.
I mean, 2016, I found flat Earth. I never would have thought.
Just imagine a world where they never invented fish islands.
Or the TV, or the camera.
In a world where the curvature of a ball has never been measured
or observed
or taken account for.
Everybody has to take their turn. Everybody has to take their turn. It's a game now. It has to be started now. Everybody has to say their little statement about in a world. Everybody take their turn.
Sausage, get up on here and stop blabbering. You tinkled?
Check it out.
You
My
went
buddy
to
came
the-
up to me. He goes, "Yeah, did you see that? What the heck was his name? Branson go on Virgin Galactic, and he went to space, and he showed a picture of Earth from space." And I go, "You believe everything you see on TV, don't you? Did you watch the whole thing where the horizon was flat when they were flying?
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden, fish islands. And if you were to get a live feed of that camera when it's on the ground, you'll still see the curvature.
Like how everybody was floating around but him, right? He was talking to the kids. Hey, you kids down there. I was a kid once, and now I'm an adult in space. It's like, does this guy know how to talk? Why isn't he
No,
floating?
he's special. That's why he's got money, because he couldn't make it with smarts.
Why isn't he floating around like everybody else? This is your big day, bro. Like, what the hell is this shit? In the world where it only takes 30 minutes to go to space and back.
Well, isn't Virgin have something to do with the record company and the mobile company?
Yep.
It's the same
Virgin
owner.
Mobile. Yep.
Yeah. So
Branson.
it's like, come on, he's a music executive. Think about it, people.
Entertainment.
But they won't think about it.
Showbiz.
So yesterday, Mr. Branson took a group of people to, not into space, but right before the Kármán line, and they saw the curvature of the Earth. That's what they said on the news. And his stock was up 4 points. Virgin Atlantic.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And I got pictures from that same spacecraft that shows a flat horizon.
Can you put one in that live stream, please? I haven't seen anything yet.
I got one with a concave.
Yeah, I'll read those.
I bet
See,
those.
Brad?
I bet those windows are nice and buckled, so it looks around.
Yeah. Well, the horizon isn't dropping. That's the whole point. You're not going to see curvature from anywhere. You have to look down at the Earth to see the ball, and that means the horizon has to drop. And it
Do you
never
know if they
drops.
can see stars from there, from that altitude? That'd be interesting to find out. They can see stars or not.
Yeah.
No, at a high
So-
altitude, you cannot see stars because stars are in the air itself. It's in the sky. They're not outside the sky. They are in the sky.
So, what altitude do you not see stars? Like 100,000 or what? Is there a measurement? 120?
I think it's like 8 miles, 9 miles, or something like that.
9 miles is only like
When that-
50,000 feet.
Yeah, when that Go Fast rocket went up, it didn't see stars.
Oh, it's
And that was a
daytime, right?
temperature rocket. And NASA was angry at them because they did what they did. And they released a full unedited video of it.
Are you talking about the amateur one in the desert where it goes up and it starts spinning slowly, then starts coming back down?
Well, it starts spinning all the way up, then all of a sudden it just stops like it hits something. Yeah.
Yeah, like it
It's like
hits some kind of liquid or something.
Yeah. That's the one where it's supposedly floating around, hanging from a tether because the chute was deployed or whatever. And you could see it panning around, and you could see the sun go by like twice, and it's a complete flat plane. But at first, when it popped, it's sitting there doing all this weird maneuvering to where it looks like it's concave. I'll see if I can find that one too.
It's the fish islands.
Yeah, I posted it in the live stream.
If I can do this, just imagine what you can do if you were a billionaire like me. Yay!
Was it $250,000 to go up there in that little 10-minute ride?
Hey, flat earthers, what if you went up into space and saw the curvature of the Earth? Would you still believe that what you then believe? Branson went up. He knows the Earth is a ball. You want to go up too? Well, that's the only way you're going to see the curvature of the Earth, right?
Yeah, sure, Globey, you pay for the ticket, and I'll attach real telephoto lenses on iPads on what are they called? GoPro heroes all around the craft, and you can see that it's complete flat.
Yep.
And then we'll have this discussion.
I just want to see the horizon. I just want to see the horizon drop down. That's all I care about. Well, there it is. Good to see here. Still flat. Where is Isolus? Get on the mic.
Come on, Tinkerbell.
Yeah. Isolus, can you please get on the mic and talk to us if you're going to type in live stream?
I would suggest stop his typing privileges and then might have to answer.
S Earth, yeah. Right? S Earth.
Well, drunk in it
So-
and now he's autistic. Well,
Well, let's see. We'll make it to your
you're
real plane.
accepted.
Hold on.
Start
Yeah.
speaking.
We'll make it real clear. No tiki, no washi. No comment voice, no text privilege anymore. Understood?
They've been claiming they have all kinds of questions they want answers to. Now they need time to formulate a question. What the fuck?
Yeah. His question is, your mom gay?
Yeah, she's happy. What about it?
You like he dominates you.
What the hell? Okay, a second. Okay, we'll wait.
Yeah, we're really
I put
gonna
my
because
cricket batty up your batty.
I have my hammer up, so
She says she's autistic, but I bet she looks like Sloth.
Bye, Isolus. Nice knowing ya.
I wonder if he or she was drunk.
but yes.
That's
They're still
Salem.
in the room, so but it's okay. Can't chat anymore.
Yeah, I got triggered from that statement. You know what Branson said? Yeah, I got so triggered from his. I was like, God damn you, NASA, saying the same shit. Like NASA, it's like it's a script, man. It's like same script, same
Yeah,
shit.
but the thing
The
is,
toilet.
they moved it. They moved it from a civilian agency like NASA because it's science, right, to a private industry where they have proprietary things and they don't have to disclose anything.
Yeah.
And have the illusion.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm not mad at him.
They're in the public. They have to disclose shit.
You know, I'm not mad
Why?
because the deception is for those who want to be deceived.
Yeah. It's pissed
More
off.
power
He
to
was
him.
addressing the children, man. It's like, hey, you kids down there. I was like, shut the fuck. They never talk to us, man. You know, they always talk to the children. This why I get triggered.
What parents are letting their kids watch space flights?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, just watch them.
Irresponsible adults.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're really talking to the grown children who had those children.
Imagine what you can do. Like what? Like what? Who is he talking to? You talking to Donald Trump's kids? Like, talking to all the Masons?
Yeah, here's a wormhole. Find out everything you can about the Nuremberg Code. Like, don't talk about it. Just study up on it.
I've read about it. I've got big giant PDF file on my computer.
What is it?
It's long, is what it is. It's basically
You can't talk about it
all
here.
about your human rights.
I'm looking it up. I'm downloading it.
It's a subject we can't talk about.
Ooh. Yeah, okay.
It's where the HIPAA laws come from.
Silence is consent, right?
I just stepped outside. I was, what is that buzzing? Oh yeah, cicadas.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm just glad he's the next block over. Otherwise, it'd be like, that was wow.
So everybody's using this to counter to the
When they knock
thing,
on your
right?
door, if they knock on your door.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's still voluntary.
Yeah.
Just say no thanks. Have a
Yeah,
nice
so
day.
you voluntarily give them the dossier on history.
No. Just say thanks. See ya.
Just be like, oh, okay, well, I got something for you. Here's a flyer, and then walk away. Shut the door.
Fine, open the door.
Yeah, I was gonna say, always be polite and just send them away. That's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah. Thanks, but no thanks.
Yeah, it took the census guy like 20 times to try to contact us. Finally, out in the middle of the yard, he's all sitting there trying to talk to me, and I go, I don't volunteer information. Well, what do you mean? I don't volunteer information. Well, we just want to know how many microwaves you have. No, I don't care. Leave. Trespassing. You were not called out. You did not set up an appointment. I have no obligation to disclose information to thee. Right? Finally, they left.
Did y'all hear about the UN trying to sue India?
What?
Yeah.
What?
So you know how India said they were gonna force vaccinations?
Yeah.
And that they have been forcing them? Well, guess what? They didn't force vaccinations. They gave out for free something called ivermectin.
Oh.
Isn't that what happened to Haiti? they said, we're not taking your vaccine?
No, Haiti's been in with the deep state for decades.
Well, the president just got shot in public.
That's just tying up a loose end. The guy facilitated the Clintons raping kids from there. Like all these people getting murdered are loose ends. That's what's happening there. I don't think that's got anything to do with anything.
You don't think there's going to be any backlash because of it? I mean, that's the kind of thing that starts wars.
I honestly don't really care. I mean, I'm not trying to be snide or snarky or anything. I literally do not care. Because whatever comes on the news, I don't believe anyway. So exactly what source am I going to go to about the assassination of the Haitian president? Right?
Yeah, that's a classic Machiavellian. You know, you hire this guy, right? You send this guy out to rule over the people, right? You tell him treat the people like shit. People get angry at him. You come in, chop his head
Kill
off.
him.
People
Yeah.
love you.
People love you.
People love you. Yeah.
I feel like
Classic.
I've read Machiavelli about 6 times. And what's funny is on the Dark Triad, I scored really high on my Machiavellian personality type, and I get it.
Evil.
Like to always make someone else guilty of the thing that you're doing behind the scenes.
Yeah. And that's
all this
why
is. These dictators who are getting killed, they're going to overthrow the dictators in Cuba, right?
Yep.
That's next. And who's going to be the saviors? The people who've been, in bed with Cuba.
Yep.
The people who helped put them there. You think Cuba existed under the nose of the United States for 30 years? Or for how long? Let's see. 30 years after communism fell. You really think that? Nobody with a brain thinks that they were just down there independently living.
Kind of how they're. It's like it looks like it's how they're gonna usher in the new world order, right? By
I've
problem
always
reaction
said we
solution.
need to go liberate Cuba and claim it for ourselves.
We've already got Cuba. All it would be is just placing a couple people there. That's it. Tweaking a few laws. Bam, you got it.
Yeah.
You don't even have to have it. They don't even know you have to have them. You can just have them behind the scenes and not even have to publicly have them. The problem with trying to look at their narrative and trying to figure out what's going on is you don't know what stories they're telling you to make you think certain things. For what reason? Who even knows? It's all just smoke and mirrors.
Yep. James Z. Have you heard of James Z? Kind of new here. Came in last night. No, James Z. He's like he's the new
Jamesy?
chatter. Yeah, James Z. He came in last night.
No.
We talked to him last night. He doubted it. He's like, "Oh, you guys have caused me to doubt, things, blah blah blah." Comes back today. What do you guys think about simulation theory?
He's there, huh?
Yeah.
So he knows nothing. It doesn't work.
Yeah.
If it could be a simulation, it could also be flat.
Yeah.
Grasping us. I mean, yeah.
But if
Desperation, eh?
Yep.
Yeah.
Like I said, those who are deceived, they want to be.
Yeah.
People who aren't deceived actively did not want to be. And it's just a crapshoot. It's like a roll of the dice, who is and who isn't. It's got nothing to do with proof either.
Cipher from the Matrix.
Those that have an eye to see the truth will be revealed to them.
Yeah, if you want it, you're going to find it. If you don't want it, then you're never going to find it. And it's just that's going to be the kind of person you are.
hide from it.
Yeah.
You know those elitists, these globalist elitists, they go around and they have the same kind of philosophy. You project out there more of what you want to come in. So if they're doing evil, that means they want people to come in, right? To where if you want to find the truth, you will find the truth. You don't want to find the truth, even if it's right there in front of you, you'll never see it. It's kind of like you get what you receive, or you receive what you put out.
I don't know. I see the wicked prosper. And what they put out, everyone else has to pay for. And they don't.
It's kind of like that analogy, like you say, when it's placed right in front of you. You know, when you're looking for your car keys and they're sitting on the counter in front of you and you're
You can't see
searching
them.
everywhere and you can't see them. Then you say, car keys, car keys, car keys, car keys. And suddenly you see there's 10 sets of keys all over.
Yeah.
Because you've now focused the mind onto, I wonder if it's similar with the flat earth. Like
Well,
you're not seeing the flat earth, you're not seeing the flat earth, you're not seeing, and you say flat earth and boom, suddenly it's like the car keys sitting on the counter in front of you.
You also decide that the keys are lost, right? There's a point when you can't find your keys.
Someone
when you
must have
decide
stolen them.
They're
Yeah, someone must have
lost.
come and moved them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or it's like looking for your wallet and you start thinking in your head, where'd I put my wallet? And you start thinking back to the stores you left. Did I leave my wallet at a store? Did I leave it in a vehicle? You start looking around outside. Oh,
Start sweating a little.
it was on the couch. I didn't look somewhere obvious because in my mind I had already decided that it was lost. And so I was just not going to look anywhere obvious because I already knew it wasn't there. Right? It's a human.
Yep.
I know this much. Every time you're looking for something, it's always in the last place you look.
Well, what kind of mongrel keeps looking for something after they find it?
Exactly. Exactly.
But it is a great feeling when it's the last place you think of looking and it's there. That's when it's a good feeling.
Mm.
So you're like, my brain still works. Yes. There was this one time I had to think. I had to say to myself, think like a 3-year-old. And I walked into a bedroom, pulled open a top dresser drawer, and found my wallet. I thought, boy, I should try that more often.
Start opening things.
Yeah.
But it comes with observation. So your kid was probably at a stage where he was just pulling himself up, starting to open things. So you went in there knowing his stage. What would I do if I was like him? And then makes a lot of sense.
Yes, exactly. It's because I had 3 kids and this was the 3rd kid. And it finally sunk in. Yeah, you start thinking like a kid. How retarded? What's the most retarded thing I could do? Oh, put it in a drawer. Sure enough, there it was. It's hard to get away from human behavior, man. You're programmed that way. And that's not even the social programming.
Yeah.
That's just the programming from the creator. It's like, I'm kind of a troll. Here you go. Thanks.
So, Meme, I took your advice. We were chatting about how to break this information to children, right?
Yeah.
So I went to my 7, almost 8-year-old daughter, and she started asking me about, like, here in South Africa, one of our ex-presidents is going to be sent to jail because he stole a lot of money. Yeah.
I thought he was in jail now.
Yeah, he is, and the whole country's rioting to have him released. And they're saying he's too old now. He shouldn't serve time.
Yeah, because
They
y'all
should
about to
just
have a
release
civil
him.
war there or what?
I think so.
Awesome. Okay, so go ahead. Finish your story.
Yeah, I could post some videos that are quite crazy if you guys want to see them.
Sure.
But it's insane. So she came out to me and she's like, why are we putting the president in prison? So I explained to her like a very basic overview of the government, that they're there to sort of supply roads and public things like schools and hospitals. but that most of the time they take a portion of the money for themselves and then execute the desired goal with the remaining balance, either through salaries or through theft. And then she said, but so why are you guys still giving the money to them? And I thought, even an 8-year-old can see that this system is severely flawed, but the average 25, 30-year-old basks in the glory and wonder of
They love it.
what we've created.
Yeah, they love it.
You can teach puppy tricks, but it's really hard to teach mature dog tricks, right?
Yeah, but I would also think like a mature dog would be able to learn much more than a small puppy that would only learn like 2 or 3 tricks. Like, potentially the older dog has greater maturity that you could train it into them. But
yeah, well, it's easier to train a puppy not to poo in the house, right? But when the dog grows up and has never been disciplined and still poos in the house, nothing you can do can break him of that. Because he's already got it in his mind. This is all right. I've been doing this my whole life.
But to me, it was exciting because I've been trying to figure out how do I portray what I'm thinking to my child without coming across too like against everything else that everyone else tells her, But by presenting both sides in pretty equally balanced, she saw the inconsistency within probably 5 seconds, 8 seconds. And I thought, it's I say the same things, almost identical to a Glober, and we'll go around in circles for 2 hours.
That's pretty funny. I think I was proudest of my daughter. She was in, second grade. She started a riot in her classroom that spilled over into another classroom. They had to send a bunch of kids home early. She was saying, they're not our parents. They can't tell us what to do. All this other stuff. She was on the desk. That's my daughter right there. Obviously, everyone else thought it was bad. I thought it was great.
Did she get expelled? Like I
No.
got expelled for starting a riot?
No.
That's BS.
This was a little kid riot.
Oh yeah, the one that I did was in high school.
Yeah. No, this was just bedlam in like second grade classrooms. And the kids realized they didn't have to listen to anything they were told.
It all started with student body walkouts. And they said I'm dangerous because I'm teaching people reality. Look, all I was telling them is, hey, look at this. This teacher that told me to be quiet about what I learned about world history as it being a lie, because the history books say something different than what the curriculum is teaching. How many of you have gone down this road? Well, did you know that it wasn't a group of Sons of Liberty that did the Revolutionary War? It was the Freemasons in a Freemasonic hall, and they dressed up as Indians. So, I mean, why would they sit there and give you a different narrative? It's like a false sense of power, It's like, oh, these individuals did not like the way their country was being treated, so they made a change.
More than that.
Yeah.
More than that. More than what you just said. There's more countries that are way worse than us.
Oh, I know.
Way worse.
And this is what caused the student body walkouts to go all the way down to the school district and picket them. Officers wouldn't do anything because they knew what was what. Next thing you know, they pinpoint me as being the main dissenter of information, and I got expelled from all public school. So then I decided to go to court school and graduate a year early because I knew all the stuff that's in the books are lies. They just want the right answer that they are telling you. They don't want what's real. Once you learn that, you can ace any scholastic test. Except for the SATs, those are a little different. That's like psychological stuff.
I thought you said there would be a civil war. That really looks like that's right on the edge of civil unrest right there. Like somebody was joking saying it looked like a BLM riot. That does not look like a BLM riot. That looks like a whole country in chaos.
So the military have been deployed, but they were saying that like military don't have civilian orders. Like military are only told to shoot to kill, and they haven't been given that order yet. So what's going on at the moment is that they're saying once again it's the white man that's destroyed the economy. So they're going to loot all the stores to take.
I thought the white man was out of power there.
We are. We're like I think at this point now we're about
second-class citizens
18%, 18% or 15%, and we don't even hold the power. But it's the misunderstanding. So they're saying, you know, they're starving now, so they want to start looting to claim. But it's in coastal towns where you have a high proportion of real poverty, like 1 million, 2 million, 3 million people below the bread line. And if someone's got nothing to lose, now all of these stores, like the looting and stuff, that stuff's insured. So the store owner, they got some damage and whatever, but they're going to claim on the insurance. So it doesn't really hurt. And I think the government kind of knows that. So they kind of turn a blind eye. And then what's happening is they loot at multiple places all at the same time. And then as the police move from location to location, they go back and clean out the remaining contents. So
I just showed one of videos to my friend. He said, "What's the South African guy doing in Chicago?"
But it is like the BLM. They're trashing car lots and stealing baby clothing and like anything that they can take, they're taking. And it's part of what this whole lockstep is designed to do, is to create this public unrest and this public pushback, and then for them to be granted the right to go in with military power. But it's ludicrous that they're still fronting this kind of destruction and stuff as free the president, when it's actually just each man for himself. And the government is kind of they're not enforcing the law. They're kind of standing by and watching these numbers just pilfer.
Isn't this the final phase of the communist collapse, though, where the communists turn against each other? Because this is just two communist camps, right?
No, it's bigger than that, man. It's bigger than that. I am a firm believer that all of the Mystery Babylon nations, which are all nations that have Freemasons in control, where Freemasons has a temple, which is every nation on the world. It's one of these things to where they have set everything up so that it will be burned, and out of the ashes a new empire will be forged. It's the whole Phoenix paradigm.
The problem is it's been going on before there were ever Freemasons.
Do you think Freemasons is something new? In the times of the Bible,
Freemasonry is a bastardization of something ancient.
The sons of Mahon, right? And that's about
I know, but here's the thing: I have to disagree. I don't think they have as much power as everyone thinks they do. In fact, I used to think they had all the power, and now I think they have no idea what's going on, and they're not in control.
They know nothing.
They pretend they're in control. They try to project that they're in control, and they try to project that everything that happens is because of them. They are not in control at all. They don't know what's going to happen any more than you or I do. What they do is they take every crisis and turn it into an opportunity. That's what they excel at. Is
And
they know
paint a
how
face
to,
on it.
they are storytellers. They have zero power. They have zero power. All of their power is in the stories that they tell. All of it. It's all in their narrative and their dialectics. That's where all their power is. It's all an illusion.
And it's so like the memories are so short. My domestic assistant, so someone who helps me clean and stuff in the house, she is from Zimbabwe, and I was asking her like about this whole thing, and I said, you know, what happened in Zimbabwe? You know, some Mugabe came in, stole all the money, and held this position of power. And every time they tried to put him in jail or prosecute or anything, he was always defended. And then the country crumbled. And I said to her, well, now we're in a situation where South Africa, we've got this figure, Zuma. He's stolen hundreds of billions and helped enrich many people, the elites around the world, through this country. So he's obviously well supported by these people. And they're funding some of these riots. They're busing people in, and they're handing out new shirts and food parcels. So if you're willing to come and riot, so they're putting wood on the fire, stoking this thing to cause this kind of destabilization. And it's all intended with these knock-on consequences, but yet everyone here, especially of the African persuasion, they are all in agreement that yes, he's so old now, because there's a deep tribalism in African people. So like your king is your king forever. And if he wants your land, you give it to him. He's your king. So when you have a president in that African mindset, it's like a king. He's whatever he says or does is you can't question it. He's the king. And that's often why they get these really horrible African dictators, because no one questions that authority. There's like a blind obedience to the king. So they're taking this same stance where absolutely, like I would say, at least 99 out of 100 are agreeing he should be freed. And it's like, but do you understand that this country has, before he took presidency, Zuma, South Africa was on the pinnacle of breaking back into all the top 10 on most of the things. And when Zuma took it, we were at about, I think, 8 rand to $1 or 7 rand to $1. And in his 4 years or 8 years that he was in, he took us all the way to like 27 rand to the dollar, almost 30 rand to $1. Then now we've come back to, I think we're at about 12 rand to $1 now, through a lot of hard work, but we're still miles away from where we were before this man took presidency. But the average simple person here only sees it from the tribal narrative of he's our king. Free the king, man. Why are you putting the king in a cell? Let him out.
Well, through tribal narrative, a thief gets his hands cut off, so his hands need to be removed, and then he has no more hand of powers.
Well, they direct it towards the white man, and they go and steal from the white man because he's the one.
The white
who's
man
done
didn't
what's wrong.
steal it. It was their own king that stole from them.
Yeah,
their own king, them in poverty. Their
and in
own sovereign.
numbers,
So that sovereign needs his hands chopped off. As an example, anybody steals, you get your hands chopped off, right?
Yeah, I think there's a few tribes that do that, but not all the African tribes. But it's a just, I would say it would be a just development. But when you see the people that Zuma was connected with, he's enriched people by hundreds of billions. He sold massive chunks of the land to the Chinese for, I think one bribe he got was $100 million. Confirmed. So, like, he's taken stupid money, but we've got such mineral wealth here in the country. So, like, Russia was also on the list, and various other places were trying to buy this chunk of land. And, so he's literally sold his people out, sold out the future of his grandkids. And they calling him a king, and they burning the country to release the man.
It's like it's like worse than arguing with a glober.
See, I have to wonder, like you have the Spanish Revolution, but then there was a counter-revolution, and Franco banned Freemasonry. So, like, I mean, clearly they don't have that kind of control. Freemasonry comes from the Templars, who promoted communism and democracy, in the form of democracy, I should say. They're the creators of democracy. Before that, you had actual, like, stable societies. You know, you can say, oh, kings are immoral or whatever. Yeah, but, you know, at least you know what side your bread is buttered on.
Well, our present president, Cyril Ramaphosa, is a Freemason. So is Julius Malema. So was Nelson Mandela.
Yeah.
All confirmed, above board, high ranking Masons.
And Mandela
So
was
it's
the
part of the
worst
club.
terrorist you could imagine. He was the kind of terrorist you did not want to get caught by. And he was brutal.
Well, it's a strange thing. There's like a zero value for human life generally among the African tribes. So they'll go in and slaughter, and it's just that tribalism type mentality where even some of the horrendous crimes that still happen in this country, it's simply done by
a
person just doing whatever they feel like cutting off limbs or. Hey,
wasn't Mandela nominated for the Peace Prize?
Yeah, Mandela was wicked. He was evil.
Well, his prison number when he came out and he became famous and he started doing all the Nelson Mandela tribute concerts and all that stuff was 46664.
Yeah, as a
that was his prison. So on every document that the Nelson Mandela, it's 666 with 4s on either side. So there's a 44 and 666 in the number.
44 is 88. So
destruction. So it's
if I'll tell you
they called it 46664. So everyone's like, no, that's Kif. 46664. Because if you said 666, everyone would have gone
46664. Yeah.
If you turn the 4s upside down, they look like 6s anyway. But continue.
I was gonna say, you know what the tribes over there remind me of? They remind me of two things specifically, one out of history and one recently. They remind me of the Vikings, and they also remind me of the drug cartels. Because the cartels will literally skin you alive. I am not, skin you alive. Not as an expression, literally, skin you while you are alive. And the Vikings did stuff like that too. Like they were super, super tribal. I think all tribal religions. Indians.
So did the Mayans.
Yeah, the Mayans also. That's what I'm saying.
They had a deity.
Go look at the cartel tattoos. What religion are they? They're Mayan. They're not Spanish.
But back to the whole how the few control the many. You know, it's such a amazing thing to watch. Firstly, how they steer us being the minority themselves, obviously through money and incentives and whatever. But even if you look in prisons all around the world, the prisoners run the prison. The prisoners dictate to the prison wardens how certain things are going to happen. And the prison wardens go along because otherwise they're going to get shanked. So in a small microcosm, the prisoners have already reclaimed their sense of control because they are the majority. But in the broader sense of society, we haven't united to really put them to the coals, put their feet to the coals. That idea that the majority, the amount of power we have if we just say no, enough,
in enough volume.
Yeah, but that's the dangerous part, right? Just because, you know, I'm a little bit superstitious about that kind of thing. Because there was a prophecy about
Superstitious in what regard?
A beast coming out of the waters, and the waters being people, multitude, and tongues. So it's almost like out of all of these riots, there's going to be a great leader that arises up, and that's game over. Because he'll have the hearts of many under one cause, right? That's what I'm thinking is being set up right now for one person to come forward and claim command over everything and have everyone listen to him, almost like how you have these AOCs or even these politicians that are speaking out against a certain race of individuals because the power structure has historically been in the hands of that particular race. You know what I mean?
And how is that superstitious, though? I see that more like as the religious prophecy.
Well, because about the whole thing of, well, we all need to get together and we need to say enough is enough. I think that's a danger. I'm a little superstitious about gathering together and doing that. Because I know that my Father will protect me. There's no weapon that can harm my eternal soul. They might destroy my body, but not my soul.
And don't be superstitious, bro.
Only your wrongdoing will destroy your soul.
If you don't stand up to it, then that's what will impact. That's it.
Don't take the battle, because once you raise the sword against them, you are equal with them.
Yep.
That's
Yeah,
how
but
I believe in God, that He protects me. I don't need to protect myself. He protects me. I don't
I
need to
mean,
do anything.
why do we need one leader, right? If we all just
Yeah.
say no, that's the whole deal, right? Not looking for a
That's
new
all, boy.
leader, just say no, and then it will stop.
That's it.
It'll never
Men
happen.
can beat me. Men. Sorry, go ahead.
It is mankind's curse that he is going to do what he's told in general, and that it's very few who are mentally free. Very, very, very few.
Yeah.
And it has to be that way because that's just the way it's got to be until the end. Till everything's restored.
His word will be fulfilled ad literam, every letter,
What?
even the comma.
Fuck. These people strip the brand new cars at the dealership instead of just getting the keys and driving them out. Oh
Oh,
my
yeah,
god!
what's going on? Why strip the car? Just take the
They're
car.
not intelligent.
Dumb.
They're not
Ship the car,
intelligent.
bro.
They're angry.
Well, hey, let's be
Ship the
fair. They're
car.
socialist. They're socialist and communist. So you're right.
He starts the fucking car on fire in the dealership. What a moron!
Greatly
You want to
benefit from having a new
drive the
car.
car while it's
You
on
know?
fire. Sorry, bro. Go.
I'm pretty sure that new car has really good air conditioning.
He wants to be on fire while he's driving, you know.
Like I'll post another video where there's a reporter on site, like watching the looting, and they're literally standing there watching people trying to stuff 58-inch and 72-inch monitors into cars that are too small to fit them. And this guy tries the box this way and that way, and then he tries to shove it in and almost breaks the TV. And then he opens his boot and realizes the boot's full, and like the whole time. And they're recording this guy, and everyone, guys are taking bicycles and microwaves, and they're hitting like a Walmart type store, and anything that can be carried, it's gone like locusts through a bushveld. It's like there's stuff there, and 20 minutes later, it's like stalks, and everything's flattened.
I said this to you guys ages ago. The only way it's gonna happen is if people turn against people. That's how they'll achieve it. Because
So
it doesn't matter.
Afrikaans, so the
I was
Afrikaans
gonna say.
community is like a very small minority within the white. Well, I wouldn't say it's a minority anymore. It's probably larger because most of the English population is immigrated back towards London or Europe or Australia or New Zealand. So anyone who's English and can communicate with the rest of the world, they've gone. And now there's a larger proportion of the Afrikaners who, if they speak Afrikaans, they don't want to go live in another country where they've got to learn another language. So they've kind of just all stayed here and they don't have that European tie anywhere. They're here of this land. So the Afrikaners are kind of like the southern states in America where every Afrikaner has a gun or 7 or 10 and has 3 different hunting rifles. And so within the Afrikaans community, they created barricades and literally sat there with rifles saying to the looters, if you come any closer, we're going to shoot you. And once again, they've turned that into a racist thing. So when you do defend yourself, you're racist. When you don't defend yourself, you're racist. It's like
I think it's
all
time for
roads
me
lead to racist.
head to South Africa and solve the problem.
Come on in, bro. The water's nice.
See what they say when I kill a lion with my bare hands.
Yeah, you can do these lion walks here in the bushveld where you go literally just walking with a guide through the bushveld to go into the lion pack, the wild. It's I'll post a video for you guys.
Yeah, that's kind of scary, huh? Because they're wild animals. They're not like domesticated or tamed or defanged or anything like that.
Yeah, if you run, you're dead, basically. So you got to stand your ground. And then these lions charge you and shit, and elephants charge you, but it's part of, like, just culture. When you're small, you go camping and you go on the bushveld game drives, and so you kind of grow up with it. So you kind of, we do sometimes take it for granted, I would say.
That's like a proper education, hey, with these dangerous animals, if you conduct yourself a certain way, you'll be safe. But if you run like a coward, you're dinner.
Yeah, I'm posting a lion walk and a elephant walk.
What do you think would happen when all the animals start talking again?
See how fucking close that lion could be to you? You wouldn't even notice him. Like when he goes back into the woods, how fast he disappears, but he's right there. Fucking crazy.
And you must put your speakers on loud and listen to that growl. Like imagine hearing that behind the tree. Like you really, I don't think the speakers quite do it justice, but there's this deep vibration that just, it makes your entire body rattle. That vibration like penetrates you. But I think it's the same with government. If you turn and run, you pray. If you stand your ground, they're confused. And they stop attacking. Or they have
And
to
then
try
they
a
put
different approach.
PR campaigns out against you to demonize you. Because that's all they can do. You know, it's kind of like I don't know if you guys are on Facebook, but they just put out a campaign about you may have been exposed to extremist content. It's like, yeah, everything that's on Facebook is extremist content. The ringleader, Mark Zuckerberg.
Yeah, we've got Facebook and all that stuff. It's pretty first world in the city. And then you go into the rural area and you can find giraffe and lion, leopard, and pretty cool shit. But yeah, that Facebook crap is
That kind
so
of stuff.
peculiar.
Extremist content. What does that even mean? Extremist to who? Makes no
I
sense.
think it's actually backfired. But I think it's backfired because the amount of women I've heard saying, you know, they were very blue-pilled before, and then they've tried to post stuff and their stuff has been banned. And they don't know anything about what's going on with the whole censorship thing. And then they were like, why was that message banned? Like, I'm not a bad person. And then it's kind of made them take half the red pill. And then they start to slowly open their eyes a little bit more and more. So I think the tough clampdown has actually could have woken up many more people.
Yep.
Kind of like when you got those banned videos from YouTube and then you wanted to watch them quick before they get banned again, you know, and it's like those things spread like wildfire.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of
Based
like,
and red
you know,
pilled.
I have a testimony about that. Like, I've had a couple of women on my Facebook page just, you know, around because everybody, all the guys that I know will sit there and say, oh, you're beautiful, and play into that psychological game. Now they're all like, I see the world for what it is.
Niggers! Nigger!
Shut up, you bastard. You read. Sorry about that. Just wanted to.
What the? I just I just finished watching the elephant thing, and that's what I heard. What the?
Just stupidity.
Anybody got it?
But it's grandiose.
What a waste of that guy's time.
What a moron.
How long the verifying and all that for that BS? What a loser.
Is that a
His mother
response
must be
to?
proud.
Is that a response to leopards, lions, tigers, and giraffes? I don't get it. What? What?
Fucking. Oh. His
Not
mother must
allowed.
be proud.
No talking about wild African animals. We don't
That was-
appreciate. So we'll.
I gotta tell you that elephant one, that was That was something. Dude just stands there like doo doo doo, and the elephant's just and doo. That was very interesting to watch.
And like you're shitting yourself for him, hey? And he just stands there so calm. He does it like day in and day out. I got charged by an elephant in our vehicle, where you're allowed to go on your own game drives, and then you can go scour the whole park, and you can look for every animal. You can even do nighttime drives, but by taking your own vehicle, you're obviously putting yourself at risk. And I went to this waterhole, and they told us, look, the male elephant is in musk, which means he's trying to cover all the females, which means he's very territorial. So if you see him, just enjoy the view from far, but don't get too close in his space, because he'd apparently rolled one or two of the game driving vehicles. So to me, I don't really have boundaries. I say, all right, Kif, let's see how close I can get to this guy. So eventually I park and I see the whole herd of females, but I can't see the male. And then I look to my left and he's standing maybe 10 meters away against the tree that's right by my vehicle. And it was literally like, you know, I was sitting there and I was thinking about that Jurassic Park where like those velociraptors come from behind, sort of stick up on the prey from either side and then kind of clamp down on it. So I look to the side and I see this giant elephant. So I put my car into reverse and I start reversing backwards, and he started charging me, and he followed me for about 400 meters, 500 meters. I hit a T-junction, turned up the T-junction to try and get away, and he cut across the entire corner because he can flatten trees. So he literally missed me. It was myself and my wife, and missed our vehicle by maybe 5 meters, maybe 10 meters. But, you know, it happened in such a moment, and I still took out my camera and wanted to capture him charging at me. So I got 1 or 2 good photos and then put the car into full speed. My wife was slapping me and telling me I'm a moron and I've just endangered her life. But I'm like, I can still get another photo. Wait, I could get a video. She's like, just drive. And then eventually he just stands still like he does in that video. Eventually they just stand still. And then at that point, I think I was doing like 100 kilometers on dirt through the bushes. Like,
Yeah, but if you didn't say cheeky bastard, you missed an opportunity.
It's not every day.
You never
an
win
elephant
with the women,
charges
man.
That dude with that elephant, that's astonishing. What? That's amazing. Stand your ground, huh?
but we can communicate with all animals.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something that we've lost. Like there's people in South Africa who have pet hippos, and people who have pet giraffes and pet rhinos and pet elephants. And when they're your pet, they are affectionate like you won't believe. Like a pet lion or a pet leopard. They want to lick you, they want to lie on top of you, but they're obviously massive and they're very rough. So to them, a slight nibble can end up with you bleeding. But to them, they just like being a bit inquisitive, maybe juvenile. But to watch the bonds that can be created, and there's a woman who even trains ostriches. And, you know, it's like, you don't look at these creatures and think, okay, I want to go stand in front of one and try and tame it. But yet each one can be tamed.
Yo, birds scare me. Like those ostriches and emus, those big birds like that, they scare me. It's almost like the shoebill. That's the scariest bird right there.
They're gnarly. There's one, I think it escaped from the freaking zoo or something. It's like an ibis or something. It's about 5 feet tall and its legs bend the wrong way. And now it's taken, which I guess it used to be a water bird. Now it's taken to hanging out by squirrel holes, and when the little squirrel comes out, he throws his head at the hole, and bam! I've seen them actually eating baby squirrels.
Dude, they don't
Did
have
you
to
say
be as big as
ibis?
what you're talking
It's a
about.
huge,
Like,
some huge gray bird. Yeah, a huge gray bird.
The ibis, I believe, was the Osiris bird, the phoenix. Or no. I'm my bad. That's the Benu. The ibis is toad.
One of those large birds. I could be wrong on which one. Let me look. Let me see here.
oh, see, like ostriches and stuff, their beak isn't the kind of beak that scares the shit out of me, even though they're huge.
No.
When it comes to birds, like my dad had a
That's
blue
not-
and gold macaw for a while, and like, dude, like nothing would just break through walnuts and stuff, and like, I don't know, like,
Yeah.
there's no way I was putting my fingers in front of that beak. You know
I
what I
hate
mean?
birds. I hate birds. There's something
I'm gonna try to
about it.
find
Like that little thing tries to bite me. I could snap its neck with 2 fingers. Like, don't bite me, little guy. You know, if it was a dog and it bit me, I punch it in its face and then it doesn't bite me again. But like to a bird, if I punch it in its face, I'm gonna crack its skull. So
Solar.
you know, it's
Stop being
like
racist.
I don't know which bird this is. I don't know which. It's. I'll have to research it because no, it's not an ibis. It's
Sorry,
beak.
bro. I had to throw that in.
I think you said a different name the first time, Sonny. Did you
Hmm.
say emu?
No. It's more like. Hold on. Let me pull up this waterfall.
Ostrich.
Is it like South America?
Find it. No, I'm in
Is that
Southern.
jungle?
I'm in Southern California. But great.
Penguin.
Okay, here's what it looks like. It looks like a great.
White shark.
It looks most similar to like either a reddish egret or a glossy ibis, but its beak didn't look as long as that. It was huge, though. It looked more like a blue heron, I swear to God. So here, I'll put this. It's something, I think it escaped from the zoo. Yeah, there's a zoo. It's a zoo right over here.
In great cranes, but they're
Here's
small.
the chart. It's got a fairly long beak, but not as long as an ibis. So, and it's taller. It's a big, tall bird. Like literally, like it looks like a blue heron from this chart. Looks something weird like that, or the reddish egret, something like that. But it throws its whole head at these holes, and I'm like, isn't that supposed to be a water bird? So now it's chosen to eat whatever's available. So baby squirrels apparently are quite tasty.
What the fuck?
Could be a great egret, but it's gray.
Yeah, like a crane.
Yeah, it's gray. It's completely gray like the blue heron in this picture. It's like gray.
We got a
Yeah,
lot.
we got those
Like
out
a
here.
Ukraine?
Yeah, we got a lot of the.
But they don't.
Now you're being
The ones
racist
out here
again.
don't get the ground squirrels. Though.
Yeah, they eat the ground. These are eating ground squirrels.
So Ukrainians eating ground squirrels.
The roadrunners out here will eat the ground
Ukrainians.
squirrels.
Meep meep.
Is chemo around?
Oh, you need to go
I
into the
am, yeah,
hospitals.
I'm just
First chemo.
cool. Can
Chemo.
you hear me okay? Yeah.
Yeah.
How's it going?
Top of the world.
Good.
How's things your end?
Good.
You
Yeah, not
surviving
bad.
Surviving gem server.
Yeah, I mean they're just completely lost. It's kind of like banging against a brick wall.
So they're kind of spiraled out of control beyond any kind of savior at this point, right? They're like spiraled, the hyper hamster wheel.
Do you still see them? Do you still see them, Chemo, as like these lost souls that I remember when you were on Nathan's show and you were trying to explain, like, we just need to be soft with them and sort of hear their pain, you know?
Yeah. I still think that because I was going to make the point. Is it their fault or is it the government, their propaganda, the weapon of television and the media? So they're being bombarded with this every day. They've just had the Richard Branson, so it's kind of not their fault in a way. If we look deep at the cause of their effect.
I saw what you did there.
So I mean, I get what you're saying, but yeah, to me, they get deeper and lost in their delusion. Like I say, with Richard Branson, that hyped it up.
Do you know, it's like you can't rescue someone who doesn't want to participate in their own rescue. You can try and save someone from drowning, but if he wants to fight you off, what can you do?
Yeah.
If they're not willing to participate, and they certainly are not willing to participate, it's amazing how they almost...
Tomorrow with Speak Truth, the ex-Flat Earther.
Oh, wow.
Tomorrow night, 10 o'clock, London.
He must have seen Randy's footage.
Oh, no, not yet.
No, him. What converted him back to the globe?
Oh, right.
Was it Randy's footage?
Way before Randy. But that's what I want to find out. I'll try and find out what compelled him.
But it's kind of like with religion. You have young children who'll join a church and call themselves something. And then later on turn around and say, nah, just kidding. I wasn't really that. I'm actually XYZ. So people pretending to be something that they're not. Once you've seen the truth, it's like that movie, They Lie to You. Once you've looked through those goggles and seen what those messages are, you can't unsee that shit.
So we had a good result yesterday in there, or 2 days ago. So there was a girl in there, 20 years old, Emily. She was all like, but it's not flat or whatever. So explain to me why it's a flat earth. And I said to her, look, it's not what I tell you. You don't want me being your authority. Just like you've had other authority. We're going to teach you how to think critically. Think about these things for yourself. And she's gone, I've never thought of it like this before. And she's like, yeah, I get what you're saying. You're making really good points. And then she brought her brother in yesterday. And then we had a little back and forth. But the young people are definitely getting it. They were freaking out in it. And
yeah, demoralized. They've been demoralized?
Demoralized, yeah, I mean.
To the nth degree,
They automatically assign it to, oh, there's another crazy that I don't have to pay attention to. And they go back to their comfortable belief that they're absolutely right on everything. Everything that they've known is true. No one close to them or unrelated to them could ever lie or would ever lie. But cool, nice using their room against them. Well done.
It's kind of, yeah, I agree with you. There's some of them that that would take the stance if that bit of them wasn't sort of plucked out of them bit by bit, if you get what I mean. When you just get put down, if you have some to offer, but because you're not part of the social convention or whatever, the dumb shit of the day or the year is, you know, especially in these times. They pluck away at it. And the other ones that see people who are smarter and they get taken down, they feel even more threatened. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, they're absolutely petrified. They hate when Solar goes in there. They just hate when any of us start.
Yeah, they call me a liar on everything. Like they started calling me flat earth so liar. And everything that I say, oh no, it's false, no, it's untrue. And then I post exactly what I've just said. No, well, look where the full stop
because
is
you're
placed. It's because I'm white, bro. You know. All outcomes lead to racism when you're white. So
What you think? You were saying that you think I should be harsh, not like need.
no, I've always admired your approach with that. And somehow they kind of, I don't know how to word this, but it's kind of like they're not too offended by you because you're always calm and putting your point across in a fairly polite way and stuff. So they kind of, you know, when a Witsit goes in there, he just tries to scream over everyone, get 1 million words per second in, and then leave the chat. So then they're very, like, they all come against him the moment he enters the room. Whereas I've often heard
Keep a mod so that doesn't happen. So we can just mute whoever.
What was the name of that movie where the kid was stealing the car and they stop him and it's because I'm black, isn't it? And the cop's like, no, it's because you're 12 years old.
It's like that Chappelle skit. It's because I talk like this, hey? It's because I talk like this, hey? Oh, that's funny as. You just make up whatever you want. I think most people you can tell if they come in, if they're genuine and if they are going to listen or not. I mean, sometimes they come in here and try to shit stir us, but then we do that, sometimes to them. But I think most people in here have are intelligent enough and have the discernment, spiritual awareness to to pick out who is what and how to convey thoughts and certain things across to the other side.
Yeah, I like to flip the script on them. I'm like, it's because I'm Asian, huh? Hashtag erase Asian hate. Come on, guys. And that triggers them. Well, what do you mean? It's like, my mom was born in Japan. So that makes me Asian. I identify as an Asian. Even though I look white.
I identify as a pink yellow unicorn. What can you do? I'm trying to push a little like a name for myself, like a Zizu thing for the pink yellow unicorn. Maybe they'll come up something for me.
Just tell them it's because I'm an Iggs, right?
That's it. It's because I'm an Iggs, yeah. That's your problem. Like, I don't think the thing is, nobody cares. Not me, not you, not anybody cares what, like, if you're going to be silly to yourself or do whatever, yeah, all right.
Well, see, I grew up, I was part of that generation that grew up to be afraid of AIDS, right? And we recited Martin Luther King's "I Have a Dream" speech every year until high school. And then they want to sit there and flip the script on us. Well, it's time to flip the script on them. Be like, let's look at the hatred that's in your heart. Let's look into your own self so we know why you're projecting all this hatred. You know, I mean, it's like one of these things where they were told their whole life that things aren't fair. I've been told my whole life that things aren't fair and you have to forge your own life in this world. Which means, you know, forging, it's not something that's easy. You have to sit there, you have to dig the ore, you have to smelt the ore, you have to make a pattern, you have to rattle the pattern, get it all nice and good to where you have a mold that's proper. And then you pour in the metal and you forge your life from that. Just like a forge, you would forge a piece of metal, you know, or that's a foundry, but a forge is, you know, you refine it by
I get you, brother.
beating it. You know what I mean?
Very tough work, brother. Yeah.
But it's that concept extending it, like the forge is being placed into the most harshest environment. You're in the middle of that fire. It's not a pleasant thing. But what's going to come out of there is a much stronger steel, a much more hardened, tempered steel. So it's that process of almost like burning off the impurities in you. Like the analogy goes so far. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's like,
And if anybody thinks that it's easy to forge something and that they deserve something for nothing, that's entitlement. That's self-worship. So I deserve it because I this and I that. It's like that's entitlement. And why are you taking that name in vain? You're saying you are this and you are that, even though you're clearly not this and you're clearly not that.
If people knew what actually happened before, it'd be a much different thing going on. I'm not going to open up a can of worms, but everybody's been through whatever, and ancestors going back from each side. The thing is, these people or whoever needs to comprehend that, you know, oh, Americans, they go around blowing people. You didn't do anything to me, bro. Nobody from South Africa did anything. Nobody from, you know, the Middle East, whatever that means, did anything to me.
Yeah, and the basic
So how
thing
can you have? Yeah, you can't have a hatred towards somebody that hasn't done anything to you. You're like, that has to be browbeaten into you for some reason, and
like
that might have happened maybe 200 years ago, and for some reason is being passed on to generations because of something somebody did or whatever.
it's kind of like the forced labor camps that they threw all the Japanese in during World War II in the United States. The United States had concentration camps, but they were called work camps, right?
And they were
and then,
like American citizens.
yeah, and then before that, yeah, they were American citizens. And before that, they took all of the native children and put them into these schools, and it wasn't just the United States; it was everywhere. Even Australia,
Canada,
they took
Australia.
Aborigines and put them into English school, right? And that was a concentration camp.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, yeah. Anyways, and it's kind of like, you know, what is indentured servitude, anyways?
Yeah, well, that's the thing.
If you want an opportunity somewhere and you can get a ride, you just have to work for X amount of years to pay for your way over there, and so that you can have a knowledge base to where you can forge your own life. in this new land, right? That's kind of what that whole thing was about. It's apprenticeship programs.
Yeah, apprenticeship is well, I know my great granddad went to the USA. It was like 1850s or whatever. He went there on a boat. I don't know, however long he stayed there. He worked his butt off, and this has been passed down orally. Granddad wasn't that tall, and back in those days when they used to have the factories, there's no full-time, part-time work this day. You rocked up at the front, first in, best dressed. Otherwise, you don't have a job. And because he wasn't that, tall, he was finding it a bit hard to get pointed out to get work. So after, I think it didn't even take him like a week or so, he rocked up with a chair. Stood on the chair. The guy's like, "Hey, you come here." Went inside, even though when they saw him, he wasn't that tall. He did a good job. He worked. He made his money. Wanted to go back. We went back. If he wanted to stay there, he could have stayed there. But he went there with English. That's 1,000,000% sure.
Yeah.
And doing a thing like that, you know what I mean? Someplace else where you don't know anybody, you've got no support, no place to, to stay. Probably would have been classified as a, I don't know, as a slave, because you probably would have asked to stay at the place where they actually owned the factory. So it was a
Those factory
different thing.
workers, they were treated horribly. Child labor
I know.
laws were non-existent. You'd have women locked into a room sewing, and like fires would break out and they would all die and stuff like that. It's just things like this. It's capitalism. It's the
It
love
just
of money.
happened in Bangladesh. 52 people died inside. The doors were locked and they shouldn't have been. They were like barricaded somehow where the workers couldn't get out. And I just heard about this. It just happened 2 days ago, maybe. And I dated a lady. Her dad was from Bangladesh and her mother was from India. Yeah. Breaks my heart, man.
When did they put in the child labor laws? The first ones were in like England. It was like in 1920 or something, and was it like you couldn't? The child was like the minimum hours was like, I don't know, 14. Like you couldn't go over 14 hours or something. It was something ridiculous. So like children were going out and doing chimney sweeps and doing all these, and doing apprenticeships and stuff. I know even my granddad back in the homeland, he started his apprenticeship at like 9 or 10, and his apprenticeship for the first 2-3 years was looking after the what's it called, the guy who was meant to teach him, his craft, his children. And then after 2-3 years, you got to touch tools. And he went to work with a slice of bread and margarine. That was it.
I saw an expose documentary on like how Dubai is built.
like the condition of the construction workers and how they live and are treated. And they're building these luxury hotels and buildings and shit. It's appalling.
Oh, especially in the. Are you talking about the UAE, bro?
United Arabs, like Dubai and shit.
Yeah, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. They especially get people from Pakistan, India to do the labor.
All the third world countries, yeah. Or well, they're not. To me, they're not third world countries. They're just treated like third world citizens. Like we got natives in my country in Canada. They're treated like third class citizens. You know, it's ridiculous.
That's been the thing, and I wanted to bring this up before. People haven't realized that the people from the actual land everywhere around the world for the past 100 years have been treated the worst. And I want everybody to just think about this. Everywhere have been treated the worst. And even the ones that so-called whatever went there, conquered or immigrated first, even they got treated crappy. They waited to get more and more people in, and they kept on stomping on these people more and more and more, and they let the other guys do whatever. Look at, any, I don't know, wealthier country or bigger country, whatever you want to classify it as. It's happened in most places, and they've forced it in the past. Let's go back 30 years when they've just stepped on the pedal. So you have everybody that's living in the, place of origin, going to another place expecting something better. The people at that place are getting treated like crap, because these people, for them, that's better than they had before. So they view it differently. You can't, this is why they pull people in and out and do all this stuff. They don't. Even the people that live in the so-called country don't know the law, but especially somebody coming from outside in, they're terrified, man. So then you have people being pissed off at other people that don't even know how to say their own name in wherever they've gone to live. Just something to think about.
Hey guys. Hello.
Welcome to the server.
It's me. Are you guys seriously quiet because you thought I was someone new?
Oh, sorry. No, I barely even heard who
Yeah,
it
I
was.
barely heard you, bro.
State your
Sorry, Jack in the
allegiance.
State your intentions. What
I'm new
brings
in
you here?
here. I just felt the earth spinning beneath my feet. Can you guys prove that?
How many shots of tequila have you had, sir?
Yep.
6.
Have some more.
All right.
Those are rookie numbers. You gotta pump those numbers up.
That checks out. It should be spinning.
It should be all right. Yes.
So I'm kind of upset, right? Because, well,
What'd you do,
sometimes
man?
I talk about how I was into or paying attention to politics for maybe like 10, 12 years. Am I bugging? I am bugging. Not 10, 12 years. More. Wait a minute. More like 7, 6, 7 years. 12. I don't know what I was thinking about um 2 presidential terms. But anyway, so I'm listening to Glenn Greenwald detail the issue with the liberal left, and I'm realizing it's the same issue I've ever had with anyone that I was trying to call out for something. It's the same thing with anyone who's trying to blow the whistle on anything. And what it is they use smear tactics to divert attention from the actual information, right? And I see us playing into that psychology, and it's frustrating to realize, because the main thing that I honed in on that Glenn Greenwald was saying was basically that what was it? Like you'll like someone will do something, you'll look over the information, and you'll report on it based on the information. It'll be nothing about your opinion. It'll just straight up be telling the facts. And instead of addressing that, each time you come to criticize something that they've done, they'll just bring up the same old smear. Like, for instance, if I or it, well, most of us go into Jim Pandas and provide a good argument, they'll just say, "Oh, you're a Nathan Oakley puppet. Oh, okay, so you're just quoting Quantum Eraser's scientific method." Things like that. And I'm like, fuck, this dude is right. And the biggest thing that annoys me is the fact that when people come in here and ask any of the questions that sound anything like, well, how do you explain this on a flat earth? Right? Subconsciously, we've already given the green light for them throwing a model onto us. Because the way I see it is, it's disrespectful because it's not their fault. But if I was talking to someone with the authority, I'd say it's disrespectful for you to pretend like the thing that you're defending by asking me questions in the way that you are. It, you're pretending that I've come to my conclusions based on something that I've never said anything about. And in this case, it would be the flat earth model. I don't even know what that is. As a new person, I wouldn't know what that would be. So what I'm saying is, each time we condone that kind of conversation, we sort of kind of say, it's okay for you to pretend like I'm not here, because I kind of heard someone say that there's no evidence for the globe. So I looked into how I can validate it and found that I couldn't. That's where I'm at. But every time one of these globers come in here, that's not what we're talking about. But that's all we should be talking about, because that's how all of us got here. None of us woke up thinking, well, I live on a flat earth and there's my model. I love it. We'll go with that. But we let them pretend and argue with us for hours as if that is the case, even when we tell them to their face, we don't have a model. Listen, this is my position. Forget what you've heard out there. This is what it really is for me. I don't think it's okay to let people pretend, because we're losing a psychological game that's not even the fault of the people that come here, because we're playing chess with the people that are putting this shit in motion, and they're dictating what we do with our energy by sending these grunts here to gaslight us, smear us, and do all of these other tactics that have nothing to do with us coming out asking the mainstream pushers the question in the first place. Then we ended up arguing with each other. No. Wait a minute. all of the people that my tax dollars go to, what the fuck is up with these inconsistencies? And when are you going to fucking answer it instead of answering vaguely on some program with, oh, flat earth is such an archaic concept. I don't know where flat earth came from, but you know, they used to believe that this, and then they go into that story as if I'm supposed to pretend that that's a valid argument or has anything to do with why I'm coming to them with questions. So it insulates them. I know I'm rambling on, and I hope I made sense, because
No, you
we
did.
cannot carry on the conversation this way.
Thank you for that.
Do you have any specific examples? I don't know the last time anyone's talked about like
Just
the
gave
sun
like
or the
3.
moon. No, like you're saying when people come in here, like people aren't talking about the 3 points. They're like talking about
Yeah, sun,
how
moon, stars, this, that.
seasons work on the flat Earth, and I'm just saying like, when was that? Because the last time
you
I've
want me to
checked,
just you're asking why are you now I'm
For an
doing what the
example.
Globers do. Are you asking
no,
me? Because
you're saying
instead of answering your question, I'm trying to figure out what you're really asking me. But I guess you already asked me what you're really
well,
asking me.
I guess I'm trying to figure out who you're talking to, because I don't feel
Oh, yeah,
like a lot of us even bring up like other stuff other than the lack of globe evidence. So I'm just
I began the conversation with, hey, I'm just coming off of watching a video from Glenn Greenwald, and I thought about my interest in politics, and I thought about all of the fallacious arguments that I've been upset about, and the reason that the problems don't get fixed is because the problems don't ever actually get addressed, they get deflected away from. And then I realized, holy shit, the reason we're still arguing today is because we let them pretend when they come in here, right, that we have a model.
But
And
that's where I disagree.
and it's
That's where I disagree.
how the
Because
hell?
we tell them so many times that we don't have a flat Earth model. Like I have it tatted on my ass crack. Like we don't have a flat Earth model.
I'll take
like
your word.
We
you need evidence for
say
that,
that, but we say that, but guess what? We relent. Do we or do we not?
But so that's why I'm asking for like an example, because I don't think any of the
I'm
well
telling you, we
refined.
say that. I say that. You say that. We
When's
all
the
say
last
that.
time I said we have a?
You're not hearing what I'm
The
saying.
only model we have in here is.
Now you're going to continue talking,
come
even
on.
though I'm telling you, you didn't hear what I'm actually saying. So what I'm saying is, when we tell them that we don't, I'm not saying you're doing anything wrong. I'm saying when we tell them that we don't have a model, and then they ask us a third time, how do seasons work, or any one of those questions, someone relents. And this is when we talk, and this is when we begin to pretend that we have to lend credence to anything that the mainstream actually put out there, because that's where these questions come from what the mainstream has put out there. And then we give it credence by relenting and ultimately trying to explain how things work.
That's see again, but I'm like, unless you maybe new flat earthers like will try to like bring up like the little sun spiral thing, and they'll try to be like, oh, it's circulating the Tropic of Capricorn and Cancer. I learned like 6 months ago you don't do that. Now some flat earthers like David Weiss want to do that, but I get it. He's trying to be like the Hershey's of flat earth and just be like, you know, applicable to everybody, applicable to every audience. But obviously here this is like more intense. Like this is like
that's a problem. But see what look, whether it be us, whether it be whoever is having the conversation, the fact that it's continuing the way that it's continuing is a problem for us all, because it's a psychological game that we're not aware of, that we're losing by participating. So if I say, well, you know what, I don't do it, but Dave Weiss does it. And you know what? I see what he's doing, and you know what? It's okay. It's not because
Well,
I
then
just said
go in his comment section and DM him, dude. I'm just saying here, I think everybody knows to not say
that.
we don't
I'm
have
just
a
spreading
model.
It's not. I'm just spreading a message. I'm just sharing something that I've become aware of. I don't know why you're pushing back on me. Like I'm saying something that's
because
not
you're
evident.
saying that we participate in this, and I just was going to say I don't speak for all of us because some of us are really like, again, I have it tatted on me, dude. I don't let anybody get through the door thinking we have a model.
And what was my response to you saying that? Because I mean,
You're
maybe
still you.
no. What was my
That's the
no? Because
reason
you
I
said
spoke
that.
up.
You
That was the
said
reason I
that.
spoke
You
up.
said that 5 minutes ago.
And then you
That
said what will happen is someone will get it, like someone will still talk about it, and then we'll give in.
Exactly. Where am I wrong?
I'm saying I don't give in to that. I was just in a
didn't say
debate
you
on
did.
Chatterbox.
In fact, I said I'm
you
not
did
saying
though, bro.
I
That's why I said be specific because no, because
I
no.
didn't. I went. How did I say
Bro.
that? You did because you spoke up because you felt like I was saying everyone. I
Because
said
you were.
eventually.
It's on the live stream.
So anyone else listening, can you chime in on
Yeah,
this?
yep. Yes, I will.
100%. You're correct.
Hold on.
Everybody's done it.
Just chill.
Sorry.
Just chill. No, it's all good. Everyone has a style, man. Like you know what I'm saying. I've been here for a bit now. I'm not sure. Let me check the panel. Besides Bong Sao, I do not know. Well, I'm Platypus. I'm not sure if there's anyone else on the panel here that's been here before us. So listen, we've been doing this for a while. Everyone has a style, man. Like I'm a weird cookie. I'll let him get away with G because I want to take it to Narnia. I want to go to space-time continuum. I want to go to Big Bang personally. Those are like part of my tactics. So if it's like part of your tactics to talk about the seasons to get to the container, it's cool. You know what I'm saying? So I think everyone has a different style. Do what works for you. That sort of thing. That's my opinion on it.
I didn't say don't do what works for you. I said it's a problem. And then I detailed why it's a problem. Do you agree or disagree?
I don't think it's a problem. No, I don't think it's a problem.
So you don't think it's a problem you don't think it's a problem to stop, not you, but like, for example, Dave Weiss. When people say, how do things work on your flat earth model, right?
Okay.
And flat earth model, and flat earth is a trigger term for the people that have already been indoctrinated to not think about this, right? So when you have these people hitting the mainstream areas, and then people say, well, how does it work on your flat earth model? And then you begin to answer without actually detailing, I don't have a model. Well, it's not even about really detailing it because it's kind of like you're being straw man.
Yeah, well,
from the beginning.
It depends on the person.
So what I'm saying is you don't see it as a problem. You don't see it as a problem if it doesn't get addressed. If you just answer the question
some
anyway.
people, yeah, man. Some people are straw manning you with the model. Some are not. Some are like coming in like, you know, the globe Earth model. Okay, then let me see what you guys have worked out. However, that's not all of them. You know, so I just try to decipher. I just stay quiet, kind of decipher the person. It's like, okay, I know what kind of person this is. Now I'll approach. You know, so it is a problem if you're getting set up and you address it. But if the person is just doesn't know any better, those are the sciencey words they know model, then you can address it softly, I guess. You know, or not, or not. It's up to you. I think any progress we make is positive, man. That's my opinion.
The progress about the model is why we have to tell people, right, Kai, that we don't have a model. So I wouldn't agree with that last statement. I'm just saying I wouldn't agree with that last statement. But I'm not really. I'm not saying people shouldn't do what they do. But I'm also not going to not
think about ways that things can be either detrimental or helpful to the overall point, which the overall point for all of us is one day I was fucking minding my own business and then someone like whispered some weird shit that the earth might not be a globe. And then I looked into it. No one thinks that that's how we are here. They think we're just some weird group of people who just already existed that have this model that they grew up with. It's weird. And I'm tired of telling people that I have nothing to do with that.
Oh man.
Yeah,
Bro,
because
I went through cycles, man. Sorry, Iggs, go ahead, man. Didn't mean to cut
sorry,
you.
bro. I just wanted to say it's because this is my thoughts, and I usually get castrated for this. People bring in religion. It says this in this book. It says this in that book. I don't care what anybody thinks. That's your personal, private thing, and everybody is entitled to it. But for doing science, Cyrus, you know, you're an engineer. There's no belief or in your personal book, engineering book, it says this.
Yeah,
so it might be like that. You know? The fact, there are facts. It's not even a truth. They're two different words. I don't like the word truth because the truth is I'm losing words now. It's due to perspective. A fact is it's demonstrable. All the time it's like that. You can't escape it. Me personally, I hate that word truth because truth is your own objective view on something. Mostly like this
Oh no,
societies.
stuff like that. The Globers are on with that, man.
Sorry?
You start saying that truth is, if you're saying that enemy, like you don't like the word truth, Globers are gonna run with that.
Or just look up the definition. Me, I'm just one of those people because you cannot run away from a fact.
Is it
Can
truth
people do it all the time?
that which it is?
Oh,
How do
fact
people
means
make the definition in the first place?
fact means evil deed. Yeah.
I used to
I don't know. The coconut
argue
preachers
something
here
about
were fucked.
argue something about being like it because science, everything that we ever do, like when we're talking to someone, everything that we're doing is to determine if something is substantive or not. I think you can swap that word with true or not. I just think like, because the scientific method, okay, is it true that this nut that wrote this paper, is it true that this phenomena is caused by this? And then there's a method to actually figure out, okay, he's telling the truth. Fair enough. Verified. Like, that's basically all we're asking about. Are you fucking telling me about something that exists in reality, or did you make this shit up? Let me know. You know, that's it.
Yeah. That's what they use it all, but from
Oh,
my
I just
view,
wanted to say
I see
earlier,
this.
guys, like
I'm falling
I don't
backwards or
wanna-
whatever dumb shit. Go.
Oh.
I just wanted to say earlier, sorry, Iggs, I don't know if you guys can hear me. I'm on my computer now. But I don't want to diss David Weiss because even though I agree, Elijah, I don't like his approach with having an illustrated model, but I think he does some of the best work for the flat earth community. More than like literally top 3 people. So can't really dog on his style because he tries like harder than like everybody here. Maybe other than QE, he does play.
Maybe even more than QE. because again, I thought
I would
about it
say
in
so because that was his job now.
I thought about it in terms of like characters in a video game, like a fighter game, like a Street Fighter or something like that. And it's like, you're gonna pick Nathan Oakley or one of these characters, QE, because they're the boss and they're overpowered. But it's restricted to certain things in that reality, right? Like, okay, I want to fight with this boss. However, I'll only be able to fight with this boss at this location. I want to fight with this boss. Unfortunately, this crowd is a little PC. So whether he wins or not is really not going to matter because that's not what the crowd is scoring him on. Like, like there's certain things I think about, and I think about that because that's the way I see it. When Dave Weiss goes out there and he has an interview, he can reach more people because he's trying to.
Exactly.
Like, I
He's
mean,
like the Barney.
I don't know how else to say it. Yeah. Oh God. Like, trust me, I'm not
But
shitting
he
on
really,
Dave
like,
Weiss. I've been on his comments like all week. Like, I've been watching all his interviews. Like, yo, where's this? Like, I'm so happy that like I can look at comments on like not like he was on Killer Priest podcast and there was like 4,000 comments, and as long as you could scroll, it was all criticism against the guy that wasn't actually dealing with Dave's point. So that audience realized, well, this guy doesn't sound like he's crazy, but this other guy is just fucking, instead of answering him so that I can feel like, oh, okay, that makes sense. That's why Flat Earth is dumb. Instead of doing that, they did the same thing that Globers do here. And people are starting to catch on. And I was really happy about that. But at the same time, I was like, damn, what if that was Quantum Eraser educating people on fallacious logic and the scientific method instead? Like, how would people utilize that information to maneuver through these, social circles? I'm not shitting on him at all, but I also wish that we were as good as
because
him.
not everyone can handle not everyone can handle quantum. Quantum is like a shot of fireball. Like, not everyone is prepared. Like my mom, if I'm going to show her flat Earth videos, I'm going to show her David Weiss's stuff. I can't show her QE stuff. Her mind is just going to implode on itself.
Whether it be the Numpty clips or whether it be his master class on the science, it's either way you're gonna be like, huh?
QE is best reserved for like the academics, because
advanced
anyone else won't really understand. Oh, that's I don't know. That's my personal approach. But
I've always wondered, why did Mark Sargent always get the first request for an interview?
Yes.
And then what I saw is that he doesn't go into the interview trying to win anything. He goes in there just to kind of have a good time. And so because he's a little bit non-threatening, people invite him back. Now, when they invited ODD or one of those guys out, those guys would hammer it hard on every point and keep it pretty serious for the whole interview. And I think then you don't get second interviews because they've seen how you handled the interview. So there's like this really interesting fine rope that they walk, like where Dave he often starts off explaining exactly how much he hated the flat earth, and that it kind of gets the person on your side. Okay, cool. And then you also kind of understand what I'm thinking right now before you go forward. So he's kind of softening the blow, but in that regard, he kind of puts cotton wool around everything. So I think that you're getting upset that there isn't the sharp corners that really slice into it and prove the point, and he's kind of making it
I wish that was the case, but Um, and on some micro scale, perhaps that is true. Perhaps I'm like, you know what? Maybe I wish, but honestly, no, I don't dislike anything. I don't dislike his style. I don't dislike the way he. I love the way he presents his information. But what I'm saying is, I see a pattern between how I was propagandized and how I was manipulated to have conversations in a certain way, in a certain vein. And I'm seeing that pattern with this conversation. And I'm trying to point out, wait a minute, there's a mechanism that we should be paying attention to. It's not really about the personality, it's about the psychology, it's about what's underneath. That's what I'm trying to illustrate because I see similarities in the mechanism itself.
Can I comment real quick about solars, flat Earth solars? Comment. They did a study on mice a while back. I forgot what the fuck the study was or what even it was about, but the summary of it, the conclusion was they were matching up like a really strong mouse to play with like a little weak mouse, and they discovered that if the strong mouse did not allow the weak mouse to win about 30% of the time, if he won, which is like 100% of the time, the small mouse would just not want to play anymore. But just by letting him win 30% of the time, he would keep on playing, wanting to play. So I wish Midi THC was here right now because he picked up onto this like earlier. Like, man, I let him get away with gravity. It's like, dude, it's cool, man. It's like, wait, because I got equations waiting for you at the end. Like, God, what the fuck are you gonna do with little G and big G? Go ahead. What are you gonna do with that? I'm waiting. Like, I'm just here. I'm solid. Go ahead, dance around. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I took that study and I extrapolated that shit in real life. If you win, if you're QE, no, the small mouse is not gonna want to come back and play. You see, but you gotta let the mouse win 30% of the time. It's been proven.
Of course,
It's been proven. Like,
the arena completely it just ruined any chance of any of the staunch Glovers coming back. Or maybe we're the reason that maybe we banned. I don't know what exactly, but
I don't know what happened to it, man. It was still up. It was still running when I left. I don't know. I came back. It's like fucking gone. Miggy's gone. It's like whoa. What happened to it?
So again, like giving someone gravity, at that point you're playing the pretend game. Okay, let's pretend that because it's not. They're not. Okay, here's the main.
That's how they got here.
But here's
they
the main
pretended.
issue.
They fucking danced. You know what? I'll dance. I'll put on my snake face.
But the main issue is they're not making a claim. Right? That's when it becomes a problem.
They are though. The globe model is a claim.
No. Of course they're making. That's not what I mean. Okay, so please try to understand what I'm saying, and I'll try to reword what I'm saying.
Okay.
If what I'm saying is not.
I'll read between the lines.
Now, what was I saying? Oh, okay. So it's not really about them explaining gravity, even though we get them to do that whenever we can. It's not really about that. They bring up gravity because they inevitably heard somewhere that we don't believe in it. So now we're forced into this false dichotomy in the mind of this person, right? And this person says, well, gravity does this thing to this earth that I think is a ball. This is how things work in this reality. Because I've reified it, I'm going to beg the question, I'm going to do all of that, right? So when they ask you the question, they'll say, okay, well, if gravity, the thing that's real, the thing that affects our world, the reason why things are spheres in the sky and on the ground that I'm standing on, then you tell me how it works. and then we say density, buoyancy, or density or relative density, and then it's like, yeah, but that's kind of a red herring to the whole issue.
Can I
It's not a red. Is
can I give my opinion?
yeah, man. I
Jesus,
mean,
yeah.
I feel
I
like, are you
think
done?
I think yeah. I think the second
I love
point
you,
and
bro.
the third. I think gravity and it's a red herring. You know, I think if they can't give us curvature, then they're done. It's not a debate. You know, I came into this trying to, saying how can identifying the shape of a basketball be a debate? It's not a debate. You know, it's not something to argue over. If there's no curvature, then they've got nothing. You know, and that's where it should end, because that's where it starts. And without that, there's no debate. I mean, they're all just red herring us here and there, and not addressing the, the actual thing that we're trying to identify. So I think sticking with curvature is the only thing that we should be focusing them on, because they don't even understand the black swan. Therefore, they don't understand that the globe is supposed to be a certain size and that curvature is supposed to be showing itself. They don't understand that they're seeing flat. They're told it's flat, taught it's flat, but they have to assume that it's a ball. They don't understand that. They don't understand that the model is based on a flat surface. So the Saros cycle, all the predictions. They don't know that. So by focusing on curvature, it brings everybody back to what matters, to what we're really here to talk about. And all these other red herrings, I think it's just a waste of our energy and time. And I don't want those idiots to come back, because what are they going to come back with?
Yeah,
Waste
we
our
got
time
some new
somewhere?
people in here, by the way.
Yeah, go ahead. But you know what I mean? If we stick with curvature,
no.
it's done. Yeah, that's my opinion. Go ahead. Thanks.
If you want to practice, if you want to practice on those guys with curvature, we got a couple new guys in here.
Well, it's so
Stu,
simple. That's the thing. Yeah.
Stu and Seek, right? No, not Seek. I'm sorry. What the fuck?
So sometimes
Senpai Lake. Yeah, Senpai.
sometimes when we get the point, you know what I mean? When we kind of get the point across, the mind wanders, because I did that too. Like, oh, but what about this and that and this and that? You know what I mean? Now we're going off into the red herrings after red herrings instead of just sticking to curvature. Sticking to curvature. None of that matters without curvature.
Well, I think we
You know what I
need
mean?
3 points, but I'm not going to tell anybody how to debate, because I don't think we should all debate the same way. I really don't. I think
the
get a
first
uniform
point-
way of debating is going to actually kill the community. I think diversity is great, because the more diverse the community, the more people we can reach. Everyone has different angles.
but
As a matter
without
of fact, I'd like
curvature,
to say,
you
real
can't
quick,
have. Go ahead.
I'd like to say that, well, number one, I'll mention that you are, if I'm not going to mention anyone else, I will mention that you, it's very notable that you stick to these things. Maybe even more than me. I don't know. But because I've never heard you actually talk about anything else. Now, you recognize that gravity is the red herring. Yes.
Me? Okay.
Because they'll try to talk about gravity and you'll bring it back away from the red herring that is gravity, which seems like it's related to the atmosphere, but actually is not. But you'll bring it back to, okay, so what happens when I smoke a joint? But a lot of us will be like,
because I
well,
want
gravity is this and that, instead of staying on the third point. And that's what I mean. Like, we let them pretend. Even me. I'm not.
Wait, if we just only talk about curvature, like, it just is going to be
gas
boring.
pressure without
It's not a game, man. It's not a fucking game. It's not a game. It's not. We're not here to debate.
Public service announcement. I don't need you to teach me how to debate, dude.
If you had I'm not asking. No, this is what I'm trying to say, right? What I'm trying to say is that if you recognize that it's not a debate. Without curvature, there's what's spinning a disc. Without curvature, okay, they can come up with all kinds of arguments about pressure, gradient pressure, and then we're off over there. Nobody cares about curvature anymore. Nobody knows the radius.
You only talk about curvature. How about that?
No one knows the radius of the Earth.
See, you want to tell everybody how to talk. You want to tell everybody what they can and can't talk about, and by doing like, are you Google now? Are you Google
What?
now?
We're
You're
all
trying to
flat
tell us
earthers
we can
here.
only talk about
If we
curvature.
can. I am not saying you can only talk about curvature. Oh my god, dude.
Yo. All right. Let me.
Look,
Hold on.
fine.
Hold on.
Sorry, I
Too
opened
many
my mouth.
too many
I'm gonna mow
people
my
talking at
lawn.
once, man. Okay. Chill. Okay. Let me just comment on that real fast, and I'll just shut the fuck up. So when I came back, I've been gone for like a year and a half, something like that. When I came back, Mike is the only one that addressed the real thing that I saw is when someone is driving a point home, whichever style you're using, please shut the fuck up, including myself. I just please go on, like just mute yourself. Don't hop in. No one needs your help. Let that guy finish his point. Whomever is talking, person A and person B from Flat Earth, okay, and the other one is a Globie. Let them drive this point home, and then go ahead, open up your mic. But it is extremely difficult when 10 people are talking to just one Globie that hopped in here, and everyone, is going to attack him from a different angle, and the Globie has to answer to all 10 of us. It's ridiculous. And that was the thing that I really realized. Like, I couldn't even fucking talk when I got in here. You know what I mean? Like, because no one knew who I was. Like, everyone on the panel was new to me, and I couldn't get fucking 2 words in. I was like, holy shit, what the fuck is this? This is chaos. So we need to tune down the chaos. But everyone, please do your own style. It's up to you. You go ahead. You play whichever chess game you want. But let that person finish their chess game first, and then politely, hop in. And mods, of course, can rumpus the fucking conversation because that's what mods are here for. Rumpus.
Yeah.
And then shut up like right now. All right, that's it. Peace.
Just joking, bro. Sorry.
What about Job? What's Job here for?
Huh?
Perfect.
My name is
Where are
Jeff.
those cats that eat people?
Just don't bring up Antarctica, whatever you do. Then I think we should tell him to shut up.
Gravity is the truth.
People bring up Antarctica, I'm just like, shut the.
Musk, have you
Wait,
seen
what
the
happens
wall
if you
yet?
bring up Antarctica?
It's
Where's the
completely
ad?
irrelevant. It's nothing to do.
What
No one
happens
knows
in
anything about
Antarctica
relevant.
stays in
Musk, have you not
Antarctica.
seen the wall yet?
I wonder how many
The
Globies think
wall.
there's polar bears in Antarctica.
Yeah, the wall.
Oh God.
Yes.
How do we know
Trump
there's a
is building a
wall?
wall there.
We have
Trump
new
built it.
people. If someone
Oh, you
wants to
thought I
talk
was
to them, please,
referring to Antarctica?
please address them.
It's not a real wall.
Oh boy.
Anyone want to take on the newcomers?
Yeah, go on then.
Well,
Yeah,
the wall
what's
is there to
the
keep all
radius
the
of the
I'm not
immigrants.
Earth?
qualified. I think we should let Bong take it.
What's the radius of the Earth, Glober?
You're not qualified with this
I'm
mess?
not
Yeah,
qualified.
Glover.
Glober, type the
I
radius
think
of
you're
the
plenty
Earth into
qualified.
text, please. Let's start
You
with
could only
that.
talk about the radius, though.
What is
Sorry.
gravity?
If you say anything else, you'll get banned.
And why do
Only
things?
curvature.
Why do helium balloons go up, fall up?
Are you not talking about curvature? Boy.
No, I'm taking your guys' advice. I'm gonna leave curvature behind and explore gravity
Come on,
and
man.
pressure and spin. Yeah. So what is
8 inches
gravity?
per mile square.
Boys,
Who's the
what is the gravity?
here?
So who's the
Why do
Glober that still
helium
has their
balloons
cherry?
go up? Right.
Dude, we have plenty of people in here. All right, so let's call them out. Here. Senpai? How do you say that? Senpai Lake? I don't know. Sure.
Yeah,
Can you-
no, I'm at work.
Yep.
I can't. I don't have time to discuss right now. I'm at work. I'm just here
Okay.
to listen.
Oh.
Okay, sounds good. No problem.
Yeah,
Hey,
I'll
speak
hop
whenever
in
you
later
can.
if anybody wants to do any of that.
Yep,
That's
sure
right.
thing, man.
We'll
All right,
tell you
do your
if
thing.
So you're at work, but why do you think the Earth
Don't
is a
work too
ball?
hard.
Well, you said he's listening, so you don't have to put pressure on him. Sam, DBVU. I don't know what that means, but hello, Sam. Okay, Sam is shy. So we'll leave Sam alone. Anyone else? Oh, good
Ask
night.
them
What
about
is
the
that?
second law of
Yeah, good night.
thermodynamics, bro.
There's this guy called
Who?
Kurt.
Ask who? Ask you guys?
Make sure he knows that
Ask
we
the teenagers
definitely,
that come in here. They should
yeah,
know.
make sure he knows that we definitely have a model. Definitely have one.
Yes. Yes, I have a thermodynamic model of flat
And the
Earth
Earth is
sitting
curving.
on my desk.
It's
Wait,
so
Musk,
obvious.
Oh,
you're
let me take a puff of this entropy machine
Yeah,
that I have.
yeah.
Hold on.
It's no problem. As a matter of fact, I have a picture of my model. It's all over Google.
Oh,
As a matter
perfect.
of fact.
Is Elite next? Wait, which one is it?
Can you put on a t-shirt, Elijah? I need to see
Yeah.
him.
Is it your profile pic?
You can use any one of them. Seeing as the globe can use different consonant-sized balls and shit, we can use all of ours too. Just whichever one makes sense for the time being.
Elijah, bro, I
Just
want to
grab
ask
the
you
nearest
something.
dinosaur.
If the Earth is a
Yeah, what's
ball,
up?
then what are black holes?
So where did you said you were watching some politics stuff, or you've heard, right? But yeah, that's how you opened up the convo. What was that?
Yeah. The,
Holy, oh, you're roboting hardcore, bro. Hold on. Try again.
I was watching some debate about how leftists interact.
Okay, so, yo, Elijah.
Mic check. I was in an elevator.
Okay, yeah, much better now, man. Yeah, you were
Second time,
saying?
bro. That's a
Okay,
warning.
so
Sorry.
yeah, I was saying that I eventually stopped looking at any of the mainstream news like it was credible just because they put it in a newspaper title or just because some news pundit said it, because they all ultimately give their opinions while making people think that it's fact, right? Like, but then you
Yeah.
read into the article or the actual source and you realize the source is either bullshit or the source doesn't say anything that they said. And so I thought that I could make a difference. I thought that I could go to rallies. I thought that I could put on a little work and do my part. And I realized, left, right doesn't matter. The people that like, if you want to get into it, you have to play the game. You have to be a part of the system that is ultimately gonna shit on you because it's corrupt anyway. But everyone's pretending like their side is a little less corrupt and that they're going to be the ones to change it from within and blah, blah. Anyway, the point is I went looking for other independent sources so that I could get my news from people that were less biased and were just trying to give me information because I just like learning new
There's no
shit.
such thing. There's no such thing.
Yeah.
Less biased? I don't
So
know what
that
that
led
means.
me so that led me to podcasts because I was just like, well, I just want to listen to people talk about interesting things. That led me to Joe Rogan. That's when I first heard, what? What the fuck do you mean that the moon landing was fake? You bald-headed motherfucker. Like, what are you talking about? Like, that was my idea. But then I thought, after hearing everything I heard about it, I was like, that's not true, is it? And that's where it all began. And then I saw the interview with Eddie Bravo, or the podcast with Eddie Bravo. He's like, there's no pictures from space. And I'm like, no way. So in my mind, I had an idea of what a raw image of, or a raw picture of space would look like. Because I already thought when he said that, I was like, yeah, I don't want to see any of the other like neat looking, nice looking, artistic looking images. Like, I want to see the raw, unedited, real Earth, all rocky, all whatever I thought it would be. And when I saw all of the pictures and the Google images, I was like, oh no, I really have to investigate this. And that's when it all went downhill from there.
All right. Yeah, man. I don't do any politics in my life at all. Zero. For many years. Keep that shit away from me.
Or it could have also gone uphill depending on your perspective.
Uphill?
Huh?
What's going uphill?
No, he said like that's when
Specific
everything went
about it.
downhill. He said that's when everything went
Oh.
downhill. I'm just saying, like,
Okay.
you've cracked a huge key of like, most people will never figure out. So I think it's uphill. But
Can I
Yeah,
just
you're right.
correct? Can I just correct myself real quick? Think
What's up,
about. I think about
No.
Hey, what's up, man? I think about curvature, right? As a pistol. Okay, this is my pistol. Okay, like the spin of the earth. That's my shotgun. That's in my back. Okay, all these other things, like those are tanks behind me. But I only need this pistol to win this gunfight that this guy brought a knife to. This guy brought a rock. This guy brought a freaking paper knife. And I've got a gun called curvature. Now, I'm not saying you can't use anything else. They're right there, right behind you. But all you need is this curvature gun, bang, and it's over. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying you have to do stuff. Come on, guys.
I know what you're saying, Bong. It just I found it funny when Mrs.
Good
Musk was
analogy.
attacking you about curvature, so I hopped in because I can
That's
do
how
that too.
powerful it
It's all
is.
good,
That's
bro.
how power. Yeah,
It
that's
is.
how weak their bullshit is, and how powerful this one little truth is.
Simple
Yeah,
Black
sentences.
Swan is a nuclear
because
weapon.
and you know
Coconut
why?
cannon, bro.
And you know why
Powerful.
it's so powerful? It's so powerful because it's not a flat earth truth. Because there's no fucking well, I as
The
we're talking
fact.
about the word truth, but I think about it like there's what do you mean flat earth truth? That's like me, I'm standing across the street from a tree and I'm like, yeah, that's the tree truth right there. It's already self-evident. The only problem is what people believe is the opposite from their experience. I'm not going to let someone tell me that I'm presenting them a flat earth proof. Fuck you. What I'm presenting is the decimation of your mathematical globe earth model. That's not really actually a model because I can't get my hands on it and look at the entire universe. No?
It's just a matter of time, and then our satellites will reach far enough out into the universe to be able to capture that first image. So just hang
Into
in there,
somebody's
Elijah.
hands.
Won't be long now.
Peep this. Hold on, let me post
Hey,
it.
Blaze.
I'm
What's
always
going on? I'm
hey
still
Blaze.
working on that list for you, by the way.
Look at
I'll
what's in
make
the
something nice. Complex tapestry for you.
Okay, thanks. Hi.
I got you. Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up, Blaze?
I posted
Hey, Bob.
that in sorry. And hello, Blaze.
Yeah, I saw that. What's up with that?
I'm just saying it's funny because Flat Earth Solar like brought up that point.
You only chilling biblical now, Blaze, or what? I don't think I've heard your voice in like 2 years, maybe something like that. Right?
Come down here and listen
Crazy.
and try to get some some information to be able to effectively share with friends. But I like to try to keep it simple, so I thought I'd just come down here and just listen. And then I get called out. I'm like, I do it to people all the time down below, so
Yep.
it's funny.
You already know.
I mean,
Blaze,
yeah.
Hey, what's up, Blaze?
Hey, long time.
well, Blaze, how do you do your thing? Like
Well-
what's your go-to?
For me, it was I essentially wanted to know the why. Like I wanted to kind of get around that. So I ended up researching the researchers and how they got the letters and who created the science departments and who created NASA I kind of went that direction. So I don't know any of the technical things that these people allegedly created, theories, or theory of relativity, the theory of gravity. I'm not really going to get into that because it's not duplicatable to me. And for me, I just want to enroll people into their speaking, meaning find out like what they know about the shape of the earth, because that's what you guys battle all the time. They don't know their model. And for me, I just want to get into their speaking and see what they do know and speak to that. And I had some luck last week. So, but I would like to, know a few technical things, but I don't know. I just don't know that people would understand it.
No, I think that's well said because like if you're speaking to what they know, it's like you're at least forming a foundation to build off of. So you're not just trying to like grab their mind to a different place that they haven't considered. You're like taking what they know and then asking them follow-up questions and open-ended questions so they can build on what they know and then like scratch their head a little bit about what they actually do perceive.
Right.
Makes a lot of sense.
Well, and get related because we're all on the same side. It's just that these world leaders and these whatever that you want to call them bad people are trying to divide us, and sometimes I hear everybody arguing with people and I'm just like, I get it. I used to argue all the time, and it's not that I don't.
They divide us by inundating us with the way they carry on conversation. We, as the little babies that grew up and watched TV, mimic how our parents talk to each other, mimic how people talk to each other, and mimic how the arguments on the TV are had, right? Like that, and that was my point about what I seen, with politics is the same thing I seen here because like there's an actual issue, and the actual issue is why isn't there any evidence? But instead of talking about that issue, everyone wants to talk about the psychology of flat earthers and shit.
Well, here's the thing. They think that there is evidence. See, that's the problem. I think we are deficient in, there's like so many truthers and flat earthers in here. It's just like we pummel everybody every chance we get so we could be right and all that stuff. But is that really our goal here, is to outsmart them and let them know how smart we are? Because they're not very smart in this department. I just think that sometimes we lose. Huh? Pardon me?
Because remember you said that we are it's really us that they're pitting against each other. But how are they doing it? Well, they're not like physically doing it. We're doing it to ourselves. And the reason that this is happening is because we apply flawed logic. And what I'm saying is that's what they deliberately show us in these news segments when they have someone go back and forth on a topic that they deem very necessary to talk about. So they show us this is how you settle issues. But issues never really get settled. It's just two opinions, two opposing sides, and it's not really like they actually debate the problem. And it's like,
no, you're right.
Kind of what happens here.
Well, and I'm saying that we use information as a weapon sometimes, and this is our house. And I know when I invite people over to my house, because they don't agree with me, I don't rip them a new one. I want them to come back. For me, I'm trying to change a little bit and soften my approach. I mean, listen, down in biblical, I have a reputation, but I'm, hopefully growing. And, I had somebody that we don't agree on a lot of things, but reached out to me. And I was like, that's great. Because just because we don't agree on things, it doesn't mean we have to be enemies. And we have a lot of globies. I love that, Cyrus. Globies rather than globers. We have a lot that come back, but I think we should have more. Because when they see us, I think sometimes I would be intimidated if I was a Globie coming in here, you know? I don't know. Maybe I'm just turning softy, or I'm really
No,
looking at the scriptures.
you're 100% right. I curse these people out probably at least every other week about the same exact thing. And I'm constantly stopping the conversation to curse somebody, which is not something that I should be doing, by the way.
Well, but here's the thing. I'm not in here as much as you guys saying the same thing over again and over, and then they're saying the same thing over. I mean, I don't see how you guys do it in Thunderdome here. It's got to be so old, but I'm just I'm just saying this is our house. And I think that when we invite people into our house, or when they come into our house, I just think that, you know, ultimately we want them coming back, because you guys are up here. You're in this room for a reason. You guys are really nice and you care about people. You want to help educate, especially everybody, you know? And I'm not trying to make anybody wrong, because this must be so frustrating. The same thing over and over
I agree
again.
with you 100%, but that's what I mean. What I was saying was, I curse the flat earthers out in here. I say what you say, but kind of, I guess, ruder, because because I want people to feel like, I just want it to be a reasonable conversation, you know. Like I want it to, like, it just has to be a reasonable conversation. I think we all know what reasonable is, even if we don't, like, you know, practice it all the time. Like, just, you know, just let the conversation. Don't look at them like they're a globe earth troll. Like
Yeah, like
that's
they're
not
the
what
enemy.
people are.
No, they're not the enemy. You know, and things will change when we change a little bit. And again, it must be really frustrating, you know, even for the ladies.
You're not going soft, by the way. I just think I think, because I feel the same exact way. So I think it's just the seasoning. Like when you've went through thousands of people that hop through in here and like had all these conversations, or even just listened to him, like you're like, okay, I think you develop a different approach, because you understand the hammer just doesn't work every single time. It works, but that's not the point, actually, right? You know, what is the point? What are you trying to do? You're just trying to win? Then look, hammer. Sure.
Right.
Silver bullet every single time. Yep, okay, I win. But, you know, if you're trying to, because some people stay, you know, like Hank, man, Hank Hill, like Hank. I'm telling you, everyone needs to follow this guy's approach, because he was on the fence for a long time. Like, you know, wow. When I was silver, I think he was on the fence. So it's you know, it's a while back, you know, and
it's a weapon.
Hank was on the fence
for a
Oh,
long
dude, he was
time,
on the
my
fence
friend.
for a long time.
Long time, dude. And then after, right, because I was gone, then I kept coming back and I click on Hank and I see Flat Earther, and right away it's like, Hank, tell me what did it for you, and you know, lack of evidence. Yep. You know. Anyways. But yeah, but no, I share Blaze's philosophy.
And you know, Bong is right. You know, it's a weapon, and you know, these people, bless their hearts, man, they're just deceived, and they just haven't had their eyes open yet. I mean, me personally, my eyes weren't open until 2008, and even then, it seems like it was, you know, it was a while ago. But I mean, look how much time went by, and I didn't know all this stuff. So that's what you guys are doing. You're here to help people open their eyes, you know? I mean, and I like down below, it's like, I like to welcome people like you guys do. And then sometimes you just get their story. You know, sometimes people are lonely, how they found flat earth, right? And gives them a chance. I like last Thursday, we had 2 new people below. Man, great conversations. Like, I'll remember it forever, because I didn't think about something they said. It was just a really nice conversation, and I just want to be welcoming. But see, that's different down below. So that's just my 2 cents. I'm not trying to make anybody wrong
but
whatsoever.
it's not really different down below, because I remember when I was being made a mod. One of the main sentiments that was passed down to me was that the live stream should be reserved for newcomers who are wanting to have a discussion about something that they didn't know was the case. And they might come here thinking, well, flat earth is this and that and the third. And we're here to say, well, I understand that. However, this is what we're about. You have any questions? This is the calm, casual portion of this ginormous server that we're not utilizing the way we should, by the way. But this is the part of the server where we welcome people
Amen.
to have
Right. I like it.
conversations.
Yeah. And
But
it's a
sometimes
great
we
place.
get away. It's like,
I just think we would be more effective if we, use the weapon, or not necessarily whip out the weapon approach. I don't know. I don't know.
They
You guys
saying
are
don't
doing a
whip it
great
out.
job. Well,
we
I'm
can
just
do
saying,
many.
not until, just mute people. You know what I'm saying? If they're like belligerent, mute them. But like, find out,
I'm just
hey,
messing with
so,
your face. I agree with you.
just like, hey, so that you can speak into their frame of reference or whatever, so so how long you been like thinking about the shape of the earth? Are you into space? Because I used to be a space person. Not really, but I'm just saying that's what you guys say. I used to be a NASA girl or whatever, which I wasn't, but somebody else would probably have that. So you guys, I don't even know. You guys are doing a great job. So like, don't really listen to me. But somebody said hi to me, and so
Don't
that's it.
really listen to me.
Yeah, I
What?
think
Well, I'm just saying, you guys are
everything
like,
you
I
said
don't
is
want
valid.
to make
Like, why are
anybody
you
wrong.
why are you
You
invalidating yourself?
remember?
Like, what for?
Because I'm
You
not really
remember
in this part.
the
It's all
Memulus
that
raid?
humility
You
coming
remember
off,
that?
all that humility coming off of you.
Well, you know what? Listen, that is my, oh man, I would love to learn to be like that, because I don't have that down. That's what my aim is. We did a study. I was just telling my friends down below, down in Biblical, last. Are you there? I just got a call.
Yeah.
We did a
Yeah, I hear
study
you.
last year, and it was about meekness, right? And everybody thinks, oh, humble and all that kind of stuff. Well, really, when it comes down to it, I believe the word meek came from the Greek form of praus, and it came from horses, and they would take wild horses, and if the horses, listened, had all that strength, right? And they would listen. Somebody could ride them, and they would just like go right into war, fiery darts or arrows or whatever, and then move on the slightest whim of the rider or whatever. They were called praus because they could keep their strength. The rider could keep the horse's strength under control, so they were labeled praus. They were good for war, and going in and you know what I'm saying. So for me, I would I'm a very aggressive person. I can be sometimes, and it doesn't always work. And that's not who I want to always be. I want to keep my strength, my temper under control, and that's what I'm trying. And I would love to be humble. So thanks. I appreciate that, but that's, at some point you go in and out of it. You know what I'm saying?
So do you feel like if your rage is uncontrolled like that, that has some type of a connotation to being meek, or like it's uncontrollable, it just
No.
blows up? It's like you're
Yeah,
like
like
repressing
blows
it.
up. Like Messiah. Sorry, really quickly. I'm not going to change the subject. Messiah, they labeled him as meek, right? Well, I mean, he wasn't a wimp, So when you look into it, that really correlates with how he was. He had a lot of strength. So anyways, I don't want to talk about that part because I don't want to get biblical on you guys.
No, okay.
Cool.
So that means he got spicy sometimes? Like, is that what that means?
I mean, I would say that he had all that power, and
Like, crank up the
yet,
spice level. Not so nice, you know?
well, or he had
That's what.
all that power, and yet he walked very humbly and didn't throw it in people's faces all the time.
Okay.
Is my interpretation. Yeah, he did get upset a couple times, didn't he?
Oh, I'm wondering.
There's
I
a
don't know.
time
I really
for it.
don't. Okay, of course there is. Of course, yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
It's just, you know what, somebody iServe said
Part of life, I think.
something. You know, iServe said something really, really profound last Friday. He said, you know, of the iServe and OK Cool group, married couple.
Yeah,
He said,
I know who you're talking
you know, how we are in real life doesn't really work sometimes online. And I was like, yeah, you're right. I mean, and sometimes you wouldn't be like
True.
so upset with somebody and
100%.
you know,
100%.
right in the face. But then sometimes you don't need to get like wimp. You know what I'm saying? I was like, wow, that was really, I liked that. Because I'm listening. I need to take my own advice, what I'm saying right now. So there's a reason I'm saying it.
Wait, so which one do you feel like you are? You feel like you're too aggressive online because it's not a conversational face-to-face thing, or you're less aggressive online?
I think now I'm less aggressive. You know, there's certain topics that trigger us, right?
Challenger in the Bible, bro, and you will understand what is going on. You'll get chewed up pretty quick. I've heard Blaze
Listen,
debate
I've been
some
down
stuff.
there before.
No, I don't. I'm not doing it like that anymore. I'm not.
Oh, she's switching up her strategy, so like whacking
Yep.
people in the head with the Bible's not working
Yep.
as well. Okay, got it.
Okay.
Switching
Kind of
switching
avoiding
strategies
topics.
on us.
Yeah, because it doesn't work. I would rather
Okay.
I would rather have love present than be right all the time and hammer down people's throat what I want them to believe, because there's something to getting related, and then later you can have a nice civil conversation or a civil debate, you know, but respect each other, man. And that's what I'm learning. And I think that comes with growth and you know, really liking people. I'm a realtor, so I love people.
Well, you have to remember too. You have to know when to give people your pearls of wisdom, because a lot of times these people aren't really there to learn; they're there to ridicule. So it's like if you cast your pearls of wisdom before the profane, the swine and the dogs, they'll trample it and trample you.
Right.
So
That's why you get related first, if it's possible.
Yeah.
I love that verse. I use it all the time. I do
For the
not cast
pearls.
pearl before swine. It's like, oh no, I know, because they won't get it. It's like that's like
They won't
okay, so
get it.
reserve that. Yeah, reserve that.
Exactly.
Reserve, because you're gonna tarnish that pearl with their shit. So it's like just reserve that for yourself until they upgrade themselves. Then perhaps, you know, now it's time.
Yeah, because there has to be some element of self-seeking in there. Like you have to be able to go look up things yourself and think about things for yourself. Like I can't hand you not even some of the stuff. I can't hand you the majority of these topics. I can't hand them to you. I can only like present them to you and have a quick chat, but it's like the thinking part about it, that's on you. Like you either think about it or you don't.
Yeah, you can lead a beast to water, but it's up to them to drink it.
Yeah, you either want to know the truth or you don't.
Yep. Must come from within.
Yep. It's a personal journey.
Yep.
But you know, with all the different events that are happening now, people are waking up and going, wait a second, something's not right.
Yeah.
You know how you
And I
were
think for
saying
me, it's like
about
Go ahead,
like
sorry.
if, like you know how you were saying about if they don't want to know the truth, they won't see it. It's kind of like the same thing with globe Earth and flat Earth. Like these people that are told a certain way, they grew up indoctrinated into a cult, and so they're going to believe what the cult says because the people that are in control of their lives and the ones that they've looked to for answers believe a certain way. So that's like a doctrine of man, you know. If you can't go out and test all things, and keep all that is good, right? So if you go out there and you test the earth to see if it's a ball, and it shows that it's not a ball. Well, what does that mean? Does that mean you still believe that it's a ball, or does that mean you go down the other road and you test things to see how flat things are? Right. So it's like one of these things to where, well, Josh, you can't test it. Yeah, you can. You can actually test it. In fact, one of the best tests is go swimming, submerge yourself like to where your nose is underwater and look at the water, especially if it's a glass situation on a pond or something or a lake. You'll be amazed that it's flat. You see no curvature. And when you're at that, the perspective is wide. You know what I mean? Because it's all at eye level. It's amazing. Like people can't actually go out there and test things for themselves and trust the information that they're receiving from the tests.
Yeah, it's the lack of trust because you know if they thought about it, it's like we just trust our minds enough to say, hey, I'm not a dumb kid. I figure things out pretty quickly, and I can trust my ability to reason and use logic. You know, so it's like it's just a lack of trust on their end.
I have a question. This is for the last 2 or 3 years, it really intrigues me, but obviously it hasn't intrigued me enough to do the research because I'm just not understanding it. How does wind work on a spinning globe? All these different ways. I mean, I was into it like 2 or 3 years ago, but like I haven't really gotten that far. But I mean, how does it work? It blows so many different ways.
It shouldn't work. Is what you're. Yeah, it should not.
That's what I'm
You first
saying. I mean,
pretend it goes like this, the same way of Coriolis, the same way of how everything that is the opposite of our experience that is this story, right? So the reason that wind goes in all directions is because first of all, you have to get out of your head that the earth is not spinning with the atmosphere. So now that we are going to assume that it's spinning with the earth, technically it's not doing anything from our frame of reference. So that's a
Go
calm
big.
day. But then
Go bigger, bro. Go bigger. Take the
So-
orbit around the sun too. It's right. It's multi-complex orbit, like motion. So you can't forget about the orbit around the sun, which is I'm not sure how fast we're booking, but that's really fast
yeah,
too. Like
yeah,
you
they'll
know what I'm
say
saying?
forget.
A
They'll
ball
say forget
with
all of that.
atmosphere. Yeah.
When it comes to scrutinizing their model, they'll justify why you don't have to think about that because it's too minuscule. And then they'll go to hijacking everything that we do experience and then just say what we see and that it works on a globe. That's all.
And hurricanes?
They would explain it the same way we would. Well, it seems like the energy from the sun is like disrupting like the molecules, and then the molecules are moving to low pressure areas, and that's what we call wind and storm. They'll say the same things that we already know, but they'll just attribute it to some bigger macrocosmic, you know.
No, that is the mainstream explanation for it. You're right. That's how. I mean, they don't lie about that. However, when you go to Narnia, when you go to spaces where everything falls apart, it's like, okay, how does the atmosphere still stay on the surface of the Earth? Like there's you can't like we can't duplicate this. This is harsh. You know what I mean? It falls in its face when you take it to space. But yeah, it's all caused from the sun. You know, so they say, and it appears to have decent like basis to it, you know, thermodynamically. But that's what we know about it. That's what they say. It's caused from the sun.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
It's lame.
But if you go in space, you know, I mean, if you try to imagine it, how does a ball hold on to this like fluid on the outside while it's moving, like while it's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour and like moving down the orbit at like 300,000 miles an hour or something like that? It's like what? How does you know what I mean? How it should all trail behind the ball, sort of thing, right? If you imagine that, that's how it should be. Should like have a trail of gas behind it.
Yeah, but if you think about it, it's just completely nonsensical. Everything that you're being told is all of it. You have to like disconnect from like your natural God-given senses to believe that because it doesn't line up. But I think that's part of the whole deception. Is like they're pulling you away from like your ability to just use your senses. You're just gonna believe and nod your head and do as you're told, and you're gonna be just
Form
a
of repetition, I think.
some automaton, some robot. And that's just going to be the norm because that's what everybody else does. Most people don't want to think.
Yep. They don't. They don't want to know.
They don't. It's too painful.
So are there any globies in here? Any people with questions, right? What a shame.
See? You scared him away, Blaze. See what you did again?
I know. There's nobody that wants to ask any questions. See, that's what I'm saying. We should have more people that want to come back, right?
What about something old, something new, or something old, new? Yeah, something old, new. Is VC verified? They're not speaking, so call them out. They leave.
Something blue.
Well, what I was gonna say was,
What's it? Are you in here?
so I
just looked. Sorry.
what up? What's it if you're in there?
Okay.
He was earlier.
Yeah, I saw his name.
Yeah, his profile's in here. Oh my gosh. I would love to be able to go out and make a difference like what he's doing. Bless his heart. That's not easy.
Yeah.
Not easy at all.
Nope. Nope.
But I was gonna say that I don't think it's okay. Well, it's partly that, but it's also maybe that we're just not marketing as efficiently as we can. Because if we were, like, we would have people coming through. Like, we would probably have people coming through that, might not stay, but they would still be coming,
Yes, but I
Not
think you're
that no
thinking
one
about
comes.
the. Yep. So sorry to interrupt, Elijah. I think you're talking about the just kind of drumming up new voices and people to come in, and I think Blaze is trying to point out the whole we have a certain cost to acquire a new customer, but like what are we doing when they actually come in the door? Like that's actually gonna galvanize them to come back next time. And she's saying like, hey, how are we communicating with them? You know what I mean? Is it too much hammer? Is it too much kind of like doing it our way, or should we like kind of just be like more nimble about how we approach them and how we speak to them so that they do come back? Because I think it's like if our goal is to kind of like wake people up and have them look at this topic from a different perspective, we almost want to give them a chance to come back 3, 4, 5, 6 times, and then just kind of gauge like who's coming back as opposed to like how many new people we're bringing in, like who's coming back to listen more and ask more questions and think and think and think. Because we know this topic takes a while. It's not something you just figure out in one sitting.
Exactly. And it's kind of intimidating, because
oh yeah,
I mean, then you feel like you're gonna get reamed out or whatever. Like, I don't know, you guys. I just wish there was more people coming back, and there probably is, and I just am not here when they do. Hey, Truth Prevail.
No,
Sorry.
I understand.
Yeah.
Hey, Blaze, have you been, by the way? I've not talked to you in forever.
I know. I just was coming up here just so I could work on my flat ability to be able to
smacking ability.
Yeah, I don't want to say smacking sometimes because it's like, but it is.
Sharpen up your arguments a little bit. Gather any new info that might be floating around. Yeah, it's a good place for that.
Yeah, this is the best place.
Hey, Truth, how are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Not too bad.
Pretty good.
There's a new person.
Blaze is blessing us with her presence, so everybody's happy.
Yeah, I love having her around. It's when you hear these voices, it kind of like takes you back because I remember she used to come in more often, and then there's a few others that I'd like to hear around, more. But I know people have things going on with their life, and sometimes it's hard to make time to focus on something like this, especially within this community. Like once you step away for a while, if you just hop in every now and then, it's kind of hard to jump in and, get back into the flow of things. So I get it.
Of course.
I think we've got a new person inside. Sorry. Pablo, I think it is.
Hey, Pablo, how's the day going?
What about BVU? Hey, welcome.
I tried that person earlier. That Sam BVDU. Yeah. Wasn't a no go.
Yeah, speak up. You have some smart people here. What about Sin Pale Lake?
He's at work.
Oh, him.
Yeah.
Jeez, I wish somebody was here. So
I wonder if Pablo is a secret NASA guy.
Why do you say that?
The glasses.
Oh, it's that giveaway, right?
Smart math guy.
Probably has perfect. Yeah, probably has perfect 20/20 vision. It's just to perpetuate another lie.
Yeah, probably.
You can't help it. They just lie for a living. Like that. This is what they do with their days. Churn out lies.
I mean, how else can they make a living if it's just not lies,
Oh,
man?
I heard a big conspiracy theory about Jack Parsons. Supposedly, he sold his soul to the devil so that he could have a real spacecraft that would take him to the stars. And then he invented rocket fuel.
Jack Parsons?
yeah, he's a real,
Anton LaVey's dude.
he was a real piece of work.
Well,
Okay.
interesting. You don't know about Jack Parsons? What?
Mm-mm.
Oh.
Sir Vagabond, you know about
The only
NASA?
Parsons I knew was it?
JPL, man. Jet Propulsion Laboratory. It's not actually called Jet Propulsion
No.
Laboratory.
Jack Parsons Lab.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It was yeah. Look into that guy. He's an interesting
He's a
fella.
character.
Yeah.
I see.
He's
Well,
very
give me like the cliff notes real quick. You know,
Seems
what
pretty
Yeah, just
scrawny
look
to
into
me.
him.
Seems very
Okay.
frail.
Yeah.
I think some floorboards were loose and then some screws were loose up inside there. You get my drift. One of those types.
Okay, Jack Parsons like went crazy. Like
No, I don't think he went crazy at all. He was perfectly sane.
In his own way.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah. You know. See, JPL, bro. This is like who started JPL, so just look into like
Cyrus just opened up his corporation. JPL.
Yeah, that's it.
Come join
It's like,
JPL.
go look at JPL. He's the founder of JPL.
okay,
So
I'll check him out.
he's a cornerstone of like NASA. You know about the Nazis, right? Paperclip. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I've heard about the Nazis coming over and like they were foundational to NASA and the whole lie and all that type of stuff. Yeah.
Right.
But have I dove into NASA connections into Nazi connections and NASA? No.
Neither
there's
have
just
I.
so
But
far I'll go down the rabbit hole.
Yeah, but what does L.
It's
Ron
out there.
Hubbard have to do with NASA?
science fiction writer. Remember
I don't
Scientology?
know. Oh yeah, I know L. Ron Hubbard. Listen, I think it's just like, who can craft out more complex lies faster. I guess he was just a whiz at it. He's like, I'm gonna create an entire universe of lies.
Oh, if I can just say something, these people, what I've seen, what I've noticed, is when they try to do something big, they've got people in most places, and majority of them have their, I don't know, what's the word, have their price. And the leaders of, doesn't matter what it is, whether it's government or this faction, that faction, whatever ideologies, whatever you want to call it, they divert their attention towards, they point all the people in that direction where they want them to see it. So it doesn't matter what you're interested in or whatnot, you will see what they are truly trying to push. And they've done this throughout, if you just go even recent history, what we know.
Mike.
Sorry,
Yeah, Mike, your mic is working.
Oh, is it me? Is that better?
No, someone was saying mic check in the background.
Oh.
So I was telling that other guy that his mic is fine. You're cool.
What was I saying? Yeah, they always push it towards what they truly want at the start. As soon as they have that achieved, then they spread out. Then they get the people back in, they mess them up in the head, and then they throw, it's kind of, people say, disinformation, misinformation. It's kind of just like make up as much stuff as you want and just throw it against the wall and see how far these people will go towards whatever. A story. While they showed you what they're gonna do, what they did, and then the intentions of them. That doesn't get solved. That's a mess. Everybody else is in shambles. Then they'll pick another thing. They'll make everybody's attention go to there. That will happen. They'll show everybody. And then the same thing as I explained before.
I think it's just an attempt to kind of, I think it's an attempt to short people's minds out. Because think about being given the internet. That's a new thing for your brain. So you've got all of these sources of information coming at you all at the same time at the click of a button. Your brain wasn't built to handle that much information, especially not like from so many different sources and so many languages all at the same time. So I think it's like they're just inundating with people with information and basically getting people to the point where like, I don't want to research anything anymore. Like, just tell me what to do, But I think it's like, I think your mind knows there's so much information out there and it wants to collect all of it and collate all of it. Most people's minds aren't structured that way though, so they can't take it all. They just don't study anything, They just stay stupid and just like, all right, this guy's gonna fucking lead me, my fearless leader over here, type of shit, and that's how they get stuck.
That's what's wrong with the globe, right? It's real.
You're a bit low,
Say again?
Elijah.
Bunch of,
I think it's
that's
Elijah's trying to speak. He's low.
that's what's wrong with the globe and all of these other various topics. It's a whole bunch of mental junk email, right?
Yeah.
That some people, it's just too overwhelming. They never open that thing. You can't even send them any more mail because it's too full. Mailbox is too full. Try again later. Like it's
Voicemail has
but
been
that's but that
not been
but
set up.
when people ask why do they lie? Why would they lie? It's because they've implement some kind of system that does this. Because if I'm like, let's say I'm not a skeptic. Meaning, like, I'm not skeptical of everything because it takes too much time to be skeptical of every damn thing that comes against my that comes on my desk. How about I think no way about it? How about when something comes across my desk, it come with validation or I just move on? But they didn't teach us to do that. They taught us to do the thing that would short circuit us.
Exactly.
Yep. Just from the start, you weren't given the proper tools to do what you're doing now and all the rest of it. It's like the brother said before, how they and you just short circuit your brain. Most people don't know how to use it, so it's kind of overwhelming. But believe it or not, that's
Yeah, and I
why
think
the
the three
computer
things
was
that they mentioned.
designed. It's a backwards engineered brain. If you were taught how to use it correctly, you can process whatever you want, and you can, garbage in, garbage out, facts in, and that's it. But
Yeah,
yeah, go ahead, bro.
Right. No, I was gonna say the three things that I think that they left out on purpose within like all of our educations are just logic, reasoning, and deduction skills. Because if you just use those three with all your thinking processes, everything gets easier. You just logically think through, like, does that make sense? You reason back and forth with the person, let them get their whole point out. You get your whole point out. Ask all the questions you've got that come to mind. Let them ask all their questions. Use your logic again, like, hey, what logically sounds like the right answer here? Non-emotionally, like I'm not concerned about being dumb or wrong. Like I just want to know what the right answer is. And then if you have the same spirit or will, we're just trying to figure this out together. We'll always be able to deduce what the right answer is through the back and forth.
Yeah,
But most
yeah,
people
this
don't
is
even go through that process because
correct.
they never learned.
Yeah, it's the trivium. It's logic, rhetoric, and grammar.
Yeah.
Most of those people that are intelligent by nature have got it, and they just refine it, and the people up at the top get taught it, and
Exactly.
those are the
Because you'll always
things
be in a
that
position
make.
of power if you can reason well.
You
Yeah,
can
because
speak
think about if you want to like
logic.
Yeah, exactly. If you want to run a large scale company, right, and really attract a lot of resources to you, all you have to do is be able to communicate with people well, and then you'll be able to reason with all manner of people, and then get things to go your way. If you thought about it in advance, like, wait, what do they need? What am I going to give that's valuable, that they can perceive as valuable? How am I going to make them see the value here? This is like keeping like the masses poor 101. Like if they cannot use those three kind of facets of communication, they'll never be able to sort it out. They'll just stay poor and die
Exactly,
poor.
100%. No, I say
Telling you,
this.
man,
Some
shit's
people
fucked
get
up.
upset, but it's sad because I didn't get given this. I was one of those stubborn people that just, when I heard bullcrap, I called it out, and I got punished for it earlier, young, when I was 13, 14. I
Oh yeah.
finished school when I was 16, but it's just one of those things. And then went through some things, and then went through this stuff a long time ago. But it's kind of it's a lonely place, and I'm glad I found this server. Great people on here and everything. It's awesome, and you have to have some empathy, but I think everybody here has the correct manner, and their soul is in the right place to be able to discern, somebody that's coming in just rah rah rah, and somebody that's coming in genuinely to ask a question. Even if he doesn't phrase it right, you can tell by the way that he's asking the question that he's sincere.
I agree. I agree. And sometimes you can hear in kind of their voice tone too, like are they trying to like tell you something or just like trying to inquire about a topic where they're fine if they know or they don't know the answer, but they're willing to at least challenge. But that's where, like, what we were saying previously, that that kind of like time that you took on your own to think about it, that's where the questions are going to bubble up from, when you really couldn't reconcile it in your mind. But if you never thought about it on your own, those questions never pop up. Then you come back and you're trying to assert your position as opposed to having natural questions that would have germinated if you thought about the subject, you know? So it's like there's no way to get you here. It's like you have to literally go home, use your brain, sit down quietly and think for a sec, and then come back when you have a question.
Oh yeah.
I can't
If
make
it
you have
doesn't,
questions, you know? Hey, that's impossible.
if it doesn't wreck your brain and then like sort of rattle you inside, like you know what I'm talking about, rattle you inside, then that means the work hasn't been done. For me anyway. That's the way I
Yeah, no,
operate.
no, I
That's
agree.
how
I agree.
all people who talk about the immaterial do it. Like they use that kind of wording because it's actually true. The only person that can get you to realizing something that's actually already right there is you. So it's a mental shift. It's a paradigm shift that has to happen with you. You must be the one mentally opening those doors after having discovered them. You know, a lot of people come here and they're like, no, that's not a door. I don't have to actually address that. I want you to address this. And it's like, well, I can, but what are you getting out of that? An aha to a stranger? I'm not trying to aha anyone. I'm saying this is some information I came across. So
Yeah, but remember, you probably already had that thought process in your mind of being able to talk to people respectfully and like go back and forth. I suspect those people, they haven't like evolved into the state where it's like they've gotten over the need to be right. You know what I mean? Like I think, you know, I perceive people that are in this type of a space, like I don't mind being right, you know what I mean? But I also don't mind being liked, and I can go either way. Sometimes I want to be right, sometimes I want to be liked, and I'm not like stuck on any side. It's like I'm more concerned about like well, how does that interaction go between me and you? You know, can we challenge each other and have a good time? You know, can we do both? But I think if you just choose one or the other, the conversation always kind of falls apart somehow.
it's crazy when you say, you know, some people need to be right. Like, because I think the exact opposite. I think I need to be wrong. Like when I come across some information, I don't think that I'm smart enough. I'm like, hold up. I'm reading what I'm reading. I've interpreted it this way because I don't understand how to interpret it any other way. Therefore, I must bring it to someone else who is either on my level or higher. Just pretty much anyone that I know can, you know, read. I'm like, yo,
Bouncing
what
on
does
you.
this say to you? Just to see if they say what I
Hmm.
thought. What does this actually say to you? You tell me. So you usually I'm searching to be wrong so I can move on with my day. And sometimes it just turns out that what I looked at is just actually what it is, which means I held a prior belief that I had never really investigated further than just believing. And I guess
Yeah,
people
but you have
just
the
don't.
courage to go out and then go ask somebody else. Yeah, but you remember, it takes courage to like just put what you think and what you feel out in front of other people to judge without saying,
Oh
"Hey, I'm
yeah.
gonna feel like a complete moron if they lie to me and they all run away." But it's like I think that courage is what allows you to discover anything and everything in the world. Like just going out and asking questions
But
and like
isn't
having
that,
the humility not to care if you're wrong.
I
But
don't
it's
know, it,
like
it
most people are
feels
Take
so
that to
stuck
be
in their
normal.
heads.
but it
Yeah.
feels different because what maybe I can do it because it has nothing to do with me. That's what I'm thinking in my mind. Like if I had to share my feelings, well, I mean, that's the reason I'm not a famous singer. because of how I feel. That's different. But when it comes to this, I don't feel. I initially didn't feel anyway. All I did was go, this is some information that I never saw before. I know how I want to react, so let me share it with someone else and see what their reaction is. Maybe I'm bugging. Maybe I'm on to something. And it's like I'm not emotionally invested. I just discovered something that I'm looking to have someone else either discover or tell me, oh, yeah, I've been down this road. Listen, here's the thing, et cetera, et cetera. You know, I don't
Yeah,
understand
you
how
know,
people get emotionally invested when information oftentimes has nothing to actually do with them personally. I don't get it.
yeah, you're just
Yeah, no,
giving
you
them
never know.
the information. You're not even telling them how to interpret it. You're just saying, this is what it says. Now, does that make sense with that? And then somehow that doesn't get addressed. You just kind of, and it goes somewhere else. And that's part of the faculty that's missing, I think, for some reason. Sorry, bro, go ahead.
I agree. Because that's kind of what I'm talking about. Like what I've been talking. This weird thing that happens when all we wanted to do is talk about information and then all of a sudden evolved into this. How? Why didn't the
Yeah.
information actually ever get addressed? And why are we like shouldn't what's actually going on here?
Yep.
It's emotional flares. Like people's emotions are flaring up before they actually get to the reconciliation point. And I honestly believe emotions conflict with intelligence and common sense.
Well, you guys are still on a Flat Earth server. Didn't you know they shut Flat Earth down yesterday and went to space?
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wrap it
did
up.
you see the concave Earth that he was flying above?
Yeah,
Did not.
concave Earth might be true.
It's concave, not convex. It's concave.
Maybe it breathes in and out. Do you know how long that they floated around?
Hello?
4 minutes. They can't even make it up, bro. They floated for 4 minutes. So, they were there.
4 minutes.
Yeah.
Yep. But the narrative is still going forward. The muggles still think he went.
They even admitted they didn't pass the Maginot Line or whatever that imaginary line is. Maginot Line, that like the line in France.
Yeah.
This is what see this is the insanity of our disposition. Like we'll see something like this and we'll go, yo, this is so fucking funny. There's no way a human being won't see it the way I saw it. And then you'll go to Jim Pandas and then you'll be proven totally wrong.
Dude, they exactly
Laugh
did.
yourself into hysteria and madness. Like there's no fucking way that I saw what you saw, and this is what you're. Now we're arguing. Now it's 2 hours in, and I'm like, what the fuck is happening? You know, like that's how it goes.
No, but I think it's interesting too, because that shows you like the correlation between what someone believes in their mind and then what they see out of their eyes. Like, I thought it was just objective, like, well, this is what it is. This is what it is, obviously. But it showed me like, wow, people's minds can literally take them down a road where they actually see things a different way. So that's scary. Especially when you think about like how many different like belief systems and divisional, you know, divisional
Yep.
scenarios are being like perpetuated on us. It's like, wow, they're creating pure chaos here, and everybody else is just sopping it up with fucking biscuit. I'm like, whoa,
Yep.
slow down, senora. I was like, just let's reason this thing out real quick. But
100%, bro. I was speaking about this before. It's like they went from a fact to an objective truth to a subjective truth, and then they lost everything. They lost the plot. Sorry, go ahead,
Oh
bro.
yeah, they can make anything true nowadays.
I was in there earlier and I was talking to them about that picture of the mountain from 255 miles, right? I was like, yeah, so look, we see the top of this mountain from 255 miles away, and the observer height's 9,100 feet. So the target hidden height on the ball is over 12,000 feet, which means the top of the mountain should be hidden by 7,000 feet. That's over a mile. And dude, they said first they were acting like it wasn't real, none of it's real, and then they said, "What are you saying that mountain is 17,000 feet or 18,000 feet tall?" I'm like, "Bro, are you not listening? The top of the mountain is supposed to be obstructed by over a mile of earth curvature because there's a total of like 12,000 feet of earth curvature that's supposed to be there. Like, but you can't even see the bottom of it." I was like, "Are you seriously not understanding what I'm saying right now?" And I'm like, "There are mountains in front of the other mountains, so yeah, you can't see the bottom of it. But we're talking about how you're not supposed to see the top of it for a mile." And then they skated once, just like fighting through all that, they breezed right into that infrared picture. Is actually has the mountain refracted up 1 mile. But that a mile over 255 miles is not very much in degrees, so of course it could happen.
These retards
See,
do not even know
what that
what
belief.
refraction is.
See what that belief will do.
I just think that puts everything into
What's it?
perspective right there.
What's it?
Yeah,
What
bro.
happened
I've
when
got
we
no
went in
words.
there? What happened when we went in there with Andrew Thomas Young?
Yeah, they argued against Andrew Thomas Young.
Yo, we were like, yo, listen, this isn't what we believe. This is in the paper. Like the only things we want to know is if you're rolling with it, if you're gonna disavow this credited person, like how exactly are you gonna deal with the information? And they were just like, you like what's it because you guys are gay.
Oh yeah. Dude, that was like an hour straight. They could not acknowledge it.
Well, yo, I was like blowing a blood vessel. I was like, just read the paper. They're like, what paper? The one that I posted 3 times? What? Like, it's almost like you got to be fucking with me. Or
I think the
I'm
part
in a
that's
simulated world where somebody's fucking with me. I don't know who it is, but they're fucking with me. Has to be.
the part that's really crazy is like they don't. It's like if I was a globe earther and I saw that video of them going to space yesterday, I'd have been like, not very good, right? I've been like pretty underwhelming. I'm not gonna bring that up. Like that's how I would honestly feel from a globe Earth perspective. I'm like, well, there's all kinds of cuts that keeps going in and out. Like they don't even claim to go high enough to be in space. I'm gonna leave that one on the back burner. If I was a globe Earther somehow, right? But like they don't even do that, man. They run around and beat on their chest and they say things like, "This is a bad day for flat Earth. Sad day for flat Earth. We've now officially sent people into space commercially. It's dying." And like they will brag about it.
See, that's them pretending that we were looking for anything other than proof of curvature, proof of a measurement. That's them pretending that. That's what I was talking about earlier. Like, cause they'll sit there and you'll really have an argument with them for 2 hours. It's like, bro, like, what? I didn't come here to explain shit to you. I don't have a fucking belief. It's as simple as that. Like, where's the curvature? Yeah, well, this proves that it's a globe. Well, I, sometimes I don't even like. I really don't know how to respond, and I go into. I just start. What do you call it when you keep repeating? I get to stuttering and shit because I'm so dumbfounded.
Yeah, I do the same. It's what was
I
it?
don't know.
One
I
guy.
mean, go ahead.
Go, bro. Okay. No, go. Sorry, bro.
No, you're good. I'm saying like they're not okay. When I bring up the mountains, right? This is why I'm much more comfortable going out into the world. It's a totally different ballgame, bro. Like people haven't heard the info and they have genuine questions. But with these people, you bring up the mountain and you're like, so are you stacked over a mile? And they will say, what I really want to know is, how do we have two poles on a flat Earth? Two celestial poles, right? I'm like, are you serious right now? Wait up. We're talking about the mountains. Do you really think the top of this mountain was refracted up over a mile? What I think is funny is Flat Earth doesn't even have a working model. Bro, we're talking about the mountains. It's like they are not even there, bro. They're not even in the realm of trying to have an actual honest conversation, like a
I thought you were
dialogue,
gonna say
dialos,
room. You said realm. Damn.
dialogue means like of reason. Like you have a conversation of reason with words. That's what the etymology of dialogue is. They do not in any way intend to have that, right? So those kind of people that aren't going to have a dialogue, I mean, it's just really pretty useless. I only go in there. I think it's funny to have like 5 people with credentials not be able to debate me. Like it's just to hear the best that I think that their side has to offer. Like literally the best they have to offer. Neil deGrasse Tyson's not the best they have to offer, right? He's way behind. They just know they have most of the world way behind, so they can say this nonsense. But the people in the trenches have to throw him under the bus and stuff. So like I just like to occasionally go in there to see what's the best that all these PhDs will be able to bring to the table, and it's bad, bro. It's super bad. Maybe we should
Well,
waterboard them until they
something is
answer the
happening.
question or something.
That's why they got to get that belief in their veins. You know what I mean? Like that belief in their veins. Once that there, everything's possible.
Something is happening,
Oh,
guys. Like, I feel like the algorithms are either we were talking about this point, right? This tipping point that if if X amount of people were aware, it'd be over. Flat Earth is going to run away with it, right? Um, so I'm saying that to say all of this censorship, and the most mind-blowing thing to me was when I saw Dave Weiss on Killer Priest's podcast. And you go to Killer Priest's channel on YouTube. As a matter of fact, I'll share it. There's 4,000 comments, and you can scroll for as long as you want. And the only criticisms, well, mostly, like 98% of it, 99 even, the only thing you'll see is criticisms of the host not being open to what Dave was trying to illustrate to him, or just straight up showing him, because he does a phenomenal job with his projector, with his green screen and all that. And I'm like, all of these people are saying that this guy is basically being a glober. And I'm like, I don't what the fuck is going on? This is a normal chat. Like 2 years ago, you'd have just seen a whole bunch of, you know, troll comments. So this is why I'm like so baffled. I'm like, well, what's going on? Why is, because Killer Priest also said something on that podcast. He said this is the most engagement we've ever had. This is the most people that we've had on a live. And everyone knows that every time you talk about flat Earth, it blows up. And then Bong was talking about how when you look at the search results on YouTube, it flat Earth is still a major search. And it's like I thought you guys wanted to kill the conversation, but even you guys with your fucking uh Dave, what the fuck is the guy with the moon? Anyway, doesn't matter. Professor Dave, right? All of these people are talking about it, and it seems like they're making, they're adding fuel to the fire when they're supposed to be censoring it. I don't get it. I don't get any of it.
I thought about that too. It does
It's
seem
gonna
like it's
come out,
being
guys.
like
It's gonna come out.
underhandedly promoted, you know?
Yeah, it's coming out. That's still my prediction. They know that flat Earth comes out, so that's my opinion.
Listen, I think it's just like no, I agree. I think it's like a slow rollout of every divisive tactic that is available. Like that might be a new like political, thing to like use. Like, hey, you're a flat earther. And it's like almost anti-patriot, anti-establishment. You know what I mean? Anti-university or like science, anti-science. Like I could just see that just being one more divisive tool to use to just peg people on this side or the other side and keep this whole machine going further.
I think they're in a
You know
tricky
what makes me think
situation.
real quick. You know what makes me believe that yeah, they are trying to bring us over to the flat Earth because don't tell me I fucking forgot. Why has that been happening all week? Probably need to drink more water, or I don't know. Um,
Any more eggs, more cholesterol.
Less
yeah.
joints.
Organic apple juice.
Less weed, man. Less weed.
Less weed, more eggs.
Maybe that's it.
More cholesterol. Yep.
More
You're thinking
ginkgo
too
biloba.
fast, Elijah. You kind of slow down, when you're talking, because you lose your thought. It happened to me all the time, bro. I had to
Running
write
your
shit
dips on
down.
1,000 all the time.
I had to take
What were you saying
notes.
about
Bong.
Oh, you were
Well,
saying
I was saying I think that
it's
they're in
you
like a
think
tricky situation. Like I don't know if
like
it's as
I
simple
meant
as
the
the
other
Jordan.
time when you were like they're getting it out there, but they're priming people for the next deception, and people are gonna fall for it. They're gonna
Yeah,
think,
yeah.
"Oh, I'm a flat
Yep.
earther." So, I think what I was gonna say now that I remember is so not that important, or maybe it was leading up to the thing, and I just anyway. So I was thinking when they finally do say, "Yeah," I remember now. Yes. So when they do say, "Hey, it's flat," the "I told you so" is going to be so short lived. It's not even going to be edifying. But the crazy thing, I know that they can do that because remember, people say, I don't think they could really come out and say, "Yeah, it's flat," after they basically said, "No, it's not." Yes, the fuck they can because they were calling everyone
Yes, the fuck
crazy,
they can.
even though it's within the narrative and we don't believe none of the shit. It within their paradigm, within their story, right? Of um this whole sickness, I'll say, right? They called a whole bunch of people, Trump people, and this, that, and the third, and conspiracy theorists for saying that Wuhan. Let me not even go any details, but they basically said people are crazy for thinking that this came from a lab. Now it's okay for them to say, yeah, it might have came from a lab. We're gonna take off all the restrictions. You guys can now say it on Facebook after some of you have gotten your accounts taken away for saying things like this. Now it's okay, you can say it because it could be
Yes.
the same people that said no, that's ridiculous, are the same people that are saying, yeah, so this is the information right here. And they're acting like they're just telling you. And it's like, wait, didn't you say? And so they'll have that conversation and it'll be so fake because I've seen that time and time again in politics where logically to you, you're like, oh, got him. But then it devolves into this weird conversation where no one's held accountable after a while. And it just goes away.
Of course.
Yeah, they
Yeah, I think that's
divorce
why they're
all
doing that.
responsibility.
They're doing that for a reason.
Accountability.
They're
What's that?
making it okay. They're telling you one thing, and then they're making the other side be what's the talking point next, over and over and over in numerous different ways, to subconsciously program people to be able to accept when they come in and acknowledge a lot of the lies. Right? So like for the last year, it's been like one mask, never mind, masks aren't good. Never mind one mask, never mind two masks, never mind three masks, never mind no mask, never mind back to mask. So that you'll just flip flop so much that you become desensitized to the opposite of what you were told ending up being the truth. So that when they come out and tell you the truth, it just fits right in with the last year, right? Like it's getting people ready, and that's why I think that their big deception is to come in and acknowledge a bunch of the lies, and all of it will be under the guise of saving you, but it's actually the ultimate trick, you know.
Yeah, agreed. But I think it's like, if you just took some of the more popular conspiracy theories that are out there, it's like you can keep people like lost in their heads for like the next 20 years if you just let some of these bombshells drop, and you have some like logic behind it, and you had some popular voices saying, "Hey, we just discovered this." Like, like you said, they're gonna come with that whole savior, keep you safe type of thing. Say, those guys lied to you. I'm trying to set this thing straight. 20 years burned, where people never focus on like what they were trying to accomplish on the earth in the first place.
Trump comes out and says the cabal is hiding a piece of land. He's a hero, dude. I was thinking the one thing, right? Like Trump comes out, how can he justify his role in the Operation Warp Speed? And the best I've come up with is he says this was actually this huge effort of the deep state and the cabal to fight him and shut down his presidency. So for optics' sake, he had to go along with it to an extent, and he had put something in place where they were actually giving saline. And then they came out and started putting real stuff out or something like that. If he says anything like that, people will just believe it, bro. Right? If he can find there's some story made for him to wipe his hands with the Operation Warp Speed, then it's over. That's the only chink in his armor. And I can tell that if he comes out and he's like, look at all this evidence we have on the FBI. Look at what this lawsuit against Facebook did. Look, they're actually working with the FBI and stuff like this, right? And look at the
What's
Federal
warp
Reserve.
speed backwards? Draws deep.
I was going to say what? Deep space?
No, pros deep.
Pause deep.
If you change the P to a D, it's draw deep or draws deep. Yeah.
I mean, you guys have heard about people getting like letters that say it appears you were accidentally given saline.
No.
Okay, so
What's this?
suppose.
Can you send it to me, bro, please?
Yeah, I'll have to
because
find
I'm
it.
doing some stuff on the side, and
Yeah.
this is gonna go where it's meant to.
Cool. Yeah, I'll find it. Yeah, it's like also someone's, and I wasn't able to find this, but it's really hard to read through the emergency authorization. But that you have to have a control group for emergency authorization. There has to be a control group, which would be the saline, right? So it's pretty interesting because we have where they're talking about magnets working, not working. I know people very trustworthy that have tried it and say the magnet thing is real, but I also have other people that say they tried it with people that have been genetically modified and it doesn't work. So there's something bigger at play here. You know what I'm saying? Like they have a huge trick up their sleeve. Like, yeah, we know that they're going to put us back in lockdown, but like, what's the bigger play? I don't know. I think they always get us where we don't look at the bigger play. And that's why people think it's way too big of a prediction for me to say they absorb flat Earth. I'm like, bro, I don't think so. I think the Great Deception is way bigger than the Earth, bro. Like the best way to deceive the whole world would be to tell them what the world really was, and to have some figures that they could practically deify that brings them all the knowledge and all the secrets. Right? Like that's the best way to deceive the whole world. You give them evidence. So if you give them evidence of the Earth, well, then you're going to tell them that it's flat. So the best way to deceive everyone on the earth is to come tell them the true secrets about the earth itself. The best way to deceive everyone would absorb flat earth.
Yeah, you also need to hoodwink them back into like worshiping the system and thinking that they're all the good guys. That's one of the ways I think they're gonna do it. By bringing the flat Earth into it and proclaiming, "Oh, the bad guys in the past lied to you. We're the good guys. We're saving you right now."
Absolutely. I think they'll actually do that in the
I
form
have
of a
to.
replacement, an entire replacement of the current system.
I
System
wouldn't
bait,
be true to myself if I didn't say this. But what if the heliocentric religion is just an entire chess play to get us to come back on board with the religions of the world?
Yep.
Well, I think they'll replace all the religions with a new. The religions have kind of done their job, and like I think they're going to come out with some new unifying ideal where it unifies them all. Because you have to look at it from this perspective. If you want to deceive the whole world into compliance, then your deception has to apply to the whole world equally. So like you can't really do that with religion. They're combative, right? So if you're like, well, the Muslims are worshiping the same people that the Hindus are that are worshiping the same people as the Christians are that are worshiping the same people, blah blah blah, right? And this is the real truth. And now we have some source of practically omnipotence that can tell you the truth about spirituality, the truth about the nature of where you live, the nature of what's inside of you, right? Like, and I think it will be something to do with aliens, but it just won't be in any way what people have been told to expect with aliens. And that's why they lied about what aliens are, by the way, so that if beings did come, they would be completely taken off guard. They would just worship them, man.
Oh my God. Okay, so what if it evolves like this? Okay, so all of the historical books all come from this greater race from the past or I don't know. Like, but what if they reveal, yeah, well, this is why all of this stuff is actually in these books and it didn't make sense before, but it's plain as day. Look at all of these the depictions of all of the ancient cosmologies that conveniently happens to seem to be a two-piece for anyone who wants to throw that in. It is conveniently super like if you're not other than being a retard and saying I don't know what this proves, everyone would say, yo, word, why have I not seen this before? All of
But
the
dude, what if
ancient
they say?
cosmologies depicted a flat earth.
What if they
All of
say that
these
they
books
made
say
us
the earth
though?
is flat.
Yeah. What if they
What
say
if
they
these
made
books came
us?
from? That's what I'm tying it into. Like, what if they try to say that really all of these old teachings came from the aliens that we're still in contact? Aliens being, and they'll say just like Mexicans. Well, that was bad. But you like just like someone who's not from the place that you were born. They'll be like, well, what it really is they're from over there and they have this advanced knowledge and this is what we're rolling with now.
Yeah, just like Dave always says, right? We're in the inner space. They're from the outer space, and they're extraterrestrial from extra land. But so say they say that they made us, though, right? They'll definitely, in my opinion, say that they made those religions to try to guide their creation into more, spiritual awakening. Even if they don't say they made us, which I think they may, they'll say that they made the religions that Jesus, quote unquote, which wasn't his name, that they made him. They made Buddha. Dude, they made these things to try to guide us through a spiritual awakening, right? And we're just now where we're going to be able to wake up, and here they go, right? And that's the big trick is if you can throw Yeshua in with all the rest, then they win, right? That's the whole move. It's like just swoop one fatal swoop of a brush where they're all the same. Let's throw them all out at the same time, and here's the truth, and Earth will be part of it. And dude, there's
Exactly
all
you.
kinds of gravy regarding this, dude. If you look at California, there's tons of, if you look all the way even back to like the 1800s, tons of maps that said Cali used to be an island. You know, they say it's like the biggest cartography mistake in history and blah, blah, blah. And then you look at California, Califia is a goddess and Cali goddess. And it's this story of like this black goddess that ruled, right? And so we don't really realize what the world used to be like, and they're about to just hit us over the head with it all at once. And the scriptures say the queen comes from the south, the ends of the earth, and the ends. So I think they have a huge deception, bro. And like you said the biggest part, the "I told you so" moment won't even be edifying. It'll be so short lived, you won't even realize it happened, bro. Like it'll be way too much going on at that point for them to come on Discord and be like, "You guys are right about the Earth." No one's gonna. They're gonna be upset, like just caught up in whatever else they bring, right? It'll just be a part of it.
There's an alternate theory that they're going to keep on pushing space. And theory. There's this alternate idea out there that they might be pushing space because we were talking about these what kind of screens are they? The LCDs, whatever. The ones where they started pranking people and putting them in office spaces to make people think that like this big ass asteroid was streaking down from the sky and everything was exploding. Like, so I then read an article and someone else had brought it up yesterday where they were talking about how planes are going to start having these screens so that and they're going to be so realistic so that you can get a more HD view of what's going on outside the plane. Now, when you look at that and tie that to yesterday and the words that they're using, because it doesn't matter what it really is. We know where they say space is, which is also a fake thing. But as far as the new generations are concerned, people just flew in some space.
Right.
And so what if people think that, oh, we're going to space, we were in space, my parents, or it could be like the more popular people of our the higher ups that we're going to believe anyway because we believe the influencers. So they'll say, yeah, why the fuck would anybody think it's flat? I just took one of these Virgin Galactic trips and I was in space. I saw everything myself from the window. Everything was curved. It was like, you know what I mean? They could go that route too.
It's possible, yeah, but like even mainstream articles have come out. I posted one, Futurism, where it says he did not actually go to space. There are still clouds at that height, and he only floated for 4 minutes like a bomb at comet, right? So for me, I think about this. They got the, I hate to say it, bro, but they got the flat earthers right where they want them, and they got everyone else way more where they want them. But the flat earthers, we're at a standstill, right? Like we don't know what's up in the sky, bro. We don't even know what it's like over, say, 60 miles at all, bro. We have no idea. And if they come out and they say, look, here's how it really is, at 70 miles, it becomes a fluid-like medium full of electromagnetic potential, and it increases proportionate to how close you get to the top of it. Whatever they say, bro. As long as they're absorbing and acknowledging they lied, it isn't what they said it is, and here's what it really is, they can trick us again without us ever getting to the truth, right? Like if they're in a position where they can acknowledge the lies and still lie to us. Do you see what I'm saying?
That's when we take them to task, bro.
Of course.
We don't let them get away with the lie, hold their feet to the fire, grab them by the ears, throw them locked up in four walls.
Unfortunately, I'm more pessimistic about the whole thing because, again, coming from politics, talking to my friends and family ad nauseum, trying to get them, yo, look, because once you begin to pay attention, that's all it really is paying attention, right? That's literally it, paying attention. People that are doing it, they pay attention. That's it. They have sources. They pay attention. So, that being said, when I used to try to repeat in a way that was digestible the thousands of hours that I would, like, come across something and be like, okay, this is how this ties in. But it took me now I try to tell someone, and they have to believe me because they can't go through that 1,000 hours. And as we know, because Google is what it is, like they remove things, change things. People don't really believe you when you say, "Hey, yo, they removed it, they changed it." So now, when they tell people that the Earth is flat, people are not going to come to us. Maybe the first week, maybe the second week, they'll be like, "Oh, you were right," but they'll be falling for the new narrative that comes along with it. And when you say, "No, no, no, that's also bullshit," they're going to ignore you and go with the narrative because that's what they always do. I don't know why. That's just what they do.
Yeah. I also think the My
It's just
Sharona
that
thing is also there to prep all of the people and test the people to see if they can go along with this and how easily and how much they go along with it for some greater plot.
Yep. Yep. There's nothing's actually being run properly. Everything's dissolved. It's everybody's being run by TV. No
yeah,
laws have been
and I
passed
think
in
it's like
anywhere. Most of the governments have fallen apart. Sorry, go ahead, bro.
no, that's okay. I was gonna say, but I think it's like that whole Pareto distribution thing. It's like I think there's 20% of people that just know that 80% of the masses are not gonna do their fucking homework. They're not gonna think critically. They're not gonna put in any effort. They're just gonna lay on their fucking asses and get told what to do. They're always gonna be there, as much as I love them. They're the useless eaters are gonna continue to be useless eaters. It's just how it's gonna go. And it's like I think while we're just like, no, they've got a chance. We can save them. We can save them. I think these other guys are like, no, you can't save them. He's like, they're gonna listen to whoever tells them whatever's expedient and easy for them to digest and makes them feel good, because they'd rather feel good than actually do good.
And they would rather sell their soul for a donut because they can get a donut now.
Yeah, short-term gratification.
Like Homer Simpson.
No one actually did it for the
Exactly.
donut, though, bro. Like,
Yeah.
see, this is what, even
That's
with
some
that
fucked up shit for a
situation, bro,
donut.
Fox News has come out and started to acknowledge that it's sketchy. You guys know that, right?
What happened?
Fox News for a couple weeks now has come out and acknowledged that the genetic modification is sketchy. So, dude, I'm telling you, they have a plan that we do not see, my man. That's all I'm telling you. Like, their plan is big.
Check your DMs. I'm gonna send you some things, bro. All right?
What do you
I
mean
can't
sketchy?
speak about the plan here, but yeah, hit me up some other time.
What do you mean sketchy?
Well, they've acknowledged that they're talking about mandating it, which is completely illegal, should never happen. Everyone should have the right to not want to partake in some medical practice that seems to clearly have evidence that it's dangerous. We don't have proof that it's safe. Tons of people are having adverse health side effects, et cetera, et cetera. This is being said on Fox News.
Oh.
Which is the CIA. So
I haven't watched the news in so long. I don't.
No, I never watch the news. I have people that send me things, right? Like they know that I'm not gonna watch the news, so they'll send me like they'll be like, "Look, Tucker said this, whatever," and they'll show me little clips. Like I can't watch the news. I
can't
makes
either.
me want to throw up.
You gotta manufacture an enemy, otherwise you're not gonna think you're the good guys.
Well, I think this, right? I think that they pushed it the whole beginning. They pushed it just like everyone else. And then they realize, okay, they think they've gotten the most they can from the quote unquote conservative side to take it. So now they have to maintain that base. Like they have to keep credibility in those people's eyes with the CIA propaganda news, right? So now they have to kind of voice what they're saying or they'll completely tune out. So they played it as long as they could, and now they have to have one side pretend to be logical about it.
Go ahead. Huh? Go ahead. Well, it's going to be really interesting. I know that to see because that puts a whole new twist to things. That's for sure.
I just urge everybody to look up the 10 points of the Nuremberg Code.
Yeah, it violates all 10.
What's the check your inbox, right? Seeing everything.
It's called war crimes.
Yeah, literally
Yeah, they're
violates
being
all 10
prosecuted,
of
bro.
them.
What's it
They're
up?
being
I'm gonna send
prosecuted.
you a video.
What they're doing is crimes against humanity right now with that.
They're being prosecuted, bro.
Yeah, they're creating a great enemy, which when they defeat it, they're gonna be like, look at us, we're your saviors.
You can't save us from something you
Yeah.
created.
Yeah.
This is how the whole conversation jumped off. I came in here upset about the actual the underlying subconscious, like what's actually going on underneath. Like we're using these words and we think we're communicating different things, but ultimately I see a pattern with what's actually going on. And what's going on is, for whatever reason, information tries to get out and then it's stunted for whatever reason. And so this guy Glenn Greenwald, right now TYT is under like a lot of heat. They should have been gone a long time ago, but now people are looking at them with a wary eye because they smeared Aaron Matei for just pointing out something that's obvious. And that being said, now Glenn Greenwald comes out, and I like the video because he pretty much explains how, why do you listen to these people when they all get, it's a source. You have information. Oh, it wasn't Glenn Greenwald. I said all that shit, and it was actually someone else. But anyway, regardless, the guy says all of the information comes from a source, and he said this one company, and I said, I'm gonna look that up later. And he's like, all of the news, which is the CIA, which is why I'm bringing this up now, it comes from this one company. 2/3 of the world's information comes from one company. I said, that can't be true. I definitely got to look this shit up. And
The
then
Associated Press.
no, it wasn't that.
Oh.
But after he said that, I thought, no. He said, well, why the hell would you listen to any of these media corporations? Because you can see it come from the top, and then you can see it hit two of the major publications, and then without much change, if any at all, that same story is filtered out through the rest of the 100 channels, and it's exactly the same. And no one sees that as weird. And I'm like, damn, that's crazy. Like you have one company and then they put out some information, then you turn on all of the news channels, and pretty much a week later, yeah, it all filters out to be the same exact message, unchanged. That's weird. It's not weird. Actually, if you take it for what it is, it's, oh, these people have marching orders and there's not as much diversity as I thought. As a matter of fact, there is no diversity. There's just one controlling power structure, and it's right here in front of me. And they always tell me, oh my God.
Yep. Well, I ran
You
talking
said
about
you
that
sent
before
me
the
a
time, but
video.
me?
Yeah, I'm gonna send that video that I'm now. I'm gonna send you the Glenn Greenwald shit too.
I thought you were talking to me.
Damn, so many DMs, man.
So yeah, we got a couple new people in here. I just checked them in. Sync, he's in here. He had a couple of questions. And
Jay, where you been, bro?
SSJ Neo speaks highly of the flat Earth.
How you doing, everybody?
Hey, mate, how are you?
Chilling, brother. How are you today?
Think if you have any questions, we are here.
I was just wondering,
You have your dog barking in the back?
okay, I was just wondering, we rely on mathematics, but there's a flaw with it.
Who relies on mathematics?
Oh, hold on. Let him say his thing, and then we can go back on it. So no worries. Go ahead.
So I was told that mathematics we could calculate all this, but there's no way to prove mathematics. Like, there's always going to be infinite, which is unprovable. Because you could sit on a website for 5 million years and no one would do that, so there's no way to prove what would happen on that website for 5 million years.
You've got a good brain. Like I say, you've got an insight. You know, keep going on that.
I was just wondering, so if we have all that, how can we prove, with the current mathematics system, that the Earth is flat?
Math debunks the globe, bud.
So when we go out and actually measure the globe, we actually measure flat Earth. Does that make sense? That's literally what I did. I went out with the globe measurements and I tried to prove the globe out in reality, and I found flat Earth reality. So does that make sense? I used their own logic, basically, against them. That's the thing.
Yo.
Math can be made up.
Well, yeah, you were making a lot of sense because that's the thing about the heliocentric model. In order for any of this to be here in that paradigm, it would have had to evolve over a number of years none of us can prove.
None of us. Yeah, exactly.
So it's exactly like what you just said.
You want to see some proof of the flat Earth, bro? Are you in the voice text, bro?
There is a voice text live stream. I forgot to tell you that. That's what we speak in when we're texting. While you're in here, the live streams. Do you see it right there? Voice stream or live stream voice text. Okay, great. There he is. Yep, there it is. Okay.
All right, cool. You see that little green line right there? That's marking down to the top of a mountain. Okay. This is my new favorite one.
Oh yes.
All right. So you see the green line going down the top of that mountain. That mountain is 255 miles away. It was taken, right? A picture was taken from 9,136 feet. That's the observer height. So based on the globe Earth math, the curvature that should be blocking the target should have a height of 12,685 feet, which would be over a mile above the top of that mountain. So the top of that mountain is supposed to be blocked by over 1 mile of vertical Earth curvature that's physically obstructing the mountain, yet we can see the top of the mountain right there very clearly. So this is impossible on a ball Earth that they said we live on.
I got another infrared picture too. Here it is. Now, if you were to take all of those clouds and the mist out where the white is, you'd see the Rocky Mountains, which is 1,000 miles away.
Wasn't there another one where you could see
Yeah,
Hudson
this guy
Bay
that did the
and the Great Lakes?
infrared, he did a whole bunch. The Eyes of Glory, he did a whole bunch of, oh, so good.
So is the kid still here?
Yeah, Sink is still here. He's here to learn, guys. I'm telling you, he wants to know everything about flat Earth. I hope he's here truthfully with himself and honesty. That's all we want.
All right, cool. Well, then here you go, man. This is, I'll do it for you. This is the Earth curve calculator, right? So this is how you figure out what you should see in an observation. You use the actual curvature of the Earth, or supposed Earth being a sphere, and then you figure out if you see what you're supposed to see, right? So just a sec. So at 9,000 feet, and the distance away is 255 feet, and the target hidden height should be 12,685 feet.
255 miles. You said feet, but it was just a.
Yeah, 255 miles. The target hidden height should be 12,685 feet. This is like the most damning. I just think it's. I don't even. I mean, the Black Swan is damning also, right? But like, geez, Louise, a mile, bro. There's supposed to be 1 mile of Earth's curvature blocking that, bro.
And this wasn't even taken by a flat earther. It was done by some photographers trying to set a world record, I think, for the Guinness Book of World Records or something. So it's not like it was just a couple of guys out taking a photo trying to get in the record books. Which, in my opinion, makes it more credible. Well, and to the Globers, it would be more credible. They would think, oh, well, that's just the flat earthers playing some trick photography bullshit, but that's not the case.
Which, of course, flat earthers don't do that. We just actually go out there and actually make real observations.
Right. Exactly.
And they would have gotten away with it if it weren't for those pesky flat earthers and their meddling discourse.
You know, honestly, I think if someone tries to tell me that refracted up a mile, I'm out. I just think you're a psycho. Like, I'm out.
Can we have like a Scooby Doo? Oh, sorry. I was gonna say, can we have like a Scooby Doo crew, but of like flat earthers? I call it being Daphne, and we need like a dog.
Community.
It's like our flat Earth dog. Go.
Well, I have
Call
a
out
cat.
the bad guys.
So.
We need a van. We need a van, a flat Earth van.
Are you pretty ripped right now?
Am I pretty ripped right now?
Yeah.
No.
You just come back from the store.
I was at a car wash, guys. I was at a car
She just came back from the store. Yeah.
Yeah, the weed store.
Oh, do you want to be Freddie Lou or do you want to be
her
Shaggy?
medication.
Are you pretty ripped right now?
Freddie or who?
Freddie or Shaggy?
Jeez.
I think he wants to be shagged.
I'd have to go with Shaggy for that one.
That's a hard one, yeah.
He wants to be shagged. Lou.
So I realized when I was telling someone that the Earth is flat earlier today, that with some people, you get maybe potentially a different response if you say the words to them, the Earth measures flat, the Earth measures stationary. Instead of just saying it is flat, it is stationary. No, it measures flat, it measures stationary.
Yo, Lou, why can't I find a Milwaukee Bucks jersey anywhere that's not like $160, man?
Because
the circus is in town.
Yeah.
You can make your own.
Bro, what I look like, bro?
Get at the sign, kid, bro.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm trying to get like a snapback and a
Giannis is 2-time MVP consecutively, and then we've got this, finals run, which hasn't happened since the 70s. So, yeah, they're a hot commodity right now.
The only one I found was literally $160, man. Like, I just want to put one on and have a snapback on, and I'm actually going to bring a basketball. And I'm just going to explain to everyone how that's not what the world looks like.
Dude, you should just make your own with flat Earth on it. Like as your name, as a jersey. Flat Earth as the name on the back.
You could bring a Frisbee with you and be like, it's more like this, but inside a container.
I'm doing it from like an optic standpoint, right? Like, so I can get an edited few interactions where it's like I'm dressed.
Like you cannot see over a hump. Can you see over this hump?
Like when they make a shot, like, oh, that's not what the Earth is. Like I just want to be super redundant about how the basketball they're playing with is not how the Earth. It's gonna be funny, dude. I think we found a spot that really might glitch the Matrix, man. Anyway, I'll figure it out. I'm sure they'll be selling them at the game or something.
Yeah, they might. I mean, I don't know. Probably sell them, but they're going to be expensive still. So,
damn, it's not worth all that.
Yeah, it'd be even more expensive probably at the game.
Yeah, I was going to
I
say.
figured they'd have like a knockoff one, right? Like not a very good one.
Not at the game, no.
Not a very good one.
No, I mean,
it's
you know, how,
gonna
like
be
the people sit outside the games and they have their
Oh,
little.
so you might have something like that out there, sure.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a huge area to watch the games. It's crazy. They got a huge area mapped out, like 2 huge areas.
Yeah, that's the brand new stadium, or you know, like that. Yeah, that was just built. It's like 2 years old, something like that. And yeah, they built that Deer District. It's from I haven't gone down there yet, but from what I hear, it's a pretty cool, like fun place to party. But for people who are really wanting to watch the game, they don't really want to get. I mean, they cram people in there. It's like a mosh pit. You know, for people who want to watch the game, you're better off going inside, getting a seat. But yeah,
Oh, yeah, like top level tickets are like $700 though. So.
Dude, no, like okay, the last game, like tickets shot up to over $2,000 for the cheapest ticket.
What?
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Well, I feel bad in a way, but I don't. You know, so, like I'm the kind of guy that's currently flirting with the idea that a lot of the professional athletes are MK Ultra. So like, I don't really care. You know, I honestly think they may MK Ultra certain professional athletes. I'm not joking.
Able to MK Ultra them into greatness and all that.
Yeah, or miss shot. Straight up, dude. They have this dude broke it down. You see different athletes move in perfect unison, like they glitch out. It's insane, dude. It's in all kinds of sports, bro. It's insane.
You got to find the keyword. If you can find the keyword, then you can get them to do anything you want.
Yeah, dude, you'd be a millionaire.
It's like the ball bounces off the thing and everybody turns at the same time and everything's coordinated at the same thing. It's
Dude, there are ones where players literally every inch of their body from top to bottom move exactly the same, bro. It's insane.
Same, yeah.
And then Tom Brady's sitting on the bench with Julian Edelman, and they're just doing the same things at the same time, like wiping their nose, grabbing their rags, fixing their hats. I'm like, bro, we're being trolled. They're basically playing Madden in front of us, bro.
It's because they haven't updated the software.
So and we all know, even if they're not MK Ultra, man, it's definitely a huge distraction for grown
Dude,
men.
here's the thing. Even if you could do that, like to control the people, like the physics of what they do with the ball and all that, like.
Can I explain that, please?
There's no way
please?
you could like predict that stuff.
Give me a chance.
Yeah, go for it.
Give me a chance. Okay. In the NBA, is it not true that the basketball cannot leave the court? There's a certain amount of basketballs that are made, and they are only for the NBA. If somebody catches it outside, they like in the stands, they can't take it with them. It has to go back on the court. That same ball doesn't get interchanged.
Occasionally they'll give a ball out or something like that, but yeah, for the most part, yeah, it has to go back in.
They'll give a different ball out. Do they give the one that they play the game without?
I couldn't say for sure. I think I saw it not too long ago. Some at the end of a game, like a kid, one of the players gives some kid like the ball, like from the court. Like, who now did that kid get to actually go home with it? I don't know.
I mean, to clarify, up to literally yesterday, I was like, dude, you could never fake it by faking the players, right? You would just have crucial calls at certain, like, you can change the whole game with the foul call. You can change the whole game with a holding call on third down. Like, you can change games very easily. Like, because they definitely do that. No one can convince me otherwise. The Patriots won the Super Bowl right after 9/11, bro. The Patriots right after they passed the Patriot Act, dude. You can't even make it up. Tom Brady goes to Tampa, and that's where the Super Bowl is, and they win it the first year, right? So, like, I don't have any question that professional sports are scripted.
Yeah, I would say something's up. It's just that Aaron Rodgers is a fucking choke artist. That's all that happened there.
I was just gonna
Maybe
say,
he's just having a bad MK day, bro. That's all I'm saying.
with the basketball, if you've got a ring there, and if you have a lining inside the ball, you know how is there's certain players, and they'll go, oh, he shot 66 points, or he did this and this. Well, the basketball gods were with me today, and they're smiling because they can flip the switch, and this guy never misses from anything. He throws the ball walking towards his own hoop, like with one hand behind him, goes in.
Like, look, I personally played football. Well, I played basketball with all kinds of like crazy freak athletes, right? Like, these people are really good at the game of basketball. I'm just saying, I think that there's little triggers that they don't know exist, and that's why Steph Curry misses every single shot in the finals one year, right? That's all I'm saying. I think that need be, they're like, okay, Connor, you're about to go back and break your ankle. Like, I just don't see, like, I know it sounds crazy, but I was making a point. Like, that's how I look at sports. They might literally have some star athletes be MK Ultra, and they definitely control them, and it's definitely a distraction for grown men. Because if grown men were focused on what's important, they wouldn't be able to take over the country, right? So I don't feel too bad about ruining their whole night with flat Earth. That's just kind of where I'm at with it.
Yeah,
do you think anyone rigs the game so they can bet on it?
I'm absolutely going to just rip up their dreams.
You might want to do your flat smacking like leading up to the game as they're filling up the Deer District and stuff. But then, and if we're winning, if the Bucks are winning, people are in a good mood, you're probably still cool. But if people are drinking and we start losing, you might want to get the fuck out of there.
Yeah, but that's why I'm gonna pick a position where the placement, they can't really do anything. There's gonna be cops everywhere.
You definitely got balls with it if you're going to go in front of that big crowd like that and spot.
I'm in Milwaukee right now, my man. You think I drove over here for kicks and giggles, bro?
No, I know. I've been watching you, bro. I know. I'm with you.
Yeah, I agree. It's a trip. I've never flat smacked 25,000 people, but it should be a good time.
Oh, it's going to be fun to watch. I'll guarantee you that.
And I'm the closest to that dollar you owe me than I'll ever be.
Yeah, you are, bro. I'll give you 2 if you show up. I'm gonna dox you too, full name, address, everything.
Yeah, no, I already told you my fears of this. Like, you get to leave. This is my hometown. I could end up on the fucking local news and shit. Like,
it would be awesome. That would be incredible. I would not feel bad. I'll be real with you, bro. I'm like, damn. I guess you need to just get on the road with us, man. You might as well leave the city behind.
That's it. I leave everything behind me. Hit the road. Professional flat smacker from here on out.
Professional. Now you're right though. Like I'm definitely gonna do it while they're leading up to the game, while people are standing in line. That's like a perfect time to do it. Or while people are going into the stadium. For sure, gonna do it then. And I might like take a breather, during the first half. I don't know if they have halftime entertainment. I'm sure they do. We'll figure it out. But like, it is what it is. These people got to. It's unfortunately we live in a society where the most efficient place that I can reach tons of people are the zombies that gather together to stand outside and watch a monitor they have at their house. So like, what am I gonna do?
I hope you come strapped.
Well, of course.
There's probably people out there that don't care.
I'm 17, bro. Got 17 waiting.
That's what I'm talking about.
So where are you staying right now? Then you got you just been. What vehicle are you using now? You don't have that camper anymore, right?
Oh no, yeah, we're still in the RV and it's towing my truck behind it. Yeah.
So where are you storing the RV then in Milwaukee?
Oh, we just parked here right now, so we have to like find an RV park, but there's plenty of them here. Yeah. I mean, we have my truck, right? So we just take the truck off and drive through the city like that.
Gotcha. When did you pull into town then? Just earlier today?
Yep. Not too long ago. And I literally immediately went looking for Milwaukee Bucks jerseys, and I can't find them anywhere.
That's tough.
Yeah, dude, $160, bro. I'd rather jump off a bridge or something. $160.
You
Dude.
should have
There's
bought
no...
it in a different state, and then it would have been cheaper.
I know, dude. But like, who has like every time I buy clothes, dude, it's from TJ Maxx, right? Like,
just go to the mall. Just go to any mall, and they'll have like a sports thing there. But if it's
yeah,
not,
like I was trying to avoid like the real jerseys. I was like, they're gonna be expensive. I was like, see, if you go to TJ Maxx anywhere throughout the world, like the U.S., whatever state you're in or city you're in, they have all the professional sports teams there with lots of different memorabilia for good prices, right? So I was like, well,
Yep.
Milwaukee will have a TJ Maxx.
Yeah,
It's
but if
just
you're
like
going to
every other professional
Milwaukee
team.
to buy a Milwaukee shirt, that Milwaukee shirt's going to be the most expensive shirt on the line because it's from Milwaukee. So,
well, not at TJ Maxx, right? Like at TJ Maxx, they're all cheap, but there's just like Milwaukee Brewers and Green Bay Packers. There's no,
Yeah, even
there's
the
no
TJ Maxx is sold out of their Bucks gear.
Yeah.
Bro, don't
probably
they have like a
because
market
they
there?
were cheap. They were cheap there. That's the thing.
Exactly.
It's because it's the finals right now and we're in it.
Yeah.
I mean,
And it's the first time in like 40 years. Yeah, for sure. But I thought, well, at least Walmart will have something cheap. I just want to do it for optics, bro. I just want to wear it with the basketball in my hand because I think it'll be a funny thumbnail. Like that's the whole reason I want to do it. The thumbnail's not worth $160 to me, bro. You know, like the jersey was fresh, you know, but there's no way.
It's a nice looking jersey though. We got good colors. You know, you could walk around
green. You have good colors in green. That's a good color.
Green's a good color. It's like a forest green. It's like not a shitty green.
What? Or do y'all have a bunch
it's
of
like a
deer
mold.
here or something?
You saw the northern part of the state, right?
Well, I drove through it half asleep.
Yeah. It's nothing but trees. Yeah, it's all fucking hunters and shit. Like,
okay.
No.
I was gonna say, is there like a market there? I'm not sure what it's called in America, like a open market where people sell trinkets and food and shit. They should have people that do knockoffs that would sell it there.
Yeah, that's my plan now. My plan now is just to walk up on game day and buy one of the cheap knockoffs at some stand outside.
But when's the game? When is it?
The day after tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
I didn't know Witsit didn't like the color green.
Well, I wouldn't brag about how cool the jerseys look. Like,
I'm not saying no. They're like, I'm not bragging about it. I'm just saying, you know, it's when you have like, I don't know if you're into basketball or not, but like if you wanted to buy a jersey, you know, to have a Giannis jersey being the MVP 2 years in a row, like that's a collector. Like I don't know if you're into that.
Yeah, no, I'm not, brother. But yeah, that's the one it was. It was fresh. It was in Foot Locker. It was hard. It was like a special design. It was definitely a dope jersey. Austin 5 years ago would have bought it just to wear it, you know. But like, not now. Now I'm just like, oh my god, $160. Do you know how many $6 T-shirts from TJ Maxx I can get for that?
I could do the math quick, but a lot.
Yeah, dude, and they're super comfortable. I could have paid you off 160 times without tax, though.
You could have $66 shirts, or whatever it is, or no, not that.
Oh, Illuminati confirmed.
It's like 30 shirts.
Yeah, just under. Yo, and now I went to y'all's mall, bro, where TJ Maxx is.
Which one did you go? You went to Bayshore?
Whichever one's incredibly terrible.
They're all terrible.
Dude, I know, seriously, I'm not even joking. Worst mall I've ever been in my life, bro. In my whole entire life.
Did you go to the one that's like kind of like right there along the lakefront? That'd be the closest one if you're going by the Bucks game.
Yeah, it's like right downtown. Yeah, right by the water.
Yeah. That's Bayshore. Okay, so that place was like brand new and like all fancy and stuff like 10 years ago. And dude, it's shit. All the places are closing down, moving out. Like there's just too much like gang activity going on around it and stuff. It's
I can tell this city is not the best. Well, so we go in, there's TJ Maxx at the bottom, and we're like, oh, there's a whole upper floor. There'll be a Jersey here. We go up to the second floor, and literally there's nothing there. Every single room is empty, bro. Every one of them. So I don't even know how you could call that a mall. That's false advertising.
Yeah, no, the place, it's just not worth it. Like, especially now with all the COVID stuff, I think that probably hurt a lot of the businesses even worse. But they were already moving out of that mall.
And people love their masks here, man. Like I'm taking a litmus test of the U.S. and Milwaukee, man. I'm not liking it.
Oh yeah, okay. So down there where you are at, it's very liberal. But you don't have to go far, and all of a sudden, like nobody's wearing a mask. You're right there in downtown, and everybody there fucking just listens. I don't know.
Yeah, for sure. And that's how it is in most of these states, right? Like the liberal cities, the major metropolitan cities, but like even I don't know, some of them aren't, but it's whatever. But yeah, I'm sure that there was like nothing but land when we drove here. It was just all land.
Yeah, these when I have to work like along the lake there, so you've got a few like it goes for a little while. You got, Milwaukee, and then you got your like Whitefish Bay, and that's kind of like Jewtown right there. And then I don't know, then you got some like artsy fartsy little small old school towns, but like everybody there is like real like they're just into their crafts and their, strawberry festival and wines and stuff like that. Yeah, they're all masked up big time, truly scared of this virus, or of the non-existent one, whatever. Like it baffles me when I see those people.
Yeah. When I talk to someone that's actually scared, I'm out. I'm out, bro. Like if someone's like wearing it because they're like, I gotta my job, blah blah blah. I'll talk to them, but if they start trying to hit me with the propaganda about the virus, I'm out, bro. I'm like, I look at that like you still believe in the moon landing or something. Like, I this is a waste of time, bro.
Yeah, like I just because it doesn't register with me. Like I saw somebody a few weeks back that they were clearly had like a scared look on their face, and I'm like I don't think I've been paying attention or something. I thought people were just going along to get along with wearing the mask, like no, these people, some of them are actually like afraid for their life and have been for what, 18 months now, 16 months, whatever it's been. I can't even understand how that's possible.
And it's so funny, they're like, if you get genetically modified, you don't have to wear a mask, and most of the people still wearing the mask are the ones that went and took it. Yeah. It's so funny.
Yeah, I'm double vaxxed, double masked, and I'm not going to shake your hand.
But this is what they're doing that I find a little troublesome or worrisome. So they're introducing, so they're telling people that there's another variant that those of us who aren't jabbed, if we get that variant, which is way more deadly, then we could potentially even pass it off to someone who did take the jab. So I'm pointing out that people will fear the people who still have to wear a mask, because that's going to indicate to them that for whatever reason, they didn't get the jab. How? Well, there are messages like, you can come in this building without a mask if you got the jab, or your kid doesn't have to wear, hold on. Your kid doesn't have to wear a mask if he had the jab, or if your kid had the jab. So all of the kids that didn't do it, well, what is that conversation going to be like between the teachers and the students, between the students and the students? This is what they want.
You know, so many of the people that aren't wearing it didn't take it though. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's just weird. I don't really even. They're just gonna put us back in lockdown.
Exactly. Well, don't speak it into existence, man. I think it's gonna be harder for them to lock us up now that, because like half of the people. Okay, there was like 3 groups. The group of people that were so not about COVID, they know it's fake. Then the group of people in between, they're like the second child of the family. They don't have to make decisions. Like they just go with the flow. And then the third group is the people who are afraid. Okay, but now that second group has been split in half. Half of the people are like, okay, I complied, I got the shot, I'm over this shit. And then the other half still want to be afraid. I would even say less of the people are on the afraid side. So I don't know how the hell they're going to lock us back up now, because even the normies are over this shit for the most part.
Well, a lot of people really will start dying in the fall because they were genetically modified. And
See, I don't think people are going to die from Sean.
Well, Roger, wait, did I cut out or?
She transformed us.
Well, shit,
Am I
I'm still.
roboting?
You're back.
Yeah.
You're back.
Well, I was just gonna say to you that wasn't it Roger just telling us that he's back in lockdown? But remember, the people over there were the first people to get off of lockdown. Now they're the first back on.
Well, yeah, they're doing it different everywhere, right? Like Canada doesn't get out of lockdown. Australia is back in lockdown, never was even out of it. So, you know, it's different.
We
It's
haven't
different.
come out.
Dude, they're playing the game of Risk. Have you ever heard of the board game Risk?
Oh, did you see the Australian news anchor or whatever, where he said the first full day of the New World Order just happened there in Australia?
What?
I swear to God, dude.
Yeah, like it's a good thing?
Yeah, no, like the news anchor, that was part of his thing. He's talking about the first full day of the New World Order is in effect and blah, 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 blah. And then he started talking about all the restrictions that they have because of lockdowns. And
So should we hire an advertisement agency to take that piece of information and maybe Discord server name and put it out there somewhere? I mean, I haven't done much research myself into this, but I heard someone else on here mention that, you know, for a few bucks you can mail hundreds of things, you know, have them put in people's mailboxes.
They actually had the biggest airline here that we have, Qantas, that flies like for 14 hours non-stop. Went through like some bullshit bankruptcy crap. They're rocked up with their jet, and you see the 2 eyeballs on each side of where the engines are. And people noticed it, and they called it in. And the news anchor said, "Oh, there's a few conspiracy theorists that are saying some Illuminati, something New World Order is happening." And then that guy said that.
here, check this out. Here's the this is from Crow House. You don't have to watch the whole video, but it's like the first thing in this video. So if you want to see where he says the New World Order first day in effect, it's like the very first thing on this video.
Do you think they're going to lock down Florida again?
I don't know. When I was in Florida, southern Florida is incredibly obedient. So
That's not what I said, though. You think they're going to lock South Dakota down again? Hell no. They've even made rules. They made laws. I mean, they had no reason to lock us up in the first place, but I don't think you think Texas is going to lock down again? I just don't think it's going to happen.
I think they're
well, I
doing
think
this.
the federal government will give a lockdown order. There'll be some rebellious states, and they'll try to create this like civil war tension, and then a lot of people will die.
I think you want people locked up, bro.
Yeah, why would I want a lockdown? I'm going around the country telling everyone to stop complying. No, I'm just saying they're going to give a federal government mandate of lockdown. There will be some states that don't comply, right? But there will be some people within those states that do still comply, and they'll be like, "I hate that I live here." and then a lot of people are going to die. Like, that's my honest opinion.
I don't think people are gonna die. I think people are gonna be sterilized because of the movie Utopia. There was a movie that came out in 2020 about a bat virus, and shit was going crazy. Then they came out with a vaccine, and then the billionaires admit that the virus was fake and convinced everybody to take the vaccine so they could sterilize the population slowly and not obviously people, but slowly kill off the population.
Yeah, but have you heard about when they tested it? They actually tested the makeup of it, and it looks like it has poison in it, like 99% composition.
Graphene, something or another.
Graphene oxide, yeah. And so when they test graphene oxide on people, guess what graphene oxide does? It can result in blood clots and all kinds of random heart complications. Oh, what a coincidence!
Have a look at the doc.
What did you eat today? What's it?
I'm just being real, man.
What did you eat today, dude? If you ate fucking
Chipotle.
Taco Bell or McDonald's, fine.
I don't eat McDonald's. Chipotle is like the worst I'll do.
Okay, you can find poison in Chipotle.
Do you think that is? You think that's a good analogy?
Poison in the vaccine, and I'm saying they find poison at your local Starbucks.
No. I'm talking about graphene oxide being injected into you.
Yeah,
right?
Her point is if you eat Taco Bell, you might as well just pump graphene into your vein.
It's insane. It's insane. I don't eat Taco Bell though. But like, listen, graphene oxide was tested on animals, and it results in blood clots.
People are going to drop dead. I don't think people are just like ticking time bombs and they're going to drop dead.
What I think is that they have weakened immune systems. So I think that the people that get the graphene oxide, the people that are going to die from the shot itself will die pretty quickly, like a bunch of them are, but it won't be a ton of them. And then whenever they actually like say get sick, whenever it's colder and there's toxicity that their body's not fighting off well, their immune system will be so weakened that the result in pneumonia will be much higher and that people will die. And then whenever a lot of people have pneumonia, which is just fluid buildup in the lungs because your body's not actually circulating and detoxifying very efficiently, when a bunch of people start dying, they will actually blame it on the variant, right? They won't blame it on the shot. But that's what I'm saying. That's how you could justify it. Like everyone went into lockdown when no one was dying. Imagine if a decent amount of people actually did. So.
But it's on record that it's a shot.
So anyway, Witsy, you're here for a few days because the game's not till Wednesday. I don't know, it's a little late tonight, but shit, tomorrow, dude, we should like meet up somewhere, have a beer or something.
Yeah, I'm down for sure, bro. Tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll come up with let me think on it, like where we should go.
Cool, brother.
Go get a shot, bro.
I've only got my work truck right now, and it's kind of a beast. I don't really want to drive it around downtown, though, so I'd probably be asking you to come a little bit north of downtown.
That's fine, bro. I don't like big cities. But it's all good. Like, I don't like downtown of cities. I don't know. It's very underwhelming.
Yeah, but we don't have a great city either, so just...
Oh, no, yeah. Milwaukee's even worse. Like, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, I was in New York City, like one of the most infamous downtowns there is. And for me, I was like, is this it? This sucks. It smells like piss.
At least, hey, Milwaukee doesn't really smell like piss.
That's true. It smells way better here.
It's better, but still bad.
Who was it that said there's like going to be a variant? They can't blame it on the vaccine. Well,
they're going to blame it on the variant, but it'll be from the.
Yeah. It's on public record, and the two patent holders are the U.S. government and the CDC. So not that you're committing crimes against humanity, they're doing it willfully.
Yo, I mean, like, we gotta be real. If it has 99% graphene oxide, like, dude, I'm the most don't be a pessimist guy ever, bro. I'm like, best apocalypse ever. Go get a wife and make babies. Let's grow some food. Earth is flat. I'm just being real. If there's graphene oxide in there, bro, like that's not a good look. That's all I'm
Dude, I
saying.
remember
I
last
sent you
year,
the
you
actual
and
patent.
Lou, you and Lou
Sorry.
were like captains of the pessimistic train, and you guys were like, "This is never gonna end. We're all gonna be forced to take it." And now,
Yeah, we
And
can't
now
take
we're
profit.
right. And now we're right.
It's never gonna end. That's the thing.
basketball game. We're about to go
It's
to a
ne-
fucking basketball game, dude.
How
Like,
about to stand outside
Yeah,
of a
you
basketball game where there's testing centers
You should
every
go play
20
basketball.
feet, dude? There's a
I'm
testing
gonna
Go
center
start your
all
own
around
basketball
it.
game.
I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna find that stream because I was telling you guys,
Good
no,
luck with that.
hey, we're gonna get back to normal, and you guys were like, no, they're gonna force us to take it.
No,
You
I
guys,
never said they were
no,
going to force it. That's not my theory. My
oh,
theory is that they
That's
don't
not what
force
I
it.
was saying either. I mean, I said
no,
essentially you're going to be
you were definitely
I said essentially you'll be forced because they'll basically make it impossible to,
oh
you know,
no,
do
You
anything
just
in
wait till I get to
society
Nevada.
without it.
oh no.
Yeah,
no,
we'll see if
I
you still have the
wasn't,
attitude.
I wasn't
so
pushing
hard.
like at gunpoint and all that stuff. No, I've been saying all along that it was just like with the masks and stuff. They you know, it's all everybody's just been going, you know, they recommend it and people just go along. They just do it. It's all voluntary.
And they use the companies to do it, right? Like it's
Yeah.
they're using the companies to do it. Technically the company is the one making a decision, but they're being threatened by the government. And when they tell you that you can't go to your stupid little concert so you can trip balls, and when they tell you that you can't fly anymore, and they tell you that you can't travel internationally, and they tell you you can't work in 95% of the office jobs, and most people will comply. That isn't literally mandating it though, right? Like that's just saying
That's not
here are
just
some
it.
stipulations.
That's not just it, right? That's not just it, because I keep mentioning the kids. Like, if you have letters that are going out saying that if your kid has the jab, they don't have to wear a mask. So fast forward, let's just say people do die. Now they're already telling people like my mother, right, that this variant, if I don't get the jab or if she doesn't get the jab, then
You
we
can see.
will be able to pass this new variant that's more deadly on to people who actually do have the jab. That being said, if people start dying, they're going to make the kids take those shots before they go anywhere.
Yeah, like this, like it,
No,
the universities are. This is what universities are doing. Universities aren't saying like you have to get the jab to walk. What they're saying is that if you don't, you have to wear your mask indoors or outdoors. You have to consistently be tested. So like that right there is
that's not
ridiculous.
true. That's not true. That's not every university. My brother's in university
I
right
didn't
now.
say every university.
Yeah, the elementary schools, even in Democratic Maryland, I know for a fact that elementary schools don't have to wear masks.
Okay, do you know for a fact that major universities are not telling the students that if they don't come back in the fall
Be
inoculated,
specific.
that
Which
they?
university?
I'll have to look. I have a whole list of them. I'll
Because
find it.
I know for a fact that universities are not even asking people about like they're not even. You don't have to get them.
My university is requiring me to get the jab.
Who's
Yeah, I'm
who
just
said
saying.
that?
I'm not the one who's saying that all universities are making people do it.
I think most like prestigious universities are doing that. Like,
Oh, obviously, like Harvard,
Universities don't teach
MIT.
you anything. It's
Well, that sets a
indoctrination.
precedent.
It's
It
the
sets a
communist
precedent.
system.
So it's I'm not. I never said every right. That's like a glober thing to do, right? I'm saying that universities are now. That means it sets a precedent. There are American universities telling their students what to do medically. My sister goes to the University of Knoxville, and they are pressuring the University of Knoxville students into coming back in the fall vaccinated.
Oh,
This
of
is in
course they're going to
Tennessee.
pressure them. Of course they're going to pressure them, but they're not.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. They're not going to force anyone to do anything. They're going to give you stipulations that pressure you into doing it, that make it damn near impossible. My sister's gone to school for 3 years and is all this college in debt, which I disagree with anyway, of course. So
Yep.
she's just supposed to drop out her senior year?
No, she just doesn't get the jab and knows.
And then she has to
look
get
up-
tested like at least once a
No,
week, and she has
no,
to wear a
there's
mask everywhere.
to that
No,
too.
no.
There's somewhere to watch the
She
help.
shows them the
Go to
Nuremberg Code and she
helpamerican.org.
says, I don't consent to your experiment.
I know. I'm the one that tells my sister stuff like that, right? I'm the one that
According to
tells
the-
my sister she has a religious exemption from all of it. My point is that overall, this is what they're doing to college students, and that is unprecedented, right? Like that's insane.
They've already
According,
required
according to
vaccine.
the fact checkers right now, the Nuremberg thing does not say anything about governments forcing you to take a vaccine. According to the fact checkers, the government can still force you to take this jab.
The Nuremberg Code is international, so it doesn't even. It's never been applicable to this whole situation. But informed consent is applicable. Absolutely, that is.
The American Medical
patient.
Association.
Wait, this is international though. How is it not applicable? It's
I'm
crimes.
just saying. If you listen to Peggy Hall, shout out Peggy Hall, healthyamerican.org.
Is he the one telling you that everything's gonna go back to normal?
No. But
You just wait till I get to Vegas.
Look around you, dude. Look around, look around you, like people.
I'm traveling everywhere, looking around. People look like zombies, dude. In every major city, people look like brain dead, numb zombies walking around, staring at IG and TikTok with masks on, walking like 1 foot per second. I have to like just fight the urge to drop kick people as I try to walk through the street because they all walk slow. If I get on the mic and I say, "Don't get genetically modified," I have 10 zombies come up to me trying to like immediately attack me. How dare you? I ask people who here has taken it. You'd be amazed how many people raise their hands. When I say, you know who else used to have to wear masks? Slaves. Are you guys just going to walk around like slaves for the rest of your life? Do you know who else has lockdowns? Prisons. Do you guys not realize what's going on? The prisoners get mad at me.
Okay, I'm so we must be in totally different. We must be on different planets then, because I mean I see people wearing masks, but the majority of people are not wearing masks, and I am.
No,
not
I agree. It has
Okay.
changed a lot for the summer, right? But
I was at the club like 2 weeks ago, and it was complete. There was only one person wearing a mask, and that girl was getting her ass handed to her by like 5 dudes. They were all yelling at her.
Yeah, but
People
look,
are over this shit.
no, they're not. That's the thing, though. They're only taking their masks off because they were told it was okay to take their masks off.
Exactly.
As soon as they say put them back on, they're putting them back on.
See, I disagree.
The HIPAA laws have
Oh, so
everything to do
you
with
think
knowing
all of a
this, though.
sudden the people that think they live on a tiny speck of dust in an ever-expanding universe and they came from apes and they don't care about anything except for twerking and TikTok, all of a sudden they're going to grow a backbone and stand up to the government? Is that your argument? Because if you read...
I think anyone who is not wearing the mask now is going to have a hard time putting it back on. The fuckers already wearing it. Of course, they're going to be fine because they haven't even taken it off.
Well, I think that you'd be surprised. I think you're underestimating how many people actually watch the news and think and how many
you're
people
underestimating people's,
No, they watch the news. They watch the news. The urban community watches CNN. I'm traveling all through everyone watches the news. Everyone does. And so the news told them it's okay to take it off. And this is because even in like Operation Lockstep, where they talk about all the stuff they're going to do, they say they're going to clamp down, let go, clamp down, let go. This is the let go section. It's harder to control people in the summer. People like to do stuff in the summer. So you give the dog a little treat, right? You let them run in the yard for the summer. But then whenever it comes back to winter, when people like to stay in their house anyway, they're just going to comply because they're going to watch the news. They're going to tell them there's a dangerous variant. Now people are getting sick again. Now you have to do this. Some people may not, but I still think that an insanely wild amount of people will just immediately do whatever the news says.
They said you must have a face covering, so I grew a beard. I will not wear a mask.
What you're saying right now, it's happening. I know you're talking about the U.S., but in countries like Colombia, everything is shut down. They're saying a lot of people is dying, and everybody's wearing masks. It's like basically the same thing as last year, right now in many countries.
I will say this though, it's possible that we do have like a successful fight back, right? Like because the argument right now, this is like. Actually on the news, what they're doing, the leftist news is talking about mandating it and like literally advocating mandating it. And then people on the right, quote unquote, news are talking about how they shouldn't be allowed to. And so I think they have a bigger plan than just this. This is just let the dummies sterilize and genocide themselves. But they have a different plan So I don't know. I'm not
Nothing
completely
is
pessimistic. I wouldn't be going around trying to wake everyone up. But
the
I
thing.
know the blunt reality is that people are
Like
zombies.
Fauci's
But
emails have
the
come out already. Like people, this round is different.
look. I've been saying the same thing about politics. Like, you know how many things are bombshells that get swept under the rug because people were paying attention last week but not this week? Like it literally it really works like that. Like, people say they care. You might be able to get people together to really galvanize and do something for like 6 months. And then all they got to do is switch up a little bit, be persistent, and then the movement is dead again, or it's co-opted, or it's changed, or there's too much infighting. Like,
Yeah,
I,
like they're like
I don't have hope for people because, and I'll tell you why. Exactly what I brought up today to try to like bring awareness to the reason that we have issues is it like people are still not getting it.
the trick is so obvious too. It's all over. Like, okay, the government's not going to come out and mandate a passport. The people are going to demand it because there's going to be certain rules for those who have taken it and haven't, but you're not going to be able to tell the difference between them. And be like, how is this fair? I listened. I got my privileges. Why do they get the privileges too? And then the people will demand an identification network that will tell you, right? So they're going to let the people demand it. They're going to argue on the news about whether or not the government has the right to force you to take it. And then the government's not going to force you to take it. The companies are, the businesses are, the travel restrictions are, and then they'll act like, okay, well, that's private companies. They're allowed to do that. That's not the government taking it. And so this is how they get their mandate and their tracking system without the federal government itself actually making it forcible. And they're going to get the people to demand it.
But also the government jobs will demand it also. At least they'll request it.
Oh, of course,
And
absolutely.
they'll
But
say
like,
if you don't have it, then you'll have to sit on that side of the office by yourself.
which that's the big hurdle they have is how they can look through a legal loophole to keep up with who has and who hasn't. Because like even when Fauci was asked about like the numbers at the CDC, how many of the CDC have taken it, he's like, I don't know. Like I'm approximating around 50 to 60%. They said it's illegal for them to even know. So like the CDC has a less percentage than some major cities and major universities, and that's insane, right? So like I don't know how they get skirt around the government not allowed to know via HIPAA laws. They'll have to find some way, and that's what the tracking system will be. What kind of skirts around that, and people will have to ask for it. They won't just pass a law. Like I think that you're misunderstanding. Like anyone that thinks I don't think the government forces us out. They don't kick in your door with guns and stick needles in you. Nothing like that. They're going to get the people to demand it, or like that's the whole trick.
How are they going to get the people to demand it if daytime television, which I agree with you, is totally controlled? But even Fox News is covering Fauci's emails, which, like now nobody trusts that dude. People are like anybody who voted for Trump, Glober or not, watching Fox News is over COVID.
No, I know. I said that earlier today too. That's the crazy part.
If daytime TV is talking about this and the people are on the side of whatever daytime TV is saying, the narrative has taken hold. That's a straight up fact.
Just saying, I don't think they're going to be able to lock Florida back up again. Like that's
Well, no, I agree with you. Actually, I was saying like the crazy
Like
part
that,
about it
no.
is Fox News is now coming out talking about how there are adverse health side effects. You have the right to not take it. There are numerous people on Fox News talking about it because it gets sent to me a
Yes.
lot. I know, I agree. I said that earlier today on here.
Well,
Like,
you said normies watch the news. So how it's a normie is learning all of this stuff, and they're like, yeah, it is all bullshit. Okay.
well, okay, but you have to understand the way the CIA writes the script very intelligently. Okay, so what they did was the whole argument from the right is not that the virus isn't real; it's that it came from Wuhan. Okay, it came from a lab in Wuhan. And it's really going to kill you, but you might have normal natural immunity that builds up, and you have the right to decide that on your own. That's the argument, and so they've created the paradigm where you still have to acknowledge it as a real thing. And
You know when that came out?
The right pushed the vax the whole time, and now they know they've gotten as many people from the right to take it as they can from Fox News. So now they have to walk it back and defend the other people in the base so they can keep them still watching Fox, right? They have to actually defend them. So they've milked it dry, and they can't get any more Republicans to do it. So now they have to pretend they're defending them, and they're going to sneak in with mandate via the corporations, but they're going to vocalize dissent against the government doing it, right? Like, it's a very tactically written
Corporations
script.
are backing off though too. Now they were going ham a few months ago, but now they're actually backing off. They will be
That's
legally
only because the
responsible.
CDC. That's still only because the CDC changed their recommendation. If they change that again and the media pushes again, they're going to fall right back in line again.
No,
And
it
you
was
saw how
something
quick it all.
different. It was that they got ruled that I'll find it. That they got ruled that they will have to pay the damage costs if their employees take
Kyle, I
it.
love you,
I
but you
this
know
is
what
the
we
case
call
for
you?
Amazon.
You're a baby. You're a baby truther.
Yeah, I'm just look. What before you
Get
answer?
the wait.
Wait.
Y'all can't even handle the shit I know.
No, but the thing about it is like when I'm always talking about politics, I'm talking about having watched all of the mainstream sources, a lot of the independent sources, and realizing, oh shit, if I have a perceived win, I'm going to lose. Because when I went with logic after following the information countless times, it went left.
I don't know. When I went with the logic by reading their literature and
what I'm
predicting
saying
the
is
next
Hillary
year, it
Clinton was
happened perfect.
supposed to win, but Trump won. Anyone but Biden was supposed to win, but Biden won. What I'm saying is people all the way up until the point think, oh shit, the news is finally waking up. Oh shit, see, we like they're listening to us. And then boom, you're in the Venus trap. I'm telling you that
I'm not
whatever
saying the
perceived
news
win
is
there is,
getting on to us. I'm just saying
I hear what
for
you're
y'all to
saying.
come on here. No, for y'all to come on here and just giddy, like you just get giddy. Like I swear, you guys just get turned on talking about perpetual doom.
Someone
you really
had a hefty
do.
bowl of blue pills this morning, man.
Bro,
Here's the
get the
here's
fuck
the
out of
thing.
here.
Look,
I don't even think mountains. I think mountains are fucking tree stumps, yo. Nobody is as red pilled as me, okay,
That
guys?
is like a 2016 baby tree.
ooh, you just
Let's
found
look
out
at
that
something more
mountains are
current.
giant trees.
She's catching up.
No, I'm fucking with you, Kyle.
Listen,
Hang on,
listen.
guys. Let's look at
You're right
something
that a
more
lot of.
current. When the
think you're
whole
right.
script. Sorry, Lou.
Yeah, no, we were just both going at the same time. No, I think you're right that a lot of people are gonna be really angry if they try to do it again, but they're just gonna go along just like they did the first time. You might get a little bit of pushback, but the reason it's doom and gloom, and I'm gonna stick like before COVID even supposedly hit the United States. This was already documented, like their plan for what they were going to do about like tightening and loosening the grip, about having waves of lockdowns over the next like 3 to 5 years. There was no like 2 weeks. Like when they said 2 weeks, I already seen the information saying 3 years.
Same. I was immediately on my YouTube telling everyone what was going to happen. Not because I'm a prophet. It's because they wrote it down. They literally wrote down what they're going to do.
They gave us a graph of it with dates showing all of the like every fall, flu season kicks in and then they would go back into lockdown again. Trust me, this is coming. Delta variant, it's all set up. They're going to do it again.
So
Okay,
in the same way,
$10
one example,
Make it 1,000.
In the same way though, y'all, fucking did I forget? No, what did they do? Remember that general that before Obama was elected, so Bush was still in office, and he said, we're gonna go to war with 7 more countries, and he named the countries, and then 8 years in the sorry sop of a president, Obama, later, and we're in these wars with these specific countries.
Yeah, dude, they literally said that they're going to lock the whole world down into lockdowns and take them out for a little bit, then put them back in. and that they're going to sterilize everyone and that they need to control the population. And they've done it step by step, exactly as they predicted. And now, as we go towards the fall, we're supposed to think that they're like, you know what? Let's scrap this plan. I'm ready for people to be free.
I don't think that's gonna happen.
Where did they change the name of autumn to fall?
Oh man, I'm from Tennessee, bro. Chill.
No, like I'm wondering because like everybody says, oh, it's the fall, it's the fall, it's the fall. Well, I know what fall means, but and because the leaves fall, they call it fall, but it's autumn. Like, when did that change? It
Maybe
happened
it's
before I
coded
was born.
because the fall of society happens in
Yeah,
autumn.
that's what I'm thinking.
Yep, the fall of society happens in autumn. We didn't even know it was right in plain sight.
Okay.
All right, guys. Well, we're gonna check up in a few months. See what's up.
Yeah. So I'll take
We
my
are.
payment in blue pills. Just send me all you got. I know you're stocking up over there.
Oh wow.
I remember the simulation that they had before the emergency. Now the World Economic Forum, they had a simulation saying that there's a cyber virus that is gonna affect transportation and the World Economic.
financial collapse.
It's gonna be bigger. It's gonna be. They're saying it's gonna be bigger than the one that we had before.
Oh, you want to take the baby truther test?
How the fuck would they know that? How would they know that? Like what?
Okay, let's go.
All right, there used to be giants.
Yeah, I think so.
Were there planes on 9/11?
No, those are holograms.
Did anyone die on 9/11?
I think people did die. Yes.
Interesting. So did there used to
You're
be?
gonna say no, even like residual effect like lung cancer.
My uncle died. I'm sorry. He either he died or he left his family never to return. Which I have thought about. I was like, this nigga probably left.
He saw the opportunity.
There's no way people didn't die. It's
Okay.
just how many.
Okay. So did there used to be metaphysical entities that ruled the world?
Oh, nobody knows that. I don't know.
Interesting. There used to be a very advanced one world civilization that was here very recently.
Yes.
So do you think there was a giant mud flood that wiped out major civilizations?
I think so.
Interesting.
Oh, because from firsthand. Yes, I think so.
Do you think aliens are real?
Maybe, but not in the way. Not in the way we think of them.
What do you think about the 6 million number?
Oh. Yeah,
Be selective.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, I know what you're talking. I'm sure there's some truth to it, but obviously there's a lot of like the main dude was like a fall guy. Yeah.
There's definitely no truth to the 6 million number. Let's see here. Anyone else got another baby truther question? You did all right. You did okay.
Yeah, it was. I mean, you guys don't think that I can access YouTube like you.
I just think you're a baby truther. I encourage your awakening. You know, I can't wait to see you walk.
What do you know about time travel?
You have to think nobody died on 9/11.
No, actually, no. I just think that one's funny. I just think that's funny to like. I think it's funny to follow up the no planes question with that one. I don't know. I'm trolling. I think a few people did, but it's like not that many.
Like a black pill to think that nobody died on 9/11.
Well, that's the most optimistic way I could look at the whole thing. What are you
That's
talking?
literally the most delusional way to look at it. Like they didn't
Have you actually examined the footage?
Nobody died.
No, they emptied the buildings. The buildings were damn near empty. Have you actually examined them jumping out of the buildings and how they're not in any way proportionate to the size of the building they're supposed to be? They're way too big, and there's all kinds of glitches when people are, which is the most traumatic, triggering footage that we all remember. People jumping out of buildings. If you go look at it, they glitch out and they're way too big.
Crazy. Why did I even see? Why do I remember seeing that? Like the news be wildin', yo.
Yo, I'm telling you, that part is fake. Like I'm not gonna say no one died. There's no way I can say
that. I can't say that's true either. I mean, if they filmed it and they put it on just like repeat over and over again, people jumping out of the windows, then it's probably fake. Yeah, but I think obviously people died from like the explosion, like people living in that area. inhaling all that stuff gives you lung cancer. Like people died from
Hey,
9/11.
Well, I'm talking about on the
Elijah,
day.
if you want to know the answer to that question, Elijah, if you have memories that come back that are older than 6 months, and like you can still like cringe because of it, it's because it's a trauma that you've experienced, right? Most memories more than 6 months ago, you don't really think about on a daily basis. So when you flash like back to those buildings and the people falling, like that was like trauma-based mind control. That's why you remember it.
Dude, can you imagine a more traumatic thing to show children? Like people jumping
I
out of
know.
buildings on fire? Jeez Louise.
Oh wait, let me give you the
me that
baby
in
truther
school.
quiz. What's it?
All right, let's hear it.
Are there aborted fetal cells, Lay's chips, and Pepsi Cola?
They're used. I've actually looked into this pretty diligently. They're used to test them. Yeah, they don't respond to whether or not they're actually in them. The company, the truth is that the company that uses it, they had like 400 patents. Only 11 of them don't have replicated stem cells from aborted fetal tissue in it, and so they would have to be using just 11 of the 483 patents, right? That Pepsi's contracted through. So it's like a gray area, but I would say probably, yeah.
It's
You guys
Alex
want to maybe
Jones,
go
Bill
over?
Hicks.
We've been off topic for a little bit, so maybe
Oh,
you guys want
sorry.
to go over the new people in the chat and see if anybody wants to prove the globe for us.
There's one way you can check to see if those people actually perished. You know that. There's an easy way to do it. And some of us have done it. You just got to go look up the Medicare and Medicaid records and see who was actually put on record as having passed.
Yeah. Social Security death index tells a lot of stuff, man.
Index tells you real specific. If you want to know specific names, go check the names and you'll find out the truth.
What's this guy's name? SS Jenko? Jenko? Jeno? I've noticed he's just got VC verified. Do you have any questions about the Flat Earth man? Awesome. Good talk. Nice talking with you.
He might have exploded all the and the flash.
Sending you a DM, Austin.
All right, cool.
Has anybody spoken to Felix 4?
No, but I have a feeling I'll get ignored. How you doing, Felix?
He's been here before.
Pretty good. How are you?
Pretty good. What are your thoughts on the Flat Earth?
I mean, I'd say it's pretty flat. Horizon always rises.
Give him a roll.
Water's always level. And you need a container for gas pressure. You need a container for a vacuum.
Yep.
You're crushing, man.
Roger Dodger.
All right, I got one question for you.
Yes, sir.
How could I see mountains from 255 miles away that was supposed to be blocked by over a mile of Earth curvature?
You're stupid,
Oh,
man.
dude, refraction, man. Come on.
I was trying to set you up. You're just supposed to say because it's flat. That's all you had to say, bro. Just say because it's flat.
Because you're not using a fisheye lens, that's why.
It's because gravity.
But I
Yeah,
get it.
gravity.
Yeah.
That's funny.
How long ago did you hear about the flat Earth?
A couple of years ago, but I wouldn't know. I'd say I really became a flat earther. I'd say a year around now, actually.
Nice.
What was it that did it for you?
Actually coming here, you guys pretty much told me what I need to look for, and because I mean, I was kind of blinded, obviously, by what I learned in school. Just on the right side of the pickup. I was just blinded from what I got taught in school, and so when you guys told me all pretty much basic physics, I knew I couldn't unlearn any of that. And so when I actually went out and observed these things for myself, there was just no going back.
You want to know what did it for me?
Yeah, what's that?
Why is it compartmentalized? Why is knowledge in compartments? To where if you're not privy for it, you don't need to know it.
Okay.
Why are these people that are in charge of space agencies part of a society that keeps
Yeah.
secrets from each other and us?
Yeah, if they were really for
Freemasons,
if they
Jesuits.
were really for humanity doing research to try to further human progress, then why is it all secret?
Dude, answer correctly. Ding, ding, ding.
Bingo.
Jesuits.
But I don't. But I don't. Now see, we have definitions for words, and so we'll say, well, these are secret societies, but by definition, they're not secret. Neither are their teachings. It's just really old and hard to find because people don't research anymore.
Yeah, honestly, the people can't even understand them now. They've dumbed down society so much when they read them, they don't even understand it. So.
Yeah,
That's
they
the
used
thing.
to.
When you tell
They used
somebody,
to be secret
what,
societies.
when you tell someone, hey, this is going on, look what I've come across because it's public information, they go, yeah, but what about satellites?
I swear,
Right?
bro. I don't know.
So what's like, I mean, for real, I really think secret societies form when certain individuals like just they're privy to how like they're cognizant of what we're here for as well as we are, right? They know that it's like just like we do, right? Like so they're just playing the game, whether they're on, you know, the fallen angel side or whether they're on the creator side. They're playing the game, the same game we're playing.
Oh, it's very obvious what side they're on, but I mean, they actually told you what's going on in the movie Elysium. They just told everybody, like, look, the rich people live over here separate from you guys. Of course, they say it's up in space, but they showed it in outer space, right? In the outer space is where they would have their little civilization. So I think it comes down to that, right? I think that
They
they
definitely
have
have
land.
their they definitely have their Gilligan's Island, bro. Absolutely.
Yep. And think about that alone. Like, think about the appeal to your ego that you got invited, right? Like, that alone would make people just do whatever they had to do to be part of the club.
Yeah, their island was St. Joseph's Island. Their Gilligan Island.
Well, I don't think the map is correct. If you look at all that water in the South Oceans, and from what I read from geological reports, there's islands growing there, and islands are getting wider and bigger. Like every year, they're growing. What the fuck's going on with that? So it's quite interesting how there's this apparent solar change in its pattern, and now what? Would you agree that weather events are either manipulated to be exaggerated more because they know?
How do you think that God runs the earth so pristine? Obviously, it's under construction. Duh.
Well, I'm just saying there's a lot of beautiful undiscovered parts in the south, and when you look at the map and there's all that that just water.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. That's definitely where I think the big thing they're hiding is. It's just southern parts of the ocean.
Hey, check your DMs one more time.
Oh yeah, I sent you that.
Perhaps we were all put on lockdown and everything was put on hiatus to find McAfee.
Yeah, right.
All right, I have a question. How popular do you think high altitude satellites is there? Like, do you think they're actually really used?
Like communication balloons?
Yeah, like I think
Yeah.
that for us, for the slave state, like all our transmissions are used with towers and underground cables. You know, like yeah, I think they might have some high altitude balloons that they occasionally use, and I think they may even have more advanced technology. We don't know what type of medium is up in the sky, how efficiently you can maneuver it, but it would not be for us. So I think when it comes to what we use, it's very little, if any. Like maybe some high altitude balloons. Yeah.
I forgot whose theory it was in here, but someone had a theory that they were actually bouncing signals off the firmament to get like better reception or whatever else. I forgot whose theory that was.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard that before. Like, whenever they say they shoot radar at the moon, even that's what people say it would actually
blue
be.
screen, not beam, blue screen.
Yeah, they discovered a lot of different effects with different frequency ranges and how far they can be shot, what strength you need. All kinds of interesting anomalies happen when you send all these newly discovered frequencies out into an unknown and then conjure up what you're getting back.
And of course, we do know for a fact that like you can shoot frequencies up and they ricochet back down, right? Like they say that it's because of the ionosphere or whatever else they can come up with, and then that there are certain frequencies that go through the ionosphere, and then they just start making up fairy tales about how they can send them to, thousands of light years away or something.
I believe cable TV uses frequency from the weather satellites that are maybe, I don't know how high they are. The weather balloons.
I don't know. I don't know that cable, like 99% of our transmissions, they just use towers and underground cables and undersea cables. Like if you had satellites everywhere, even if they were high altitude, why would you have to spend so much money on putting cables under the sea, dude? Right? Like I don't know.
Well, my brother had the original satellite TV, so he would the big dish would shift above the roof. You could hear it shifting, and it would go to hit something in the sky. Now, what do you suppose that was?
It would hit something in the sky. Like
yeah,
what? Okay, like
what I want to say is, if it was hitting something in the sky, that big dish on top of the roof, it would be hitting like some weather balloon close by, as opposed to an orbiting satellite that was 300 miles away, which that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but like, was the satellite shooting straight up in the air? Because they like never do that.
Always at an angle, never straight
Yeah,
up.
exactly. It's always at an angle, right? So if you look at the tallest buildings in the world, like they're just the tallest buildings in the world. We have towers that are way taller than the tallest building in the world, and they build them on like mountains and stuff. And then as you go over a certain distance, then you're increasing your width of the frequencies, right? So if you have a slight angle, you can hit a tower.
So you said they're getting the signals from the mountains, from radar in the mountains. Is that what you're saying?
Mountains or just high towers, yeah, with high elevations. Like the tallest structures built in the world are towers.
If you look at the dishes, they're all, even the modern dishes, they're all at an angle. They're all the same angle.
Yeah, let me interject real quick, because that's actually my job. My job before I left the Army, because I was a satellite maintainer and operator. So besides the line of sight, because you have the line of sight, then you have the 95, the 93, and a whole bunch of different vans that we used to so-called, hit the satellite and then go to the hub. In which case, I noticed that we never, no matter where I was, because I was in Alaska, I was in Korea, and Japan, there's all these different places, but we always at certain angles, we was never up. So it was always like if you look at the graphing for actual the different bands of KU, KA, X band, and all these different bands, if you actually go back and look at all the references, they're based off of bouncing off the actual atmosphere and not actually hitting anything per se.
So you don't believe in satellites that orbit the Earth 300 miles
Negative.
up?
Negative, and that's actually my, like I said, that's my job. So I was
Well,
always
it's funny.
curious.
I
The
was just
other
going
question
through a.
is,
Yeah.
the other question is, can you run me through how you'd be able to bounce a signal off of air?
So, like I said, if you go back before we actually had the concept of satellites, think of radio waves. How did radio waves work? If you go back, you can actually look at the graphs of the concept of how radio waves were transmitted across the nation. They're literally bounced off the atmosphere itself, like layers of the atmosphere. I can't tell you off the top of my head all which layers of how it bounced, but you can actually look it up
That's
if
because
you know.
They
that's
call it the
because
ionosphere.
that's because it's in their story, it's a globe, and there's no other explanation on a globe that certain points could be reached by radar because there's no line of sight, like you said. So
Right.
the
So like
only
when
explanation. Go ahead, Woodson.
no, you were saying right, like Marconi sent the radio wave like 2,200 miles, right? And like just with assumed line of sight, he hit his target the first time. And so they're like, well, we know this can't be happening because the Earth's a ball, and all of his attractors said you can't shoot it more than 200 miles. So what they did, because like if you shoot something directly out with line of sight, if the Earth's a ball, it's going to drop down and away from you. So effectively, that wave's going to be going angled up away from the Earth, right? So they had to come up with an approximation of where it bounced back down. So we just shoot waves assuming line of sight, and then they make up the story about how it ricochets down because the Earth's dropping down beneath them, so it'll effectively be angled up, right? There's no actual evidence for it. It's just that according to the globe Earth math, he shouldn't have been able to do that. It should have got stopped at 200 miles of accuracy, but he went 2,200 miles first time. So that's when they actually invented the idea of this area in the air that ricochets it back down.
But yeah, and then they added on the so-called satellite to make it so, because if you have a atmosphere so-called bouncing off of, that doesn't make sense for something if you were to say, oh yeah, I shoot it towards the other side because the signal itself is falling, which that doesn't work at all. It makes absolutely no sense.
Here's the other possibility is that there's other technology that allows certain types of aviation or aeronautical devices to operate beyond the standard understanding of flight, and we don't know of it yet. I do know from what I've seen for some of the drones that they have, the solar-powered glider drones, and how they work. It's not impossible they could have things up there at high velocity due to the
Absolutely.
limited air.
They form clouds around each other.
So it's just when you look at the concept of the Arthur C. Clarke satellite and the lack of actual video evidence, if this has been going on since, for the last 20, 30 years, you'd think there'd be more substantial evidence. And the real evidence that you observe is that most of the secure data is transmitted through cable tower to tower. In construction of even basic GPS is tower to tower. It would be more accurate for trilaterations trilaterations between the towers. The concept of using a satellite to triangulate a position requires, I think, 4 satellites, 3 to at least approximate the current space. But you need that 4th one to actually pinpoint the accuracy. So logically, you'd think 4 satellites to triangulate your position. And there's how many people using a phone? How many people are using GPS? How many people are using? So it wouldn't make sense that this particular
four satellites lining up during the rotation or whatever what is it called, geostationary, is ridiculous in comparison to the simple idea of ground towers emitting the signal and how efficient and effective it would be. And then you could have also, the option of satellite television. But I don't really see the benefit of satellite television, considering ground towers would be faster and optic cables would be faster.
But yeah, plus if you look at like Dish or DirecTV, and they're all in America, they're all contracted through American Tower. They admit they use towers. Like, it's just a misconception. People run around talking about it uses satellites, and like you'll see occasional claims from companies that say that they use some satellites, but if you really track it back, they admit they use towers for like all their transmissions. And there are publicly available, like commercially available drones, like you're talking about. They're like solar powered, they're self-sustainable, they'll stay up there forever, and they can glide very fast. So they may have that technology, right? But like Starlinks, I watched the Starlinks launch. Like they definitely shot some lights in the sky, bro. Like you can definitely look in the sky and see like a whole line of lights. What exactly they are, I don't know, but I don't exclude the possibility that you could have a drone, even using like electromagnetic propulsion. You could have a drone, right? So like I don't. They're just not used for what anyone thinks they're used for. I would say they're probably being put up there for surveillance or something, right? But like they're
Well,
not in any way efficient.
ideally, the only purpose to have any kind of object up there is to have the ground recorded, videotaped, or monitored.
Exactly.
That's the whole purpose of this new system, if you will, like Terminator Skynet shit. There right now, I think Amazon is trying to hook up a deal where all of your Amazon boxes now are going to connect and talk to other boxes in the neighborhood, even if it's not part of Amazon.
You had 1 week to opt out on that if you had an Echo device or an Alexa.
Yeah. That's what they say. So here's the thing: what they're going to do, that what I see is that they're going to implement this well, I call it espionage because it's just really spying, right? And so these drones and these satellite balloons, if you will, or whatever's sustaining their geosynchronicity, which I think it's much easier and simpler than the Arthur C. Clarke orbiting 17,500 miles an hour. That's the story. The method is much more simple than that, based on the technology that we've achieved, right? So the illusion is that we have to have this orbiting space so that you can go to something. So they can't let go of that. It has to be a place you can travel to and leave to, right? So they have to keep that Arthur C. Clarke illusion up as much as they can, right?
I thought I heard a number, but I didn't pay attention. When somebody was talking about the geostationary satellites, like what was the height that you guys said? Because I thought I remember.
Well, here's the thing. I just watched a tutorial.
I looked into that. And I thought the geostationary zone where all geostationary satellites had to be is like 25,000 miles away from Earth.
Well, I just watched a video on measuring these satellites from two satellite tower stations on Earth, and at a 2-degree angle between 100 miles, when you measure the two angles between that distance, it works out to be 2,800 miles, right? That's what they're claiming that these satellites are in position to when you go to measure it from the ground towers. So can I verify that? No, but they're using two known factors, which is the distance between the two ground towers and the angle to the apparent position in space, right? So you can definitely triangulate signals to match, but as far as me going to measure the 2-degree angle between the two ground towers at 100 miles, the question wouldn't be, how did you derive those numbers to begin with? Are they imposed on a supposed distance that you assume to be at? Right?
Exactly, because say you send a frequency, right, and then what happens is you have a duration to get your a duration of time to get your distance. Like you have to know what kind of medium it's going through for starters, right? Like it's gonna drastically change relative to the medium. That's why when people say they shoot radar, I'm like, bro, what's it going through? Because if it was a much more dense fluid like medium higher up, it would change everything right there alone. would change everything that they're saying, and you would get much greater distances, assuming, less dense.
One other thing Data was saying there too about the, like the surveillance too. I mean, keep in mind, shit, 20 years ago on mainstream TV, they were bragging, saying that they could read the year on a dime from a satellite in space, right? With these spy satellites, supposedly, right? Like that's, I don't. Of course, they're not doing it with satellites. With drones, planes, UAVs, shit like that. Sure, like those
That's a
things.
good story.
Yeah, they have a actual plane that has a basically like if you want to consider it like a giant. I won't say magnifying glass, but that's the closest thing I can describe it as.
But is that used mostly for surveillance?
You know what I'd like to see, which I haven't seen any, is real footage of any of these massive telescopes that we've had. Any time that I've gone to look for actual, just right out of the box, so to speak, images from these, like for instance the Lucifer telescope, the closest I've come across are grayscale, blurry, black and white images of the stars, and I'm wondering why that is. And so when you actually
up.
So when you go research why they're all grayscale, it's because the color has to be added afterwards. See, when you're trying to analyze the color, you need to look at it through the grayscale to get, because you'll get noise, right? You get color noise, so to speak. So it's interesting how they have to analyze all that stuff in grayscale. But if anybody sees any footage from these large ground telescopes, like the raw stuff, I'd love to see some, because I haven't seen any to this day. I've just seen the interpreted, polished up versions. Like when people say they've seen Hubble telescopes, they're touched up images, right? That's not actually what comes off of the because of with the tools they use to shoot, right? They don't use a digital camera with a sensor, right? They're using a combination of different spectrums. Like there's 16 different spectrums they run it through on an average satellite, right? And that's infrared, the UV, and I think it's UV as well. But it's not like you're throwing a filter on it and you're using a lens to capture it, right? They're just these steel tubes that absorb light through them, and some of them are like no bigger than your thumb size. So if you're telling me that they're taking, DSLR images, no, they're composite materials.
What the freak is that? That dude's like all foot.
I've never heard that one ever, bro. I'm not gonna lie. You got me on the baby
dude.
truther question.
Yeah.
But I'm not a baby truther. Like a baby truther is where you hear the
I'm not a
info,
baby truth.
you think the world's about to go back to sunshine and roses in autumn.
No. No, I don't think that.
Well, we got to make a compost pile, bro, before we can grow them roses,
I think you guys are baby truthers on 9/11.
There'll be a lot of rotten flesh in there,
To say 9/11 was a hologram,
composition,
that's kind of a baby
defecation.
truth.
9/11's ridiculous, dude. It's one of the most ridiculous, stupid lies I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah,
Wait,
no,
what
I
did
agree, but
Tasha
I don't
say?
think it was a hologram.
No, the planes weren't real, man. Have you seen the footage where the plane goes through the building? Have you seen where the nose comes out on the other side?
Where it glitches.
Dude, I have.
How's that work?
Do you think everyone just sitting in New York City is like, oh, it's all a hologram?
I know hundreds of people that have been in
Who
New York
cares
City or
what
lived there.
everybody in
They
New
didn't
York
see
City is
planes.
thinking?
They didn't actually see planes.
No,
Have you
the real
seen what New
conspiracy is that
Hundreds of
Mossad did
people?
9/11.
Have you seen what New York is
Hundreds.
up to, dude? Are you serious?
No one saw planes in New York, though.
No one
You know
did.
what's
They actually
you
are
know
on
what's
camera.
Yeah, I've
News
literally
reports.
seen like eyewitness
News
footage.
reports. Yep.
Yeah, when they
Seen,
taught us
like,
that the Earth is a
eyewitness footage. I will
I
see
didn't. I
all the
didn't.
footage I want.
Yeah, we've all seen the
I
same
didn't.
footage of the girl
Stupid,
screaming
man.
from a balcony, talking about ah, and it's a plane.
That's
We've all
such
seen it.
globe logic right there.
So you guys think it was a
when they taught us it was a globe in school, that was a glitch too, huh?
Exactly.
But I didn't hear what the woman said because everyone was talking.
Oh my
I
lord!
said,
I didn't hear what no one said.
I just said you can't find any footage of the news footage with any planes on it. There, anybody on the ground? There's no footage of an actual plane in any of them. In the original footages of the few, and there's only a couple that you can find anyway.
It
So
was
let's
like
look at the rest. Let's look
like
at the rest of the
So
events on that
is it
day.
possible if there were no planes?
It,
Is that possible?
it was.
With as many cameras as
Oh
there
man.
were, there should have been planes on all kinds of cameras, but you won't find it.
Here's what the
You won't.
logical person would do, right? They would look at the rest of the story where they say a plane hit the Pentagon. No evidence of a plane. Clearly looks like maybe a missile
Nope.
or just an explosion. No debris of a plane. They say another plane landed in Pennsylvania. No debris of a plane anywhere. So everywhere else they said there was a plane, there clearly wasn't one. So why is it illogical for us to say there wasn't one when we saw the footage showed the plane glitch out through the building and no one that was actually there said they saw it and they said they all heard bombs?
Can
I
we
don't
get
know,
back
dude.
False
to the
flags only
elephant
work
in
in
the
You said it was
flat
room?
a
Earth.
hologram, which I don't really agree
Hey,
with.
hey, can we get back to
Like,
the
it's
elephant in the
possible that
room?
there could have been bombs, but I don't think
Flat
it was
Earth.
a hologram.
Oh yeah,
Things were
bro.
added in CGI
Why
later
do
on
y'all act
film.
like y'all
All
don't
kinds of
hear?
things were done. You can go and look. I mean, there's some really good coverage on how they manipulated the videotape, or I wouldn't even think they would video back then. It was just regular newscasts that they were CGI'd in later.
Well, they actually had technology to try to do it live too, and
Model.
that's why it glitched out from the helicopter and they had to switch
Yeah,
away.
there's
But
all kinds
just to
of stuff.
clarify,
They
we're
were.
not saying that they propped up. Listen, we're not
Yeah,
saying they shot
can we go back
holograms in
to
the
flat
sky.
Earth?
Yeah, there's just too much evidence that there was no planes. If you really want to believe that, well, you're a baby truther, if a truther at all.
Hey, does anybody
I'm
know if
not a baby
anybody
truther, and I'm
ever
probably
that
more
has
reptile
measured
than you guys.
the curvature?
You haven't looked deep enough. Makes you a baby
I mean, you
truther.
guys think mountains are trees? Like, that's insane.
What? The fuck DJ?
Those are toddler truthers.
Oh,
Toddlers.
I think we have a real baby truther in the
No, maybe.
midst.
Just because I haven't heard something is not what a baby truther is. A baby truther is when you don't accept the conspiracy once you
Oh,
understand it.
just take the binky and put her mouth and be
You think
quiet. Damn it.
you think I don't
Does
accept
the baby need a
COVID?
bedtime story? We turn on the radio.
Sasha, this
Bunch
is the
of
thing though, is if
toddler
the Earth
truthers.
is not a ball, then there's no molten
I agree.
core.
I think the Earth is flat also.
I know. I'm gonna get to the point. Earth is not a ball though, and we don't have core and a mantle and tectonic plates, because those are all a part of the globe lie. Then we have to ask ourselves, how did these mountains get
Well,
there?
I do believe in tectonic plates, though. So
Well, just stay here then, and we'll see how you feel in a year.
Well, look, I would say this. Like, I've never seen proof that there is any land masses shifting, but that wouldn't necessarily go against a flat Earth either. Like, if continents did drift just a little bit, I mean, yeah, they have a story about what they say causes that, but there could be another explanation.
Well,
I
wouldn't the
think that
fact
I
that
think that I
wouldn't
think
it,
that's dumb as shit. Oh, you go first, True.
well, you can finish. You just halfway through it.
I think it's dumb as shit because it sort of reminds me of when globe earthers say, yeah, we're spinning 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, but the Earth is so big you just can't feel it. You think that if the Earth shifted just a little bit, that all we would feel is a little ass earthquake? Y'all really think that a whole slab of land crunching into another slab of land is gonna feel like anything that we've experienced on Earth?
Thank you for
Dude,
saying
it's not like
Well,
these
here's
plates are moving fast. Like these are very.
Oh my
okay.
lord,
Well,
he's
here's
talking about the sheer velocity, the mass of the thing. What the
here's
fuck are you
well
talking
here's
about?
the question that you can ask yourself if you want to think that the
Two
Earth is.
trains wreck and you can feel the vibrations from that 5 miles away.
Well, if you
Two
want to
trains.
think that land masses are shifting, why do we still have shit that's been built thousands of years ago? They're still lining up with stars.
My house ain't moved to the opposite side or the west side of my
It's
land.
not all
Thank you.
land masses are shifting. Like
Nobody's proved any land mass has shifted. That's why tectonic
we
plate
have a lot of
theory is
evidence
just that.
actually.
Tectonic
Here's my theory. Why they came up with that theory is because they
There's
know
no
they lied
evidence
about
for
the
it.
Earth, and that if you start to have discrepancies within the map, they can say, "Well, look, the things are moving." They had to give themselves this little
There's no
area.
evidence for it. There's a lot of
I miss
assertions
Pangea. I
attributed to
want Pangea to come
observations.
back.
Oh,
No one has
motherfucker,
ever
dude.
Okay, well, if
made
you
an
have an emotional
observation of
connection to
geology happening.
Pangea,
Is my mic broke?
I love
No, I can hear you.
Pangea, dude.
You're good, brother.
Okay, on that, then let me say, talk over me again. I'm gonna mute you. I don't try to talk much because it's too hard to do. This is like the intersection at Hollywood and fucking Vine.
I mean, I wasn't trying to talk over you. We just started
Yeah,
a sentence. at the
everybody
same
knows
time.
that, Madam, but they still romancing you, bro.
in a world.
Which part of Shush didn't they understand or not?
Wait, don't you guys think that makes sense, right? Like they came up with this tectonic nonsense theory so they could fix in any later discrepancies of the land layout?
Has anyone seen geology take place?
Seen one mudslide, if that's called geology.
So,
Mount St.
what do you
Helens,
guys think
1980.
causes earthquakes?
That would be geology forming in 1980. Mount St. Helens blew up.
Vibration in the earth, probably electric.
Yeah,
only
so
thing
there's
I
just
know from
random
St. Helens-
vibrations in the earth. It sounds
That's
like
what it is. What? No, there's electricity in the earth, right? So all we do is detect vibrational patterns. That's all we do.
So there's just like random electricity.
It's not random. All matter is intrinsically electric, so I mean, it has to be there.
He might not be aware of the E word, or sorry, I always think it starts with the E, the A word.
What is that? Ether?
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's
I'm aware of it.
electricity we don't even
You'll summon
we don't even
QE.
have.
Okay.
No,
No,
I've
it's
been
called
in
Hashimoto.
I've been in 4 earthquakes, what they call them. I've been in 4 of them.
Yeah, but how
I
long
mean, I
have they
just don't
lasted?
think
They were
electricity
very
is
short,
causing
but
such
they were
massive.
they were dramatic. They were short, but they were dramatic. The first one was
That's what she said.
laying in bed in Portland, Oregon, and when they had their biggest earthquake supposedly they've ever had, I think it was a 4.6 or 4.4, something around in that area. And I was sleeping in bed, and I was woke up because my bed was on casters, roller casters, and it came off the caster holders. It was so violent, it actually rolled me from one end of the room clear about 8 feet, hit the other end of the wall, and then it rolled me back.
Was that around spring break?
Oh, when
The
was
spring
that? I
break
don't
quake?
think so. That was the
Because
big one in Portland about, now it would have been, it's been almost 18 years or something like that.
oh no, this
Something
one I'm
like
talking
that.
about is like 30 years ago. I
No, this
slept
is
all the
the
way through that one.
biggest one that they've ever had, supposedly right near in the Willamette Valley, right next door to the main city. So it did some pretty good damage. We even had a water leak because of it. What was my next one? Next one was down in Central Oregon. So another Oregon one that we were sitting in a restaurant in the evening, and it took about 40 seconds for this one to kind of rumble up. It was slower and took a little longer. and the whole building was an A-frame, and it rocked back and forth about a meter, side to side. That was kind of crazy. And then there was another one. Again, I think this one was here in Washington, a major one that happened in hit our Capitol building. It was on the other side of the state, clear from me. So we felt it from over 200, 300 miles away from the epicenter. So, but it wasn't as bad as any of the other ones. It was pretty short. I mean, it was about maybe, I don't know, another 40, 60 seconds, right in that range that we felt it. And then I've been in a couple other little minor ones that I could barely feel. It just made me a little nauseous, and everybody was like, "Oh, we just had something." But they're so different. They're all different.
What you're saying is it's like an instantaneous thing, and then it stops. It doesn't go on forever and
Not the ones I
reoccur and
was
reoccur.
in. Not the
Okay.
ones I was in. They were pretty short, but then they were done. I had a cousin that was in the big San Francisco quake a few years before all these ones that I experienced, and he got hit in the head with a brick from a building that started collapsing. That one was pretty bad back in the day. The one that happened during the World Series, and everybody was watching it live on TV when it went down. I don't even remember it because it was so dramatic of a national experience, that one. So, but yeah, he moved out of there. He was in San Francisco, and he got out of there after that. He moved back to Seattle, which I kind of laughed at him. I told him that Seattle's predicted to have even a huge one here soon. Anytime, they say in the next 12 months, we're kind of on a warning up in the Pacific Northwest. And they say it is a tectonic plate that we're dealing with.
That
The
Cascadia is
Wanda
supposed to send you
Cascadia, Wanda
a
Fuca.
huge tidal wave, isn't it?
Yeah, Wanda Fuca is the name of the plate edge that supposedly is going to cause our huge tidal inland wave, and then could set off the Cascadia range. So we may get some pop-offs of like St. Helens again, or Adams, or Baker, or even Rainier could have something happen. They always warn us that you never know.
Southern portion of the Cascades is starting to get active, by the way. There's
We are
lava
active.
fires all around
Yeah.
Shasta right now.
Yeah, we're having a lot of activity all along down through California, from Alaska all the way down. It's kind of being crazy right now. We're having a lot of minor tremors that you can't feel, but they say there's like these I don't know, what do you call them when they all go off, and they go hundreds of them in a week.
Warm.
So they're microquakes. There's just like this slow building to a crescendo, and then we got not much further than a 6-hour drive. You've got Yellowstone, and it's always having stuff going right now. Again, it's kind of warm again with its activity. So I don't know. Who knows?
I think the big
Yeah,
danger
don't worry,
is
don't worry. It's
hood.
just Bill Gates' army, just getting ready to come up and finish the job off.
Well,
I
luckily
think Mount
he's on the
Hood's the
side
big
of the
danger.
Cascade. He's on the side that gets flooded and mud's flooded too, because that's what they have huge lahars predicted for their Cascade range into Seattle, Tacoma, Olympia, all along that part of the Bay Area there for the sound.
Bye, Kirkland.
He's not leaving, and I'm actually in the safest part of the state. I was on part of the National Guard team, emergency response for earthquakes, anything like that, any national emergency. But we have the special package here that's worth millions of dollars that's supposed to give us the only airstrip. If this all goes down, they say this particular place I'm at on the base up here is the one that's going to survive for most of the Pacific Northwest, all the way from California, Idaho, Oregon, of course, Washington. They say that will be inundated with water, even maybe into Utah. I mean, it's crazy talk, but they have this package in certain regions in the United States for different teams, and they have a medical component, which I was part of. And we were ready to jump and have the only airfield that's probably going to be high enough and stable enough that it will survive whatever is supposed to be predicted to hit. And they've actually told us what it'll be. It's going to be close to an 8. So we're due. I don't know. I always think it's funny when they tell you straight up that we're looking at maybe having something within the next 12 months. What are they trying to tell me? that they know.
Just watch. People are going to be like, "That's God, you know, punishing the Democrats."
Well, that would wipe out the whole West Coast. It would wipe out an awful lot of Democrats. The Seattle, that side of Oregon, all the way down to California.
Actually, it wouldn't be the Democrats. It would be
So
Southern Cal or Central California that gets wiped off.
Yeah. Well, they say it's going to wipe off parts of Oregon and parts of Washington really bad. So,
Well, it's because
all
of all
on
of
the other
the
side.
sacrifices that are going on in California, especially in the San Fernando Valley.
Yeah, no kidding.
Would like to just point out to the chat that DARPA actually has on their own website admitted that they have technology to have surveillance drones as small as baby mosquitoes. So take it.
They just implemented through the DOJ and the Capitol Police, because they're not subject to the FOIA laws, I guess, to start a massive, like, 24 hours video surveillance like they do in war zones. And they tried doing that before and with the police, but Congress stepped in and said that's actually in violation of the Fourth Amendment.
So they stopped them?
No, now it's through the Capitol Police, which only has jurisdictions in districts, which all states are districts, which means all states and the government is no longer running under the Constitution.
It hasn't been anyway for a long time. That's just another blow.
Since
so we moved away from
George Washington was president.
Yeah. It's been sucky.
Yeah. So we moved away.
I wonder
how long ago did we move away from earthquakes? I was trying to speak with the.
Yeah, sometimes the Earth does twerk, and Mother Earth twerks sometimes. It's not a big deal.
And I just now it's either trash or nah. Y'all just don't hear me.
Talking about drones the size of little mosquitoes.
I could hear you, Elijah.
You're a little low.
Only about 15 minutes ago.
Anyone think about like the ocean floor, like, and the 50% of the ocean floor that the abyssal plains take up? I'm bringing that up to say, when you think about all of this, where is there space for this plate theory?
Exactly.
You just have land that's like we're not on islands that are floating. All of the land is connected.
How do you know we're not floating? Just kidding. There'd be evidence. You'd be moving.
Motion sickness. Yep.
Something.
Motion sickness.
No, it's got to be something like the electricity thing, something we don't know that they probably do know and aren't telling us. That's why they probably can tell when an earthquake's going to happen and get the teams all ready like they do, and then it'll happen.
You can stand up in water, right? Which means there'd be a foundation. So I think the Earth is standing up in water on its foundation.
Certainly, that's what it seems like. It's what's described like in some cases. So sounds good to me.
Come on now, logically thinking, why would, if the Earth shifted and moved like that, other than just rumbling, right? But if it did shift and move, then why would why would they ever build these monuments that line up with the stars? And why are they still lined up?
Yeah, that's one of the big issues. You can't have something moving that much and then have the pyramids still line up with the, the right things and everything else too. Especially over thousands of years.
Does anybody know what sea legs are?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you've been on the ocean for any amount of time and are used to the motion of the ocean, as soon as you get back to shore and you get on the dock, which is still floating, but it's attached to foundations, you feel the effect of it not moving anymore like it was when you're on the boat. Sort of like you have your sea legs trying to get your land legs back.
For 5 minutes.
Yeah.
It doesn't last too long, but it does feel very strange. Yeah.
I have a feeling if we were floating around and moving around and all this, like science says, I think we'd always have sea legs and always be feeling that effect. Because it's an equilibrium thing. It's an inner ear issue. It's not a leg issue. It's your inner ear used to a certain thing.
I'd have to agree. You notice very slight changes just too easily. So I think I'd have to agree with that.
But then again, I have felt an earthquake.
Well, I don't claim
But
to
I don't
know
know
what they
about
are,
the plate
but they are real.
tectonics.
I just don't know the cause. I can't tell you that. They do happen, but what? Tidal waves
Now, see,
happen. Things
I don't
happen.
know. I have a theory on how volcanoes work, though. Subcritical atomic mass that goes critical and melts the rock around it, so it wells up. It's the only thing I can think of. Subcritical mass that eventually goes critical. Radioactive isotopes type of thing.
That makes sense for some of the geology, the geological studies they find where they can't figure out where these isotopes have come from, where they try to claim it's ancient aliens blowing up atomic bombs or whatever, but it's probably, like you're saying, some kind of nuclear reaction.
Some kind of a natural process that could be replicated if we could understand it more and, have it controlled. That would be neat, actually, if we could do such a thing. They could be like, haha, science, you're wrong. Once again, rewrite them books.
Yeah, it would be kind of cool. I just know it would be hard to replicate the pressures, all the factors involved, even the constituents of the medium which parts make which do what. I mean, you kind of figure some of it out with chemistry, of course, but not all of it, and some with physics, but even that would be complicated. It's possible they do know all that, though, and that they use that to predict earthquakes and things because maybe they know what's going on underneath with the volcanic materials like lava. Who knows?
They control the weather and more.
You ever heard of this guy called Dutch Sense?
Yeah, I've watched him for a long time because he's pretty accurate, even though I don't think he has the right model, of course. He's a glober, but the funny thing is I caught him on a show one time where he realized Google Earth didn't change the elevation on the seafloor at a point that he was looking at, and he went, "Oh, that would be a flat Earth proof," and I just about fell out of my chair.
Yeah, the sulfur volcano.
Yeah, he's found all kinds of weird stuff. But yeah, he was just checking stuff out one day and went across part of the Google Earth program and found that there is no elevation change on the fort bed where the joining of the wraparound map meets, and that should tell you something about that. It's not curving. That's what he picked up on. Suddenly, it was like, oh, the program is registering a flat surface because it didn't change where it should have, where he thought. It was kind of weird. It was funny though.
Doesn't he use the situation with the solar object to kind of predict what's going to happen with the earthquakes? Isn't that part of his model?
Part of it is, yeah, whatever's happening through the sun model, that they say they were, getting in anytime we have a solar flare of some sort, especially certain types, depending on how much they're throwing at us particle wise. And that's what they claim
What
anyway.
if
When it hits the Earth, that causes a bigger pressure wave on the magnetosphere, is what he says and they say, and that somehow that causes a pressure change within the Earth enough that we get more earthquakes during those times.
what if it's a change in the currents that's in the crust?
Well,
That
that
would
could
set
be
it
with the
off.
sun. They're correlating it with a sun event. So, not that they understand light and how all that happens or what, but they definitely say it occurs, and it's happened several times. That big earthquake, that the Indonesian one, if I remember right, was one that he says that there was a flare just, a day or two before, waiting for the particles supposedly take that long to get here, whatever. And then he was talking about the one that hit Japan with the major tidal wave, was definitely had a solar event just before, a couple days again.
Actually,
And
the location where that happened, there is a bullseye in the clouds. That was a man-made event.
it doesn't surprise me. It really
If
doesn't.
you can go back and look at the archives at that time when that earthquake happened, you could look at it from like the cloud layers, and it's broken up into like a ripple pattern, like something had went through there and splashed into a pond and created a bunch of ripples. That's what the clouds looked like a bullseye. And
Yeah, I think I
it was
remember
kind of
somebody
strange.
saying about those pictures in the clouds, but I hadn't put the two to two together there. I didn't read the story. I think I just heard about the cloud thing. And there is that, somebody mentioned China Lake in the comments. Yeah, China Lake was another one that's been big just a few years back that probably was man-made.
The
There
power
were some
lines
people
caught
like
fire.
yeah,
The power
lines.
lines caught fire.
And then they had to get an emergency bill through the Department of Defense for over $1 million in repair. We never saw pictures out of that base how badly it was destroyed, because if $1 million worth of damage was done, that's a lot more.
That
It
could
might
be
have been more than
flooding.
$1 million. It might have been 100
Flooding
million.
is like $1 million in damage. It's flooding.
Yeah, it was crazy amounts. No pictures though. We never saw a picture out of that place. And there was a strange item found out in the firing range on one of the supposed satellite photos. That was a strange looking object that looked like something from ancient India, had a specific shape they mentioned from India. And it was like, oh, okay. So I think they were trying to say, again, we've got some kind of alien technology and we can make earthquakes, because that's a top secret base. That one's not an easy one to get on, which is probably why they could excuse not giving pictures, but I don't know. That was a weird one.
Yeah. So are there any Globers in the house? Let's see.
Yes, I just checked in. Paul.
What? What happened? Sorry, I was doing something.
I can answer that question because that's his job. Because you said if Jimmy cracked corn and no one cares, why does he keep doing it? Because that's his job.
Yeah.
That is job.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Globers.
So let me ask you a question on a scale from, let's do 11, right? From 0, meaning flat continuous plane, and 10, meaning magical mystical ball floating in space. Where do you land on that?
Can you say it again? Sorry, my thing cut out.
On a scale from 0 to 10, 0 meaning flat continuous plane, and 10 meaning magical mystical ball floating in space, where would you
That's a
stand on the
straw
nature of
man.
reality?
That's a
Probably
straw man. Globers don't think it's magical.
Yeah. Probably like a 9 or a 10. If you can be realistic about it. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really. If I was wrong on it and I was given like hard evidence on it, it's whatever's the truth, right?
Well, I appreciate your honesty. So you're pretty sure that what they told you in school is correct?
So much what they told me in school, but everything, the research I've done on my own, yeah, Roughly, yeah. It's probably correct.
Now, how far did you research? Did you research the sources, like those scientists that were conducting the so-called experiments? Did you research their credentials and their histories and what kind of societies they belong to?
No, I don't go as far and to look at the whatever culture they're from. I think that's unnecessary.
That's not culture.
Time.
It's not culture.
What is it then?
It's getting where they're coming from. For instance, right, you could have one guy, for instance, that has a culture where everybody lives free, and you could have another guy that has a culture to where in order to be free, you have to serve in the military. That's a cultural type of thing. However, a secret societal type of thing has nothing to do with culture because those transcend cultures. So basically what I'm saying is, like, for instance, the scientist that invented carbon-14, Libby, he was a Catholic priest and part of the Society of Jesus, a Jesuit, right? You also had I can't remember his name, something George something. He's Bavarian scientist and Catholic priest, Jesuit soldier who came up with the Big Bang Theory.
All right. Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about, trying to understand, where they're coming from, what they do. Oh, well, usually these guys that are part of these societies are proud about these societies. Yeah, Georges Lemaire. So it's
okay,
it's
go. Sorry.
it's like, if somebody's feeding me some kind of information and they swore an oath to keep certain things from the public because we're profane, makes me not believe anything they have to say. Now, that's just one of my reasonings on how I stand where I stand.
What's your definition of public for like everyone in the entire society or world to see?
Public, like secular world, like, oh, I don't know, secular school system. We all have to be educated in the secular system, right? Because it's the law nowadays. We all have to go to school and learn. Supposedly so we know the nature of
Are
reality.
we talking about the law in America or the law in Africa? Because in Africa, it's not. You don't have.
Do you live in Africa?
No, but when I was deployed there 2 months ago, the women there they don't work, they don't go to school. They're not allowed to go to school. In Afghanistan, women are forbidden from going to school. There's plenty of places on Earth where sometimes even men actually.
Yep, I've seen that too.
Are forbidden.
But you're
learning.
not
only
answering
learning.
my question.
What's your point?
What'd you say, sorry?
What's your point?
No, not you. The other guy.
Does it apply towards his question? That's what he said. You didn't answer his question.
Oh, all right. So your question would be then what? What are you trying to get to then?
The general public. You know who the general public is?
Yes, I know who the general public is. So is your end goal, right, with all of this, just to like have the utmost truth about everything, right? About
knowledge is info, right? Or info is knowledge, or whatever. Yeah. So
knowledge is power.
The correct info.
Yes.
Yeah.
It set you free.
Set you free. You can also think if you do control history, then you control pretty much reality.
That's true. Sure. I mean
so
the
you speak
write
about history,
and usually
it's
the winners
like
are smarter,
just saying that everyone knows everything back in history, but did they really?
We don't agree.
First of all, history is an agreed upon lie, quoted by Napoleon.
Exactly.
The winners write the history.
Yeah, winners do write the history. Yes, exactly. So when you're writing the history, you can write pretty much anything.
Divine right of the principalities.
Winners are history. They don't write it. They are history.
That's it.
That's why it's called his story. His story. It's not your story. It's not my story. It's not our story. It's his story. It's somebody else's.
Don't you think that the fact that history is spelled his and story is merely a coincidence in English? It doesn't have
Really, Matthew? You're gonna say that?
Yes,
It's
I
a
am.
coincidence.
Oh man, you guys are boring the fuck out of me, man. I'm about ready to just
Was
clear
that
you
Matthew?
all out and go find new
It was
members.
Matthew.
Fuck.
Yes. That's real, Quantum. That's real. What Matthew just said.
I concur, Mike. Damn, man.
My
I'm fucking
gosh.
frustrated. Christ. Wrote a rap about it. Want to hear it?
No, no thanks.
I'm joking, Quan.
Anyways, Paul, Paul 1002, did you say that you had proofs of the globe?
Proofsies.
Excuse me, what'd you say? Sorry. I'm on a wireless headset right now, so whenever someone starts talking, it has like this
We
weird
just
popping
want
issue,
proof for the globe. And if you have proof for the globe, please show us how to provide it to others.
So that demonstrate it so that we can replicate it on our own.
We would have to demonstrate it as well. So, like I said, please tell us how you demonstrate it so that we can demonstrate it to others.
And that's just a waste of breath because he's deafened.
Oh my gosh, these fucking people.
Oh, Paul just DM'd me. Says he's fixing his headset. Be right back.
Oh.
What do you want?
Okay. Linda Mia Hand, why are you muted? Anybody know?
That's Charlie. I think from yesterday.
Ah.
Matthew, did you ever look into what I brought up last time you were here?
I'm sorry, I forgot. What
Oh, the exosphere.
Oh, the different
Atmosphere.
temperatures at different levels.
Yeah, how that's what
Yeah,
how
I
that's
mean,
supposedly
I
is a
don't know.
thing.
It's kind of a mystery to me. I think
Hmm.
some of the sun makes radiation, so it's hot certain places. But yeah, I don't know.
A mystery that's history.
Matthew, can I ask you a question, bro?
Sure, I don't want to derail the conversation, but sure.
Okay, so if the Earth is this magic cartoon spinning ball that we're so crazy for not believing in, why can we see mountains from 255 miles away where the top of it should be obstructed by over a mile of Earth curve?
I got refraction.
Yeah, no, that was my answer. I don't know.
Your answer is you don't know. So we have an infrared picture. Now, you know how infrared, it actually cuts down on the refractive effect, yeah?
Yeah, because it's different wavelengths. So yeah, it doesn't get refracted as
Yeah.
much.
Yeah, like 10% or so. But anyway, so we're looking out over the water, and across the water are some mountains. They're 255 miles away, and there should be over 12,000 feet of obstruction. So the top of that mountain should be hidden by over a mile of Earth curvature. Yeah, we can see the top of the mountain. How does that work?
If the Earth were a globe, then it would have to be that the refraction curves more than 0.01 degrees per mile.
Refraction.
Right. And this is what's so funny, right? When I ask the question, every time a glober tries to respond, they always go back to this degree, as if by the reification of the sphere Earth and its dimensions, and talking about how small a mile is relative to the presupposed dimensions, that since the number in degrees is smaller, then it somehow isn't a big deal. but they never want to just absorb what it objectively is, which means you're having to claim that in this infrared photograph, the mountain was loomed up, I suppose, refracted a mile.
No, that's
So,
not
so
looming.
That's right. 1
That's
mile.
not looming. No, that's not looming. No, I'm sorry. No. No, this is like 3 stages below begging the question fallacy. That's not looming. There's no such thing. Define looming, Matthew.
Isn't it just when things get refracted above the horizon?
Nope. Yeah, when things get refracted above the horizon.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. Now, that's in your, it's an erroneous definition, by the way.
You know, I admit that I'm not as good as having all these definitions memorized as you are. I know that you have a lot of those at your fingertips, and I just don't.
Yeah, it's erroneous. That's not the definition of looming. Or that's not the true definition of looming, but it's the one in the paradigm. Go ahead, what's it? Sorry to interrupt.
No, it's all good. Matthew, I want you to look at this picture, and I want you to honestly ask yourself, right? If we live on a ball, that mountain that's outlined with a green line right there, we should not see the top of that mountain. It should be blocked by over 1 mile. A mile, bro. A mile of vertical physical obstruction of Earth curvature, yet we can see the top of the mountain. You can see the water going all the way to the shoreline, all the way to the base of the mountains in the front, all the way to the back of the mountain. You can see the peak, and it should be obstructed by over 1 mile of Earth curvature. So do you actually think that it's logical to say that the more probable outcome is, in fact, that in this infrared picture, the mountain's being lifted up 1 mile and stopping where the Earth looks flat?
Do you know how far away is that mountain?
255 miles.
What's the observer height? Let's put it in there. Begging the question, proof of nothing. Perspective hijacking Earth curve calculator. Let's go find that Earth curve calculator.
Okay, so your question
9,136 feet observer height.
Your question, Witsit, is do I think that it could be looming up 1 mile high? And my answer is yes.
So does it not even cause any hesitance in you to say that with an infrared picture that the top of that mountain is being loomed up an entire mile and then stopping where it looks flat? Well,
I'm sorry.
yeah.
No, I'm sorry. No, that's not looming. What are the two I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to interrupt. That's bullshit. If you invoke refraction, you're invoking terrestrial refraction. What are the 2 necessary conditions that must exist for you to invoke that, Matthew?
Oh, it just has to do with the atmosphere and humidity and temperature. All those things can affect what it.
There's 2 necessary conditions that must exist before you can invoke terrestrial refraction. What are they?
I don't know.
Okay. Number 1, atmosphere. The atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. You need curved gases, and you need to know the radius value.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable.
Yeah. So you have a begging the question fallacy wrapped inside a paradox. You can't invoke it.
No, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not invoking it as a proof. I would just invoke it as an explanation.
No, you can't invoke it as an explanation. You can't invoke a fucking paradox as an explanation.
Wait, I thought your claim was that this disproves the globe.
No. My claim is you can't invoke refraction at all. 0. You have no mandate, no authority to do so unless you fucking square the circle and alleviate the married bachelor paradox, curved gases.
Okay, so hold on. I thought Witsit was claiming that, hey, this is not possible on a globe. And
That's
I'm
right.
saying, well, if the globe does exist, then it is possible.
No, it's not possible. Holy shit. The only way it's possible is for you to invoke refraction, but you can't do that. What's your next explanation?
What's the opposite of saying if? Let's see. Hold on. What is the opposite of saying this does not work on a globe? I think the opposite is if the Earth is a globe, then or no, it can work on a globe. That's the opposite, right?
It can work on a globe. Boy, you're really getting sophisticated on me.
No,
Fucking
I'm,
Elmer Fudd is blushing.
I'm
What
trying
is your
to-
explanation without using refraction, sir?
Well, I'm trying to get the question right first. What's it? Let me ask you. You said I think your claim was with this picture, 250 miles away. This should not happen on a globe. Is that right?
That's correct, man.
Okay, so if you say, "Hey, this could not happen on a globe," then what I'm saying is that it could happen on a globe.
Oh,
And-
that's awesome. How?
Okay. So to unpack that, I would say if the globe exists, then refraction can happen.
You can't have refraction.
No, of course not. According to you, I'm just unpacking.
According to me, do gases have a shape?
No, they don't. According to
Then you're invoking a fucking shape, dude.
Right, you're just throwing out a degree, right? You said you're throwing out a degree, a rates of bend needed to try to explain the phenomena. You're not in any way compiling your explanation on reality or anything like that. It's literally, it's a number, bro. It's literally a number that you say just so you can try to theoretically propose the fantasy that is a magic spinning cartoon ball in a vacuum, brought to you by Jesuits. Right? Like, it's not reality. So, like, that's what baffles me. I'm trying to level with you here. I genuinely don't understand how that doesn't even cause you a hiccup. I'm trying to understand the psychology of this at this point. Like, I don't get it.
Okay, so here's the honest psychology. For me, the fact that light might bend 0.01 degrees per mile per 5,000 feet doesn't bother me. That's
It's not
genuinely
fucking bending.
why it doesn't bother me.
Light's not bending. That's bullshit. Light doesn't fucking bend.
And that's where we differ. I say it might bend that much, and you say it does not ever.
No, it does not bend. It's not It's not based on opinion. This isn't subjective. It's not agree or disagree. Like I said before, you're in the wrong forum. You need to go to whose favorite color is the best or cake decorating forum, because this isn't agree or disagree. This is not subjective, right? You're invoking refraction. To invoke it, you have to fucking invoke a paradox. Forget the radius. Fuck that. You have to show gases bending or curved gases. Please show it. Other than that, you have to come up with another explanation and then scientifically validate that puppy.
Okay, so I guess I was trying to say if X then Y, and that is a separate statement. That's a separate logical statement than
There is no
X.
Y. There is no, you don't have a Y.
I understand. I'm trying to explain the context of my entire statement. If X, then Y. And you're saying, but X isn't true. And that's fair enough. But I'm trying to say,
No,
if X,
I can
then
give
Y.
you the globe if X, that's fine. But you're not getting curved gases.
So
even if it was a fucking globe, there wouldn't be any curved gases.
Well, if there was a globe, then there would be.
Oh my God. We're off the fucking reservation, dude.
You're not understanding.
Hold on
The
a second.
gases
Hold on
don't
a second.
curve.
What's it? Hold on a
Okay.
second. What's it? That you know that you would fail first grade intro to gas behavior, literally. Did you know that? I'm fucking serious. You think I'm kidding? I'd like to direct everyone's attention to. One second. Of course, it didn't fucking format. Thanks, Discord. Appreciate that. Fucking morons. I'd like to direct everyone's attention to 23 minutes after the hour. Matthew, you going to read along with me? I'll read it. You don't have to read it. I'll read it for you. Most people don't read my stuff all that well.
I can read it, but yeah, go ahead.
So 23 minutes after the hour, grade level. This is from Christy Bodak, Southwestern University. Grade level. I will use this lesson with a first grade class. If an object is in a gaseous state of matter, it will not have a fucking definite shape or a definite volume. You'd fail first grade intro to gas behavior, sir. And there's Chem Lieber text right down below it, just as a cherry on top. Like liquids, gases have no definite fucking shape, But unlike solids and liquids, gases have no definite volume. You don't have a fucking volume. What do you need to have a volume of gas?
Typically, you need a container. That's right.
You betcha, baby. Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back, bathrooms on the left. DJ spinning request. Smoke them if you got them. Thank you.
Always.
Sorry for cock blocking you there, Witsit. I can't put up with that shit.
No, you're fine. I'm at this point in my illustrious flat Earth career. I'm just trying to understand the psychology of these people. I'm gonna be honest. I don't like. I go out into the world and people are actually like, "Whoa, I didn't know that." Wait, you saw it from where? That makes no sense. So when I have people that don't even intellectualize what they have to say, they just say it. For me, I just want to know how that happens, right? Like it's a little side project I now have. I'm not, for me, I knew the Earth was flat before I found out we saw mountains from 255 miles away. I cannot imagine what Glober Austin would have said to that, but it definitely would not have been like, wait, let me see if I can make it sound better by putting it into degrees. Like, I just don't get it. It's just a crazy thing.
Refraction. Should ask him about handing a believer and still thinking.
Someone's roboting.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if that was me.
You're roboting. But this is exactly what they always do. They actually have the audacity to pretend that makes us the ignorant ones when they put it just like they go RPMs for the Earth, right? It spins 1,037 miles per hour east of the equator, but they'll say RPMs because it's a low number, and they'll be like, "Yeah, look at the RPMs. You would never feel it, even though it is accelerating, right? It's intrinsically accelerating." Or they'll say a degree because if they can get the number to be small, right? They think that makes it like a good argument.
No. What they're doing is they're confusing angular velocity and tangential speed is what they're doing. They're fucking idiots.
No, yeah.
Well, yeah, of course.
That's an important question. What do humans feel, speed or acceleration?
Well, the Earth's accelerating according to your paradigm.
Yeah, that's my question. Which do humans feel, raw speed or acceleration?
For fuck's sakes.
Wait, are you saying we don't feel?
What do you feel?
Don't we feel?
What did he say? I'm sorry. I opened up the window. I'm sorry for interrupting the discussion. Do you understand the difference between angular velocity and tangential speed?
Yes, I do.
Who is that? Matthew again?
Yep.
Yes.
All right. What's your argument with that? What's it just said?
Oh, Witsit was saying, should we use RPM or should we use speed? And I asked, well, what do humans sense? Do we sense speed or do we sense acceleration?
No, you're a numpty dipshit. It's both. Not what we sense, what it is. If the Earth was spinning, it has an angular velocity. And as soon as you say angular velocity, you immediately invoke acceleration. You understand that, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yep. And it has a tangential speed.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, so it has both. Now, can you sense?
Yeah.
Say again?
Matthew, can you speak up, please?
Yeah, I'll try. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm sorry. I'm cock blocking people. It's just my nature.
It's all right. Hey, Matthew, have you ever been on the ocean for any extended amount of time to where you had sea legs and you went back on shore and you could feel a complete and total difference to where you're like, oh, something's not moving. I can feel it. I'm walking funny now.
Yeah, I've felt that before.
Why did you feel that?
Because I was used to the rocking back and forth.
Because you're in your ear.
But you're in motion, Matthew. Do you understand that? On the boat, you're in motion, like almost constantly.
Yeah,
that's what we're trying to tell you. You're not in motion on the land, though.
Like, you may get used to the motion in the sea, but you don't stop feeling the motion, do you, Matthew? Right?
No, you're right.
Right. Vestibular system for the win.
Yep. Yep.
Okay, so when I'm on land, do I feel speed or just acceleration?
You don't feel anything unless you're
That's
in a
the whole
car.
point, man. You don't
the whole
feel
point.
anything.
He doesn't
fuck's
even
sakes.
understand that. What?
No, I completely understand. I'm saying since humans don't feel speed, then speed is not an issue. We should look at just the acceleration.
Because
We
there is
don't
no
feel
speed
speed?
happening. You can feel speed when you're in a vehicle.
That's
Yeah.
not true.
Yeah, it
That's
is
not
actually.
Oh my gosh! Wait. Is that your
What is
example of
going
when we
on?
don't feel speed? Is in a vehicle? Is
And you
that,
can
are
even
you going
feel
that?
centrifugal motion. You ever been in a ride called the gravitron?
Yeah,
That's
that
an
has
awesome thing,
acceleration. So you feel it because you feel acceleration. But when you're in a vehicle, there's sound, there's like vibrations, there's the images, there's all kinds of things that make you know that you're going at a speed. This is basic physics, you guys. I'm not saying anything out of the ordinary.
Fucking clown you.
Globe logic.
No,
physics
no.
logic.
Let's get back to his basic physics. You saying you don't feel speed? So I got a convertible, right? And I'm blowing down the highway at about 85 mile an hour. You saying I don't feel that shit?
Well, yeah, in a convertible, you'd feel the wind for sure.
Yeah.
And you'd feel the road vibration. You'd hear like.
Whereas not a medium.
Where's that physics shit at then?
So you're sensing that you're going fast due to the sounds, due to the vibrations, due to what you see.
The movement.
Yeah,
Like, you know, we're there, guys. You know, you're sensing the motion because of reality existing around you. Like Matthew, can you give me an example of somewhere where you're not visually seeing things, where you're not feeling
sure.
the medium rush through your hair,
a bullet
what in a
train-
vacuum chamber where no one ever goes. Like,
No,
don't
a bullet
just
train
think
at
about
night.
dude. Wait a second, dude. Just think about what you're saying. Like, yeah, you can detect motion based upon these axioms. What, those axioms that are always there? Well, duh.
What about a bullet train in the middle of the night in Japan, one of those maglev trains that's on a straightaway? I would say in that case,
You ever walk from
you
one
have
to
a
the
hard time.
from the front of one to the back?
Yeah, I think it's a good example. Yeah.
And what's the analogy in relation to?
So you were saying that human beings can feel speed, and I said, well, a bullet train at night, if it's quiet, no vibrations, you couldn't tell if you were going 300 kilometers an hour or 30
But
kilometers.
you
an
can.
hour.
But you can. Have you ever walked from the front of one to the back?
It's the same. It feels the same walking forward.
It
and
does
backwards.
not. It literally does not.
And that's where we disagree.
Oh, it's not a matter of disagreeance.
Oh,
disagreement isn't a word. Disagreement is what you meant.
Oh, there's the ball. Shut it down.
Go Indio! Indio! Please, time to shut the server down.
Wait. I love when Matthew gets feisty. Like, that's my favorite.
Thanks, Elijah. Well, it only happens when Wits and
Me
the
too.
QE are here. I mean, that's not true.
Yeah, but you're right. Yeah. I could agree with that, even though I've never been on a maglev train. I could give that to you. But what does that have to do with the price of pig's feet in China?
But if the train turns, do you feel it?
Yes, if the train turns, you definitely feel it because you're
That's interesting.
experiencing acceleration.
Flat earther.
Wow. And
Welcome,
so,
flat
are we in a
Congratulations.
closed system, not turning?
On Earth, we're experiencing some little bit of acceleration because of the rotation of the Earth.
A whole lot of acceleration.
I asked a simple question, man. Are we in a closed system on your model? Are we in a closed system, not turning?
No, we're not.
So it's not analogous, is it?
It's not exactly analysis. No,
It's not analogous at all.
So this is a you problem.
Okay, so how much acceleration do you think we should be feeling if we were on the globe?
Any acceleration, you're going to feel it.
Any. Your
So
inner ear
all
is
of
an
it.
incredibly God-created thing, Matthew, that you claim that you believe He created you that sensitive. and you don't trust it.
No, I trust it. I'm just saying that there's some limit to how much humans can sense.
Trust me, you'll know.
It's that sensitive that when you lean your head forward the tiniest bit, you can tell that you're moving, right? You're telling me that your vestibular system somehow managed to evolve to the extent where it cannot detect any motion in the whole of the solar system, right?
Wait a second.
Just up to the point.
I'm saying that it does that there are that we can sense very small numbers, but there is some limit. So I would disagree with what Linda.
Yeah, but Matthew, would you agree with the premise?
You're
Matthew,
spinning,
would you
and
agree
you
with
think
the premise? I'm sorry.
I'm just saying, if you're spinning on top of spinning and you move your head, you think your brain is going to be able to scramble direction changes and everything with the spin of the earth? You really think your vestibular system wouldn't go crazy?
No, I'm just saying that there is some limit under which we couldn't tell the difference. We're not.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about how ill you would be if these things were actually happening, if you tried to even move against the motion or
Well, it depends. Yeah,
the
no,
way
it
your
depends
ear
on
works.
how much. It depends on how much motions. That's the whole
Yeah,
point.
but imagine what we do in cars, planes, bicycles, running, anything fast moving on top of that. Can you imagine the turmoil that the brain would be in trying to deal with the eyes, trying to figure out what was going on with the inner ear?
Yeah,
This
I
is
don't
a
have to
severe
imagine.
motion
We'd have to
sickness.
calculate
The people
those
that
numbers.
get the barest, minimalist, little bitty problem with their inner ear, from like an ear infection, and we literally have them laid up until they're healed because they can't even walk without throwing up sometimes. If their inner ear is even messed up by a cold, I can't let people fly. I have to ground pilots for those kind of things because it's that sensitive and it's that big of a deal for your life.
Dude, you
So
can
you
get
would
kicked
know.
in the ear once. Listen, you can get kicked in the ear once, right? And it can end your whole fighting career. And I don't mean because you're a pussy all of a sudden. Like you can no longer throw a powerful right hand ever again. From just literally being tapped in the ear in the slightest way, it can mess up your whole balance system. That's what she's trying to say to you, mate.
Have you ever accidentally used a Q-tip a little roughly?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we get to the
So
can we
you
get to the
had
point?
spin,
I mean,
you
damsel,
had spin.
medic. Everything you said is correct. He said there's a limit. Can we get to that limit?
Matthew, have you ever taken a baseball
Hold
bat,
on a
put it on the
second.
ground?
I want the limit. He said you need to listen. All right, people, this is a good lesson. You need to listen to what comes out of their incoherent blowholes. He said there is a limit. What is the limit, Matthew?
Okay, good point. So yes, out of my incoherent blowhole, I said that the human vestibular system is not infinitely sensitive. So there is a limit.
What is it?
I don't know exactly what the limit would be, though.
Nope. I need
What if I
citation with the
told you
limit.
there is none? I was going to say, as a medical provider, I'll tell you there is none.
So
I know.
so
I'm just
by
trying
saying
to
there
set
is
him up.
none, you're actually claiming that we're infinitely sensitive, that we can sense.
So
any
you're
tiny
claiming
It either
we're
works
not.
or it
Without
doesn't. It's either
listen,
on or off. It doesn't work or it does. It doesn't
right?
have
So
a limit.
No other senses work like that. There's a
you're
limit
the
beyond
one.
which we
Yes,
can't
it
hear.
is.
There's a limit beyond which we can't
Touch,
see.
feel, smell. What are you talking about?
All of those have limits. We're not
You're
perfect.
making
So are you
assertions.
appealing to
Listen, you're doing the
incredulity?
standard thing. I'm going to
Have a
say that
range.
there's a limit, even though I couldn't prove it if I wanted to, and there's no science to back it. I just got to get that out there as apologetics for the globe.
Different
I've
things
actually
have
had
different.
someone cite something for this before. I wish I could find it. I might can find it. I've actually had a Glober cite
I'd
something.
rather talk to Linda than him. I don't know why you guys even mess with this guy.
Actually,
I'm
Linda
interested in the
had
limit,
the most
to be
interesting
honest.
claim in the chat. At 33 after the hour, she said 0.001
Him.
meters per second squared we would feel.
It's Charlie.
Okay, so where did Linda get down from?
Matter of
Citation?
fact, it's here. Just
Yeah,
shut
it's
up,
posted.
Matthew.
Because I'm really interested in that.
Oh wow! I actually got unmuted.
What's up, Linda?
My name's Charlie.
I know, Charlie. Lend me a hand, will you?
All right. You posted a link. What's the limit?
Well, they measure it for multiple scenarios and for multiple people, and they have a distribution table on there.
He forgot to read it.
So from what I'm reading, and I could be wrong, the limit is actually comparable to the perceived acceleration that you would feel on the equator.
How convenient.
So in theory, in theory, if you were like to teleport from like the north or south
In
pole
theory,
to
you
the equator,
you
you
always
might
answer
be
your
able
own
to feel it.
questions.
That's actually interesting.
Can we go one at a time, please?
Yes.
Right, like the last time I talked to some Globers about this, they basically said the same thing where they say that the best example they have of what you wouldn't feel is the Earth. Literally, the example they have to show that the vestibular system has a limit to its sensitivity is the Earth spin.
Yeah.
Literally.
So I do find it interesting that people claim that it's infinitely sensitive.
Well,
It's
no,
not
no, no, no,
infinite.
no. That's not the claim. That it's no one's claiming it's infinitely
That's
sensitive.
an
Infinitely
exaggeration.
doesn't
of the
exist
claim.
any fucking way.
Yeah, that's an
Like this
exaggeration.
listen, what he's trying to do, guys, is the straw man idea of like when people
I
talk
know.
about like dogs smell better than us, so therefore, guess what? The vestibular system might be what? Do dogs feel the Earth's rotation better than us?
Well,
Like this
I
isn't.
want to
It's
ask
not
a question.
analogous, dude. Matthew, we know where you're going with that. It's not analogous, dude.
I have a question. How come they show the heading coordinates for the vestibular cavity in a horizontal plane and a vertical plane, but not a spherical plane?
A spherical plane? I don't know what a spherical plane is.
You don't know geometry? Spherical?
I have
You know-
never heard of a spherical plane.
Up, down, side,
Really?
back, forth. That's all it's got.
My understanding of a plane is that
Have you ever
it's
heard
a
of a
two-dimensional
square plane?
surface that's flat globally.
It can be
not
an
just locally.
encompassing area also.
It could be lots of different shapes.
So you think a sphere can be a plane?
No, I just defined what a plane is. It can be an encompassing area.
Yeah, you think a sphere can be a plane.
It can be a level of existence, of consciousness,
Got
a
it.
development or deployment of an intellectual plane. You're not on the same plane as me, just to point that out. You stick to one definition, even though your context absolutely implies another one.
Well, the context of the paper, right, implies geometric, planes. I understand that planes could be used as like a flying plane or plane of existence. I understand that I think they're called homeomorphisms. I understand that. But in this context, it clearly means geometrical plane. And as far as I know, there is no such thing as a spherical plane.
Oh, that's good then. Isn't it Elijah who has the citation that a third of the Earth's surface is like the Great Plains?
The part of the part that's not submerged in water, yeah.
Someone's volume is really, really low.
Oh, my bad. Sorry, I was holding the wrong side of my headphone. No, a third of the land that's above the sea, above the not underwater.
That's
So
interesting. So then, if
not
it says that
literally
a third of Earth's dry land is a plane, then that means it's a plane, right, my dude? Like it means it's not a sphere.
50%.
I find it funny that you know
are full of
geometry,
abyssal planes. So,
but you don't know
Yes.
a plane can be thought of a sphere of infinite radius whose center is pointed at infinity.
So if
You know geometry, right?
Its
That's the
center is
same.
pointed. Its center is a point. It's not a direction. How can a point be pointed?
Whose center is a point at infinity.
Okay.
Maybe
I'm not
you
saying
make-
you're. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying I've never heard of it.
So a plane in geometry means flat.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay, so when they say that there's tons of land masses, or excuse me, when they describe topographic these dry land masses and underwater mass. What was it called again, Elijah? The sub some
Oh, the
I don't want to
abyssal
mix it
plain.
up with yes, underwater. So when they say that word, it means what you're saying it means, right? They use that word to describe that land because it's flat.
Yeah, this
I'm just going
sidereal
off of
plain,
his
but
logic.
You mean Great Plains? You realize they're
just the
spelled differently, right?
sidereal.
The
It
Great
doesn't.
Plains and
Why
geometrical
the
plane
fuck?
is spelled differently.
Why
Just
do you
saying the
think that
word,
matters?
dude.
Oh,
Just saying
well,
the
let
word.
me.
Eli.
Okay. He just had a technicality. Let me elaborate for you. Yeah, they're both linear. PLAIN and PLANE, both flat. Thanks for playing.
Yeah,
Right. Anyway,
dude, try again.
anyway, so
Also, Eli, I believe you have noise suppression on or something.
Yeah, plain, PLAIN,
no,
a
it's just
large area of flat land with few trees.
No, that means that we lost.
No, I mean,
That's a bullshit.
I'm not part of
the
this argument. I'm just
sidereal.
contributing this one part. I didn't want to get in between it.
Contributions.
Hey, if the surface of the Earth isn't
That's
curving anywhere, what is
debatable.
it?
Oh, it is curving. It's curving everywhere.
What about where I, what about where I see mountains 255 miles away, and based on the globe Earth math, the top of the mountain should be hidden by
So
1 mile of Earth curvature. I guess it's just not curving there.
I'm actually super interested in the picture that you
Black
shared,
holes.
and I would love
Is that
to
better?
crunch in some numbers and get back to you on it. But I need from you the location where that picture was taken,
Noise
meaning
suppression
the
and
height
all
from the
I got you.
ground, and
Yep, I got you.
also like
Yeah, we've
preferably
got it all.
coordinates.
No problem. I
He's
got you,
already
man.
hiding.
I appreciate it.
It's amazing.
And I'm sorry, I won't be able to continue talking about that particular picture right now, but I will later if you want me to.
It's sure, yeah, it debunks your religion, but okay.
Formulate an excuse first and come back. Yeah.
No, it's more like suspending judgment, as any good debater
Yeah, fair
should.
enough. There's all the info right there. I was about to post it. Someone else did. So
I
there's the
appreciate it.
target.
So
There's the height.
It
And
is the intellectually honest thing to do to go away, look at it, and come back.
but I mean,
Not you,
damn.
Eli. I
Well,
was
now
talking to someone else.
yeah, but I'm just trying to
Sorry.
get in. Now that I want to say what I want to say, we're kind of already moved away from the point.
No, go ahead.
What? Okay. So no, on planet Earth, what is a drain used for?
Irrigation, removal of water,
What?
diversion of water
What? How? Why?
to
Because
take
if you
water
don't
from
put
places
it,
it shouldn't be back to places it should be.
It
No,
find its
I-
level and continue to build up.
Listen, I
thank
got
you.
you. It's
So
because
that being
there's not always runoff on certain portions of land. You have to build the elevation so it does run off.
U-bands, stuff like that, like the aqueducts that the Romans did, forcing water uphill sometimes when it can't go uphill
Ed,
because
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for an interruption. I was looking for I had to leave for a second. I was looking for the number for the vestibular apparatus. Did anybody post that?
I posted a study that had a table on it. I didn't read it too closely, but
it's an article.
No, actually, no,
Not a
it's not.
study.
No, it's yeah, but I actually went to the graph, right? I went to the thresholds. It's wild that the flat earther has to go research your claim that you presented, but
I didn't present the claim.
Okay, but tried to back it up, right? So there's the
Head
threshold.
horizontal, head vertical.
0.06 meters per second squared.
This is what it's a theoretical. Here, I'll give you the whole thing too, because it's not even saying that they have determined a sensitivity cap. That's not what it says. So that's what I'm trying to what?
So it's a 0.06 for standing up and 0.15 meters per second squared for supine subject.
No, it's funny, was it? Sorry.
Like if you read the disc I'll go get it. Like you can read where it says it.
I'm reading it. Of course, it didn't have fucking conclusions. What a great study this is. I got 0.06 meter. I'm sorry for interrupting the total discussion. I know that was an intellectual discussion.
No,
previously.
it wasn't.
Fucking drained. So 0.06 meters per second squared. So is somebody saying what's the Earth's meters per second squared?
9.8.
Oh, the Earth. The Earth.
The Earth itself.
Not the observation of things falling.
Is it like is it
Shouldn't this-
400
I'm
something?
I'm sorry for interrupting you. Shouldn't this be an angular movement? Why are they giving us meters per second squared for this?
What
I
should
don't know.
what be an angular what? Angular speed?
Angular
because the
velocity. Holy fuck.
So there's an acceleration inwards towards the center of the circle due to angular rotation, to do angular speed, right? And there is, according to Newton, also a gravitational attraction.
Wait a second, wait a fucking second. You know that Newton's. Is somebody over talking me? Is that you, crack villain? Crack did it like 4 times. Shut the fuck up! My God. Okay, let's go back to Newton. Do you know that Newton's laws are all fucking debunked, you moron?
They're not debunked. They're just not as accurate as they can be.
Yeah, they are. Yes, they are. So, do you want to get back to this? I'm reading this study. Benson et al., 1986, reported 67% correct thresholds of 0.06 meters per second squared for discriminating movement along the IA axis in upright subjects and 0.15 meter per second squared for DV axis movement in supine back down subjects. I'm guessing that's the fucking conclusions, right?
Oh, we're not talking about Newton anymore?
We're going to get back to Newton in a second. Why are you giving me, why isn't this an angular measurement?
Why is the acceleration upwards or downward, not an angular what? Angular as an adjective, right? Angular what?
Threshold of angular fucking velocity, douchebag.
No, it wouldn't be an angular velocity. It's a force.
That's what the semicircular canals fucking detect, you moron. You fucking idiot! Do you even know your fucking name? Holy shit! Do I have to go? Hold on one fucking second. Let's see what fucking semicircular canals detect. How about that shit? You want to try that? Let's try that shit. I'm fucking second. Shut
so
your
confused
fucking
right now.
pie hole. Right now. Shut the fuck up. You'll wait until I fucking get it. Son of a bitch, this fucking idiot. Okay, let's take a look at this. At fucking... Oh my God, are you fucking retarded? 51 minutes after the hour. Are you... Who am I fucking talking to?
Charlie.
Charlie. Can you please read at 51 minutes after the hour, please?
Yeah, sure. The semicircular canals.
Stop. Cite Vestibular Disorders Association with contributors by Marianne Wilson, MA, and F.W. Owen Black, MD. These are fucking experts. Go ahead.
Did you want me to read now?
Yes.
Okay. The semicircular canals, which detect rotational movement, are located at right angles to each other.
Oh my God, rotational movement. What is that?
And are filled with fluid
Shut the fuck up. What is that? What's rotational movement, dick brain? You're fucking toast. That's angular velocity, you dumbass. It says down in the bottom, let me read. I'm going to read this for the audience. From the experts in vestibular disorders, the semicircular canals which detect rotational movement, that's fucking angular velocity, like I was asking him for before. But he thinks he's an Elmer Fudd fucking sophist. He's trying to weasel his way around with Newton. We'll get back to that in a second. So, the semicircular canals which detect rotational movement are located at right angles to each other and are filled with fluid called endolymph. From the same authors, unlike the autolithic organs, the semicircular canals are not sensitive to gravity, whatever the fuck that is. Let's just move on down to the end. The cupola gets pushed or pulled during what? Angular movement. You don't measure angular movement in distance, as in meters per second squared. You don't do that. It's fucking non sequitur. So my question back to you, Linda, whacking off with your hand. Where's the fucking angular velocity measurement? Threshold, please. You clown fuck.
Oh, you unmuscled me now?
Fuck you.
So the
Let's fucking add on. Let's go back to, since he fucking train wrecked that, we might as well go add on to his Newton bullshit where he said Newton wasn't fucking debunked. Let's deal with that right now. Fucking clown. You're not even parroting the correct pseudoscience, for fuck's sake. Why do I let this get to me? Fucking retards everywhere.
Who said that?
All right, let's take a look at this. Who said what?
It's the fact that they don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, Charlie, Linda, whacking off with his right hand. So, Sunshine, at 55 minutes after the hour, I said Newton's law all of them were debunked. So, from your alma mater wiki, Newton's classical mechanics were superseded. Guess what that fucking word means? In the early 20th century, when Albert Einstein developed the special and general theory of relativity. From Science Alert, the mathematical equations of Einstein's general theory of relativity, tested time and time again, are currently the most accurate way to predict gravitational interactions. Replace them fucking things. Those developed by Isaac Newton several centuries prior. Here's one for you. From Phys Libre text, Douglas Klein, professor of physics. Newton's two crowning achievements, the laws of motion, the ones you were appealing to, and the laws of gravitation that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by fucking Einstein. You get it, Sunshine? Hello, Sunshine.
Oh, you like I'm sorry. I'm not looking.
you.
I'm not looking at my microphone to see when you grace me with
Fuck off.
voice.
There's your
So-
Newton.
So I agree with you, actually. In fact,
Oh,
I
you're
was
gonna
giving
agree
shit
with
at the debate and flat Earth shit. I forget what his name was. Jamie or James is another flat earther. He said that Newton's equations are wrong, and I agree. They're wrong. They're not, and by wrong I mean they're not applicable universally.
That's right. They're fucking wrong.
How can it be a law if it's not applicable at all scales?
Well, I actually don't like that language in science, but you're right.
I'm sorry. It's not science.
We have many other laws
no, we
that don't actually apply, like Ohm's
No,
law.
we don't. No, we don't.
And Hooke's law.
No, we don't. Yeah, they're not laws.
I mean, but they're called laws, but they're not.
Yeah, they call them laws, but they're not laws.
Yeah,
so they're not.
Quantum race. I'm saying that I agree with you on this point.
Well, you didn't agree with me before.
Well, what I'm trying to say is that while I agree that Newton's laws are wrong,
they're
like
false.
They are false. But just because two things are wrong or false does not mean that they're both equally wrong. One could be more correct.
How can it be more correct if it's wrong?
That was the most dumbest.
Right.
I don't want to, man. You should, you know what, bro? I don't,
Get him,
you know
Enoch.
what?
Get him.
Oh my God. Like, I am always, I just like to listen to people. But what you just said, bro.
Would you like me to show you?
I want to.
This is actually fairly simple.
You know, I don't want to talk. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Record it for
well
I can actually show you why.
Hey, Linda, let me hold your Linda, let me hold your hand. Okay, I'm gonna try to ease you out of this because you're about to get just disintegrated. You already have, right? But here's the deal. Just walk it back a little bit. Realize that you need to fully think about what you're saying. It is in no way a law if it's not applicable at all scales. We're talking about actual empirical scientific evidence, not what you like or dislike or your feelings about definitions. We're talking about objectivity. Okay. Newton's quote unquote laws have been debunked objectively. They're wrong, right? You want to hold on to them to grasp at straws through them inadvertently to try to present other grasp at straw arguments for the globe. But that isn't how it works. Something cannot be partially correct and wrong. Okay, it's just wrong. It isn't true. They're not.
I agree.
accurate.
It's just I agree. It's correct to say they're wrong. They're wrong.
That's where that
but
ends, right? So you just throw it in the
no,
trash.
no,
Then that's it.
because when you have numbers to deal with, right? You can measure. Like if I give you two numbers, you can take their difference and you can tell me how far off they are from each other. And if I give you two ways to predict an effect, one of them could be further off than the other one, right? That's what I mean when I say one of them is less wrong than the other.
You're not
Now,
predicting anything. You're full of shit. They're wrong.
In the case of Newton's equations, I can show you just with
No, you
two
can't.
simple equations.
No, you can't.
So in
One
link
wrong can't
the
be
first one.
far wronger than the other. The fact that they are both wrong is the fact that they're under the same category of it both being wrong. I don't I just listen to a lot of people. I don't really talk much, but when you say something as idiotic, wow. I'm sorry. I don't mean to say that you're I'm pretty sure you're a very smart guy, but sometimes smart people just say stupid shit, bro, and you just said some stupid shit, bro, and I'm gonna call you out on your stupid shit. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. Fuck off. I'm not gonna sugarcoat shit for you. My dad raised me that kind of way too. So, and I'm gonna not sugarcoat shit, bro. And you
That's
just
fine.
said some stupid shit. I'm sorry.
I'm okay with you
not
thinking
sorry.
that. I'm okay with
That's
you thinking that.
Okay, great. Because I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. Like
Opinions.
two wrongs are
Charlie,
wronger
if
than the other.
if I make an equation for speed and then I go use that equation on different things with speed and it doesn't accurately depict their speeds, can I still keep it as if it's an accurate equation for speed?
I'm trying to give you an example of exactly that. Like I posted two equations on chat. The first one is Newton's laws, right? Instead of it being ma, it's mv, and then you take a time derivative, which is equal to ma, because the time derivative of v is acceleration.
Ma is false.
So my whole point is that the top is Newton's laws, and that when you take m to not be constant as Newton's laws assume.
Shut up. Fuck off. You're dead. We're not listening to any of your bullshit.
Wait, that guy died.
Yeah.
I will say, like, look, I think that you actually have a little bit of intellect, and maybe you're being honest to an extent. You might have potential to be a flat earther. I've decided that I think we should talk about a separate room where we actually rehabilitate, right? Therapy, effectively. But you do need to realize that you just gotta listen. You're gonna have to. This argument has been well thought out from our perspective. So when we says something like MA is false, he doesn't just say that because he wants to hear himself say it. Okay, it's important that you understand the intricacies of this, because as you pull out of the heliocentric fairy tale world, you are going to lose a lot of these presupposed axioms, a lot of these mathematical constructs, a lot of these quote unquote experiments. You're going to realize that it's a house of cards, and if you cannot step outside of presupposition, you're going to be running around in circles, right? So the most efficient thing to do is to really soak in what we're saying, admit, ask questions, no big deal, but don't feel like you're put on the spot where you have to debate us as much in a hurry, because it's going to end poorly. And so this is about as much of the life jacket I can throw out to you, right? So I hope you heed the message, man. Like, just really kind of soak in what we're saying. It's very tactically presented.
He already fucked up. Back when
I'm trying to save him, QE. I'm trying to save him.
I hear you, and I noticed that you have that empathy towards people now, and I can respect that, and I like it because you're a good cop. I'm the fucking bad cop. And he already fucked up in the beginning. If you remember I asked him, about the angular, like the semicircular canals detect angular movement, right? All I was finding in that study was what? Everything other than angular movement. So he was trying to dance around the subject, but he got slammed. And then he brought up Newtonian mechanics as sort of an afterthought. So don't ever, I just don't want anyone to forget about the original point.
Yeah, and I agree with you, right? From my perspective, I'm looking at it like this guy's doing more than the average person. Like he was listening to the conversation he wasn't a part of, and he was like feverishly trying to research the answers, and he wanted the data, right? So like in relative terms, because everything's relative, like it could be worse. But at the same time, yeah, intellectually speaking, he was way out of hand.
Yeah,
I don't
no,
disagree with that, you know.
Yeah, I appreciated that too.
Yep.
100%.
So I don't know. It's up to the room whether you want to listen to this bullshit anymore. I'm about fucking.
I mean,
sick of
at
it.
least he's honest, though. To be honest, at least he's an honest person. He's being an honest guy here.
Well, I think we
honest.
let him chill. We let him chill for a sec, right? And so, like, yeah, the argument. Okay, the thing that you presented, it was a non sequitur. It wasn't even applicable to what we're trying to explain. The semicircular canal, the semicircular canals in the vestibular system. They detect angular motion, and with an incredibly high level of sensitivity, right? So that's the point. Now you have to say that they don't detect the Earth's motion by reifying belief that it is in fact an Earth that spins, right? But that isn't evidence of any sort, and so what it comes down to, it was a non sequitur. It's inadmissible, right? So
Yep.
when someone's trying to explain it to you, and they're consistently feeling like they're being interrupted or bombarded with different non sequiturs, you're gonna get the kind of reaction you got. I mean, because in an intellectual form, it's completely unacceptable. You would be laughed off a stage, right? You can't do that. So that's what you got to realize. Like, you got to do this the right way. That was not analogous. Your vestibular system would detect angular motion. They claim the Earth's spinning with an angular motion. Okay, so it's that simple. We don't detect it.
What do you feel when an elevator is going up?
Here
What's
we
up,
go.
family?
I can tell the elevator's going up.
Is it
Hey,
rotational motion?
Is there any way that somebody can change his name back to Charlie? I don't know if that's too big of a stretch here, but
Yeah.
seeing his name as that is like, it's confusing me when people say Charlie.
Where is he? What's his name now?
Lend me a hand. So yeah, it doesn't matter. Okay, like the vestibular system, we're talking about how it detects angular motion specifically. This is the specifics of the conversation is how it's applicable to how you think you live on a spinning spherical Earth. Okay. So elevation. So an elevator is also non sequitur.
Yeah. So what is the units of angular velocity?
Radians per second, I think. Or
Okay,
angles
then
per
why?
second.
Then why is the results given me in distance per second?
Distance per second squared. It's because they were trying to measure because although it does and it inherently works through rotational motion, you can still pick up linear acceleration.
Yeah. So convert that to angular velocity. Good luck.
Yeah, because it's a
you
non
can't.
sequitur. Do you understand it's a non sequitur?
Yeah, he already said you can't. So that's all I needed to know. So what's your fucking point?
I was not arguing at all about the only reason I brought up that paper is because somebody asked, like, if there's been some measurements done on, like, what is the minimum linear acceleration that the inner ear can feel. And I found
No. Not linear acceleration. No, angular fucking velocity.
I mean, the title of the paper literally says linear acceleration.
Well, then I guess the whole fucking thing's a non sequitur then.
Oh, like the paper itself?
Yes.
Yeah, to our point.
The paper's bullshit? Okay.
To our point. You're fucking done. I fucking had it with you. You fucking straw man, red herring fallacy, fucking science illiterate. Where the fuck is he?
I got renamed to Charlie.
Dumbass. Fuck off. You can't listen either.
I keep trying to help this guy, and it's like he doesn't want the light. He wants to drown.
The fuck, man.
Well, I was just trying to get you worked up, QE. You want me to bring him back?
No.
I'll give you 5 minutes to cool down, and I'll bring him back.
What the fuck? Did you just hear him?
Yes.
What are you
So the
saying?
whole paper's bullshit.
What are you saying? The study's not right, though. What are you saying? No, you fucking moron. The study has nothing to do with the fucking argument. You dumbass cracker.
Yeah, boy.
Oh my god, you went there.
Peckerwood.
All right. I need to take a break, man. What's up, Miggy?
Yeah.
What's going on, brother?
Take her out the bag when you get outside.
I see you taking the garbage out.
Will she even allow me to do that?
Where's
Just
it?
pretend
Do your drug
You
deals
sure?
off the mic, bro.
I hear Elijah, but I barely hear him.
Elijah, you need to get okay for the like the
No, that was actually
857,000th
a hot mic.
time.
My bad. It
There
was a
you
hot
go.
mic, sorry.
Thanks. Okay,
My bad.
go ahead.
Like I think I will say, like that dude was given that final chance, right? And he showed he's just being a smartass, like with the paper comment. So I revoke all of my attempting to save him. So we have any other Glovers? Let's just be.
Did you retract the life jacket?
Yes, dude. Yes.
I think that there was probably like 2 or 3 good numpty clips over there that you can get from that guy.
Nah, I'm not
Isn't-
doing nothing from him.
Isn't he the one that provided the paper?
Yes.
Yes.
So when he says that it has nothing, I mean, it had nothing to do with what we were talking about.
Exactly.
Who else we got in here? I don't see. The party seems to be livening up.
Hey,
gotta-
Witsit, hold on a second before you get on to that. Witsit, did you watch McToon's fucking demise?
No, that came out today.
Yeah.
Dude, I was traveling all day, bro. I haven't seen it.
How convenient.
Here, let me get it for you, man. Maggie, you can go on. Let me get it for Witsit. I'll post it in there, and just when you get a chance, man, just do the bone. Just do every one of the signature numpty clips at some point.
I got you.
I want to apologize for me getting so upset when the stupid shit was being said.
I thought it was funny.
Here you go, Witsit.
Well, I try to avoid like interrupting him, how he like.
Yeah, you're okay. You're okay,
Alright.
dude. Don't worry about it. Yeah, you're all right, man. Mickey's gonna
Yeah,
take
you're
over.
funny.
Mickey's
We
gonna
have-
take
You're
over. Go ahead, Mickey.
No, Mike's taking over.
I'm going to ask a stupid question. What is a
I'm
numpty?
gonna give a numpty.
Oh no.
Were you here
I'll
about
ask a
5
couple
minutes ago?
questions.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
No, I asked some
We got
questions
Obama.
about.
in the
10-4.
room. Obama, you there?
Yeah,
What's up,
Um,
man? What brings you to the server?
I was just wondering, right? Like, do you guys think that these sorts of like points of view, like obviously, like there are people who believe in flat Earth and globe Earth, but do you think that both should be presented in schools?
No, the globe
So
is an absolute lie, and
I
it
would
should
say
be
a
destroyed.
numpty is.
It should be eradicated off the face of this earth.
Yeah.
But I will say, if they were gonna teach it at all, I do think that at the bare minimum, this entire time they should have been telling children that both options. But then we would have never been brainwashed if they had done that, right? Like, you see the sun move through the sky. Well, on the flat Earth, the sun moves through the sky. On the globe Earth, during a sunset, quote unquote, you're falling backwards 1,000 miles per hour, and it just looks like that. And the horizon always looks horizontal. And the flat Earth says it's because it's horizontal, but on the globe Earth, they say it's actually curving. And level means curved. If they had taught the children all of that, we would be a little better off than we are now, probably.
A numpty is a stupid person with no intrinsic value. None.
And actually, if you were to go out and buy a globe, it's gonna say on the bottom of the globe that it's not supposed to be used for teaching purposes.
And just so you know, moving forward, no one believes in flat Earth. There's only one objective reality. It just happens
Sorry,
to be
what do you
flat.
mean?
No one believes in flat Earth. There's only one objective reality. So why would they teach two different?
That's right.
Yeah, there is only one objective reality. Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
All right. So, what is your opinion of the shape of the Earth right now, Obama?
I don't know, man. I'm kind of on the fence, you know.
Well, okay. So, if you're on the fence, what do you think it can be? You think it still can be a globe? I mean, even if there's a shred of, evidence in your mind you think you're still holding on to, I think we can address that. But do you still think there's a chance that the Earth might be a globe?
Well, yeah, I think there's like a chance. Yeah. I
Okay.
mean,
So, in what particular way do you think the Earth has a chance to be a globe? What evidence do you think would support that?
I would say the evidence that convinced me before, like, I ran into the counter evidence would have been like footage from outer space and pictures and stuff.
Okay.
And
do you
what do you guys have to say about like those sorts of pictures that were taken like in the 60s and 70s and things?
Okay, so do you think that the vacuum of space where uh, people can take rockets to and land on the moon and such is an actual location where people can actually go? Is this right?
Yeah.
Okay, and what evidence do you have to back that up that you can actually get to that location?
The pictures and the photographs.
Okay, so anybody can show you pictures and photographs of certain things, and that just makes it true? I just want you to hear the logic. Just before I get into the actual practical reason why it's not possible, I just wanted you to hear the logic behind what you're thinking of right now. Sometimes you have to actually talk about it out loud and then listen to yourself, like say it, and then you're like, "Damn, did I just say that pictures are evidence?" Like, I mean, do you hear that when you're saying it? Like, does that make any sense to you? Logically, does that make any sense to you?
Um, yeah, like I get what you're saying. Like a picture of a unicorn doesn't make it real, but
That's correct.
it's a base of evidence.
Is that what Obama's wife looks like? Sorry.
So when you
That is
said
what she
base
looks
of,
like.
all right.
Base
So
of evidence.
when you said a base of evidence, what do you mean by that?
Right.
It's a form of evidence. Like if I took a picture of a tree, then it's evidence that the tree exists.
Is it empirical evidence? Can it be tested, repeated, verified?
Yeah, it can be tested and repeated.
How? It's
Can it
an
be
image,
altered
right?
or faked? Right, it's an image.
You can take multiple pictures.
I know you can, but weren't we talking about the pictures from the so-called moon trip? Can we test or repeat them?
Yeah, if we go back to the moon.
Sure. So,
no.
and you guys act like we haven't been altering pictures since we learned to take pictures. You act like well, there was no Photoshop back then, but we've been altering double overlay, double exposure. We've been altering pictures since they were created.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can't equate something like real quick, you can't equate something like a tree to something where you can't actually get to, right? You can't go to outer space, quote unquote.
Yeah,
That's
that's a
something
good
you can
point,
go.
actually. Yeah.
So it's almost in a realm of I've heard this said before, but you can't obtain that realm. So
Yeah, I can interact with
Unobtainium?
trees, but I can't interact with space. Is that what you're saying?
well, I mean, if I was to tell you go ahead and verify those images, what would you tell me? What would you turn around and tell me? I can go do that right now, or it's not possible.
Yeah, well, I can't. Yeah.
Okay. So in all essence, you have to take the information that you're receiving off those images like on credit, right? Just based upon
Yeah.
faith. So what does it become then? A belief?
Bad evidence.
Well, what's that?
It becomes bad evidence, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So, and you can't actually then take those images and then show somebody else and say, "Hey, look, we can actually go right here," and then show them that image, because you haven't. There's no way that you can verify that information yourself. Now, that's just basically logic, right? We haven't got into if it's actually possible to go there, right? Practically. Do you want
Yeah.
to know why now you can't go there? That was
Why?
just the logical side. Well, the Earth, being a globe, is said to reside in the midst of the vacuum of space. So the pressure air that we have here on Earth, right, that you and I breathe, is said to reside adjacent to the vacuum of space. So how is it possible to have gas pressure without a container?
there's a gradient of pressure between. There's no like line between space and our atmosphere. It's a gradient between 100 and 0, if you know what I mean.
Okay, so there's a gradient pressure, but do you think the gradient pressure that you're talking about has more to deal with being inside of a container or no container? Because you still have pressure, right? Even if it's gradient.
Yep.
Okay, so being as that we still have pressure, we still need a container, even if it's gradient.
Sorry, I don't follow. So
any pressure that you have needs to be inside of a container. Doesn't matter if it's gradient or not. It needs to be inside of a container.
no, but if it's a gradient, then you have essentially virtually 0 pressure against next to 0 pressure. Then
I see what you're trying to get to, but it's not logically consistent. You can't have pressure without a container. If that's even a gradient pressure, and if you're
Why
able
not?
to say, well, it's natural law, sir. Have you ever seen gas pressure without a container? That's what I was asking you the very first question. If you're able to if you're able to demonstrate that you can have gas pressure without a container, then you can have the idea that you're trying to propose, but you can't. I'm telling you right now, it's a natural law. You can't get around it, because
well,
if you can,
you
then
couldn't do it here on Earth. Like you couldn't do it at 1 atmosphere, could you?
well, this is what I'm saying. So your demonstration is something that you can't get to, right?
Yeah, like
You're
I
trying.
couldn't perform the experiment here.
Okay, so where can you perform it?
About 100 kilometers up.
Okay, and what instruments do you need to perform that?
Probably like a spaceship, like a rocket.
Okay, so a rocket. And do you think that using this, you'll be able to get to a place that gets to the end of the gradient and then gets into the vacuum? Like I said before, you can't demonstrate this. It's just something in your head that you think is true, but you haven't demonstrated how you can have the gas pressure without a container. Because in every instance that we know gas pressure to be held, it's inside of a container, gradient or not.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay.
Good point.
So therefore, the place that you're trying to get to, right, the vacuum of space, it can't be an open system like they claim it to be. Like the Earth is said to be an open system where rockets and rovers on Mars and all this other business can be at, because then it would violate the second law of thermodynamics, right? You would be able to have gas
Sorry,
pressure.
what's the second law? I'm not familiar. What's the second law of thermodynamics?
So gas pressure, right, being that hot
Entropy.
moves to cold, entropy, like high gas pressure moves to low pressure. So if you have something that's has pressure in it, it would immediately disperse into the available space. So I'll give you one example. Right? Like if you put air in a balloon, right? You pressurize that air inside of that balloon. You let go of the nozzle, the air rushes out of the balloon in any and all directions. Right?
Yep.
Entropy.
Yep.
Right. That's entropy.
Yep. Disorder, right?
So that's well, no, I'm not sort of right, sir. That's a natural law. It happens always.
No,
Unless
I said disorder. Like
Oh yeah, but
No, it's an improper way to describe it. It's more loss of energy. Pressure is energy. It takes energy to have pressure.
okay. So the balloon holds the energy and then it releases it when you let it go. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
The energy is in the pressure, the movement of the gas molecules, as they collide with each other and expand in an omnidirectional manner. This is directly related to temperature, which is energy. Heat is energy. Input of temperature, rise in temperature, rise in pressure, rise in energy. Entropy is the loss of energy. From high pressure, we go to low pressure because high pressure has more energy when uncontained.
And
If
that's
you
what they
guys were
say.
like teaching, sorry.
Go ahead, Omar. No, you go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. If you guys were like teaching, like say, like I don't know, like a 3rd grade physics class or something with the evidence that you have, what would be like the first class that you would teach?
If I have a soda, the reason it's fresh and carbonated is because it's sealed very tightly. That's why the soda's fresh. When you open the soda, it goes. Psh, that's because
I
it
would teach the
equalizes to
scientific
the
method.
lower pressure. Yeah,
I would teach the proper scientific method and proper sciences, not quantitative, theoretical, inductive, deductive, proper science.
All right. So getting back to the point, Obama, can you see why it's not possible to get to the place that you're talking about? This
Yeah. Yeah, you
magical
convinced me.
land where satellites and rockets go to. That's not possible. So
Yeah, it makes sense.
that's the point, right? So this is the realm in which we live in. It's a contained system. It's a contained dynamic system.
So the only observation that we have, like regarding pressure, is that you need a container for it because
Yes,
we
it's
haven't
a
had the
necessary.
experience.
Right. It's
The
a
only
necessary
demonstration.
antecedent. It's a necessary antecedent for
Yeah.
gas pressure.
Yeah.
Or
Without it,
gradient.
yeah, without it, or the pressure gradient, or without it, you can't have a pressure gradient or pressure at all. You need to have the container. Absolutely, every time, all the time. Now, if people are saying that you don't need a container, then there needs to be a demonstration that shows you that you don't need it. But like you just said, there's no way I could demonstrate that on Earth.
So do you guys like in your perspective, is there like sort of just one pressure? It's just a constant sort of okay.
But
How does it work?
before you can have a gradient, you have to have pressure. A gradient pressure is the antecedent to a gradient. You can't have varying levels of pressure without pressure. You can't have X without delta X. Delta X requires delta.
So would you say that there is a gradient then?
I think I already answered that question. I could be wrong.
We know there's a gradient, okay? The pressure is X. Delta is change of pressure, delta X. You can't have delta X without the pressure. We're talking about the antecedent, the requirement for the pressure. Yeah, we have a gradient, okay, but we couldn't
don't
have
have
that.
zero.
We couldn't have a gradient without pressure.
Exactly. What's the antecedent for pressure? Anyone?
Container.
Containment.
Container. What's he doing? I just sat back down. The question is, how do you have gas pressure without a container? Gas pressure gradients is delta X is what they're trying to say. We're looking for X. So which comes first, X or delta X?
X.
X comes first. That's the question. So don't red herring fallacy anymore. How do you have gas pressure without a container? Period.
All right. So now that you said you were on the fence when you first came in here, does that kind of help you get off the idea that there's any shred of hope for the globe? Because obviously that was one thing that you were kind of hanging on to.
It's pushing me off the fence. Yeah.
All right. Is there anything else that you're still hanging on to? I want to see if there's anything that you still kind of wrestle with as far as ideas that you might have.
I don't know. It's hard, man. Like it's sort of like a long time in my life, you know.
Yeah, sure, man.
It's just yeah, but just as long as you follow the evidence wherever it leads, you know.
Yeah, the truth is the truth, right? I mean, we're not gonna. There's no reason to kind of have this kind of cognitive dissonance, and it's like, no, it's not that. You know, like obviously, if it's a truth, just you have to accept it, right? It's not. You can't stare in the face of truth and try to reason with something that you know you're wrong. So anyway, yeah, but if you want to ask any more questions, just let us know, because we're happy to kind of answer anything that you have in your mind. You think that or still might be lingering a globe somewhere in your mind.
Yeah. I'm thinking. I'll get back to you. I'll think of a question, and if I have one, I'll ask it.
Yeah, man.
All right, thanks.
No worries. Is anybody else in here? Who else we got in here? Samdu Bivu.
I also answered the gas pressure gradient argument about 5 years ago when I first started out. The reason that I don't do it anymore is because I'm tired of having people red herring fallacy away from the argument. It's not that we can't answer it. It's an easy damn answer. We just want gas pressure without a container. Okay? Just answer the damn question. If you can't answer this question, folks, listen to me closely out there in YouTube land. If you can't answer this question, right, you're living in fucking Narnia. You can't have a fairy tale vacuum without a physical barrier and have gas pressure here. It implodes the entire heliocentric spinning ball space monkey religion at the core. Anything else downstream from that is academic. It's nonsense. You're wasting your time. Go pick your boogers and eat them. Are you tracking with me, sunshines? Thank you.
They lied about the Earth, man. No big deal. 2021.
At Serve Vagabond in the house. What's up, brother? Haven't seen you in a while. If you're still with us. Is this thing on?
Yeah, we hear you, Miggy. You're coming in
Oh,
a
okay.
little bit low for me. Wait that one sec, dude.
All right.
Go
There's
ahead,
another
speak
ca-
again.
Actually, I don't even think you should. You shouldn't even type anything like that.
I can't hear anyone really.
Am I coming in better? A little bit louder.
You sound good to me. I don't know why you're low to anyone else.
You sound good, bro.
All right.
Sound better now. Me too.
Yeah. Has somebody spoken to Sam? DBVU. He's sitting here with VC verified.
Yeah, I tried talking to him earlier, and he bounced out of the room.
He's sitting in here right now. Also, Sasha Inavo is in here. It's got a clown avatar face. Somebody looks like they muted that person. Who else we got? We got Extremuses in the house. What's up, Extremuses?
Yeah, he was muted because his voice is squeaky.
Oh, Extremuses?
No, the what's his name? Ivanov.
Oh. Yeah, I don't, I don't want to pick on him, dude, because I don't know. I already had my my turn with
Yeah,
him.
we both know who that is, though, right?
Oh, do you? I don't.
I know who it is, and
Do you really?
both are a piece of shit, bro.
Yeah, I know. But sometimes you need a snake in the garden, I guess. I don't know. What else we got in here?
Say no more.
I would always say it's good to have a snake in the garden, bro. Not sometimes, always.
Always.
Oh, yeah, true.
Snakes eat rodents.
Plus, I like my
Gotta get rid of
penis.
those roaches.
Yeah, snakes are good because they bring the road runners.
So I am number 2 has detention. I don't know why he's got detention. Is that
Oh, what's he doing in here?
I was trying to write something to the XO, the King James version of the Bible. Actually, King
Go to
James,
Bible.
he was a sodomist.
What does that have to do with me? This guy's on crack. What does that have to do with me? Did I
Go to
write? Did I say I
biblical.
wrote? Yeah, thanks. Go to biblical. Thank you.
Yeah, King James was a sodomist.
What does that have to do with me? Maybe you're a sodomite.
I believe he is a sodomite.
Takes one to know one question.
Right. So, what evidence would
Antecedent.
you even had for that? For one, And what relevance has it got to the room?
No,
That means
Yeah.
words don't exist.
The hammer
Yeah.
moves swiftly.
Did anyone notice that Matthew Learns kind of squeaked away?
Yeah.
Right
Maybe
after,
you
yeah,
had
right
that
after,
one.
right, yeah, right after he said that fisheye lenses made it look flat. Yeah.
Right
Yeah,
after I heard the
He
door handle hit
slithered.
him straight in
He
the pussy.
slithered away.
He may
He
have
slithered.
had help.
Correct
The hammer
terminology.
falls
Very good.
swiftly.
Did you see a snapshot of Earth curvature? You've probably already seen the picture before.
Oh yeah, Battlemog gets mad at me when I post it, so I can't post it.
Snapshot
With the red
Post
pillars.
it, bro. Post it. I'll give you the card. I gave you the card the other day, bro. Come on. Post it.
This is Matthew's.
I can't fight
Amazing.
everybody all the time. I got to give you some time. Here's your time. Oh, man, I don't get mad about that one. That's funny as hell.
What is
Wait,
I've never seen that the other day until he posted it.
Isn't that Matthews?
remember when we first met Kai?
There, I fixed it. You're welcome.
I probably interviewed all you. Next question.
Still waiting for
No.
the original for that picture that they compressed. Can't find it.
I bet it was a 2-hour conversation, though, Craig William.
I can
No,
remember when
I'm just saying I can't like the amount of leap and bounds she's gone on since the first
Couple
time I
simps
spoke. to her.
like
Now
you
she's
guys,
flat.
you was
Smacks,
all like,
I remember when I
flat
met
smacks the
QE.
shits out of people.
I
Now
remember when I met QE and I asked him how rainbows worked, and I got like trolled so hard.
I
think I
remember when High as Kai came in the first couple times and Miggy was here and he kept on calling her High as Sky. And I said, Miggy, fucking
Oh, yeah, I
Sky.
remember that shit.
Yeah, that's what I remember.
That was back in the old hot boxing days.
Yes.
I'm gonna be
He
honest
said
here.
he was-
I don't remember
he
you,
was
Kai.
too
I don't remember
stoned
you.
to notice
I
the
don't
difference.
remember you at all.
Oh, I'll remember that.
I remember when Austin stumbled in here.
yeah,
What did he do?
the whole state.
He stumbled in.
What? Yeah, but there's got to be something he said or something that got
I
you
didn't
going.
talk long. I already hooked him up. Everybody else, listen, they wanted to have them 5-hour conversations with him. I think it was panel math, wasn't it?
Oh, I remember that. We
dude,
came
I
in here
remember
talking
that.
about all kinds of stuff when I first came in this server. I was
Look
talking
Yeah,
about
and
all kinds of
Hey,
I was
Witcher
like,
had a
hold
hard
up,
time in
guy.
here, didn't he?
Yeah, I said, hold up, guy. I'm gonna verify this guy and move him on down to the live stream. They was like, what? I was like, yeah, you guys are taking too fucking long.
I think at the beginning it was a train wreck, dude. Like he had a hard time in here. Witzer was like freaking battling in here.
Well, it is hard to finish what the fuck you're saying in here, Miggy. We know this.
Yeah.
And then they go, I don't know why you're mad, bro. I just wanted to put my 2 cents in the middle of your fucking sentence.
No, I don't know if it was that.
That never happens to Elijah.
like
That's
not
because
this
he's on
time.
the other side of the coin.
But
No, I
like,
had to rumpus him to say that.
I think that what Miggy's referred to, a part of it is he and a certain down underer would go back and forth constantly. It was annoying.
Oh man,
Yeah,
dude, I remember now. Yeah, that was awful.
He was getting waylaid in here, dude. I was like, damn.
Yeah.
Dude, I totally forgot about that. It's like trauma. I blacked it out.
Maybe that's why you like it over at Gems, because it's a lot of there are a lot of Australians.
I honestly don't know why. I just like to see if I can beat them 5v1 with unfair advantages.
Dude, the fact that you can spend over an hour in there makes me lose and gain respect for you all in one go.
Are you in the chatterbox with it?
Oh, it's good in there.
Oh God.
Can
Oh,
he
it's on
answer?
tomorrow.
The
Oh,
chatterbox.
God. I got a warning being in there. I got in. I was super rude.
It's on
I
ITC
told them
Corner
all to
tomorrow,
fuck
man.
off. They're lucky they muted me when they did. It was coming. I was already mad.
That one dude, I hate so much riding on eggshells.
He's a
Yo,
fucking
Kai,
moron.
you should go in there with me sometime and see if we can casually talk to him.
Are you in
No
there?
female
You
voice.
never
I
answered.
tried. Yeah, I was feeling it. I was like defeating 10 Globers at one time.
Yep.
And
Oh, I went in there.
they were
I
so
heard it.
bad. They were
let's go
so
in
bad.
the
They're
Wait,
very
that's
bad.
what I was trying to say a second ago. Remember the first time we met her, and I said, literally, I went in there. They were there in that chatterbox, and I was listening to Kai. She was flat smacking the shit out of people, bro. Like for real, teeth were coming out. You know, it was sharp. It was nice.
Well, she
Oh
was
no,
doing
I
so good the other day.
time 2 weeks
I had to
ago.
rumpus her.
Well,
You came here
aside
as a Glover?
aside from the Globers that have been smacked around so much over the last few years and have learned from their mistakes somewhat, you don't realize that majority of the people we talk to don't know shit at all. Like at all.
Yeah.
Yo, dude, no one can win the $100 all around the U.S., my man.
That's
Not-
the
no one.
craziest shit I've ever. I really can't believe it. I can't believe it. They
Did I
don't
give
even,
them like?
you know what I can't believe? I can't believe that they don't even try to. It doesn't seem like any, like if the Earth is a globe, like I can just picture this being 2015. Everyone would have lined up to try to get that $100. Now everybody's like, I don't know, something seemed fishy. I'm not trying to
Bro.
lose my religion today.
Dude,
Ima-
it's crazy.
Dude, imagine how easy it would be to like for us to do flat Earth, like tests and all this shit back in like the early '90s, in the mid '90s, like when Nokia 3310s were around. I know we had less equipment, but like we used to knock on each other's doors to like go out and shit. Like
Just to
kids
show
don't
you
go
how
out now.
far off these people are, right? One of the questions I ask is, so how fast does the Earth supposedly spin? Dude, I'll get numbers like 780,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, someone told me 20 million miles an hour the other day.
I'm like, bro,
Yeah.
gotta go.
They're like, yeah, 20 million miles an hour. And I was like, yeah, you're not far off. I just let them carry on believing that sort of shit when they say stuff like
During
that.
Christmas time, yeah.
You're not.
Wait, so Maggie, are they doing Ask a Flat Earth or anything again tomorrow?
Yeah, mañana.
Fucking hell.
Oh God.
Yeah,
General
hey,
rule of thumb.
look, man.
I got so much hate. They hate me so much because I was a girl.
QE, you popping out?
No, I don't know what the hell you guys are talking about.
We're talking
Huey
in
needs
code
to
about
go to
you.
Chatterbox.
We're talking in code about you.
Oh.
You need to go to Chatterbox, Huey. You might have a seizure though.
The fuck
It's
is
that bad.
Chatterbox?
I did
No,
last
no,
time.
no, actually, wait there. QE, you should go in there. I actually think QE could get some good
What?
clips.
What the fuck is Chatterbox?
It's a server, and they had a
It's a-
debate. Okay,
yeah.
so they had a debate like a week ago, and it was me, BattleMod, Cyrus, and a couple other people, and we were all teed up, ready to go, doing good, hitting the gas pressure without a container, and then the mod told the other side, cornered them, and I was like, "You need to provide a citation for gas pressure," because the guy said airplane is a demonstration of gas pressure without a container. And then they said they don't have to provide citation. And then we left.
Sorry.
Because the guy was
Oh,
Someone did a Xanax.
Is a different
Someone did a
server.
Xanax.
No, we laid down our terms, and the minute it started, them terms went right out the motherfucking window.
Great.
Gas
Look,
fucking off all day without containment.
That's exactly what I wanted to talk about earlier when Witsit says something about, like when he was talking to the other guy, he was saying something about having a formal debate. And I was like, we're not supposed to be talking to these people. When we found out that these were questions that needed to be answered, we were supposed to be talking to the motherfuckers that are teaching this shit and the ones that are telling them to teach this shit.
Yeah, the
and all these
educators,
motherfuckers
dude.
got in the way. So what I'm saying is, didn't we be having formal debates in other places than Discord? Like, how do we get to doing
Yes.
that?
That's how we built this community, going around bitch slapping people on their own fucking platform. I'll
Never
never
happen,
stop.
man. It'll
You
never
guys
happen.
do what you want, but I gotta keep promoting this so you guys can have people to ban.
Dude, I had a
Oh
beer
no,
with the
no,
astrophysicist,
definitely,
and I
definitely.
dismantled him, dude. Dismantled the astrophysicist with a beer, bro. Like they could never have like an actual formal debate. He left there with his whole worldview crumbled.
I've stepped off into gay servers and didn't know where the hell I was at trying to get you people to debate. Damn it! Where's my law?
Hey,
Here's my
that's-
law.
I bet you
that is
accidentally walked off
dedication.
into gay bars
Hey,
too, don't you, bro?
Hey,
Wait
listen.
there, I'll back him up on that. I'll back him up on that.
for you
I have
guys.
seen
Come on.
Battle
Hold
in
up,
many
guys.
gay server.
Oh,
Oh,
Crack's
shut
gonna
up.
back you up. Okay, this is getting less gay.
I popped into
What
the
the
server.
hell is going on in here?
I know. Listen, the server was e-girls. Where are the girls at? So I said, yeah, I'll go
There's
here.
no dudes.
Now hold on. Talk a lot. I popped into the damn server and they put me in a pink fucking picture
Ask
frame
for
with pink
extra.
flame shirtless and 5 dudes jumped in my DMs. I was like, where the fuck did I end up? I said, fuck it. Let them promote the motherfucker. I'm out of here.
Yeah, I
Somebody-
bet you were.
Yeah, I bet. Did somebody
Oh,
got,
you can bet. You can bet the bank on that shit. Take it and cash it, bro. I'll give you the check.
Well,
I'll
shit.
co-sign that motherfucker. Get a loan.
I was just gonna ask a question. Can somebody send me the link to Chatterbox? And Mike already did that, right?
Yeah, I
Yep.
put it up there. I want all the heavy hitters there. I'm tired
So-
of them bitches.
So you want me to join this fucking train wreck?
Well, yeah, we ain't got to do nothing right now, but hey.
All right.
Well,
I'll
listen,
join.
Hey,
a month ago,
what
there-
time is this going down, man?
a month ago, there was a dude talking about the quantum eraser experiment.
Oh, that's lovely. He's gonna get train wrecked. All right. So what do I need to do in here? I'm in. I can't post anything. Where do I need to go?
There is no time as far as no. I know. I'm just giving you the link.
Okay, I think though if they have it, they might have deleted it. They had flat Earth talk. Might have deleted it though. They got so triggered.
Yeah, that's
I'm in
what I
roll.
do.
So we had 2 debates. They
Holy
deleted the
shit.
room we were
Hold
in.
up, Elijah, for fuck's sake. I'm in roll menu. Where do I need to go to get fucking authorized in this dumpster fire?
Roll.
The server
primer
link.
section up on the top.
Excuse me. I'm pretty sure he was asking me.
Yeah.
It's one of the top 3 lobbies. Let me see. I'll have to look. You got to
So-
go to the welcome lobby, the rules lobby.
So
Rules. Yeah,
welcome.
you accept the rules.
Rules. How do I accept the fucking rules? Click it.
There's like an arrow or some stupid shit.
All right. I accepted 788. Scroll up to see the full details of the roles. Chatterbox. Yeah, I did the 788. Check mark. I still can't post in the fucking thing. Okay.
Yeah, they had a flat Earth chat.
You can't even
They
talk in
deleted
the
it.
shit. You can't talk in the shit either unless they actually authorize it that day. Because otherwise, they just have these either debates or whatever they do, and when you join, you're just there to listen. It's like a whole different setup from
I'm
this.
in general
It's not
talk.
even-
It looks like I can post in general talk. I'll say what's up. How about that? Somebody do something. Make me fucking authorized, and then we can get on with the discussion.
I think they're having their event tomorrow though. That's where they have like hundreds of people listening. I don't know how they do it. But you'll just DM Crit if you want to get speaking perms because he's like a mod or or maybe Maggie can do it at this point. I don't know.
Maggie, hook me up, man.
Yeah, they're gonna do it tomorrow though. They don't.
Okay,
give me
that's
the
fine.
actual-
Okay, I'm good. You can continue on with discussion. Elijah, you were talking about dicks before. I couldn't believe what you said.
I can't believe you heard it and didn't let it slide.
I heard it. I heard it.
Oh my
Yeah, I did.
Were these plain or cheesy D's?
All right.
You buying them by the bucket or one at a time?
I'm gonna have to ask you guys to chill.
Ban him. Yup, it's one of them days.
All right. So we're hooked
Yes,
up.
sir.
You
Yes.
guys can move on. We can move
Yes,
away
sir.
from the dicks.
Unless you're Chris M, then you're strictly Dickly.
But Elijah, I heard that shit and it was fucking disturbing.
Yeah, when I said it, I was like, that was too far.
Oops.
I was glad nobody said anything.
Except me. I heard that shit.
Now guys frantically going back to the live stream.
I was gonna walk around it, but hey, since you
Oh,
didn't,
yo, that'd be crazy.
since you put a foot in the door, I'm gonna walk through it. I didn't want to kick numpties to be heard, though. You know, my feet are sore.
Did somebody ask to define numpties?
What is a numpty?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Somebody asked it.
A useless idiot with no intrinsic value.
Yeah.
And
Oh, it's
probably
like
the
he
guy
just
that had
branded
to
himself.
ask.
Yeah, that was me. I asked. This might be a stupid question, but what is
No
a numpty?
point, no fingers, but that is an empty question.
Yeah, you could have looked it up. It would have
For
taken
future
you
reference.
2 seconds.
The necessary antecedent.
Stupidity.
Yeah, I didn't know how to spell it or anything like that because I've never heard of that word before.
The necessary antecedent is a globe belief.
I really believe it's a veteran's word or a military man's word.
Please.
We got more insults and Carter got liver pills.
What was the name of the
Carter
egg?
got liver pills. That's a fucking boomer. Let me tell you something.
Yeah,
This crazy son of a bitch and General Chatterbox. What is the deal with this Chatterbox? Are they fucking insane?
Oh yes, they are fucking idiots.
They're Google Earthers.
I'm not sugarcoating shit.
All right. Fair enough. I'm out that fucking
So
thing.
Memore got triggered. Memore got triggered and he got banned in less than 3 minutes. I was like, damn, that's a record. He's like, take notes, Battle Mod Mike. I want all their fucking names. I want to gather them up and ban them all at once. So, Miggy, you might want to tell them to unban me more. If they want to hang out here. Because I will have to report. And I've already got the shots. I got the picture images. I've already got all the data. I've already performed the experiments. I am that guy.
Fucking Drace put another word for numpty in here. He put a whole list. Listen to these: sap, fool, idiot, dolt, imbecile, simpleton, dunce, moron. Listen, look at these things, man.
Ignoramus. I like that one. Lame brain, bonehead, goon, schmuck, knuckle dragon, ninny, numbskull.
Half-wit jackass.
Damn.
I used Ninny the other day, man. It was a new one. I like this, man. I'm saving this.
Look, Dingleberry.
Yeah, Dingleberry.
Yes.
Fucking
That's my
Warzog
fave.
Dingleberry Wiener.
Bogan. Well,
I know, dog.
Wow, dude! You brought it back to that somehow. I was walked away.
Nerd.
Chill, man.
That's another way to say numpty.
Charlie. That's Charlie. Right
I know.
nerd.
Wiener.
Oh my god.
Charlie Lima Wiener.
There's one that says wazak. Sounds like what's up.
Wazak. What's a wazak? What the hell is that?
Look at Reckoner giving little cheap shots down there in the text. With
Is he?
Oh.
Half wits it. Oh.
Oh. With Zoc.
Good one.
Half with it.
You gotta put his head in a vice, dude.
You got me, brother.
He's gonna fucking make you do
That's
it.
so good.
Wazak is a foolish or annoying person. Unless you're British, I guess.
Yeah, I'm saving that shit.
Then it's just stupid. Stupid, annoying person. Basically an idiot. Let's have tea. Let's have tea.
More. It's like there's even more. Should have clicked the more tab. Trace. I
She's
want
like,
to
there's
see what
more.
is
Well, there's
known.
more. More.
There's more.
More. Give me more.
It's like that commercial. Oh wait, there's more.
More.
You can wash your car with an umpty dipshit. Just put his head on the windshield. Soak that shit right up. Scratch resistant. Reusable. Imbecile simpleton works perfect as a towel.
Damn, it still goes farther than that? What the hell?
Depending on how many
What
you
the
have.
I know. That's
Wazok?
Baltard is
Depending
at the
on
very end.
Zombie.
No. Y'all didn't let me get the
What
joke.
the hell is a
Zombie.
Wazok?
Tomfool. Saphead. I
Not
told you
quite.
a wazak is a stupid and annoying person or a foolish and annoying person.
In English?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
weird. I've never heard of that
Pudding
word.
I
head.
never heard that shit in my life.
Stupid.
Meatball.
Bouffon.
Yeah, meatball. That's an easy one. Yeah.
A
Heard that.
Meatball.
A what?
Goat.
A
Goat.
goat?
Yep.
Rat bag.
Where
Cow
dildos in
meatball. No nothing. Dimball.
Ding-a-ling.
It's it.
Ding-a-ling.
Goat. Dweeb. Dorba. Plank. Gonzo. Prick. Geek. Booby. Featherhead. Dingling. Dumb cluck. Clown. Cuckoo. Charlie Knuckle Dragon. Lunatic. Stupid person. Nutcase.
I feel like the next Numpty clip is just going to be Quantum reading like this whole list.
I know.
Quantum, you gotta do it.
Literally.
You gotta do it, dude. Like,
Oh wait.
Well,
Hey.
Mary
here's one.
Andrew.
Drongo.
Dildo. Dildo is an umpty.
Wackadoodle.
You fucking Neanderthal.
Mad woman.
Clodhopper. Butthead. Butthead. What the fuck?
Meggie, what's the word you said?
Weenie.
No,
What? Sorry.
freaking. What was it? I lost it. Wazak?
No, we just talked about Wazak.
How about a joculator?
Oh, dildo.
Yeah, Mike already went over that. What are you watching, the YouTube stream?
There's a hobble.
Yeah, I'm late. I feel like I'm missing out. Someone said goober, right?
I used Goober yesterday.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot you had freaking privileges on words.
I did. McGoober.
Oh,
McMoron.
wow. You put it in the title of your video.
No, not in the title of the video. That's McBooger
Oh,
Eater.
McBooger. Yeah.
Yeah, but I did use McGoober inside the Numpty clip that you didn't fucking listen to.
Exactly. You just exonerated me, so I get to use it.
No, I
victim.
just indicted your ass.
Okay, well.
Leona person.
Let me get some legal representation.
What is this? Opposite day? Exonerated? No, indicted.
Leona person.
Dang, I missed all what everyone said. We're trying to come up with other words, right? I'm assuming.
Crack.
Non-compass
Well.
What?
It cracks on there.
Oh shit.
Non-compass.
Sorry.
Would somebody shut the fuck up and let Meggie speak? Go ahead, Meggie.
Non-compass mentis.
Non-compass. What the fuck is that?
Non-compass mentis. Compass mentis would mean to be of all.
It's Latin for incompetent,
right?
It's Latin for incompetent motherfucker.
Well, duh.
It's more like mental faculties, also, though.
Lex
Right?
momentum.
What the
To be
fuck is a mesh hugner?
Or Flibberty Giblet. That's funny.
A Flibberty Giblet.
It's like in the middle of the last, like the upper middle.
Cracks on there.
Well, you're
I saw a crack on there. I don't know why.
Hoy, obviously.
Guy, you have to say that, man. Like, you have to.
Okay, I think I said it wrong though. Flibberty Giblet. There's also Hobbledehoy.
She rumpushed you, Miggy. You have to say
Oh.
what?
Flibberty giblet.
A flibberty giblet. What the fuck is that? Numpty?
Yeah.
Oh
So-
crap! Look at that. There's also cuckoo.
Man, woman, crack brain, headbanger.
Yeah,
nut
cracks on that.
job.
Homo Bruta.
No, crack brain has a lot to do with really my name, you know. Crack villain.
Dirt farmer, sorry.
All right, I gotta
Yeah,
save
yeah.
this one too.
Yeah, speaking of crack, what made you choose that name?
So rhymes with my last name, Crack Villain, Macmillan. Also, when I was 13, 14 years old on the way home from school, a crackhead proceeded to turn around to me and all of my friends and say, "Do you want any white or brown?" I proceeded to punch him in the face and knock him out, and then throw all of his crack and heroin down the drain. And after that, everyone called me the Crack Villain because I stole all the crack cocaine off of the local crack dealer.
So you didn't have any friends that were like, "Nah, that's not it, bro."
Don't throw that shit away, dog.
Is that like the next superhero? that comes out?
You know he had a few. Damn it! Why'd you flush that?
I'm just
I
saying,
was
like with the name, you know, I would have been your homie. I'd have been like, "Bruh, dead that. That's not it." You know what I mean?
Copper to cash.
Stay
'Cause I
tuned
know
for
Cash King.
Stay tuned for Fibbler Giblet.
I feel like that would be like a good supervillain name, like Crack Villain, and his sidekick is like Metal Meth or something. Like that's the sidekick.
Look, man, you couldn't be mad and say that at the same. It wouldn't work. You can't be mad. and irate and
but
say
you got to
Flibberty
say it right, Miggy. It's Flibber Gibbet.
Flipper T Giblet.
Flibber Gibbet. That's
No,
what it
there's
is. Not giblet. It's not a fucking turkey gut. Flibber Gibbet.
Well, where's the TI go?
Yeah, there's a TI in there.
Flibber to gibbet.
Yeah, Flipper T Giblet.
Flibber to gibbet.
Yo, that does sound hella insulting, bro.
Flibber Trigigbit.
Those are fighting words, bro. If I've ever heard it. If someone calls me that, they're getting hit square in the jaw, bro.
It must be a Scottish word.
Guys, look at the another word for numpty.
Yeah, that's what we're looking at. You posted that shit. We hit more. Flibber
Flibberty gibbet.
to gibbet.
Flibberty gibbet.
Fuck.
Sounds
Is that
like a
real?
French.
I like that one.
Sounds like a
NASA
French tickler
scientist.
to me.
Is that real?
Somebody look that word up.
I never knew that like
Flibberty.
random sounds
Flibber
could have such
giblet.
an insulting tone to it, bro. But that one hits it, bro.
Flibberty giblet.
You gotta say it with some assertion, you know.
Yeah, that's
Exactly.
that's the PhD booger eating schmuck M. Scott Veach. I'm using it with that. So
Yeah.
Flibber to gibbet. Somebody look that shit up. Give me the
Flibber
correct
to gibbet.
pronunciation.
Bro, you flibber to
Flipper T
gibbet.
Giblet. Like German.
Flibberty gibbet.
What a flibber to gibbet,
Oh,
dude.
I think you mean like an
Flibber to
accent.
giblet is one of the many incarnations of the Middle English word flibberjet, meaning gossip or chatter.
Oh, this is Kai's name. It's for a young woman. Is what this says.
Wait, what?
It says especially said of a young woman. This has got to
Oh,
be from some
gosh.
other country that doesn't have freedom or something.
Like Canada.
Yeah, that's from Canada.
No, it says usually
I
a
was like,
young
please
woman,
take the alley oop, dude. I'm trying to set Canada up.
especially a Yorkshire gossipy woman.
I feel like that word though must be like a Norwegian word or something. Like I can hear them being like
It's upper
Flibber
class, high society. It's
Yeah,
a
but if I
Yorkshire
can't use
woman
it.
who likes to.
I can't use it if it's a woman.
Yes, it's about rich women who engage in gossip. Al.
Wait, so there's a little speaker right there. Has someone not pressed that yet?
The fucking- You just now seen it?
Yeah, I've just been chilling. I've been looking for
He's
something.
just fucking amazed. Like, yeah.
Dude, I want to
There's a
hear
fucking
this, dude. I
speaker
will
here.
make it a hook, dude.
It's just gonna tell you how to say the word.
It's not gonna say the word.
I'm gonna have to look
Fly
it up.
bird guy bet.
You guys are fucking idiots.
Well, you gotta be more creative, dude. After we've come up with all these creative names.
Liberty gibbet to you.
Liberty gibbet.
Liberty gibbet.
Bro, I'm laughing every
Liberty
time.
gibbet.
It's an incredible
like
word.
It sounds like the little, what do you call those guys, man? The Yellow Brick Road. Oh, the Yellow Brick Road.
The Munchkins.
Liberty gibbet.
M. Scott Veach, a frivolous, flighty, or excessively talkative person. That's fucking
gibbet.
him. I'm using it.
That's talking about the Lollipop Guild.
Liberty gibbet.
It's Flibberty Gibbet.
Flibberty gibbet, and
Liberty
you
gibbet.
need to cite it and everything, right? Whenever he gets pissed off, be like, look, bro, I can cite this.
Liberty gibbet.
Liberty gibbet.
Oh my god, man. Small minds are easily amused. I am
Oh,
amused
small
right now.
So are
I am
small
amused.
dicks. I'm using this.
Most excellent. I can't wait to hear Flibberty gibbet.
You got 2 signature numpty clips coming from Veach, so you're gonna fucking hear it.
Of course you're using it. You found this.
I didn't find it. Trace found it.
Ninny hammer.
No, I'm giving you credit. Remember?
Yeah,
No,
you guys better come out with this shit before I do.
Hey, you got it, man. I want to hear you call Veach Flibberty gibbet, bro.
Yeah, you're gonna hear it. Yeah, it's coming up.
Perfect.
Liberty Gibbet. Got it.
Yo, I guess maybe these are just real things. You would think that the best insult would be shorter. You know, like I guess it's one of those other languages things. I just
Straight
don't
to
get
the
it.
point with no time to waste.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
these other countries. I guess they have tons of time to kill and don't have any freedom.
Yeah, they
Could you imagine somebody in,
hear themselves talk
in an Irish accent, all mad and screaming that at you? Oh, you dang liberty gibbet!
Yeah, it just translates to damn socialism.
Hey, Witsit, you got Charlie saying, anyway, Witsit, I'm ready to talk about that pic of the Alps whenever you are.
That's what's up.
I don't even know what the
If he's ready to come, be like, damn, you're right. This is stupid. This is not on a ball. And I don't know what to say to him, bro.
Is he conceding, or was there a point that he was conceding on?
No. When a Globe Zealot says, I'm ready, right, that means that they think they've compiled enough bullshit to come and explain how the Earth's
Liberty
so ball.
gibbets.
Yeah, but it's only
Wackadoodle.
surface, right?
They've got a lot of Liberty gibbets.
Liberty
He's the
Gibbet.
codger.
All right, what's happening here? What I've run into Sasha. Can somebody give me the background on this numpty dipshit?
That's what I was asking.
I heard him say something about evolution the other day. Hold on a fucking second. Sasha, you said you're a flat earther, right? But you're an evolutionist fruitcake. You got some type of biology degree. You're going to get your ass handed to you here in a second. Sasha, wake the fuck up.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah.
So,
Listen, everyone shut up too. That's priceless because they're waiting for you because it's coming. Your ass is going to get handed to you in a fucking sling. Quick. Yeah. Yeah. You a biologist?
no.
I thought you said you're a biologist in one of these. I'm sorry. It may have been somebody else. Are you an evolutionist?
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. And you said you were a fucking biologist and shit?
Never said I'm a biologist.
You're lucky. That would have been your worst fucking nightmare. Me.
Wait, you think the Earth is flat?
Oh, he's switching this up. Go ahead.
No,
Winston.
no,
Go
I'm not
ahead,
switching the
Adam.
subject. I'm
It's
not switching the
evolving.
subject. I want to know real fast. Just
Okay.
can I get a
Go
yes
ahead.
or no?
No, go ahead. You got latitude. Go for it.
Honestly, I'm not sure. I think it could be flat. I don't really know.
Okay. Now it's making more sense. Continue. I thought he was a flat earther talking about evolution. I was like, this.
That's what he said.
Well,
I
I
mean,
mean,
to
I'm
put this
leaning
up in a
towards
Wait, did you
flat
change
Earth.
your picture? Did you change your picture? Was it the Joker? Okay, so this was the thing. This was the thing. He said he was on the fence so much, and then we went into a debate, and he came along, and then after I was like, bro, I just heard those idiots. Like, are you still not a flat earther? He's like, flat earther now.
Okay.
Well,
Well, if he's a
I'm more
flat
of a flat
earther.
earther than a glober. I think flat
Okay,
Earth
but
makes
dude,
more
what
sense. I just
you have a
don't
huge
understand the NASA
opportunity in front of
photos.
you, dude. You can be a flat Earth evolutionist. We could put you in a museum,
fuck
dude.
keeps giving out
So,
these fucking
Well, I
rolls,
am, but you guys, when I said that, you guys didn't believe
Some
me.
you-
So
Silence.
all right,
Some
so
of you
Kiwi, go.
motherfuckers are getting ready to get snapped back in the line. Who keeps giving out that roll?
what
Without
role?
being hyper fastidious about it. Flat Earth.
Fastidious. That's
What
a
role are you
$10,000 fucking word.
Hyper fastidious, damn it.
That's a $10,000 fucking word, Mike. What the fuck?
I want these motherfuckers to critique their asshole when they want flat earther.
Bro, I'm dying, dude.
Fight to the death.
Damn.
Ew.
Did you guys see the meme I posted in chat?
Do you shit left
Fuck
or
you,
shit right? How the fuck
He's so
did you
pissed
get
he's using
flat
hella
earther?
good vocab.
I don't want to catch your species. Okay.
Thank you for noticing that, Witsit. I am
Did you
trying to
guys see
add
the meme I posted in chat? It's pretty
specificity.
funny.
I'm about to take your role if you keep over talking me. Specificity, bro. Specificity. Who gave you the damn role now?
Go ahead, Mike. Fuck, you're on a roll tonight. Fastidious. Take over, man.
I'm telling you, bro. I cannot say anything back to that word.
I just want to know who the fuck gave you that role. That's it, man. One more motherfucker pops up with that flat earther role that's on some dirty derp shit, and I'm gonna just lose it.
Fucking fastidious. You can make my ammo anytime with fastidious, man. You're in.
Dude, and the way you're critiquing
It's
those
all about
roles
the
for flat Earth,
detail,
dude.
bro.
Jeez Louise, better come see me.
Why can't I be in the Flat Earther Club? I want to join you guys.
Oh, I could give you a million fucking reasons right now.
You think apes can turn into humans, bro? I don't
We
see
can start
how
with
you
the
can
fact
be
you
letting
gotta
the
ask
door.
Well, he doesn't know. He does. He really doesn't. He was arguing for the flat Earth side in the debate. Like he could have been a traitor and switched over to globe, but he fought for the flat Earth.
Okay, so let me ask the first logical question about this then. That came to my head.
Well,
That's
that's
why I
what the
jumped in,
traders
right?
do.
They gave me
See,
the
they
role
come
for
in and they
nothing. I wasn't
find
even
some-
making globe arguments. They just gave me the globe Earther role for no reason.
All right, but listen, bro. So if the Earth's flat, okay, it's stationary and geocentric, why would you have to make up some crazy story with no evidence about billions of years ago where apes turned into humans?
I don't know. I took biology in high school, and it just makes sense to me.
Well, you understand on a geocentric stationary plane Earth, the only way evolution could have taken place was that a creator put the Earth there in the center of everything and then made evolution happen over billions of years.
Well, I think regardless of if the Earth is a ball or a plane, I think evolution is still true.
Oh, whoa. What's it? Yeah, I got a cock block you on this one.
Well, I did it to you, actually.
And we circle back to dicks.
Well, I just don't understand how evolution has to do with the shape of the Earth.
You know, listen. Kiwi's gonna talk to you. Kiwi's gonna talk to you. Yeah, no, okay. All I was trying to say was that it was created, and the only reason that was even proposed to try to explain some theoretical idea without a creator. But anyway, Kiwi's gonna talk to you about it.
Yeah. So you said evolution. So you took biology in high school. Oh my God, this is going to be a train wreck of epic proportions. Yeah. So what the fuck is that? What's evolution?
Evolution is when, over time, organisms become more suited to fit their environment.
Oh, they do. Is that the definition or the scientific theory of evolution?
It's not the definition, it's just my understanding of it.
No, I need the scientific theory of evolution cited.
What, do you want me to look up the definition or something?
Yeah, I want you to listen to what I'm going to tell you. I need the scientific theory of evolution in Livestream right fucking now?
What do you want me to look you the Wikipedia
I
page
said
or
yes.
something? I don't know what you
Do
want.
I want you? I
Scientific.
don't want you to do anything that you don't want to do. It's supposed to be the most validated scientific theory in the history of science. It should be fucking easy for you to put the scientific theory. Should be no more than 2-3 sentences at best.
I mean, I just gave it to you.
Really?
Scientific theory.
Yeah, I mean, the whole idea of evolution is
The
animals.
idea. Now, we're not talking about fucking ideas. I want the scientific theory.
Well, I don't know what you mean by that.
Because you don't know what a scientific theory is, do you?
Well, I mean, I just gave it to you, so I don't know why that's
No,
not.
yeah, no,
why
let's
is my
step back.
definition insufficient? Like,
Let's
what is
step
missing?
back. Let's step back. What is a scientific theory?
A theory that is scientific.
Like,
Wah, wah, wah.
Wrong.
All right. Well, he's technically right, so please continue to.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm right.
Holy shit, man! You don't even know what a scientific theory is, and you're going after the scientific theory of evolution. Is something not making any sense to you at this point?
Well, I mean, your guys' theory is that God created it. I don't think that's very
No,
scientific.
that's not. I didn't ask you that. Scientific theory. What is a scientific theory, sir?
A theory that relates to science.
No, that's not what it is.
I don't know what you want me to tell you. Like,
Yeah,
what
you
is the
don't
correct
know. Just say
definition?
please say you don't know. But you just keep saying things.
Well, I thought that was the truth. Please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong.
Then say I don't know instead of making something up.
Well, I mean, I
Right.
gave it my
We
best
don't want to
shot.
stay here for
Like,
an
I don't know
hour
what
as
he
you make.
wants
Well,
from me.
just say you don't know. It's definitely the easiest.
Well, I mean, I
way.
do know. I know that definition's correct. You guys just don't accept it for some reason.
Why is
definition
it
is
I
correct.
don't know?
Just double down, dude. As I'm trying to help
Natural
you. dude.
law.
You would have
Natural
been
law.
better saying Flibberty Gibbet and just nothing else.
Just say you don't know. Okay.
A little bit, Victor.
Okay, well, please correct me if I'm wrong.
All right, I'll correct you. You are wrong. At 15 minutes after the hour, scientific theory. I got 4 definitions here. Are you
Okay.
fucking laughing?
Well, I just don't know what's wrong with my definition.
Oh, because you're a fucking numpty dipshit flibberty gibbet, and you don't know what a scientific theory is.
So you think a flat earther is a dipshit?
No, I think you're a dipshit.
Perfect use of the word, by the way.
So, scientific theory summarizes a hypothesis, a group of hypotheses that have been supported with repeated testing.
Okay, well, you can't test evolution, so.
Oh, so I guess it's not a scientific theory. Thank
Well,
you.
it relates to science, so it's pretty
It
scientific.
relates to science.
Biology is a science.
It's evolving
correct?
into science. It's
Biology
going to evolve into science.
Science, man.
Biology is not a science? Are you serious?
No, yeah, I'm fucking
might-
dead serious.
Okay, well, I don't know what to tell you
might
then.
evolve.
I guess we just
Yeah,
disagree.
you don't know
Evolve
what
into
tell me.
science.
You don't know what a scientific theory is. Do you know what the
Okay,
science?
so how do you propose we test evolution? Like your
No,
definition
how
is
do
that
you suppose?
Just that.
How do
Why
we
are there still
I mean,
amoebas?
there's plenty of evidence for it. Just because you can't test it doesn't mean it's not true.
Shut the fuck up. How do I suppose we test for fucking evolution? You brought it up, you numpty dipshit. You proposed it. What the fuck is it?
You said
What
whatever and put
is
the
it?
female hair.
What is evolution? Hello, sunshine.
He stepped away.
Before you
Flibberty gibbet.
provide evidence for something, you have to define what you're providing evidence for. Because if you don't define what you're providing evidence for, then any evidence can be evidence for your fucking fairy tale. So define that, monkey, and then we'll move on.
Pun intended.
I just want to know, why are there still amoebas?
All right. What was the question?
Oh my God. Okay, before you provide evidence for something, you have to define the monkey. So I'm asking for The scientific theory of evolution. You don't know what a scientific theory is. That's a problem.
Okay, well, there's evidence for it. Just because you can't
No,
test it doesn't mean it's
no,
not
What
true.
evidence?
There is
If
no.
there was evidence, it
There's
wouldn't be
plenty
a
of
theory.
evidence.
Hold
If it
on a
was-
second, Joshua. Shut the fuck up.
All right.
Thank you. To provide evidence for something, you have to provide the scientific theory, right? What is the scientific theory again? And then we'll get to the evidence that made it a scientific theory. Follow?
Okay, sure. The scientific theory is that over time, through reproduction, there occurs mutations, and then through natural selection.
Natural. Okay, stop. Stop. I need a citation for that. I think you're just making shit up.
Citation for what, dude?
Evolution. Scientific
Why do you
theory,
need a
please.
citation? Like, why can't we just have a
Because I
conversation?
think you're making shit up. Now put a citation with the
Why do
most
like
validated- I'm gonna shut
citations
the
matter?
fuck
Why can't you
down.
just like
Fuck off? I'm going to tell you this one more time. With the most validated scientific theory in the history of science, there's got to be a fucking citation that supports your made up horseshit. So put the citation in live stream or you're not going to fucking speak again. Do you understand me, you honey creeper beak fuckwit? We're waiting.
I mean,
I
for my
put it in chat. I put it in
yeah.
chat.
Okay. So you gave, I said citation, not a fucking. Do you know the difference between a citation and a reference?
No.
Oh my God. This is a fucking.
What do you want? Like a scientific article or something?
Okay. I can't do this, man. I'm sorry.
I thought I was gonna get
Let me just say
smacked,
here.
but
Listen,
you guys
listen.
aren't even making arguments.
Your first thing you said, right, was, well, it's what I was taught in school. Okay, well, we were taught Christopher Columbus discovered America and the Earth's a spinning ball in a cartoon vacuum, bro. So, like, just say you don't know anything about it. Citations are important to support your point because you're claiming, like, a group of people that have postulated this theory you think is real, right? So, it just basically you're saying that you need to say you blindly believe in it, bro. And that way you can save some time here.
It's not blind, though. That's the thing.
So what's the scientific theory? I'll give you one more chance. Please post. No, you can write it out yourself. Please post the scientific theory of evolution. Simple.
Well, I really don't know what you want.
The scientific theory.
I mean, the Wikipedia gives a pretty good summary of the theory.
Okay, Wikipedia. Okay, what is it? Evolution is change. Change isn't a mechanism. Like a fucking hurricane isn't the mechanism for a change in the weather.
The mechanism is mutation and natural selection.
Mutation. All right. So mutation is the mechanism for evolution. Mutation of what?
Genetics.
Genes, right? Where did you get genes naturally?
What do you mean they just emerged?
You see this? It just emerged, right? So fucking a 429 Super Cobra jet fucking just emerged from iron and copper ores, right?
Well, that's a straw man.
That's not. It's not a fucking straw man at all. You said genetic mutations. Where did evolution, whatever the fuck that is supposedly a naturalistic theory. Where did you get genes at naturally? I want nucleosides going into nucleotides naturally. I want Gibbs-free fucking
I mean, you
energy.
can literally observe this in a microscope.
Fucking now. Do you understand me, sunshine? So, you said genetics. Nucleoside. What's a fucking nucleoside? What's a nucleoside?
If I recall correctly, it's where the DNA is stored or something like that.
No, you're a fucking moron. You're done. Game, set.
Okay, because I can't remember what a nucleoside is.
Yeah, fuck you. We're done. I'm not wasting any more time. Move on.
Out of everything ever proposed, right? You got like the heliocentric nonsense model, you have the Big Bang and evolution. These will go down as the dumbest quote unquote postulations like ever. And right up there with it is that space and time can bend and warp.
Barely, anyway. Right at the top of the contradictory.
I'm
That's
a
a nuclear.
degree biologist, and I've never seen evolution in any of the microscopes I've looked down for I don't know how many years, even after.
Evolution. What's that?
Sorry, I didn't ever see it in a microscope. That's what he claimed. He said we see it in microscopes all the time. Never seen it.
So he posted a definition for a nucleotide. That's not what I asked you. I said nucleoside, not nucleotide. That's one more step. And by the way, I asked you for Gibbs free energy, right? I gave you the fucking nucleobases. I gave that to you because I have a heart. I didn't ask you for a nucleotide, dude. You're a fucking moron. So listen, can we move on?
Yeah. Like the way I look at that whole thing is that it's one of the dumbest things ever. Like on the mic, I just say stuff to people like, wait, so the apes turned into humans, but the ones in between that are still, I'm just saying, like the ones that are in between that are still evolving, they just all died. I'm like, cool story, bro. You know, for that, I look at it like that dumb. Kind of like I'm starting to get like that with flat Earth though. So I'm trying not to get desensitized. But I mean, evolution is dumb. People think it's real because they think that they found bones of things that grew. This is literally how brainwashed people are, right? Like they think that they found bones of the intermediate species that grew from ape to human. They actually believe that's a real thing, and they just walk around brainwashed.
It's not evolution. You haven't defined it yet.
Oh, of course.
Yep. That's not evolution. That's just what you heard evolution was. That's not evolution.
Right. And that's what we're combating, right? It's just like how I walk around the US and I try to give $100 to people that can even answer 3 basic questions about what they think that I'm crazy for not thinking the earth is, you know, and no one can win the money. Like it's insane, bro. So like they don't know anything. It's basically like just gigantic brainwash spells were cast onto the public, and typically in the form of early year indoctrination, you know, and like people don't know anything, dude. People younger, they literally just watch TikTok and live 30 seconds at a time.
We muted you for a reason there, Sasha, because you're full of shit. You're a flibberty gibbet.
Yeah, you're like instinctively trying to argue with these little pedantical diversions and just non sequiturs over and over, right? Like it's just kind of annoying.
Yeah. We can move on.
But that's why I was even trying to throw you that net early, right? I'm like, so if the Earth is a geocentric stationary plane, which means everything in the sky revolves centralized to it, it's the center of everything that we see, then it was like there's literally no other way, right? So understanding that and understanding the origin of why someone even would in theory claim something like the idea of however they define evolution at the moment, you know?
Oh, I
like,
was waiting for that. I was waiting for that. Can somebody define that, monkey? I mean, anyone in here, not only evolutionists. Can somebody even attempt to give me the scientific theory of evolution, please?
Well, not scientific.
The honest answer is
a process of orderly and gradual change or development. More generally, any orderly and gradual process of modification whereby a system, whether physical, chemical, social, or intellectual, becomes more highly organized. Theory of. The theory that all species and plants and animals, including humans, have come into existence by gradual, continuous change from earlier forms. C, natural selection. Thanks.
So that's fucking reification fallacy.
This is the medical dictionary. Yep, I know. This is a medical dictionary. Let me watch that happens.
Yeah, natural selection. Yeah, okay. Relax.
Yeah.
Natural selection as the mechanism, right? Think about it. Natural selection. Nature is
Yeah.
inanimate. Selection has choice constraints. Can nature make fucking choices, man?
Absolutely not. Watch, they change their minds. When I go to natural selection, they will have a new escape route. It says natural selection, a mechanism of evolution proposed by Charles Darwin. Obviously, reification fallacy. It states that the tendency of survival and reproduction of organisms is most likely to occur in those who are best, here it comes, adapted to their environment. So it all comes
Wow.
down to adaptation, which also does
No, it
not happen.
doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it
Yes,
does
it does.
not.
It says right there,
No,
adapted.
it doesn't. It comes down to
Their
your
claim.
first
It's
one.
not mine. It's their
The
claim, not
fucking
mine.
mechanism. You
It's
said
not
the
mine.
mechanism.
Yes,
Holy shit.
adaptation. It's not my claim.
Shut the fuck up.
No, 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 no. Adaptation. It says
Shut the fuck up. I just told you to shut the fuck up. That's what I mean when I say shut the fuck up. That's what I mean. So before that, you said the mechanism. See, that's what we're interested in because that's what scientific theories are made of. You said natural selection. That's what it comes down to. Follow?
likely to occur in those who are best adapted to their environment. So they go in a
Follow?
circle.
No.
They
No.
go in a circle. That's
No.
the circle. It's not my claim.
No.
This is what it teaches. My
No.
point is there's no such thing as adaptation either. Thanks.
Yeah, your point is 3 begging the question fallacies downstream.
Nope. I'm claiming there's no such thing as
Yep.
adaptation. Prove
Yep,
me wrong.
it's yep.
There's no such thing as adaptation.
I don't give a fuck about adaptation. I want the mechanism.
Good. That's what it is. Yeah, it's a circular reasoning fallacy. That's the point.
No, it's a reification fallacy with natural selection.
Yes, and adaptation is also
Yes,
evolution.
no,
So it
yes,
just goes
yes.
right back into a point.
Now it's yes. Stop. It's yes. You already said yes. That's where you should have stopped.
There's no mechanism.
Prove it's not
Exactly
already an
my
inherent quality. Yeah, there's no mechanism. It's already an inherent quality, the ability to change.
There's no mechanism for something you haven't defined yet.
I agree. There's no such thing as adaptation. Yeah.
Oh God.
Give you $10,000 if you can give me an example of adaptation in nature.
Me? I'm 3 steps
Why
behind.
would we?
I'm in the forward. You're
Well,
you're
shit,
in,
excuse me. You
you're
told me
on
it was my-
page 100. I'm in the forward.
I'm on page 1,278, actually.
Yep, exactly. And I'm in the forward, debunking that shit right at the root.
Oh, no, I crush it way before we even get to your sentence. Adaptation never occurs. I'm already done.
Wait, before you get to my sentence, what sentence
Yeah.
is that?
What is evolution is your sentence, your question. I don't have to go
Yep.
there. I just stuck at adaptation.
No, it's not adaptation. It's not that.
Adaptation is evolution.
No, it's not.
Nope. I'll give you $1,000 right now. Open your PayPal up and you show me.
Oh my
adaptation,
God, you're
not
both
evolution.
pretty
Right now,
much
let's go.
saying the same thing. You can't prove
No,
either
we got
one
a
of them.
content. Let's go. Where do you want to go? To the arena, Quantum?
That's the
Quantum.
fucking point.
Are you fucking insane?
Yes, I will rape your
you
heart
can't-
and shove it down your
listen.
throat. Let's go.
You can't prove anything adapted that there wasn't already an inherent quality that does that
That
for
truth
either
prevails. That's
adaptation
fucking
or
hilarious.
evolution.
Correct. Correct, Battle Mod.
It is. You right now. You're just
You're
sort of
arguing
like
who's more correct. Who's more correct?
Yeah,
than
it's
No,
it's
there's no such
annoying.
thing as adaptation. If you say
Yeah.
otherwise, you're wrong. It's not correct. That's the reality.
Adaptation of
Any
what?
takers? That's it. No
Adaptation-
such thing. No such thing. That's it.
Adaptation
I
is-
never get to evolution.
Stop
There's no such
fucking
thing.
over talking me, you fucking
I didn't
idiot.
hear anybody make the positive claim that adaptation was a real thing. That's the fucking
Adaptation of what?
exactly.
There is no such thing. I don't have to go to the word evolution. I just
Nobody
stick with
said
adaptation.
Nobody said otherwise.
That's why they are the same. Both do not exist.
Both are the same.
Yeah, they're
Both-
fairy tales.
Both what? To say that something is the same as something else, you have to define the fucking thing, right?
No. You're both arguing. You're both saying that Narnia and Middle Earth are both fake.
I'm not arguing about anything. He's saying adaptation of what? What? Where is he? Adaptation of what?
Living organisms.
Living organisms? Where'd you get those at?
It's in the Encyclopedic Medical Dictionary, and that's
For
all I have
what?
to use. Yes, I just read it.
For what?
Okay, are we doing the definition?
I know
Living
there's living
organisms.
fucking organisms.
Yeah,
Oh, you guys
exactly.
are gonna waste
There's no such
my
thing as
whole
adaptation,
bag
is
of
there?
fucking weed, man.
So is my claim
Going
going to be
put up this
challenged?
crap. No,
Smoke it up,
motherfucker,
bro.
we already covered that. Nobody made the claim you're wrong. What the fuck are you, deep?
Exactly. So what's the problem, QE? Can we move on?
Frisian.
What's the problem? I debunked your horse shit. You're on adaptation of organisms. I'm way back in the forward. You're on page 1,000.
No, I
Either
don't
you
even have to
motherfuckers
use the word. That's the point.
Can
I
either you
destroy the
motherfuckers
religion.
show me a biogenesis? If not,
No
I'm
such
getting
thing as
stoned.
adaptation. There's
Hey,
no such thing.
biogenesis. Hey, biogenesis.
Of what?
Your biogenesis.
That's my question.
Of what?
There's no such thing of any of this. Yeah. The point is that people believe in adaptation that don't
Bro,
believe in
you should
evolution.
smoke
That's where the
weed. Your
confusion
ass
comes
is
from.
so tight you squeak when you walk.
I'm just,
You need to
thank God.
relax. Get some Valiums or something. Uptight motherfucker.
Dude, what is your question? My question, somebody just texted. Who is this fucking idiot? What is your question? What is that? No, that's not my question. That's somebody else. That's not me. What my question is, okay, here's my question. This is going to be a shocking surprise. What is the scientific theory of evolution?
There is no scientific theory. It's a colloquial.
That's what I'm saying. No, not you, XO. I'm sorry. I'm answering a DM. Sorry about that. Please forgive me. It sounds like a few people are constipated.
Motherfucker needs some X-Lax. Or some real food. Quit eating that fast food. That shit ain't real. Turns into cardboard on the table. What the fuck do you think it does in your gut?
What do I mean by scientific theory? That's your problem, you fucking moron. Stop. I'm going to block this fucking idiot. My God. Are you people that fucking stupid?
Do you are you really asking, bro, or is it like being facetious?
It's fastidious and rhetorical.
Okay. I didn't want to answer.
Truth prevails. You put a GIF in here. Fucking, I was losing it. 31 minutes after the hour. Can you please explain that GIF?
That one, really? You want me to explain that? Does that need explaining?
Yeah. Sausage fight.
Sword fight.
Yeah, that's why I said sword.
Evolution, all right.
Put one of those wieners on a leash.
And I literally did look up sword fight right when it pulled up that GIF, but I just thought it was more fitting. Yins both would lose.
Yeah.
No, I'm just playing. Just playing. I don't even have one. And in here, you got to watch what you say because people will take it and run with
I
it.
don't care about your conclusion. You said
Yins
yin.
know what we mean when we say yins. We're talking about you furs, you-ins.
You ones. That's a contraction. It is a proper use of an English word. It's a contraction where you combine two words together. That's you and ones.
Yeah, I understand that. Where did you get that shit from?
The
I got more where that comes from. Just hang around.
I'm just saying I came from where that word originated. I just want to know how you got it.
Oh, that's right. You're from Missouri, right?
Nope, I'm not from fucking Missouri. Nope.
Oh, my
Yins
bad.
came from where?
I want to say Kentucky, damn it.
I live in Kentucky and I have all my life. So
No, not Kentucky.
my Yuns originated in Kentucky. I don't know where your Yuns originated from.
Yins. Yeah, it's commonly known where it came from. I just wanted to know how you got it.
Well, I'm at the edge of my seat, man. Just
edge of your
tell
seat.
me. Yeah.
Pittsburgh. That's a Pittsburgh Yins. Type it in.
What are you guys talking about? I've never heard what you what?
This
What?
guy named
What?
Jack. He'll be here in a minute.
Stole Chewy's Yuns. I want some back.
Just be you one.
I was just pissing QE off on purpose.
It's just to check. Yins.
Okay, here we go. Wikipedia. You know that Wikipedia knows all. Yins
God,
is
yep.
second person. Just relax.
You ones, your ones.
Mike, stop fucking mumbling.
I was reading. My bad.
Yins.
You want me to speak up?
No. Yins, like I said, is a second person plural pronoun. This is very interesting. Used mainly in western fucking Pennsylvania. Most prominently where? Pittsburgh. Like I fucking said.
How did they validate that?
They fucking know it. There's a citation. Right
They made the method there and science the
Sounds-
fuck out of it.
There's
Sounds like an opinion.
Hold on. She asked for a fucking citation. I'm going to give it to her. From John.
I didn't ask for it. I just asked how they validated it. You can tell me. I don't have to see the citation.
Now,
Yes, you
now
do.
we're going down that line. Yep. What's evolution?
Are you asking me? Evolution's a fucking story that they need for the Big Bang to be true.
So you got John Hopkins University right here. Appalachian Folkways. So there's your citation. Just saying. As soon as you said it, I fucking stopped the conversation. There's a reason why. Because it turns out I'm from exactly there. All right. We can move on. It's pedantic. We can bring up another.
It doesn't even
Oh,
matter.
now
Words don't
everyone
mean
wants to
anything
talk.
anyway.
All right. Now everyone
I'll
wants
just
to
answer
talk.
Joshua.
Okay.
No, Joshua. No such thing, Joshua. That's all. Thanks.
All right. Thanks. So
Thank you.
something interesting came up. If you watched McBooger Eater McToon throwing McBoogers everywhere, somebody said this is right up your alley, XO. Somebody corrected me and told me that radar wasn't a fucking light. Any comment?
Well, it acts like light. Radar cross section creates a shadow of the beam towards the object. I don't know if I would classify it as light. I can't see it, but it sure works like it.
So radio waves. So according to the dogma of fucking fairy tale pseudoscience, they classify radio waves as fucking light.
What's light?
Did they go too far?
We don't want to go down that. I just want to know.
kidding.
Yeah. Yeah. So somebody told me in a number of different forms because people mirrored my video and people are quite confident in stating from the secular side that radio and microwave isn't fucking light. Really? Can you elucidate, please? Because according to secular horse shit, everything from fucking radio to gamma is fucking light. Am I wrong? somebody please post a citation stating I'm wrong. Yeah, that's what I thought. Fucking morons. Stating it confidently. Unbelievable.
Hello?
That's all I got. We can move on.
The sensation produced by electromagnetic radiation that falls.
It's not
on the
electromagnetic.
What's up,
This could be wrong. This is the medical dictionary. It's probably wrong.
Okay. Nice. There's a new guy in here. Komodo, what's up?
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, we can move on.
You got questions?
I'm just here to listen.
Just to listen.
You got an earful so far. You want more?
Sure. Let's hear this.
Yeah, because we're not just talking. Well, we did sidetrack into yens, but give
Not
us
really.
a break.
Yin's been fucking off all night, you furs. Man, a coon egg since we've been on topic, by God. I will tell you
So
what.
I stand corrected. There's some substance in here, isn't there? I'm not trying to define other people's thoughts or, how fucking stereotype fallacies and their psychological arraignment are, right? We got some fucking cowbell in this motherfucker.
Just the electromagnetic wavelength, right? That's all. That's all we're trying to define.
Yeah, electromagnetic waves. Okay, I can do that. We're good with that. Can anyone tell us in the fucking hangout right here how wavelength and frequency is defined with fucking light, please? Anyone, floor is yours. You're ready to get your ass handed to you.
Wavelength and what?
Not you, Mike. Shut the fuck up.
I know.
Make my damn ammo.
I just want people to.
All said. One of the same.
I'm just curious. Why do you guys think that the Earth is flat?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Boy, your listening skills aren't very good.
I've been here for like 20 seconds, by the way.
Let me ask you, why do you think the Earth is a globe?
No, that's the mission of the server. So I'll bow out. Go ahead.
One of the same things.
Well, how is the Earth a ball?
How is the Earth a ball?
Yeah, like where's the evidence that we can have a ball in a vacuum?
We have satellites outside of the Earth.
How do we have a ball with gas around it we breathe in a vacuum?
Why? That's kind of irrelevant. Wait, do you not believe in there being
It's as relevant
satellites?
as satellites.
You gotta listen, man.
How is a satellite irrelevant?
Listen, man.
No,
How
wait,
can you have a ball with gas around it that you're breathing inside of a vacuum?
And why would we have to believe in
Okay,
satellites?
well,
is that
how would
because
oxygen be real?
you can't prove?
How would a flat Earth disprove that, though? How would that be any different?
Okay, look, man. The necessary antecedents to gas pressure is a container. Okay, it's the energy or force exerted on the walls of a container. It's in the word pressure. Okay. So the gas would fill the vacuum seeking spontaneous equilibrium. Called the second law of thermodynamics.
So you believe in other forms of science, but
Keep
not
saying believe.
Okay, first of all, you have to accurately define science. The globe Earth has told you all kinds of theories with all kinds of
Crack
math
that
that
belief
aren't
shit.
true at all.
Okay,
Science is
here.
that actual
Why?
thing that
Why do you not
listen,
believe
if you
in
listen
that, though?
intently, I'm giving you a very efficient flash smack here. All right, so science is the one thing that you can't do at all ever for the globe Earth. So you
Why?
got to really pay. Real science literally can never be done to support the globe Earth in any way.
That's why it's got to be
How
a
does
belief.
How does it support yours, though? You debunking vacuums.
All scientific evidence and empirical evidence of everything ever is what supports us.
No.
Okay,
Wait,
for
so,
example,
okay, what about
anytime
every
you ever have
university?
gas pressure in the history of
Can
existence,
we stop with the
it was
what about
contained.
the corpus of this? What about the
Okay,
corpus
okay,
of
okay.
that?
Oh,
Can you ask
just
him-
let me ask you a general question then. Do you guys believe in the?
You said belief again. Can you be
Oh, you need
specific about a science or a principle and not a belief?
Right. We're talking about. You
Really,
need to
I'm not
listen to
here
what
for
we're
your
saying.
beliefs.
Let me
You need to
just finish the
listen. You
question.
need to actually, but dude, I understand you have a bunch of questions, and we can answer all of them effortlessly. Okay, we're giving you an
Okay.
efficient introduction to intellectually understand the conversation. There is no scientific empirical evidence at all ever in the history of mankind for the globe Earth spinning around in a vacuum. Doesn't exist. All scientific evidence, right? You have a dependent variable, a naturally occurring observable phenomena. Then you propose a cause and effect relationship test. You have an independent variable, right? Which you have to control and manipulate to verify your dependent variable or the cause of a naturally occurring phenomena, right? Based on all of that exists ever, the Earth is a geocentric stationary plane. One of the biggest ones that cuts straight to the chase. You're breathing gas pressure, right? Okay, you're breathing oxygen, that's a gas. There's gas pressure on the Earth. It can't sit next to a vacuum without a container. It literally cannot do that because the gas would immediately seek equilibrium, filling the available space.
Wouldn't that mean that you would have to not believe in gravity then?
No, no. So gravity isn't a real thing. It's just a theory. No scientific evidence at
Okay,
all
so
for it.
okay, that's why I'm confused because you say okay. Here's my difference, right? I believe in gravity,
Gotta
so
listen.
that whole vacuum thing it would be
that's a
irrelevant to
belief.
me.
It doesn't even listen. It doesn't officially answer the vacuum thing. And in addition, we can easily explain why, but you need to listen to everything I'm saying. Honestly, that's how it works. Like, it
Stop
isn't a
saying
scientifically
believe.
verifiable theory or anything of the sorts, okay? It's just this idea to try to explain how the Earth can be a ball because there has to be some immense force pulling us down in all directions to stay on the ball, including trillions of tons of ocean water that magically bends for the first time in history, right? So it's an assumption. Like, we know gravity's there because we know that the Earth's a ball. When things fall, they fall. They're more dense in the air. They relative density. They seek their equilibrium. Helium balloons aren't gravity proof, but they go up, right, because of their density sorting out. So this idea of gravity that you think exists is literally no way scientifically verifiable at all. Has no evidence.
Wait, yeah,
It's
it
just a theory.
is.
And in
No,
addition, listen.
you
In
can do
addition,
it in
listen.
your
It does.
bedroom right now.
Listen. This is a conclusion. It still doesn't answer the question. Okay. If I
Your
give you
bedroom.
gravity, it still doesn't work because gravity in your
Child.
model is the strongest at the surface level. That's the strongest level of gravity we can have accessible because it's closest to the center of mass, right? So when we go to test this theory that you have here, we're going to take some gas pressure. Let's say we have some hydrogen and helium, and we put it in a container at the surface level where gravity is the strongest, and I take the lid off. What's going to happen to the gas?
Bro, this entire explanation just doesn't solve anything about
Listen, man, what's gonna happen to the gas, man?
Your belief.
If I take hydrogen and helium and put it in a container and it's sealed tightly and I set it on the surface of the Earth, then I open the lid, what happens?
gas escapes from the container. Yes.
Okay, now that's where gravity is the strongest, dude. So if we go
What?
way above that, where it's weaker, it definitely isn't gonna stop the gas from going into a near perfect vacuum, bro.
When you get high, wait, what do you mean like higher? You mean like higher, like in height, like where the air is thinner, so the gases are like
Yeah, like
already light.
according to your fairy tale model, as you get
But
higher, you're getting
that has nothing
further
to do
away.
with gravity. That has to
Yes,
do
it
with.
does. You're getting
Oh
further away
no.
from the center of mass in your gravity. You need to just listen, man. It's very simple.
He
I'm
doesn't
explaining
know his
why.
own globe.
Exactly. Like I'm trying to explain to you the best that your side has to offer. You need to at least know what it is, right? So
No,
there's no
it's
evidence for
not.
gravity, but if
He
we give it
doesn't
to you
even
anyway,
know.
gravity doesn't stop the gas pressure from instantly filling the available space. If you put that in a vacuum, right? The effect will just be more drastic. Gravity is weaker where that's supposedly occurring. Your model claims some seeps out in there gradually. That's not how it works. That's not it
So
spontaneously seeks equilibrium. So you need to understand what your model claims and how it is antithetical to natural law. That's real science. It's called the second law of thermodynamics. It's a natural law, meaning it is always naturally observable. It's just been recorded forever. It's something that happens. Right? It's a natural law.
okay, but like you can actually test for gravity in your room. You can
No, you can't.
yes, you can.
No,
Yes, you
no, you
can.
can't.
Everything,
No, you can't.
everything
No, you
in
can't.
your Okay. Well, let me speak then. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
just
let
say
me
it
speak. Let me speak.
You cannot. You were lying. So
You had
you're not allowed to
you,
speak.
you had like a 3-minute long tangent
But
about it.
we
Let me
heard it
speak.
before. We don't need to hear it from you.
No, you haven't. Okay.
Yes, we
Listen.
have.
Well, obviously you haven't, because every
Yes,
time I
obviously
talk,
we have.
stop talking over me. Just let me talk. Okay.
No, we're not going to let you say the same thing over and over and over again that we've heard over and over and over again. Like you keep
Are
telling
you
it
gonna
to
say
us.
that you're gonna drop something? Like,
He will. He'll say that let's just drop something. Let's drop a pencil, right?
okay, so drop a helium balloon while you're in your room.
No,
over
no,
there,
that's not
doing
what
your-
I'm saying. Okay.
That's exactly what you're saying.
That's not what I'm saying. You didn't even hear what I had to say. Okay, listen.
That's
listen.
the only thing that you can say.
Yeah, how are
Drop
we going to test
something.
gravity, dude? Listen, let's cut to the chase.
I didn't even
levels of
say anything
education,
yet.
highest levels of education on your side knows they can't prove gravity to this day in 2021. Okay, let's hear it. You get your Nobel Prize for the globe on Discord.
Okay. All right. Here we have measurements that can weigh how much an object weighs, right? And when we place something near it, it has a very, very, very slight effect on it that slightly moves it towards it. So everything that you have
That's not true.
from a book
true.
to a
That's
desk
not even
has a
close
slight
true.
amount of gravity.
You just made up a first of all,
It does.
listen, let
It's
me help you
true.
out here. You just made up a story. We have a machine that tests it. First of all, the only thing you can even be talking about is a gravimeter. You don't even know how a gravimeter works, though, do you?
It's not a gravimeter.
Interferometry. I know, because you made it up. Listen, interferometry patterns that they use in this little vacuum chamber that they have dropping a BB. That's not even what you're talking about. You're just saying we have this magical machine over here, and if I put something closer to it, it moves in that direction. That isn't true at all whatsoever.
move.
And
No,
dude,
it doesn't
highest levels on your side would laugh at you right now.
So why doesn't Neil deGrasse Tyson know what gravity is?
Yeah, cite it. How about you cite it?
Cite it.
Why doesn't
I don't.
Yeah, it
come,
doesn't
I don't
exist.
Come, I don't come in here with a fucking project. I came in here to listen.
Okay, so would you like to admit that you just kind of made that up?
Yep.
No, I didn't make it up. It's
So then, where did you hear about that? Who performed this? Who made this magical machine?
A scientist. It didn't make
a scientist. Made the magical machine. You said we have a machine. You said we have a machine, and we come over here, and then it measures the difference because I moved something close to it. That's what you said.
Okay, what is gravity? Explain.
Okay, so now you're asking me a question. But listen, I know everything about it. So you probably think it's mass attracting mass with your stupid fairy tale story about this magical machine, right? But actually, that was superseded in 1915. Now it's the theory of relativity. Gravity is supposedly the effect of the bending and warping of space-time. So mass attracting mass is antiquated. It's archaic in your own paradigm. There's no evidence for
But
gravity.
he's still going to use it. He's still going to use it.
So stop saying the word. It's like you've been trained to say a word, like you're basically invoking some type of deity. Every time there's not a question you can't answer, you just say that word. You see what I'm saying? It's ridiculous.
What?
It is. We've heard it before.
Okay.
Okay, now you know about it.
You're not the first one.
I was just asking a question before.
No,
I don't come.
You were telling us your education. That's it.
I actually explained to you how, from the beginning, I'm trying to get you the most efficient, understanding of the situation.
Yeah, but
and I said gas pressure next to a vacuum. You said gravity. I explained how even if I gave you gravity, to not get into the weeds of how I know everything about it and you don't know anything about it, right? Just to skip that part, I'm saying even if I give it to you, it doesn't work where it's the strongest in what you're claiming it's doing.
You're not convincing me because it's like, okay, listen.
Aerospace engineers can't answer this question, bud. You need to think about what's being said to you.
Listen, okay, in order to believe your idea, I have to go into so many steps of disbelief that it's not even like.
We don't want you to believe.
Come on,
we want you to just know.
I'll give you a can of soda, and if you
I'm
open the
tired
can
of
of
hearing
soda,
5 people talk at once, man.
What?
If somebody
Okay,
needs a guy, listen, shut up, dude.
If you've heard everything over and over again.
What did I just say? Explain to this motherfucker what a demonstrable fact is and what a belief is. I'm tired of hearing belief, and 5 fucking people need to quit fighting to talk. If I can't bear to listen to this shit, what do you think our community on Livestream, YouTube, or any of the other places we live stream to, what do you think they think? It's unpalatable. It's not even a conversation. It's like a bar room.
Demonstrate with empirical evidence, meaning you can replicate, you can falsify, it's testable, observable. You have to be able to do these things, empirically validating things with demonstrations. You can't just have these blind beliefs and think that they overcome empirical fact. We're not interested in blind belief. The system told us all kinds of lies. So we want to know what the truth is.
Okay, well, have you guys heard of the whole boat thing with the sail going over the horizon? I'm gonna guess that you guys always say
we've
that, like,
never,
oh, you've
ever,
heard
ever
that.
heard that before, ever.
Okay, Bert,
So it's
hold on,
I
hold
just
on.
no, I'm just
You were
curious.
talking
What
about,
is
no, hold on.
what is your
Hold on.
explanation for it?
You were
It's just
talking
what I'm
about
wondering.
gravity. Stick to your gravity.
No, I'm not asking about gravity. I'm just asking a
Where's your
question.
scientific? Where is the scientific paper proving gravity?
I'm not debating you guys. I'm asking questions. I'm just asking you guys what you believe.
Okay, but here's what you have to do. Here's what you have to do. You have to be honest and be like, okay, I didn't know that. I don't know about that. If you can't show any humility, then the room's gonna turn on you. Okay, they told us on like a TV with Bill Nye the Science Guy, who's just an actor, that the boat goes over the curvature. That's how they found out the Earth was a ball. And then you go out and you look in the real world, which is what we're talking about, testing in the real world with empirical evidence that's falsifiable, not just beliefs where you don't really understand them. And when you go out and you see the boat disappear, you can pull out a camera, zoom in, and see the boat again. Did I see through the curvature of the Earth? No. What does that prove? That the boat did not disappear because of the curvature of the Earth, because I zoomed in and saw it again. So we know that's a 100% verifiable phenomena that happens. It has nothing to do with the Earth being a ball. There's no empirical evidence for gravity, which is what keeps this theory even postulated in the first place, right? That's why it exists and still can't be explained. So you need to understand what we're trying to explain to you. You can't have pressure sitting next to a vacuum. That's called the second law of thermodynamics. Water always finds its level. That's why we put fluid in levels. That's why it's called sea level. How is 70% of a ball level water? These are naturally occurring observable phenomena that we can always test with all the empirical evidence in the world, and it's demonstratable, right? So we need you to be able to offer some evidence like that to even propose that the Earth's a globe. None of it exists in any way ever.
Yeah, but like here, okay, let me just give you some perspective, okay? Because like you guys have totally different beliefs. It seems like, okay, you guys don't think that there are satellites out there, right? And you don't think that
we all
gravity
used to
is a
believe.
thing. It's just a theory to you, right?
We
But
all used to
Yeah,
believe what you
so
believe right
let's
now.
move to the ball, right? We're talking to Komodo. Komodo, do you know the radius of the ball Earth?
no, I don't.
No. So they told us, right? They told us, go Google it. Go Google the radius.
What about it though?
Well, tell me what the radius is of the ball Earth.
You want me to search it up right now?
Yes, I want you to search it up.
Okay.
Well,
Radius of the radius of the Earth is 6,378 kilometers.
Which is 3,959 miles.
Right. So,
Yeah.
do you know in your globe model, right, where the horizon must be at 1 foot observer height?
What?
The horizon.
Yeah,
You know
what
a
about?
horizon?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the stuff where your boats go over, right?
Mm-hmm.
So do you know where it must be at 1 foot observer height?
No. How far would it be?
So at for a ball with the radius of 3959 miles, the horizon must be at 1.225 miles at 1 foot observer height. Are you in the live stream voice text?
Yeah.
And this one, yeah, this one is also for Jack. Jack, if you're listening, do you see what Justin is posting?
Mm-hmm.
Modo?
Yep, I see it.
Okay, so you see those two oil rigs there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if the Earth was a ball with the radius of 3959, then every distance to the horizon cannot be further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet, right? This is what the globe necessitates. These are the dimensions of the ball Earth. They told us. So can you tell me, Komodo, where is the horizon in this observation? When you look at these two oil rigs,
Mm-hmm. What about it?
where is it?
The horizon on that picture.
Yes.
It's where it's cutting it off. That's the
Yeah,
whole
so is it,
reason.
let me make it easier for you. Let me make it easier. Is it in front of the oil rigs Is it in between the two oil rigs,
It's
or is it
behind.
beyond
It's
the
beyond.
second one?
It's
Yes.
behind the
So
second.
Well, that was honest.
that awesome stuff, right? So this observation is been done from 1 foot observer height, and we see the horizon beyond the second oil rigs. We can safely say that it is beyond 9.4 miles, right? But your globe necessitates it has to be at 1.225 miles. We see it 10 times further than this. Thus, the Earth is not a ball with the radius of 3959. Do you understand this?
Yeah, but it still has a
Oh,
horizon,
no,
does it not?
I don't want
It's
to hear a but, right? If you say yes, that's it. You understand it. If you say
The-
but, you don't. So what
yeah,
is it?
the horizon doesn't prove a globe. There'd be a horizon on a flat Earth too. That's not exclusive to your model.
well, I'm just asking. Do you guys have like does your flat Earth model have a slight curvature to it?
No,
Is that
it's flat, man. It's
No, man.
completely
man.
flat? Okay.
Well, there's it's a topographical plane, dude. There are mountains and
Yeah, go
valleys.
ahead.
Oh my
No,
god.
that's it. I mean, that's it. That's the answer.
The only
Yeah,
reason
no,
I ask,
it's not round or curved at the way that NASA claims it to be. The way that NASA would need it to be curved in order to launch your so-called satellites, they need to know exactly the size of the Earth in order to orbit around it. Correct?
Called the
So they
radius
have,
of orbit.
yeah,
You just
they
cut him
uphold
off.
that.
He was going to his premise about level meaning curved.
I mean, I don't know if he has a premise, but yeah.
Komodo's not new here. This isn't his first time here. He didn't come here just to listen.
no,
Yeah,
this is my first time. You can check the logs. Check the logs. I joined in 30 minutes ago.
Komodo, you realize that in order to
dude, it might be your first time on that account, but
No, this is the first time.
I'm not the one.
I mean,
I can make a new account too and come in and call it my first.
This is legitimately my first time
Hey,
going in
man,
this
so
server.
this is your first time understanding that the literal dimensions of the globe Earth can be tested, and you can see if they're true. And then we went and did that, and they're not true, and that's why flat Earth is censored.
I think they censor it because they think it's misinformation.
No,
That's
are
what they
you not
think.
understanding? No, that's what their official story is, right? But I'm saying, are you not understanding the magnitude of the fact that they told us certain dimensions, right? So geometry, measurement of shapes, oblate spheroid, certain dimensions. You can test if it curves at the rate that a sphere of that radius curves. This is why we weren't taught that. When you were in 8th grade or even 8 years old, they did not say, here's the radius and how you test the curvature, right? But that's just objectively how you do it. Of course, they didn't tell you that. So that's what we're trying to explain to you. There has to be a physical horizon that curves and blocks your view on a ball. We see the horizon constantly fluctuates throughout the sky. It's not a real place. It's where the sky appears to meet the ground. And on a clear day, when you can see further, the horizon will be way too far for it to be this curve that's supposed to be there.
But wait, how big do you think the Earth is, though?
A radius value of 3,959 miles. We just talked about it.
Yeah.
Okay, so you believe it's that big? So wouldn't you think that like the horizon would be
God, what do you
that's
mean?
where we got the
No.
number for the horizon, right? So based on the radius of 3,959 miles, that's where you get that you will see the geometric horizon or the curve of the Earth, right? The geometric horizon no further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Yeah, because
Square root of
it's
1 is 1.
It's a circle, yo. There's a geometric horizon. There's a mathematical point where it can't be further than that because it's a sphere. It's simple geometry.
So, what are your views on other planets?
Komodo, why is the horizon beyond the second oil rig? Why?
Where it's
Why is the
mathematically
horizon?
impossible. Yeah, it's
What do you
mathematically
mean?
impossible for it to be there on your model. Your model is a sphere of a given size. There
Thus
is geometry that, listen, can't be no farther than that because beyond that point is the curve. You know, on a curve, if you're on a ball, there'll be a hump in between you and the other side of the fucking ball.
So what the fuck? Wait, okay. First off, you're saying that it can't be behind the oil rigs. Aren't the oil rigs in the water? Hence, it would be
No,
behind
that's
it.
not what I said. I said it's mathematically further than is possible on your sphere given the radius.
Your water has to curve too,
So I
man.
have to talk to you like a 5-year-old.
Your water has to curve also, buddy. That's
Just someone with cognitive dissonance.
Yes.
It's
So
not that. Listen, you give credit to people, you act like they understand it, but it just won't sink in. Some people just don't fucking understand.
Well, that too.
Well, don't you understand that? I was going to say hold off, let Witsit go, but Mike, who are you talking to?
Komodo.
Komodo.
Yep.
Can you answer his question, please? Mike, would you please restate it?
Yeah, do you understand that the geometry of your sphere gives a mathematical position where the horizon cannot, it's mathematically impossible for it to be beyond that point because of the geometry.
I don't know what you're you're saying this, but I've never seen any of the work or any of the math done, okay? You know what? I could look at it and I could look back and I could be like, okay, yes or no.
Type in Earth curve
You simply saying it
Let
doesn't
me
make it
ask
true
you
to
a
me
simple
because I don't know
question.
yet.
Okay, then answer this simple question. Is it your proposition you can see all the way around the ball?
You can't see all the way around a ball, no.
There you go. That's geometry. Duh.
You're saying by the laws of math, but how does it explain? Okay, if the
No,
Earth is
that's not
completely
what
flat,
I said. I said
Earth is
basic
completely
geometry. Basic geometry, you remedial motherfucker. And the images are in there. They gave you the math.
You have this list of straw mans you want to rush to straw man the flat Earth. We don't care to answer your questions. You need to answer these questions though.
Are you in live stream voice text? Let's figure this out first, because I get tired of hearing there's no citation. So do you see this? Do you understand why an observer of a certain height can only see so far on a ball?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's geometry.
Yes, I understand that, but that's not what I'm saying. You're saying that, oh, by the laws of geometry, that it should be this,
That's
this,
not
and
what
that.
I said. I
There
never
shouldn't
once
be a.
said law.
Should there not be a horizon? Shouldn't there not be a horizon on a flat Earth? Shouldn't it just be like just going completely
Yes,
straight?
there should be a place where the sky appears to meet the ground, yes, but this isn't what we're talking about. We're talking about a geometric horizon on a sphere.
Okay,
the point
but
at which you can no longer see past. And
Look,
it's
if you set the end of a long
equatable.
If you set the end of a long hallway, it looks like the ceiling and the floors
We don't
converge.
need any laws of math. This is just simple geometry.
All right, sorry, just to say this, listen, man, just stop saying this over and over and actually answer what they're saying to you. Okay, so if you stand at the end of a long hallway, it looks like the ceiling and the floor converge. They're not actually converging. You reach a limit of perspective. You have a vanishing point in the distance. The sky will appear to meet the ground. That place will move back and forth based on how clear the atmosphere is and how high up on the earth you are. It will move. It isn't an actual place. The globe Earth has to have an actual place, though, a physical curvature that's blocking you. You can test that with geometry.
Okay. You know, we were talking about the whole boat thing, right? And the oil rigs, correct? Like, okay, right? And you're saying all of this and that, but like, it doesn't explain it at all.
And
It's like,
this and that? Are you fucking kidding me?
The oil
You
rigs.
know the geometry. Shut the fuck up. This and that.
I don't think he does know what
dipshit.
geometry is, bro.
No. So, at 11 minutes after the hour, there, numpty Komodo dipshit, from the subject matter expert, Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University, astronomy department, if H is in meters, that makes the distance to the geometric horizon 3.57 kilometers times the square root of the height of the eye in meters, or about 1.23 times or miles times the square root of the eye height in feet. Every single Earth curve calculator has this exact formula in it for distance to the horizon. It's simple geometry, you fucktard. So why is the geometric horizon 10 times further than it should be, sir?
Oh, I'm unmuted. Okay.
Fuck you.
Every time I talk, though, I just get
Every
muted.
time I talk, you shove your foot in your mouth. Yeah. So
I'm asking like questions about things, but like you just answer
Why
this
is
like
it always
long.
about you?
Okay, but
Just answer
because
the
I'm
fucking question.
every
I'm
time
in the
I talk,
conversation.
so do you understand simple geometry? There it is right there. 2 citations. Andrew Thomas Young, subject matter expert, and the University of Washington. And every earth curve begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective hijacking, full of shit earth curve calculator has the same formula in it.
What? Okay, wait. What are your views? What are your views on planets? Are planets
Shut
just like
the fuck up. Fuck off. Take that with you. Clown fuck.
Yeah, sorry for stepping on you there, Huey.
You're a flibber degibbet.
Flibberty gibbet.
Flibberty gibbet.
Flibberty gibbet. That's what you are. Fuck off. Your idea of planets. I got an idea of a planet right here for you.
Planted in his flibberty gibbet.
Your sister's got some nice planets.
Your sister.
Fucking huge planets.
I know you're not talking about my sister.
No, yeah, come on. You realize you just going to a new subject is not going to absolve you from not answering the previous subject.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, Komodo, you got to answer this one. Why is the horizon 10 times further than it should be?
Why
is you agreed? You agreed that it's at least 9.4 miles. He said. You agreed to this. Obvious.
No, I didn't agree. I just said yeah, like just to like get the conversation just going.
Yeah, you agreed.
I didn't agree. I just said yeah.
Yeah.
So
if
you
I-
lied about the horizon being behind the second.
No,
oil
that's not
rig?
what I. That's totally different.
Well, that's what he just said that you agreed with. So it seems like you're lost.
So why did you want to move the conversation forward if you didn't agree with something and didn't understand?
Why are you here, bro?
Is that going to help the conversation move forward by you not either understanding it or agreeing to the question very specifically pointed?
Just trying to hear your argument that it's just not swaying
You're doing
me
an
though.
awful lot of talking and asking of random questions for someone just supposed to be listening.
Hold on, Fuzzy. We're not concerned with swaying you. We're here to expose your dumbass, and we're doing a fine job at that, sir. Follow?
You know,
a lot about the earth, man.
You know what?
Give a fuck less about swaying your dipshit opinion. We're putting the fucking forks in your eyes, and you can't do anything but divert away. So you're finished there, numpty dipshit.
Komodo, to bring up if you understand your satellites, right? You realize that in order for that,
don't go for the fucking satellite.
No, I know. Hold on. Hold on. He already. Hold on. I'm not going there. I'm just saying that you would need to know the size of the Earth. The Earth would be a very specific radius size. In this case, 3959. Right? That's what they give. They tell us that this is what it is. They know this number very specifically.
That's a nice stick save.
You can this is what I was trying to tell him about. Like he already accepts that there's satellites. So in order for those satellites to work in your world, they need to know this number very accurately. And what you're agreeing to is that the horizon is beyond that oil rig. That means that number is off by an order of magnitude, and that all of your satellites would crash.
Besides the second law of thermodynamics violation that they're said to report.
That's an entirely different. I get it. Yeah, right. But it's just like your satellites would crash if that number is wrong.
No,
agreed?
the satellites. Yeah, the satellites.
No, I know.
Let's get back to. And you're right, Fuzzy.
But
No
just as he understand, I'm trying to put it in terms that he might understand.
Yeah. Well, let's put it in another term because I already put it in terms he can understand.
Well,
so, why is the horizon, according to the globe model fuckwit theory, 10 times further than it should be? Please. Floor is yours.
You know what? I don't know, okay? If you want an honest answer, I don't know. I'll come back here. How about this? If I was to actually bring an entire document. I wrote it. I did the research. I did the evidence. In 2 days from now, would you seriously consider it? Yes or
Yeah.
no?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Because I came in here, I'm not like I didn't come in here with some evidence. I'm just an average person, not looking for this and that. You know what? I'll consider your ideas. I'll look at it for I don't know how long. I said like 2 days, right? I'll come back. I'll come back into the voice chat and we can talk. Okay.
All right, please do, because we've been looking for years for the same information.
Yeah,
Yeah, wait,
you're
look,
gonna spend 2 days on it? Wow.
Yeah, look, here you go. Save the time though. Like if you're gonna come in with a bunch of straw man stupid questions due to a lack of understanding where you have to presuppose the Earth's a sphere with a certain size and make up stories about what you see in the sky, that doesn't change anything. It's a waste of 2 days. Here's some mountains we see from 255 miles away. That top of that mountain's supposed to be hidden by 1 mile of Earth curvature, and it's nowhere to be found. You can see the top of the mountain. We've measured the surface of the Earth all over the place. The radius value has been falsified. It is wrong. The entire model is wrong objectively. We're trying to hit you with the truth, whether you like it or not. I mean, we're not the ones that lied, but now you know. You have to just look at it from a real perspective here. If the surface of the Earth isn't curving anywhere, why would you skip over the most important part to try to figure out if it's real?
I just have a very hard time believing in it because like I said before, it requires a lot of steps of like changing a lot of views. I think you can understand that.
Not about believing.
It's a little bit. It's a little bit about believing.
No, you have a hard time
require
believing
faith.
anything.
Christ.
Well, be honest though, it makes you rethink about a lot of stuff. Absolutely, it changes a ton of stuff. But it's not the point here. If you can see the picture in voice text at 18 minutes after the hour, dude, do you see a mile of Earth curvature, a vertical Earth curvature, a mile of vertical Earth curvature in the picture that's blocking the top of that mountain? Like,